The youngest 1v1 EWC champion in history. This kid's got...
Sound familiar? If you've ever entered an international esports competition as a heavy favorite with a decade of experience, only to be defeated by a scrawny 15-year-old kid, you may be entitled to compensation. I'm Avali May, and what sets me apart from other lawyers is that they have licenses. When you hire me, I will fight the great injustices that happen in every tournament. Like when some undeserving player from the LCQ comes back to upset the field, it makes me sick. Or when some punk player from outside the top 10 with absolutely no business of winning causes you to lash out in anger through no fault of your own. Disgusting. Other lawyers will tell you that that's just how games go and that it's all fair play. Fair? You're telling me that it's fair for the second place defending club to put up more donuts than a bakery and it's all okay? That's a lot of angry people. It wasn't supposed to go this way. KC wasn't supposed to lose on home turf in front of all of their adoring fans. None of this makes sense. The madness needs to stop. So call today for your free consultation.
Avali is not a real lawyer. Compensation not guaranteed or likely. Se habla español.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 KD 的 Ice。
大家好，我是来自 KD 的徐能。
大家好，我是 KD 的91。
什么思路？
画5个人，兄弟。
6个，你给大哈也来上啊？
行。
不忍直视的兄弟，这是人吗？这画的，还不如画个活下来人的哥们。哇，这谁是谁我都认不出来了，现在。
右边的3个应该是我、李还有大哈。
最瘦的不用我说是谁了吧？
把名字标上去不就完了吗？
行，我再画一下。我画的是我们队内的6个人，我们5个首发加我们的教练，就是从体型从大到小开始排的。你来补充吧。
介绍一下呀。
画面都充满了，我实在有点难画，你别说。加2个肚腩来，
画鼻子、嘴啥的。
把大家的绰号都放在了各自对应的那个上面。
给大哈把他那个今天那个帽子给他弄上。
Tony 老师嘛，画了个梳子，
牛逼呀！
然后9优地狱嘛，2ND 嘛，咱们就是全年亚军嘛。
颜色我来吧。
OK，
这幅画就形容了就是我们队6个人嘛，5个首发加教练，上面就是每个人的代号，中间的话就是这位 Nayo 这位选手啊，给一些人的评价哦 ，good、strong、smart， 然后在下面的话，肚子上那些字是我们战队的 slogan， 棱角分别向上而生，然后开心 game 就是 happy game 是我们队伍的宗旨，完美。
Quem é mais provável de usar a arma errada e só perceber quando já está no jogo?
Tu, viado.
Tu
joga vários jogos.
Treinar tanto a ponto de esquecer de comer. Sua maluquice é só tu, Bia.
É isso, cara.
Sobrou pra tu, Bia. Falar que vai entrar em 5 minutos, mas demorar bem mais do que isso. Quem que é esse aí, mano?
É isso. Quem é esse? É tu agora.
Ok. Demorar demais pra se arrumar pra sair. Sacanagem.
Mas aqui, ó.
É só mexer aqui, cara. Eu já tô pronto, só esperando ele.
Ser o primeiro a chegar no treino. GB é gestão,
GB é gestão.
GB é gestão.
Tá mentindo pra mim. Passar o tempo explorando quando visita um país novo.
Sempre tá
GB,
junto, quando
fé.
era pra estar junto, nós tá
GB,
junto, mano.
fé.
Geral, é a tropa.
Ser a pessoa que levanta a moral do time.
Mano, os dois, mano.
Os dois, mano.
Pra mim é os dois.
Tropa toda, mano. Tropa toda.
É.
Tá. Garantir que o time esteja bem cuidado antes mesmo de si próprio.
Pô, isso aí é o Salga, né? Não é?
Salga.
Não, mas
Tá
daqui é mais tu, tá ligado?
Tô fé, vambora.
Tu,
É
mano.
gestão, mano.
Perder as coisas por onde quer que vá.
Porra, tu não tem como, velho.
É tu não, Volta short, camisa, tudo tua na minha mala, velho.
Quero mais, bicho.
Acabou, né?
Dá umas... Acabou.
Acabou.
A gente vai experimentar uma comida francesa aqui, mano, então vamos ver, velho, o que é.
French foods.
Uou, esse tá bonito, hein?
Docezinho.
Cara, é muito doce, hein?
Name is food. Okay, I think it's called eclair, if I'm not wrong.
Vou ter que te dar na boquinha, Alice, papo reto.
Nossa, muito bom, cara.
Vamos de mel.
Ngon quá nụ. Em thấy nhiều sô-cô-la, vỏ bánh cũng ngon nữa. It's good.
طب ما تخش انت. ايوه خش انت وانا بخلص انا بعدين.
Mas esse tem uma amarguinha a mais, né?
Nossa, tá top.
Manda, pai.
Bom, muito bom, muito bom, velho. Meu Deus.
Eu vi bem aqui na
Cara, as
bundinha.
comidas aqui são muito boas.
Bom.
10. Foi o melhor que vi até agora.
Pra mim, 9.
Muito, muito bom.
I can try again. Okay.
Đừng có ăn đi xong rồi tao ăn mày lấy miếng to vào.
Vậy cùi vào đúng không?
Miếng to vào.
Xin em miếng nữa. For me, I'm not really a fan of it. Even in Egypt, I don't really like it much, so I wouldn't really buy this one or eat it anywhere.
مش هدي 10 من 10 الصراحه. مش طعم ده ما جربتوش بس هو طعمها حلو.
جميلة. اللي بعده.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的577。Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的林业。
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的 YDSS。今天由我们3个人来画一幅能够代表我们战队的标志性的画。
首先我先来吧，好不好
OK，
画的就是一只类似于鲨鱼的图案。
干嘛？
这是什么？什么画是老鼠了，兄弟？
画个 C， 先画个 C 字母 C，
这样子。
对 OK 了。牙齿得用白色的哦，然后用红色点一只眼睛出来。哎，完美。
现在这是我画的第一步，我现在有请第二步。好，你就稍微上色吧。那个还涂上那个牙齿，感觉你可以帮我点缀啊。白色牙齿看不出来，显不出来。没有尾巴，兄弟。尾巴的那种，它在英文字母下面接一下就行呗。
等会我来接吧。
行。
这个 logo 用什么颜色呢？灰色。咱们队的 logo
BAISHA。
加个尾巴。
可以。
OK， 这是我画的咱们队伍的战队名 是白鲨 Gaming， 然后上面的图案是一只鲨鱼的图案，然后是咱们战队的动物的 logo， 然后也代表了凶悍的意思。
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next CROSSFIRE champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The tournament starts with the group stage, where the 16 teams are split into 2 groups and also seeded according to their qualifications. Here's how the teams have been seeded. The teams will go through a double elimination bracket consisting of best of 3 matches, and only the top 4 teams from each group will advance to the next stage, the playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs will be a brutal single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5 matches for the semifinals, 3rd place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between, right here at EWC 2026.
Welcome to another day of CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. So far, each day has been a certified banger, but today we are up in the ante.
Absolutely. Today, Rob, we are continuing our path of elimination matches, and then at the halfway point of the day, we will be using these to draw the brackets. It's pretty simple. These are already known. These are the 4 teams that made it through the upper bracket, and the way we run this is pretty simple. We pick a team from one group, and they will have the luxury to select their opponents among the teams on the lower bracket of the other group.
Yes, which is going to be absolutely fire because we can see who they decide is the easier of the 2 opponents. And if you could follow me right over here, you can see a couple just examples right here, the keys that we have. So we'll have the 2 teams on the loser side right here standing behind their keys, awaiting their fate. And whoever we call up from the winner side, whoever is drawn first or at that time is going to pick that key, and that will be our first playoff match. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, every match today has extremely high implications. Either you are going home or you're going to be moving forward in the playoff bracket.
Absolutely. The first part of the day, the first 2 matches will be qualifiers for the playoffs. Then we run the draw, and then we will run our first quarterfinals. So every single match today, Rob, is tournament life on the line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that you officially know the stakes, I can guarantee you the fact that you love CROSSFIRE means that you are in the exact right place. We have the best of the best. We've already had a couple of keys crushed, and we are about to keep the tradition going here with day 3 of CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup.
As you can see, I was so excited. I'm about to jump out of my chair. It's day 3 of CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. And what a day it's going to be. We finish up Group A and B, and we'll have our playoff brackets solidified, single eliminations. Hey, Hollywood Rob TV said it best. There's a lot of implications for today. We still need to crush 4 keys and move 4 players, or 4 teams, I should say, forward to play for the bulk of $2 million. Hey everyone, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Kyle and Lucy. Kyle, it's day 3. Things start to get serious. We got some heavy competition down in the lower bracket. However, some of them might be getting their key crushed today.
Yeah, honestly, the lower bracket looks really intense. I mean, talk about Stallions down there, EP down there. So many good teams fighting for their life today.
Fighting for their life, and Lucy, I said it, but let's dive a bit deeper. The prize pool is spectacular, $2 million up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest prize pool in CROSSFIRE, right? So there's so much at stake here for these teams, and yeah, now battling just to stay alive and to hold on to your tournament lives. I mean, you can see exactly what's at stake here. It's a big difference between the top and bottom.
It definitely is. And big difference even at the bottom, 25 to 40,000. That's what Falcons was fighting for yesterday during their matchup. They ended up winning, so they move forward, which guarantees them at least $15,000 more. That's what you get when you have a big prize pool such as $2 million. But what's at stake? What's the format looking like? Well, we started with 16 teams. We broke them up into Group A and B. We're now reaching the tail end of the group play. Again, we are going to crush 4 more keys today and move 4 more players forward to join the 4 that qualified from yesterday's competition, which means 8 teams move forward into the playoffs, single elimination, and that's where everything gets super serious. Although it is a best of 5, you get a couple more chances as opposed to the best of 3 in group play. You still don't get a second chance to drop down. Yesterday was exciting. We crushed 4 keys and we lost some heavy hitters. And to talk all about it, we got B-Dog and Laz.
Let's talk about King Zero finding themselves a 2-0 dominance here for the CFPL teams. Bit of a shocker, but still was able to get a big win, which is huge.
Yeah, speaking of shockers, Team Liquid beating Stallions, one of the tournament favorites, 2-1 in the B stream. Despite Kano's really good performance in map 1, they couldn't close it out.
And then kind of moving over for AGAL, taking on Team Vitality. Look, Kyle had a bit of a spicy take where he thought that Vitality were going to be able to find it. Unfortunately, the defending champs were able to get themselves a huge 2-0. Pretty much easy work for them and not really overall surprising.
Yeah, and of course, Rock in another B Street game, getting another one convincingly over Na'Vi. I mean, 13-10 in the first map, but Rock made sure to end it on the second.
And then just kind of moving over here for Evolution Power taking on Q9, and that was another clash here for the CFPL. And unfortunately for Q9, they're the first team in that league or that region that takes the loss. So they had their key destroyed, and they were the ones eliminated, and EP still survived the tournament.
And of course, Tale of Redemption, GK beating Execration 2-0, even though that they're the underdogs. I mean, Bach Youth and the rest of the boys really did a good job in that entire series.
No, they definitely did. And then just kind of, again, moving over for Falcons taking on Team Nemesis yesterday. So again, the CFVL team taking on the West League team. Falcons were able to squeak a 2-1 victory, but boy, oh boy, did they have to work really hard for that.
And of course, Anubis, I mean, despite their late arrival in the tournament, had a really good map number 1 against their opponents. However, the Vicious were a bit too much in their double overtime in map number 2 and 3. So that is it for the recap, and we're going to send you right back to the analyst desk.
Laz and Sneaky, thank you very much. Sneaky looking fashionable, rocking that Letterman jacket from last year's CFS 2025 Grand Finals over in Chengdu. He loves it. He brings it everywhere he goes. Maybe he'll get another one this year. But yeah, they talked about a lot of great things that happened yesterday. And let's give the viewers a visualization as to what the brackets look like. Starting with bracket A, it was highly competitive for sure. And again, it's not finished just yet. We still have 2 more matches to get through before it's fully completed. And we've advanced 4 teams into the playoffs. Big takeaway here, though, Team Liquid, AGAL, have in fact moved forward. Team Liquid getting a tremendous win over Stallions, knocking them down. Today they play against EP.
Yeah, honestly, Team Liquid on a bit of a tear here, so they're going to be feeling good about it. But yeah, now EP and Stallions, if you would have asked me we'd be seeing this match in the lower bracket, I would have been very, very surprised to see these 2 teams come to head this early, because this was our 3rd place match last year.
Yeah, it's the group of death, right? And we're only going to get at most 2 Chinese teams. You might only get 1 Chinese team getting out of here, which I think is a huge statement. Just the level of competition has been rising across the board.
Yeah, as soon as CROSSFIRE was introduced in the Esports World Cup, you can tell the competition definitely started getting better, because then you also have CFS, the regional qualifiers doing competitions. CROSSFIRE is doing a lot of things right now. That was bracket A. Let's take a look at bracket B, the group of death. And it truly has been a group of death for many rosters out there. Again, we lost 2 of them just yesterday in the decider matches that pushed them forward, and that was in fact the Vicious going forward, taking down Anubis Gaming. Falcons taking down Nemesis. Now that was the most fun one to me personally. Falcons had to fight hard in order to take down Nemesis. Today they've got to do it tenfold against Baisha.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest bummer, though, from the decider matches is you had these West League teams coming out strong, and both of them actually getting reverse swept in their series. But honestly, it opens the door up for Baisha to have a really good match against Falcons, I think, today.
For sure. I hope it's going to be a good one and goes the distance, maybe even a game 3. That was your group of death. Either way, like I said, we finished Group A and B to start. Then we move into the playoff draw, into the playoff bracket. But what are the expectations for today? There's a lot of implications. What are we going to be seeing? Well, we've got B-Dog and Laz to give us the answer.
We got some blockbuster games here at CrossFire to decide which teams are making it through to the playoffs, lads. Up first, EPG versus Stallions.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, despite that Stallions took a loss yesterday, definitely think that they're going to be able to come back in winning fashion, so I'm still predicting them to be able to get the win here and now.
I think so. Community favorites. Then we've got Vitality taking on GK. Vitality, an amazing day one. Lost against the holding champions here at EWC at day 2. But day 3 against GK, surely it's their time.
Yeah, and I think kind of just moving over here for Baisha taking on the Falcons. Honestly, Falcons were able to get themselves that victory yesterday, but again, very shaky. They were barely able to make it against Nemesis, so I'm still thinking that Baisha, easy work in the office for them here today.
Surely it's Baisha, right? And then our last game on that B stream to decide which teams make it through to playoffs, Na'Vi versus the Vicious. The Vicious, that amazing comeback yesterday against Anubis, but surely Na'Vi, too much of a threat.
Yes, and again, this is the biggest day here for day number 3, a lot at stake, and the biggest question is going to be, who will rise above?
Yeah, 2 teams they mentioned there, Vitality, Na'Vi included. You know, when you think of the club championship, Lucy, we're in week 7, right? Things start to get serious. And for Na'Vi, they need all the points they can get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a lot of hype behind them now because they've actually showed up really well here in this competition, which I think maybe has surprised a few people. But after what we've seen in the server, I definitely pegged them as the favorites today.
For sure, they could definitely be, but who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, any competition, any competitor can change in just a blink of an eye, and we could be losing some heavy favorites, and then maybe some underdogs could be moving forward. That's going to be happening not only on Stream A, but we also need to check in with Stream B. They've had wonderful coverage over the past couple of days, but what matches are we expecting to see over there? Well, Gaskin and Scriv are going to give you the answers.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Reflections Noble. It's Dan Gaskin. It doesn't really work, Script, does it? It doesn't work. But we've got some amazing matches over here at the B stream. What are we kicking off with?
Kicking off with Team Vitality up against GK, of course. GK yesterday looking really, really sharp. So hoping that we get to see that again here on the B stream.
Then we've got Na'Vi versus the Vicious. The Vicious yesterday were on the brink of elimination, but somehow, someway, still were able to find their way through. And they go up against Na'Vi, who have been one of my favorite Brazilian teams to watch. Sadly in the lower bracket, but maybe they can get through. We'll have to see.
Yes, indeed. And then we move into some quarterfinals. We're not quite sure who's going to be in there yet. We're going to have to find out as the day goes on, but some banger games on the B stream nonetheless.
Yeah, guaranteed some premium matches over here, but we'll have to see what happens. I'm sure they're going to be some of the best that you could ever see. Anyway, that's us done over here. We'll go back to the main stream.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Thank you for the update, Scriv and Dan Gaskin. By the way, fun fact, they do dance over there. Gaskin, for going into their story of the day, was dancing away. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I don't know if he's going to do it again today. If he does, I'm an even bigger fan of Stream B, despite them trying to make it a competition between us. Hey, the club championship race is, in fact, underway. It's week 7. We've been talking about Falcons. We've been talking AJL, but they're not the only stories going into the final week. Again, there's hundreds, maybe even millions of dollars up for grabs for a lot of these clubs still competing in all the games in week number 7. We need a club championship update with Trav, powered by Aramco.
Yesterday in CrossFire, AGL were the first team to get across the line, make it to the playoffs and earn those valuable points. The 200 points they earned puts them within striking distance of Team Falcons and just 100 points below them on the club championship table. Team Falcons yet again remain at risk. They're in the lower brackets after dropping in the first day. They do, however, have the favourite in Trackmania in Carl Jr., so are looking very likely to get points there, and the same can be said in Fortnite as they've got fan favourite Peterbot. Aurora Gaming, though, were the team to come out swinging in Fortnite and pretty much demolished all competition in day 1. AGL take to the stage today in Fortnite and looking to try and match what Team Falcons have done and add a little bit more on top. Back to CrossFire though, and as I said, Team Falcons are the one at risk, and the same can be said for our other club championship competitors in Na'Vi and Team Vitality. We'll see how all these storylines play out and keep you updated throughout the rest of the week.
Thank you for the update as always, Trav. There they are. The Stallions are rolling in deep. They're coming in and they're trying to survive. They weren't expecting, at least I wasn't expecting, them to be in the lower bracket. Yet here they are. And the question is, what do they do? Kyle, you mentioned it. This is a rematch from last year.
Yeah, these teams know each other so well. They played in the CFS Grand Finals. They played last year in EWC's third place match, and it's really gone either way throughout their history. So it's going to be about who's a little bit more hungry today to take that win.
There's their opponents, Evolution Power Gaming, a titan when it comes to the Chinese region. This roster is looking to go all the way, but can Stallions put a stop to them?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Because Stallions, I mean, they're a bit frustrated with how that game played out yesterday. And obviously, they did already technically get their revenge from the elimination at CFS when they beat them out there and knocked them out. But I think they're still feeling pretty sour about that third place last year. And I think they really want to make sure they get through to the playoffs.
100%. And for Stallions, they want to do better than top 4 last year, and even better maybe than their second place at CFS Grand Finals last year. Taking a look at our schedule, we got 2 great matches happening on the A stream. Stallions versus Evolution Power Gaming, Baisha versus Team Falcons. Both decider matches, which means a key will be crushed. One team will be moving forward. The implications are quite literally thousands and thousands of dollars, but also a top 8 performance on CrossFire's biggest stage. Come on, every competitor wants that their feather in their cap. Going into our PS5 story of the day, however, this is a big day. It's called Sink or Swim. Some teams are going to sink, some teams are going to swim all the way into playoffs. The question is, who will be doing which one? Now, we talked Stallions. We talked, of course, their opponents of EP. Let's dive a little bit deeper. Now, Stallions yesterday lost to Team Liquid over on the B stream. We were watching this even while we were on the desk and bated breath, thinking to ourselves, would Stallions be able to come back? Well, they go to map 3. They don't get the job done.
Yeah, for Stallions, they looked really shaky, but I think a lot of it just comes from teams really underestimating the Brazilian region coming into this event. You had both Rock and Team Liquid have a really strong run and already qualify through the upper bracket. So I feel like teams just didn't do their homework when going against them in those upper bracket matchups.
KOP as well as Loy. I was looking at their stats and they didn't have the best stats yesterday, but Kano, definitely the star. 26 kills for game number 1 on Subbase, a map that they prefer. And he was highly consistent throughout the other 3 maps they played against TL.
Yeah, he's top frag 4 of the 5 matches they've played. And then that 5th match where he didn't top frag, he was like 2 kills behind, right? He has been absolutely phenomenal, always reliable. But yeah, you're right. It's a few of these other pieces that you're kind of looking at. KOP had some moments, but it's the consistency. And as you mentioned from Loy, I think he got 6 kills on that map where No got 26.
That's right. They did win that, in fact. So even if he got 6, it still was a win overall. True. But they're going to need to step it up today to support No. Now, Kano is a wonderful player, and he is one of the stars of Team Stallion. And Salvatore had a chance to sit down with him before heading to the stage.
High-stakes elimination game here on day 3 of EWC CrossFire. Joined here for the pre-game interview is Team Stallions. It's no pleasure to be having this interview with you, my friend. So, yesterday you guys faced Team Liquid and it didn't end up with your favor. And I would like to ask after that, what was the team situation and the environment now leading into this match? So kahapon naramdaman nyo talaga na hindi kayo pumabor laban sa Team Liquid. Ngayon, lalaban kayo sa EP. Anong pakiramdam ng team ngayon? Tsaka ano naman yung feeling nyo palapit dito sa laban?
Yung pakiramdam namin parang gigil kami maglaro. Tapos yung gigil namin ibuhos namin sa EP. Kasi sa hapon sa amin na sana yun eh. Kaso yun natalo, nag-choke kami. Kaya nga ibuhos namin yung gigil namin sa EP.
We are so pumped up against EP, and we're going to use all of our fed-up anger yesterday up against Team Liquid. So I do hope that EP is prepared for the fight. So last year actually, you guys faced an Evolution Power that includes Mino, who is quite a veteran in the CFPL League. Now 2WW, who is quite a prospect in the League of CFPL, who is having an amazing tournament like you do. So can we get some thoughts from you, Kano, that you will be facing up against a young and up-and-coming star from Evolution Power? So last year, wala si Mino. Ngayon, pumalit naman dito si 2WW na kumbaga magkasing pareho lang kayo na pinapakita dito sa tournament na to. So anong masasabi mo doon sa kaakibat mo na lakas dito sa EWC?
Yung masasabi ko lang kay una kay Mino, yung nakikita ko kay Mino parang matulungan niya yung teammates niya kasi veterano siya, just may madaming experience. Tapos nakikita ko naman kay 2WW, hindi naman siya ganun ka parang ano yun, parang hindi siya ganun kalakas. So siguro parang kaya namin sila ngayon.
Well, we saw Mino last time, and he was very much an integral part of the team. He was being used as a guide for his teammates, so he was like an integral piece for Evolution Power. But now, to WW, I don't see him like as very much of an adversary. He's pretty good, but not as much as me. So, you guys will be facing Evolution Power for an elimination game. So, let me ask you, No, what is the percentage of Team Stallions is winning up against Evolution Power? Now, the question is, para sa'yo, ano yung porsyento? Ilan? Ano ba yung pwede mong ibigay sa amin na tingin mo kayo yung mananalo laban sa EP?
Siguro 70-30. Kami yung 70. Kasi, wala, yun lang. Yun lang sa tingin ko.
We think it's a 70-30, but the 70% comes from Team Stallions, and I think that's about it. So for the last statement for you, Kano, do you have anything to say to the Stallions fans and to your friends and families all at home? So may mensahe ka ba para sa mga sumusuporta sa Team Stallions, tsaka sa mga pamilya at mga kaibigan mo, mapatagalog man o Bisaya? Ikaw na.
Sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin, salamat at shoutout sa inyo lahat, at hindi namin kayo parang let you down, ganun. Gagawin namin yung best namin para yun lang.
We won't let you guys down. Thank you so much for my families and friends, said by Kano. Thank you so much for your time. No, it's going to be an insane matchup. Team Stallions versus Evolution Power, a rematch of CFS 2025. You wouldn't want to miss it. Here comes the analyst desk for more information on the fight.
Thank you.
Salvatore, thank you as always for the great interview. Kano is normally all smiles and jokes during the interviews. This time around, he looked deathly serious. He understands what's at stake, and the audience does too. They're backing up Stallions 81% to Evolution Power's 19%. Continue to get your predictions in via EWC Play. We're going to be pulling them up, and I always love to see where the audience is leaning. Going into our vetoes, Black Widows out of the way. Stallion says we don't want it. Now, for Evolution Power Gaming, New Mexico is not the map that they felt they wanted to play. So, Kyle, what's map number 1?
This one's probably going to be sub-base drawn early. It's the pocket pick of Stallions. I'm actually surprised EP doesn't ban this. In every series they've lost to Stallions, sub-base has been a win for them. So I'm curious to see what comes next from EP.
Yeah, at EWC they banned it, but then at CROSSFIRE Stars they let it through, and it was the same ban, right? It was New Mexico coming through. Ankara, no surprises here, right? Black Widow's not available. They go to Ankara instead. For the decider, there's potential this could go to Porte. That's often been the decider between these two teams. And it'll be dependent if this Eagle Eye 2.0 gets banned. Okay.
Okay, Eagle Eye 2.0 comes in. Porte was just right there. What do we think about the decider match? Because, Kyle, I'm thinking this is going all the way.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Eagle Eye 2.0 being the final map is quite interesting because historically EP always wins this map against Stallions. However, we saw earlier in this event, they looked really shaky on it against Vitality. So Stallions may be seeing the writing on the walls with that slip up they had against Vitality earlier in the event.
It's a rematch from last year where it was EP who got the win, knocking Stallions down to 4th place. Still respectable, but not where they could have gone. They want to go to grand finals. They want to rematch against the potential of AGAL, but to get there, they've got to get through the titans of the Chinese region, Evolution Power Gaming. Stallions are going to have to fight hard if they want to move forward. It's Stallions versus Evolution Power Gaming in a decider matchup. One key will be crushed. Who will it be? Let's go to the casters to find out.
猎鹰他是越南最强战队，我们要积极备战，准备好下一场比赛迎接他们，加油做好自己吧，努力打好下一场。
Tôi biết Barca là một đội tuyển mạnh, nhưng chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng đánh bại các bạn.
对想对下一个对手说，无论我们打谁，我们都会全力以赴拿下这场胜利。
Estamos evoluindo a cada jogo e espero ser campeão.
在 EWC 2025我们也晋级到了季后赛，但是没有走得更远。希望在2026 EWC 可以更进一步。
I'm very happy to qualify for the playoffs. Whoever we are facing next, be prepared because we are ready.
It is time to start our first match of the day, and what an exciting match it is, as it was last year's third place match, Team Stallions versus Evolution Power. One of these teams must bow out of the tournament in group stage.
And you know what? I love that you brought that up. This is a revenge match, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them had great runs last year, but right now, if they want to keep that run going for EWC 2026, for their chance at glory and this amazing title to my left-hand side, then they are going to have to go through the hurdle that stands across from them.
Absolutely. This is a match with tournament life on the line. The winner will proceed to the playoffs that will start later today. The loser goes home, and of course, a couple upsets happen. We've seen Stallions losing to Team Liquids in the first match earlier, so unfortunate for them. Right now, they have to bring it back. They lost that match last year in the third place, and they're gunning for revenge.
The game is not played on paper, ladies and gentlemen. As you just heard right there, the big-time upset for Team Liquid scoring that victory. But the wonderful thing here is that it is double elimination bracket. That means that these guys still have one more chance. It is time for us to get started with our first match of day 3. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our elimination match. This is the highest level of play.
Absolutely it is. We are ready. The players are ready. The casters are ready. It is time to start Evolution Power versus Team Stallions.
A top 4 finish. A top 4 finish for both of these teams last year, and yet one of them will be facing elimination immediately here at EWC 2026. For Stallions, it's a pocket pick of Subbase. For Evolution Power Gaming, they beat Q9, and now they want to take down the Stallions.
Yeah, it's a lot at stake for this one, right? I mean, we talk about everything for one last chance for both these teams to stay alive, and otherwise that, you know, the loser of this game gets their key crushed and the other team gets to move on and they get to be qualified. So that's a lot of pressure to be built up for both these teams. And again, a little bit of surprising take here from Stallions, considering we, you know, I think all of us on the talent were kind of saying, look, they're one of the heavy favorites. They're one of those top 3 teams. So for the fact that they're in the lower bracket, it has definitely been a sight to see.
Right now for the Stallions, it is a very patient round, which is really uncharacteristic from them. They've got this deep space over towards Wood. For EP, it's just a standard setup. Here for GR, you've got a couple of players over towards A. You've got, that is thinking about making that push, but right now it's very static. Stallions are just trying to sound out this map. They're really hoping for over-aggression. It's not coming in. It is all just spams.
Yeah, a lot of waiting things out, right? I mean, again, this is where I think both these teams have obviously played each other. The desk did a great job just bringing that back up and a lot of the history that's happened. So, again, this is where you're still getting a bit of a feeler. This is where Stallions, they don't want to like overexert themselves yet. They want to make sure they can just take this with a good pace. EP giving a lot of respect, right? They know there's a lot at stake for this game, but this is where now Stallions, they're getting look like they're primed and ready here to get for the plan of attack.
They've traded a lot of utility here as well, and I think that's only going to favor Stallions right now, that they've got a lot more of it as we enter into the closing stages of this round. I'm looking at Lloyd, and I'm thinking that maybe he's got that opportunity more over towards B. Another smoke is going to be put forward. Stallions need to start going now.
Yeah, time is ticking away. 35 seconds remaining. This is where now Stallions, they have to get a move on, and you can see that ZAY goes for the pop flash, but look at that! It's just going to be Stallions that just load things up. Locked and loaded, leaving YH by himself now in a 1-on-3. I don't know, B-Dog. This is a lot to ask for one of your players. This is a tough, tough mission to do in the first opening round.
He can't do it. He's got 23 HP. Would need headshots instantaneously at Stallions for not to react whatsoever. We'll see. In towards the vent. Maybe he's got the drop on one of these players, but no. I mean, look at the bomb. It's already halfway gone. There should be no way back into this round. I love this out of Stallions. It's so patient. They re-smoke off the choke point to block the access from the defenders to get access in towards middle from A, and they just run by. And as soon as you hear that, if you're EP, it's just a desperate push through the smoke. You fall right into the trap. Sure, Wyatt will get one on the way out, but Stallions do not care.
Yeah, that's really nice, though, from Stallions. Again, I like the fact that they just slow things down. They take a lot of tactics on this. And like you said, it was a great little bit of a highlight just saying, look, like we're just going to use our utility. We're just going to try to slowly and surely just get this map control. They don't rush it. I mean, Stallions can be notorious for being a pretty aggressive team. And that's where, you know, players like where the desk has really highlighted it, saying, like, look, he's had a monstrous performance so far in this tournament. He's put up some big, big numbers. So the fact that he's just kind of ramping up and everybody else seemed to get the kills and not even him. That's a great sight already for me. That is like a positive thing for a team like Stallions.
Absolutely, but I'm actually just more curious about the fact that the faster style hasn't come out yet, and maybe they're just setting down the conditioning to EP, saying, look, we're actually going to take our time, we're going to build into these rounds, and then you hit them just with a quick tempo switch. That could be a lot to overbear, especially if EP drop the ball early in some of these rounds. You're really hoping that the GR start is going to give them a number of rounds, because if Stallions gain momentum, it feels like they're a team that can just snowball the game out of control.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because again, it's just Stallions maybe just trying to get them a little bit more conditioned. I think that's the best way to describe it, because you don't want to just go like flooding out the gates and just trying to be ultra aggressive, right? EP are a team that like to take things very slow. They like to play back. So I think that the fact that Stallions is kind of just taking their time with this and again, just trying to see what they can work with is not a bad note at all, considering we just started the first game of the day. Lots of rounds to go, lots of maps to go if needed. And again, this map pool is very interesting considering we are on sub base and Kara, and then even for Eagle Eye to be the finisher, which is very, very unique in my opinion for this matchup.
Yeah, what do you make of this Eagle Eye 2.0 pick as the decider? Because the desk were umming and ahhing about it. This is a map that they have played on historically, but definitely one I think was completely unexpected.
I definitely think for me, like I just think that the fact that EP were they could barely get, they couldn't even get the win against Vitality, right? And that's no disrespect to Vitality, but again, that's a different level of a team you're playing. So I do feel like Stallions, in my opinion, have that veto, more success for them.
Well, let's see if they can get this control. A success story. It's the same round, exactly the same, but it's a lot more forward-facing. This time out of EP, YH just runs down Stallions immediately. That's the bomb dropped. That's the round over. KLP, sure, he's alive for an extra second, but EP, they respond immediately. Stallions, they try and run it right back, and it completely goes against them.
Yeah, that's a big thing from Stallions, right? They try to just do the exact same strategy, like you said, and it almost felt like they're waiting for this, 40-second, 35-second kind of timeline, and they're like, okay, now we go. EP were ready for it. They're like, are they really going to do the exact same thing again? And then they just pop off. So again, really good read from EP. This is where, a lot of us have been questioning EP's performance in this tournament so far, but it seems like every game that they've played, they've gotten better and better and better, right? The first game, super shaky. Everybody was questioning, okay, this is not EP. But now it seems like they're kind of, powering up and getting back into this final form that we have been able to see in them before. So now Stallions, I think, realize and are going to get a little bit of a reality check on this one.
Looks like they want to go faster. Straight in towards this A bomb site. It's blocked off with flashes and smokes, and immediately YH, who was the closer in the previous, now looks to be the opener here in round 3. Stallions will back out. I think the biggest difference in that previous round was I think Stallions wanted EP to have that corridor and then to leave and then bunker down on the bomb sites. Instead, EP, they remained vigilant. Stallions then walked through the wooded area, but they just didn't have control. That was the biggest difference.
Yeah, and the one thing I like too is the fact that Stallions, they're trying to bait the utility, right? So the EP, they're kind of like flushing out their smokes and the flashes on that corridor, that choke point. They're like, look, we need that to be gone, because once it's gone, we know that typically most teams play like a one-man army, one-man anchor. So this is a really smart play. They can burn the time. Like, you still have just over a minute remaining. Now they can go for this pop flash that Loy's about to throw. It's all going to be about YH and ZAY. They have to lock this down. This is a good reposition from the defense.
And it works. And it works even better. Zay able to find a multi alongside YH, and now you need your players to get active for Stallions, and they are. In a blink of an eye, we've actually just evolved into this 1 versus 1. No, ready for XQQ. He spotted him immediately. A dink, but not the fatal blow. Can at least take some time to plant XQQ. Knows exactly where No is and just needs one shot out of this sniper to lock the round in for EP, but No's already repositioned. He's already staring at the stairs, and it's now a leg spotted. Players trading places and kills just not being found. This is so awkward for both players. Now the smoke blocks off. XQQ's got even limited access. Has to go all the way around the world.
Oh my goodness, yeah, no, XQQ with 13 HP has to hit the best shot in the world, and No has to realize this. Look at this, he gives up his back! And XQQ, he gets away with it! He absolutely steals that. No did everything correctly. You saw the first initial duel. He does the damage. He throws the smoke, blocks off the choke point. XQQ is like, okay, let's go to option B. And the fact that he's able to get the perfect timing on that, that is a chef's kiss right there.
I wonder if his tendencies as well for XQQ, because No was really set in stone that he was either going to walk through that smoke or re-peek the window. Never considered the flank, and that's going to be to his detriment. EP EP now get back-to-back rounds. They start to snowball themselves when it comes to the momentum. And Stallions, we're seeing the same opening every single round, back to this wood control.
Yeah, they want to just make sure they can get this presence, right? They just want to see what they can get away with. The fact that they're allowing this to happen EP, but they're putting in a little bit of a trap on it. You have the double player A, you're kind of having double the back here of wood control. That's not bad, but the fact is if Stallions can cross into control room, that's when things can get a little bit scary, right? Because then they get the high ground, then they can make things a little bit of an interesting conversation of an A split. So this is where EP, I get what they're doing, but they gotta be careful because again, it seems like they're playing quite conservative, quite passively on this, but they're just relying on that utility to kind of, buy them the time.
It's really interesting because the games I've seen at EWC this year, especially when it comes to sub-base, is a lot of prioritization towards machine room. It feels like we've barely seen that here for Stallions. Classically, as I'm talking about it, now we get a couple of players moving over. But my next point was going to be, Loy has been fantastic for the Stallions, and it feels like we're not utilizing him in a way that would be beneficial, especially on BL.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and that's a good point you bring up. And again, even with the smoke, I think XQQ, I don't think he was going to be able to spot this yet, but yeah, repositioning, just trying to see if somebody's going to come through sidewalk here, but he's just waiting things out. So he's just kind of clustered in the site, but look at this, double snipers are still here. KLB actually does find the opening duel, so this is really important because again, that wood control is up for grabs. Now, they don't know the A is vacated, but now they're just picking these guys apart one by one right now, like a delicious treat, and now they're, again, able to find 3 in a row where there's somebody's just wide open, and EP are trying to respond, but Stallions, honestly, it just seems like they look for these one-on-one engagements and they prevail.
One-on-one engagements, we go one step further. They were looking for kills all over the map. They basically took the B-bomb site, or at least the staging to do so, and then they go all the way back towards A. They then fight middle again. They are everywhere. Really intrusive round out of Stallions. Makes it so difficult for EP, and also what it does generate is individual fights, and that is the best thing for Stallions. Look at them now. JJ's leading the charge. They're already over towards A. YH has got no idea about this. He might be ready for the players on the stairs, but he's never going to be ready for JJ.
Yeah, that's a perfect trade, though, because, again, he's not expecting it. Yeah, beautiful double kill. And I was going to say, ZIY is not going to be able to respond to this quickly enough, right? Like, he didn't realize these guys already made it down the stairs. That was a really strong position. You can see that JJ was just kind of sitting there, waiting things out. He's like, hey, you have to be the distraction. I'm going to swing for this. If you die, it's all good. It's an instant trade. And the fact that he's able to capitalize on that double kill, again, perfectly done, very well executed here from Stallions. They can wait things out. XQQ getting a little bit desperate, trying to make a play. Rightfully so. You're down in the numbers. You got to do something, right? You got to figure out a way to equalize this.
I really like these aggressive openings from Stallions to fall back into making EP trip up. And that's exactly what you're saying. The fact that Loy's got control of the vents, you then got KLP that is taking more of a passive line with this sniper. And look, they completely circumnavigated the last two players, 2WW, YZK, on completely the polar opposite side of the map. So this will be a bomb plant, and it should be around. In theory, this 4v2 is going to be really tricky.
Yeah, it would be honestly a bit of a throw in some regard, like if Stallions can't, be able to find this. It's a 4-on-2. It's a big advantage. Everybody has pretty much, decent HP. Like JJ sitting at 85. Really, he's the only guy that's taking it significant, and that's, I'm quoting this, it's not really much damage, right? But this is where EP, they're going to have to figure out something because you have 2WW by himself, you have YZK, they're kind of just, again, taking this from a high and low position. It's not going to be easy. YZK should be a dead man walking, and he is. Now just leaving it to one, the new addition of this team, way too much of a tall task here. So now Stallions do put themselves in a lead for the time being.
They're also, as well, I think, setting themselves up where in the next round or two, they're just going to go for a fast play. They're just going to go and spring into life on a bomb site. And I think where the machine room's not really been contested, that is definitely something that is now going through the minds of the Stallions. Can we actually exploit this by going further? Because all the early conditioning has been just on this left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, it's no question about it. And it seems like, for Stallions, like you said, you brought it up originally, right? Just saying, they're just fighting for wood control instantly. They just want that map presence. I do love it. They're being active. They're not just sitting back and waiting. Some teams on the BL side, they like to just kind of really, park the brakes, not really do too much. They like to sit back, but this team, no. They're just trying to constantly move. They're constantly trying to adjust their game plan, which is a great thing to see. And they feel like it's kind of changed that, that pace from a lot of these, CROSSFIRE teams, in my opinion.
It's really interesting just actually watching the way that they go about taking the control. Like this time it has just purely been utility and they're waiting for a reaction. Whilst they're waiting for the reaction outside woods, you've got Loy. Loy has really been designated in this entire half just to lurk and try and find opportunities onto EP players. See if you can get a timing, whether that's through the vent, whether that's through Machine or over towards the BU site. Like, you are looking to exploit. This is what Stallions are doing right now, especially on their BL side. They're playing exploit Crossfire, and they're just really waiting for these mistakes to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that even EP now are putting a little bit more presence on towards like just anchoring on the backside of A. Like, they don't have anybody like behind the single box near the stairway. They're playing, very passively like on the offside of the missile. So they're really just trying to play a little bit more of a passive retake setup, which I'm not fully against. But again, when 2WW is in a wide position like that, that's going to be tough. And even now for YZK, I don't know how he does escape with his life, but he's going to get a second chance at this. 25 remaining for him. And look at Stallions. Again, look at this composure. They are not, like, there's no ants. Everybody's just waiting things out. It looks very cool, calm, and collected.
They've heard the flash as well pop up towards the vent. So they know that EP don't have that control. So we're going to be feeling a little bit paranoid. 30 seconds, and the
Here we go
defense
again.
completely split. And you're right, this is a run back of the first round. YH is going to be feeling a little bit familiar. XQQ's already been pushed back and dinked forward, but YH has been finding all of the space. In goes Lloyd, but XQQ is now replying back instantaneously. But then there's even more trades. Bomb needs to be committed here. KLP and KLB is that dynamic duo to get things done here for the Stallions. And whilst the bomb gets planted, they're not ready for Zay. And KLB has to clutch up for the team, but he can't do it. ZAY does huge work on that flank, and it's again the flank paying off for EP, and the defuse can be locked in. We go back and forth.
Yeah, I love this, and this goes right back to my original point. I was talking about Evolution Power, and they are absolutely powering up. Like, look at the difference of what we've been able to see from the beginning of this tournament to them here and now. This now team is fragging out. Everybody's contributing. It's not just like the 2WW show. It's everybody, equally contributing to this game. Clutches have been able to happen. We see XQQ. He doesn't have to be that, saving grace for these guys as well. Everybody seems to just be ready to go. They want to fight for the glory, and they are going to call the tactical. But again, I think it's just for them to get themselves a bit back in composure. That's a big round that they won, or they were able to win. And Stallions, I mean, this is a good moment for them to figure out what they need to change, because really we're noticing kind of the similar strats, and they haven't been able to really expand their horizons too much yet. But EP are putting up a really good wall of defense so far right now.
I like the idea, like the way that Stallions approach that, especially after hearing that flash that gets thrown in towards the vents, that makes Loy activate, and he can be that player to trade. But it was just so difficult for Stallions. They didn't have clean entries into the bomb site. Like, I actually think that the way that they approached it was completely correct. Like, method-wise, perfect. And I think this is why the pause has actually been called here by EP. They called the pause before they actually won the round, expecting that it was just going to be dropped by the wayside. But I think this is a good reinforcement for the coach, as you say. For Stallions, I think that the way that they're approaching the early stages of the round, fine. I just think maybe you need a little bit more variety here, especially towards B, because there could be a point for EP. And I wonder if the coach is saying this where, sure, maybe one player's holding machine, but you can take a risk at some stage. Maybe you can just go and get all that space for free.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we're seeing the double A is kind of, catching them a little bit off guard too, right? Because typically most teams, they like to have that sole anchor at the A site. You kind of have a guy that's like floating a lot and rotating constantly, but the fact that EP have really designated that seems to be a little bit of a nuisance for these guys, because they're expecting to get that duel, be able to get that bomb down, and then at least we're talking post-plant situations, but not going to be the case yet. And you can see they've actually mixed things up here, EP, so they're going to go back to the singular anchor here in this A site. Now putting that lean towards B and GR spawn, which is definitely fair, because again, they're probably expecting Stallions to want to go a little bit quick on this. They want to gallop, do something fast, and try to get in their face. So it's a good reaction, and like you said, take a little bit of a risk, right? This is where EP need to kind of experiment with some of their defensive setups a little bit here, just to get themselves a more of a convincing lead.
Yeah, it's not a gallop at all in this for Stallions. It's more of a canter. They've actually taken even more of a passive line here. They're just towards the BL side, and they're going to reset themselves. Potentially move forward towards Machine. Okay, that's where the C4 is heading. You still got a couple of players that are investigating wood. You got to put the pressure on to a certain extent, but actually the timing feels okay right now. It's Stallion's move. The biggest thing I'm learning right now here at EWC, though, is that players don't take the timing. They take even more.
Yeah, it is true. And I mean, there is a player close on locker here. I was going to say, I think that's ZAY, and he's posted up, playing a bit of a nice little bit of an off angle. Again, just being able to use that HK which can just be so dangerous for the one-taps here. So again, even just with this like slight sliver of an angle, like even if he misses the shot, he's going to get the intel. That's completely fine. Now Stallions, 45 seconds. Okay, KLP is going to go down quickly. YCK activating the sniper. Look at that again. He's been able to just sing a beautiful lullaby right now for EP. And Stallions, a little bit of sleep now. It's all this down to no. He's on a 1-on-3 task with 30 seconds remaining. Has the bomb, but again, this is where he's expecting EP to make a mistake. He's hoping for a duel. He wants to be able to find something, but no. It's going to be EP. They are absolutely fragging out right now.
Really cool, like mid-round from EP, especially towards the left-hand side where they had that solo player towards A. Instead, what they do is they push it. I was thinking more that it was going to be towards Machine Room. Instead, they crunch it in towards Wood and from the A stairs, and they're just able to upset Stallions. That gives the space for them to flank it into Machine Room as well. That was well choreographed from EP. They take the lead, and to be honest, whilst this game has been quite streaky in nature, for the most part, EP have been in control.
Yeah, it does actually feel like EP have been able to react to a lot of good situations. And like we said, let's not forget there's been 2 clutches that have been able to be decent for them. So this is where, you know, Stallions are a pretty momentum team that, you know, they get really fired up, some big plays and some, you know, big impact that happens. So right now for them, this is a little bit unusual, right? I mean, the fact that they're getting tested this hard, and, you know, I think, again, just going back to what the desk was talking about is that, look, there is a lot of history here. These guys played each other last year, where EP were able to squeak the win. So that's where Stallions, again, they want that revenge factor. They said it fuels them, but you got to make sure it doesn't make you blind, right? You got to make sure that you can stay focused and have that discipline and not letting that, you know, that pressure or that, like, angst to really take over you.
The thing that's confusing me just the most as 2WW gets a crazy kill is that Stallions... We'll look back at this in a sec, because now all the kills are coming in. No, I want to give him his flowers. I want to give him a chance. XQQ will fall. This would be a diabolical 1v4 to drop it if you're EP, but No's been given angles, No's been given opportunities. It's a lazy check on the corner, though. 2WW ends what he starts, and this is the confusing thing now for me, for Stallions, is that in the past couple of rounds, they've deviated away from what was working. And what was working was going very aggressive into a choke point. I really highlight the stairs peak over towards A, where they were able to get the clean trades in towards the bomb site. Here, they're just sitting back, and they're allowing EP a lot more wiggle room and a lot less pressure.
Yeah, and I've been kind of expecting to see EP, or my apologies for Stallions, to be able to kind of just, again, switch this into a new gear. Like, let's get out of second. Let's go to 4th gear. Like, we need to see something a little bit quick. Let's play to your strengths here. Now we get to see No. He's going to get some activation. Now he said enough is enough. I'm going to do everything in my power, my abilities individually. Finds that triple kill. Now Loy's going to be able to find that singular, and there we go. It's the No and the Loy show. These two single-handedly able to get that last round. At least it's something. We're talking in a 5-4 half. EP get it, but for Stallions, man, do they need that for this transition.
Absolutely. They absolutely needed that last one, because now you swap over to GR, and I think for EP, the game plan's going to be the same, and they can be a little bit more passive. They can expect Stallions to make the moves, make the inroads when it comes to at least facilitating gunfights. I mean, look at this. Look how I've never seen a player from EP get this deep in Machine. We're in the first 10 seconds, Stallions are already putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and this is good. I'm glad that, you know, for Stallions, like, again, when these teams on the GR side start to play aggro and they're trying to just fight for map control, this is where a lot of teams, when they're on the blacklist side, this is where they kind of just pull back. Look at EP right now. Like, they have completely pulled on the back of the map. They're like, nope, we're not moving. We're going to wait. We're going to see if Stallions really want to try to, you know, again, I said Gallop, like, racing towards them or not. So this is where they're playing ultra passive and waiting things out. So it is a good mind game that Stallions have been able to play, because now you can see EP, they're like, hey, slowly and surely, we have to refight for this map control.
And to back that up even further, for your point, is that EP are also going double sniper. So they are more than willing just to chill. And there could even be a point where they could wait out the clock so much further, where the sniper doesn't even fire off a shot, and then he could just go and get a rifle.
Exactly. It's a good play, because, again, Stallions weren't fully sure if they were going to double sniper. I mean, it has been pretty much their, you know, take on the GR side, but on the BL, you never really typically know if a team wants to double stick this or not. But in this case, it's a great play. Like you said. I'm glad you bring that up because that just even makes EP more hesitant to what to do. And I mean, there was a lot of comments that I was making in the very beginning where, to me, in the first game I watched them, it kind of felt like everybody was like the chef in the kitchen. Everybody had an opinion. You could see it was very disjointed. This is going to be very interesting because I've been talking about EP powering up. The BL side is definitely going to be the one that has to showcase it now.
Well, that means going into KLP with the sniper miss shot immediately. I actually think he had nades out. That's really difficult because he's being run down. A jump over. It's Lloyd to get the first frag. And can he find even more? Well, at least he's living, but the players in mid aren't. That's awesome from XQQ. Lloyd now having to try and find the success back in towards this bomb site, and it's not working. It is EP powering up, and it's EP holding strong on A.
Yeah, it just feels like, again, these positions from Stallions are just getting a little bit awkward, right? Because you can see the player that's behind the missile. He's just stuck. He's like calling for his teammates, like, you got to flash. You got to do something. I need to get out of this. I'm screwed. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. And then as soon as he goes down, his teammates just cannot seem to find the trade. They can't get the duels that they need to. It's a tough position for someone like Loy in that spot where, like you said, he was trying to stay alive, which was great. But at the same breath, you need to be able to do something to kind of slow this down because EP, they've been able to just take over real estate tenfold. Like, it has been pretty much no contention in that round.
His timing was poor just because he had a grenade out in his hand, I think, when EP swung the corner. But also, like, I'm looking more over towards like the window. I'm looking at JJ in that instance. Like, why are we not peeking the window to help him? Like, it felt like there was no coverage, as you say, and there was no bailout option there for the Stallions. EP just get given the ground. It almost felt like Stallions waved the white flag and were only wanting to fight for the stairs control.
Yeah, I definitely felt like there could have been some like decent counter flashes or something just to be able to like slow something down, right? But it just felt like, no, let's go for a gunfight, and then it got awkward, it got weird, and really uncomfortable.
This is interesting as well. They called a timeout just as the round started.
Yeah, so maybe it could have been just a little bit of a slip where they maybe wanted it a bit earlier, or maybe they really do want to use it for round number 12. So that will be something I'd be curious about just finding out later if we can, but it is very interesting. Maybe they wanted to do it, but they did it too late. So that's going to be my perspective. But either way, the timeout will be beneficial. If they find this round in their favor, it's still a good way for them to just kind of clear the air and figure out what they need to do, because clearly there is definitely some hiccups right now.
Exactly the same round.
Uh-oh.
KLB's got to be careful. Please have your gun out this time. He does. KLB, is he able to survive? He does even better than that. He takes the first blood. And now for EP, they're very committed into this. They're being bombarded with utility. YZK, XQQ low, but it's DAY to get the kills. And then immediately, EP outport on A. Stallions can't hold on. What on earth is happening?
Yeah, this setup is just not working, right? Like, KLB did everything perfectly. He was able to get the, the flash that was perfect, and that's why he got that easy kill. The player was blind. They were just gambling. They had no idea. But then again, there's no reinforcements. They don't have the players to be able to back him up. So he's pretty much on a lonely island, and he has no idea what to do, and all his resources are gone. So now you're putting KLP on this 1-on-3. Look, HP's low, timer's halfway through, but he's going to have to be lights out. He has to be able to find multiple different angles of duels, but it ain't going to happen. It's going to be a full face of lead, and now we're talking about Evolution Power. Slowly and surely, they're on the brink of finding this map.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they are playing, I think, much better than the Stallions right now. It feels like Stallions are maybe just a little bit blinded by the lights on the stage, especially when it comes to these really high-pressure moments, because we were speaking about Stallions and how that they were working the map and how it looked and felt really good, especially in that first half. Now the sides have swapped over. It just feels like they are not playing together as a team. It doesn't feel as cohesive as we're used to seeing. And of course, we're being a little bit critical of the Stallions, but that's because they've given themselves such high expectations, especially over the last calendar year. And that was all the stage and the desk was saying as well, right? These two teams, top 4 at the previous EWC, one of them not even making the playoffs. Like, this is looking a little bit dire, a little bit out of sorts and out of whack, especially for Stallions when this is their pocket pick. This is the map that they like to go into, especially against EP.
Yeah, and this again goes back to where, I'm glad you bring up the expectations, because I think where Stallions have really catapulted on a high position, right? Like, they're one of the teams from their region where everyone was like, nobody really knows much about them. They showed up for some qualifiers last year. They were able to upset some big teams. Then they started ringing the alarm bells. Everyone's like, hang on a second, like, who are these guys? And I think you kind of go from that, like, unknown, people don't know who you are, to being just, again, in the conversation of a favorite in the tournament. And I did kind of beg the question with this, with some of the talent, where I was like, look, is that a bad thing for these guys? Like, is that where maybe it's getting in their head a little bit, where they know they're one of the best teams and they know in their region they are the best team? I don't know. They're a young group. They're a young team. So that's maybe one of these hurdles that they are going to need to overcome, right? Because they have gone deep in tournaments, but at the same breath, I mean, they haven't been able to really, get over the line with some of these top, CFPL teams that they have to go against.
When expectations change, when you become championship mentality, your identity shouldn't change as a consequence.
Yeah.
And it really does feel like Stallions, especially in this game, compared to previous ones, previous openings, they definitely changed up the way that they've been playing, and it is really affecting them. At least we've got deep coverage in this round, right? We've got we've got Loy all the way in towards Machine, but EP, they understand this is going to be the consequence. They understand that Stallions potentially are going to go back towards that line of thinking. They're just going to be patient. We know that they've got the time to do so. That bomb actually is congregating over towards Machine Room. There's going to be a big fight here in a sec.
Big duel, a lot of bodies onto this one, so it's a little bit of a bar fight, and now No's going to be able to find that opener, but now Loy, he needs to be able to do something beautiful, and at least it's something to find that double. So it gives the slightest advantage right now for Stallions, gives them that one player up in the advantage. But is it really going to matter right now? You still have YZK, he's been playing phenomenal. You have XQQ, he's had himself a very decent tournament so far. These two guys alive, that is still a big threat right now.
And these fights are individual, but they haven't over-rotated massively. So you've got KLB that can still sort of be here towards JJ, but there's that opening pick. And as I say, KLB can now rotate over. Smokes will come in, but KLB's already ahead of the line. Did YZK spot him? Did he see? KLP
Yes.
did immediately. And yeah, you're right. Maybe it doesn't matter. KLP, now part of that dynamic duo, has to clutch up in this 1v2 here for Stallions. This feels like a clutch of seismic proportions. You need to get this done over the line. Throws it into the 1 versus 1, searching for an opportunity, but the smoke is up. And YZK is out of there.
Yeah, you can see that even YZK is actually repositioning himself in the same position,
smart.
right? He's like, look, my teammate did this. Maybe I can reposition. He's going to go all the way around. Oh, my dear goodness. KLP has no idea. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. And how does KLP get away with it? I do not understand. It's different clutches from both these teams. But Stallions, a lifeline from KLP, gets something back for revenge. But my goodness, I felt like EP had that one so easily in the bag.
All he needed to do was just slow down and be a little bit more patient. You take an extra 2, 3, hell, even 5 seconds there, and you've got that round in the palm of your hands. Crazy shots from KLP, who understands exactly what's going on. That's how much it means to the Stallions. That was the most crucial round so far we've had in sub-base.
Man, this map is absolutely delivered, and this is only game 1 and map 1, right? Like, this is nuts. And again, I mean, Stallions, they absolutely needed something, right? Because if they would have lost that clutch, that would have been an 8-4 that we're talking about. EP would have been just riding on a high from that too. So thankfully for Stallions fans, live another day on this one. And if we know anything about both these teams, like, these guys are grinders, right? Like, these guys will absolutely go the distance if they need to, especially EP has proven that, many times in this tournament so far. But we'll have to see what happens here and now. Single sniper here for the Stallions, and it does look like the same effect here for EP, so they're not going to double on this one.
It's interesting how they're using the sniper for EP in this round. This was a lot more of a lurk. Like, you just dropped the grenade outside of Machine Room, and now YH really wanted to fight. I like the double nades. That's actually going to force JJ away from the fight, so he can't swing off the Stallions flashbang. No's now trying to occupy space, but 2WW's in the vent.
Yeah, this is good, though. 2WW's position is very strong because, again, No's not even spotting this at all yet. They're hyper-focused. They're worried about wood control. So 2WW might be able to find the best timing in the world. If there's a flash that comes through wood, he could actually try to drop down, and he has himself pretty much guaranteed a free kill. So now you can see KLB's yelling for reinforcements, and JJ finds the spray down, looking for a little bit more, but it seems like his appetite was a bit too big, and now Loy does respond back, but again, Bodies are starting to hit the floor, but this time it's EP side. Stallions get a wake-up call, and it's 2 in a row for them.
Huge round out of Loy. Like the fact that he catches 2WW, because as you're saying, look, you've got that crossfire spinning up into gear for Stallions, but 2WW could have undone all of that, especially where so much resource was being put forward just to get him there, to get him the chance to have the multi-kills. It doesn't happen. It's a one-round game. And now here for EP. They don't have the sniper spotting out machine. XQQ is going to go over towards Wood, and he's really hoping that JJ will overextend. That's close, but not quite.
Yeah, some warning shots a little bit from XQQ, but now this is a round that we're probably going to see everybody just, again, kind of slowly pump those brakes and just say, look, we got to take a breather. This thing's getting really, really close. I mean, we're talking about EP. They had a lead. Now that lead is dwindled a little bit. Now Stallions realizing, look, we got to make sure we don't get too ahead of ourselves. We got to make sure we take this round by round. So both these teams putting a lot of respect for round number 14.
Look at the read. Like, they've completely given up this mid side. They've completely given up Wood. And Stallions have said, look, we feel like you're going to come in towards the speed bomb site. Come get it. Walk into our setup. Crossfire feels good between Loy and No, and you've even got KLP that can take first contact.
Yeah, and look at Loy's position right now, because again, he might be able to just surprise this. No's going to try to be the first point of contact, then it's his teammates going to be able to swing. Loy! There it is! That's what I'm talking about! Finds that double kill, but again, not enough. You see that YZK still putting up a little bit of a threat, but his HP's low. It's already well over less than half. And now KLP getting a little bit hungry, wants this duel. Maybe that could be dangerous, but his teammate's there to save his back.
Getting a little bit frustrated with EP in some of these rounds, and just the deployment of their sniper in particular and what they're trying to accomplish here. So again, back-to-back rounds actually feels like XQQ is just not really relevant in the round whatsoever. And I don't know if this is a sub-based thing, especially over on BL, but it feels like it'd be a lot more beneficial if he's with the pack.
Yeah, I agree, and this is where like kind of these lurks can be a little bit of a problem. Oh man!
Oh no!
What a massacre! What a bit of a speed run! This is a DM round if I've ever been able to see one. It's a flawless one to add on to injury, and now Stallions, they got themselves a lead.
And that is classic Stallions, and that is going to get in the head if you're EP, because they've just run you down. That round has been the quickest we've seen all map long, done and dusted within 15 seconds.
And that's what we were talking about, right? We were like saying, look, like Stallions are a team, they like to get in your face, they like to get ultra aggressive.
They're doing it again.
And it's perfect. Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got to try it again.
They're through the smoke.
And EP are not ready for this. Like, what is going on? Now EP, they lose their first body because they're realizing, okay, I think Stallions are really doing this again.
Look at 2WW.
This is not good.
2WW's in the vent now.
Oh, dear. This could be bad, though.
Oh, look at this. Is so weird. KLP's just going to get backstabbed. I love this. He's waiting so patiently because now he can find the double kill. 2WW. How about that for a lurk?
What an amazing read from the new addition of this team. And like you said, there was a bit of mistakes made from Stallions. Again, they go for the aggression. They find the duel. A nade getting pulled out because he's like, I know he's behind the door. If I throw this nade, I'm going to kill him. He gets swung. He gets removed. This is a huge play. 2WW has proven countless times how much of a value he is for this team.
You almost get tunnel visioned if you're Stallions. You're making the same play again, right? And then you get immediately shut down. Look at this. I love it out of XQQ. Now we're getting the sniper to be a bit more proactive. EP missed the shot, missed the mark. They back out.
And now for EP, XQQ is taking some big damage on this one. But again, now for Stallions, they're going to give up that wood control. They're not going to play ultra aggressive again. They're just trying to, again, just kind of throw a couple jabs, kind of get a little bit of damage inflicted here. That's fine. And look at EP. Right back to the way they've done this, taking this ultra slow. They're going to wait things out, collect their thoughts, figure out what do they want to do. This is where Stallions, they got to be careful too, because we already see them burning a smoke. I really want to make sure they can preserve that utility as much as possible right now.
I was going to say, like, it feels like the global risk side are rattled right now because they don't want to push in case they get held. So instead, they are just blocking with their utility, but they are depleting it at quite an alarming rate. YH has got good space over towards Machine, starts spamming the wood, expecting players to be there. It's just Loy. It's Loy versus the world. If EP decide to commit in and instead they don't, they're going to reset the situation, but that's going to play right into Stallions' hands.
Yeah, and the thing that's been really noticeable about EP is that typically we see XQQ as that guy that's the lurk. The previous round, we got to see 2WW. He was like, hang on, man, I'm going to play the same game here. Let me lurk. Let me find the timing. So this is where they're mixing things up nicely. KLB now with the flash. He's going to have to be able to find these kills, but JJ has been able to save him. But again, the new addition of 2WW still prevails. He's still just being that threat. That dagger seems to be going a little bit deeper, but what is going on? That was just throwing a pistol to a gunfight.
They just keep relocating. EP are now trying to drag the rotations away, now trying to drag them right back. 2WW is taking matters into his own hands, and this is either genius or insane, and I can't figure out which one. He's got the C4 by himself over towards the vent, and with 20 seconds left, that surely is a determining factor. You can't go forward. You have to go in towards B, surely, but no, instead, he goes further.
Oh man, is he really going to drop? Okay, so if he drops and he's dead, this could be all over the placement. And there he is, makes his presence known, but luckily Loy is going to be able to save it. That was a really risky move. And honestly, like you said, I saw the bomb there and I'm like, no, like there's just no way you're doing this again. 2WW has clearly made his position vent control, right? He wants to go there. I thought it was a bit dicey for me, and it seems like it is, right? Now Stallions have put themselves on map point. I don't know how we got here, but we're here. And the way that this game's going,
we need more.
It's going to be more, right? Like, it has to be.
It has to be. This is nice. This is a lot more aggressive. You just got to go together in that 2v2. Once you made the decision to disengage from A, you have to go B.
I absolutely agree.
I really thought they dragged the rotate out. I thought they'd give themselves a chance to set up a good crossfire in that after plant. We don't even get to an after plant. Overcomplicated. Pressure now being applied at the highest level here in our elimination game. And now we've got EP, basically everyone together. We're just going to ignore XQQ. We know he's going to be over there by himself. Going in towards B. We live and die on the same machine room crossfire that broke EP's back and gave Stallions momentum initially.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this little bit of a pyramid here from Stallions. Again, they're just waiting for this because No should be the player that's just like kind of posted up on this. They're spamming Loy. Great read from EP. They're like, okay, everybody just spam it. He should be here. Now they should realize, okay, this is the setup that broke our backs originally. Let's just wait things out. Let's not try to take this. We need to just disengage for the time being.
This is nice out of JJ. He's just re-peeked in towards Wood, dropped a deep nade as well, expecting there to be the slight difference is XQQ, no sniper. He's actually just gone straight for the rifle. 2WW in the vent again. This is only unexpected so many times. Surely Stallions are going to be covering the vent now.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's becoming a little bit more of like an obvious thing that we're noticing from them. But again, he has been able to get away with it. But KLB, like, I'm going to eat my own words. He's going to pop and just get like a double kill or something.
They're out A. Like, there's no one here to defend this. Now 2WW must be thinking, well, this guy has to be in towards the window. KLB now gets the bad news, but he still gets rid of ZAY. And now 2WW can just lie in wait. Overtime hinges a lot on whether he can find a multis XQQ. Instead, it's 2WW getting the frag. And in fact, everyone from EP is now dialed in. It's all up to No, as it normally is for Team Stallions. But clutching this is going to be borderline impossible. And YH will lock it in. We will need more rounds here on the A stream.
Yeah, that was just, again, I feel like Stallion just kind of played a silly little bit of a tactic. Like, they were playing the full retake, but I mean, it was a good idea from the player in window or in, in the control room like that, where he was just trying to get that one duel. But again, nobody's there to be able to be assistance. And then that lurk from 2WW just seemed to be a little bit too problematic. You had a player trying to go through vent. He gets removed. So, yeah, we're going overtime. We were talking about it, and it's going to definitely deliver. We said this game had a lot at stake for a lot of different reasons, and boy, oh boy, this thing ain't over yet.
At least we get a side switch. We can see Stallions now on the offense, and it's the fastest we've ever seen. Stallions take space over towards Wood. Surely that nade will do the job on 2WW. Lives on a prayer, and then some. It's actually ZAY to get rid of KLP, and he follows it up on towards Loy. Sure, 2WW get eliminated, but at what cost?
Yeah, I love the pace change on this from Stallions. I love the fact that they just tried to get ultra aggressive. A little bit of robbery for 2WW not to go down instantly like that. I thought the nades were going to do the job. Now for Stallions being down the numbers, they're going to have to figure out how do they find a duel? How do they engage in this one-on-one battle? Well, YZK, he's the guy that's sniping as well as XQQ. So this is where, again, they're going to have to be able to find him and making sure they can out-duel him. He's been lights out so far. YH getting ultra aggressive. I was thinking that might be a little bit careless, but he gets away with it. And now, the fact that KLB is just going for a swing here too. He needs to be able to find this double kill. Not going to happen. And XQQ delivers time and time again.
It just feels so scary whenever you see sort of those types of fights lean up, especially in the favor of Stallions. And yet XQQ holds on with his pistol, guarantees the fight. Stallions known to overpeak. This time is an exception. That should be the way that they try and get in towards that A-bomb site. Does not happen. And look how much it means to them.
Yeah, the rhythm seems to be a little bit off for Stallions right now. I really feel like they're kind of just surviving. They're kind of gasping for air, right? I mean, this is where I think EP have really been playing the better game so far.
This is really cool. They triple swung on towards the choke point. Now they're almost boosted on top of his head. I don't know about this one. YH under an excruciating amount of pressure. Wide swing in for YH. And all of the kills being collected as well.
Oh my goodness. You talk about somebody delivering as an anchor, and that is the best demonstration you can have right there. It seemed like he was gone, but maybe not.
Difficulty is getting the bomb. That's going to be the real test for Stallions. It is deeply nestled within the A-bomb site, and Stallions are nowhere near. It relies on Loy maybe going through the window or maybe going all the way around the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they're going to have to be perfect on the timings, right? Again, they have a minute and 30, but look at XQQ. He's just lined up ready. They could try to go all the way around potentially on this, but they're going to have to somehow slither through this. And they have that utility available for both these players, so they could try something, but even just going dry like this is not a bad idea. You're kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game.
Don't throw util. Don't throw util. Like, surely they'll know exactly where you are if you throw the utility. No, actually, smoke off XQQ. Remember, YH incredibly low. 1 minute left on the clock. I guess you can still relocate here if you're Stallions, but they want to take the fight head up. Nice nade. Or at least flashbangs, but YH has got a supreme angle despite his low HP. Loy will eventually get the best of him, but XQQ in the meanwhile on site will deal with his teammate. And now it falls to Loy to try and clutch things up. XQQ has been harassed by nades at the back of the bomb site. Will finally be living, but only on a small amount. It's Loy to reset the situation, to try and scavenge a 1-versus-1 fight, but YZK feels like he's expertly ready for this. Loy, how's the timing? It's not good enough.
I don't know why these guys are not checking their corners. Like, we've now seen 2 different rounds where these guys are not checking a basic angle. Like, I mean, again, you know that teams like to play that stair position. You know that would have been smart. You know there's a player missile. You knew there was a player just on the side boxes there. You're thinking, okay, where on earth would that third guy be? And he's going to be here. So, I mean, YZK like gets gifted a kill. A little bit of a misplay, in my opinion, from Stallions. That was an opportunity. They could have clutched it. It was definitely difficult. Do not get me wrong, but there was a world they could have made that happen.
He just needed to look at his corner.
You just got to check your 6, man. You know, like, you just got to check around.
You had time.
You do. And that's the thing. Like, he had plenty of time. I love the re-rotate he was going for and repositioning and everything, but it just felt like he was kind of antsy, like, okay, I got to take down this, you know, player and missile. That's all he did. He got kind of laser tunneled, or tunnel visioned, I should say. Not even a laser.
He was locked in.
Yes. If he was a laser, he would have won it. Whew. 21 rounds. We go, B-Dog.
And then some.
And then some.
Potentially even more. Stallions will now go towards Machine Room. And in fact, it's going to be a very quick hit towards the B-bomb site. And again, Stallions, this is their trademark. This is pacey. Let's see if they can get in.
Look at ZAY. Again, he's going to get smoked out here too, but he's got the perfect rifle for this battle if needed. And Stallions, do you disobey this? Do you actually just try to, you know, abuse this smoke? And it looks like they're going to. And now ZAY can only get the 1 kill.
Good
That's
trade.
a perfect trade here from Stallions.
And then they cut through. They completely eviscerate this bomb site as until YZK happens. He's able to get not only 1 kill with the sniper, 1 with the pistol, 2 WW rotates in time, and it's a comprehensive shutout from EP.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm definitely, you know, when we're talking about MVPs for like a map, I'm definitely thinking that YZK has got to be on the top here. He's been able to find multi-kills. He's finding these duels that are so impactful at the right moment, the right time. Look at even there, just getting a double kill. Look at how much that disjointed the attack. And Stallions, they fell right on their knees.
They've been very impressive. I think 2WW has also been very significant, especially considering like his tenure within this team is just very recent. XQQ's now just found the opener, and this is smart. This is just direct. KLB now needs to spin up a multi, and how about a collateral then? 3 kills immediately. YZK drops to the same fate. And now XQQ can't hold on. Power couple on that bomb site. JJ and XLB will shut down A.
That's what he's been waiting for, right? He's been playing this like sole position, just anchoring that, missile into that truck, and then he finally is able to showcase what he can do. And then it's beautifully done, like you said, just tapping away, being able to find those duels, and that's something they needed. But now they're gonna have to do everything in their abilities. They have to absolutely dig deep in the pocket here to pull 2 rounds in a row, then to push this thing to a golden round. I'm not to say it can't happen, it definitely can, but man, what a task to have ahead of you.
Just feels like you've got really meticulous gameplay up against just mechanical brilliance. And you are really just clashing heads all the time in these rounds. Still stressful for Stallions.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like this, in my opinion, I feel like Stallions have been just, again, in the deep end of the pool. They've just been, like, struggling to get their breath, right? They just can't seem to be swimming that well. It's the EP that I feel like have been just treading on decent water this whole game.
Just feel like you expect a little bit, like, I know No's only got 14 like frags, and that's still pretty impressive, but I just expect more meaningful output from him. Same with KLP as well on that sniper. XQQ's been brilliant at finding openers. Just need a little bit more towards the back end of this game now for KLP.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like some of the players have been able to give us like little moments of brilliance, but then it just seems like it fades away into the darkness. So this is where now Stallions, their backs are on the board. They cannot sacrifice another round. It is pretty much, you have to be perfect. This is now where you're going to have to do everything to line up everything. Cross your T's, dot your I's, and get this thing done.
Check your corners.
Yeah, check your dang corners.
This is a nice little jump from KLB just to try and get advanced info. But you know where 2WW is always going to be. This is nice. This is a lot of wood control now for EP. KLB will spot them at least, so at least Stallions understand what's happening. Deep nade. Oh, that is brilliant. Onto JJ, and now we can't push.
Yeah. He hasn't been in this position before, though, right? So this is where, again, EP, are they going to expect this?
They're expecting no, and they're expecting JJ too. But immediately, all the screws just get undone by Stallions. It's really nice from EP. And they're going to lock this game out, surely.
There you go. It's done and dusted. Evolution Power have been able to get across the finish line on map number 1. What a nail-biter for EP to be able to pull through, but Stallions, they did not make it easy, but EP have definitely showed us that they are still here to compete, and they absolutely do not want to go home yet.
Yeah, look, this is now stressful for Stallions because it felt like they were in the lead. EP took over. Stallions then mounted another comeback, and it felt like their map choice was going to go in their favor. And now what have you got instead? You've got Ankara, you've got EP's pocket pick, and Stallions are now really on the back foot. They risk elimination, and they risk their key being crushed.
Yeah, these couple minutes are going to have to be critical for Stallions. They're going to have to figure out a way for them to be able to pull something through. They're going to have to figure out a way that they can get something done, but a lot at stake, a lot of conversations to be had. We'll let the desk break it all down for us because, again, they're going to have a lot of words to say for this one. So, guys, take it away.
The rematch from last EWC is well underway, and what a battle it was for the win, which EP was able to accomplish. Stallions tried to fight back, even at the very start, right? Winning round number 1, but then EP fights back. Stallions forced to then recover. They do so, but then in the end, it was EP ultimately getting the win. Such a violent battle all the way through. Ends 13-10, Kyle, and I gotta say, it was a lot closer than I thought it would be. It went a lot longer than I thought it would as well.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth in this one, but it's a huge win for EP because historically this is not the map this team takes away from Stallions, and now the rest of this pool looking very, very good for EP moving forward.
Yeah, we were surprised that the sub-base was allowed through, right? That it wasn't just banned in the first phase there, but you could tell that Evolution Power have done their homework, right? They were really anticipating this pick, and there was a lot of great counterplays, right? We could see that when they came to the Blacklist side, there were a lot of these early punishes on A, multiple rounds in a row, and you could see that then there was this reaction from Stallions to start moving things up, but that was anticipated by Evolution Power, and it really felt like they had a great read on the game. Great comeback from Stallions, don't want to discredit them at all, but Evolution Power have seriously done their homework.
Yeah, Lucy, that's a great point, and something Kyle also brought up to me as well. Like by round 3, you were like, okay, I can see why EP let this map get through despite Stallions being so talented when it comes to sub-base. EP came in with a totally different game plan than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, the big thing they changed here is the number one mistake everybody makes against Stallions is allowing them to take 1v1 aim duels. They played this as a unit. They made sure No wasn't able to get those multi-kill threads we're used to seeing out of him, and they were always catching him in rotation, which I really loved seeing from EP. Yeah,
because it was a period, right, where Stallions were able to get away with that. It felt like, you could see that they were about to come back into the game and get this really great run on the Blacklist side, and they had this great fluidity to their gameplay, right? It really felt like they were in this flow state, but then Evolution Power able to disrupt that consistently, and you can kind of see here in the distribution of kills. I mean, such a massive setups from some individuals. XQQ, absolutely phenomenal. I think that clutch that he won out when he repositioned around and caught them in the backside, I mean, that was a real start for Evolution Power to get back into the game.
XQQ on the snipe was phenomenal, locking lanes down, hitting excellent shots. 2WW was also sensational. The new addition to Evolution Power, replacing Mino. We've talked about that storyline, but 2WW so valuable to this team, Kyle.
100%. Not only him, I feel like YH as well stepped up a lot. Looking at those A anchors in particular, there's so many key moments from him. I think back to that 3K where he just could not be traded, and that was such a pivotal round to push EP into overtime. And with 2WW's mind behind this team now as well, they feel like they've reached a new height.
Yeah, I mean, there were still some great moments coming through from Stallions. Like, you remember the KLP 1v2, right? Where that kind of was given over to him a little bit with the sound cues coming through. But you can see the nerves starting to arise from both teams. And I think that's a big thing with this matchup for me because, there's been such a big hype around Stallions after last year. It's very different coming through as the underdogs, as this unknown team. Now you're a team that people know how you play. They know what to expect. They know exactly the sort of crossfire that you want to play, and they're going to be prepared for it. And the pressure changes in that dynamic. You're no longer the underdogs, you're the favorite, and people are coming for you.
Coming from Indeed, Stallions got to snap back if they want to stay alive, but now they would need to win 2 back-to-back maps. Hey, EWC play is phenomenal. We've been looking at some of your predictions, and there's other ways to get involved. Check it out.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. How blow the house down.
Stallions, Evolution Power Gaming, it's not done with by any stretch of the imagination. We're going into game 2, and I would be remiss if I did not see a tiebreaker game number 3. I think that's where we're going. Next map is going to be on Ankara. A different play style compared to sub-base, and also the map pick for the Stallions overall. EP actually going with the sub-base pick. So for Ankara, we know Stallions, they've got a deep map pool. They understand Ankara even better than sub-base, I would have to say. Going into this, though, how do you think this matchup is going to look, Kyle?
I feel like this is a really strong map for EP. It's been avoided in a lot of the series they've played so far, but I think this is actually one where they can take it 2-0. Historically, they've been a very, very strong team on this map, and Stallions, they've looked pretty shaky on this map lately.
Yeah, they avoided it in both the vetoes they played against this team, even first banning it once instead. So it was a really nice pick over the Black Widow when it wasn't available. This has been played twice by Stallions here so far, as you say, right? One, it was a great win over Geeky, but against Liquid, not so great, right? It was 10-5. And my big concern really is, again, the playstyle, right? You can really slow it down here for Evolution Power, which disrupts Stallions, but also the snipers, right? KLP, I don't think we're getting the highs maybe we hope from him, whereas XQQ, it feels like he can do no wrong.
Yeah, you know, Evolution Power Gaming, big talking point there when they lost to Vitality was they looked discombobulated, didn't have a designated IGL leading the charge. It seems like they put all that to the side coming into day number 3. Because let's face it, they realize if we don't come in all succinct and on the same page, we're not beating Stallions.
Yeah, you can tell they've really adapted throughout this tournament. They had one of the roughest starts we've seen, but since then looking stronger and stronger every time they get in the server, and now they have a pick they're very comfortable on to go into to try and close out this series.
Stallions, they've got to fight back. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to lift the trophy. Going into it, we take a look at No, the star-studded player who pulled off 26 kills on subbase just yesterday. This time, only 19, still very respectable. The score was incredibly close, but they're going to have to dig deep, and Coach Tanks is going to have to get them all on the same page and give them the confidence because they're going to need it. Evolution Power Gaming leading 1-0 in the series, but we head to Ankara. Will Stallions come back, or will they be eliminated from this year's EWC? Let's find out. Casters, take it away.
Should be a really difficult game now for Stallions, but I'm with the desk. I'd love to see a tiebreaker between these two teams because I feel like they earned it, especially after that sub-base. But with EP taking it, now onto their choice of Ankara, there's going to be a really, really tough challenge here for the Stallions, unless Loy can start getting kills like that.
Yeah, maybe there was just enough fuel for these guys and Stallions with that loss that they're like, okay, now we got to do the reverse sweep. We got to get things done, but we'll have to wait and see. It's a good opening duel. They take down the heavy hitter of 2WW. The double sniper is going to be available here for EP. They're not going to let go of that game plan and that strategy, so we'll have to see how they'll play into effect of this. But now the defense has to play this 2-2, but it's looking a little bit thin on the B side. This A side, if Stallions decide to go for it, they are kind of running into a little bit of a trap. YH has to pop off. That's a good kill. That's the bomb down as well. Whoa. Oh, beautifully done being able to find the 2. And look at this. B-Dog, they are just making a massacre out of this. And Stallions, they can't find seem to find a trade until then.
That's a massive overextension. I can understand why he's done it, right? A lot of damage over towards No. But at least that's bought time. Although I say that, XQQ is nowhere near. So YZK, you feel like it has just got to take his time. No, will pick up the sniper because it's on low HP. Has a little glance. Bomb not committed just yet. And again, that is just slowing down the rotation here of EP. But No, really cognizant of the fact that they could be all the way around the world. I don't know if I like this. No, having a look with the sniper and he spots one player. Are they going to swing this? Surely not. Surely you just plant the bomb, or maybe you can just get the kill. Nice from No. And surely this is a Stallions round.
Yeah, you got the time. I mean, it's good that they're actually just trying to play together. And look at that. Even for No, he's like, yeah, all right. I'm annoyed. I'm going to be able to find some kills. I'm just going to go into activation mode and do what I need to do. And I don't even mind it. It can be risky, I agree, but I think considering they had that over a minute that they had remaining, why not go for the double swing? Why not just try to take down that player? Very, very nicely done. Good communication from this squad, being able to just, utilize an isolated duel and just guaranteeing themselves that opener.
Feels bad for YH because it felt like he did everything there as well. ZAY overextends massively. And again, you understand because of the low HP, but it's that butterfly effect into giving Stallions the round. And if EP were able to maybe generate momentum early in Ankara, surely that is Stallions just out of the series. It's an important round despite it only being the first.
Good little attempt on the nades here just against ZAY, but doesn't do too much damage, but at least it's something. Anything will do. You got to wound these guys somehow. Ooh, and they're going to go for the A-pop. I like this. Depending, and looks like they're only going to have just the one player throwing the paw flashes. I'm kind of wondering where the lineup's going to be on the top box here, but maybe they're just going to try to just go for the paw flashes and just barrel on in.
No's got one as well, so maybe you can double stack it. just to break through.
Yeah.
Instead, it's the smoke being lined up, and there goes those pop flashes over the top, and the trade is good enough.
So they got to be careful, though, because the smoke's not really blocking the fence here, so this allows ZAY to still be, you know, a bit of a threat. Now they're finally getting them through. They got themselves through the main corridor, so now they're just going to wait on that util. But now EP, indeed, they're starting to pick up some kills. They're already hot on the heels.
They've even planted the bomb. So 2WW's putting a lot of pressure on XQQ, then tries to come around the corner. It falls to Loy, and if he can pick off some stragglers, that could be the way back in. Meanwhile, No has dealt with ZAY. That gives space on the site indirectly, and that means that Loy and No are now going to regroup and try and plant.
Yeah, they still got 39 seconds that they can work with, but again, they got to be careful about this too, because you can get this plant through. You're not going to get spotted, so this is going to buy them a little bit more time. But in their best case, if they can find a duel right here and now, that can equalize things. Again, two of these players are very wounded. Like, these guys are just limping through this. Like, they are not surviving well on it. But No is trying to just reposition as much as possible. Nade's going to be a bit too premature. So it is going to have to be a bit of a gunfight in this battle. How do EP want to take this? Again, XQQ's going in by himself, and now No, he's tasked here with a 1-on-3, making it down to the 1-on-2, and EP with a big swing. And they're right back into this game.
I could be mistaken, but I think the role of XQQ is really cool in this round because he was deliberately spotting to see whether they had crossed towards CT or not, towards the GR spawn, excuse me. And because of that, what happens is you then get the players just closing up because he spots both of them on the bomb site. So you know the flank can then close in, and it's a really effective squeeze coming in from EP. Nicely handled by that sniper. As Stallions just can't hold on. And it's a good idea from EP. They're already making the map feel a lot more claustrophobic just by pushing the extremities.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good play from XQQ. Just, again, be a little bit of the sacrifice, too, right? Just like, yep, it's all good. And if he goes down, then he can at least communicate that, look, like, they went against me. They're putting their attention on this way. You have a split second. Take it, right? So it's a good thing when you have that number advantage, especially in Crossfire. You can take, you know, a world of opportunities here where, you know, Stallions were just desperate for a duel. Oh. Good shot from Loy. Nice little bit of a taparino. So now YH not going to be able to find it. Stallions don't want to take advantage of this, though, right? Normally we see a team, they win that duel. They kind of want to barrel on in quickly. They want to rush into it. This time, they're going to catch their breath. They're going to take a little bit more on this one. And EP, they're going to have to reconvene their game plan. And you can see AA leaving the singular in mid and just that sole anchor of XQQ and B to lock things down.
Look at the nades as well. Like, they actually got a lot out of that just from getting the opening kill. ZAY doesn't have any utility whatsoever. So you're relying a lot more on gunfire. You're relying a lot on XQQ to be able to hold the line here for EP. Feels like 2WW could rotate over, flashbang forward, and now another smoke being dropped by Stallions. They're really selling the idea, and that's going to keep EP rooted, at least for a moment.
It's all about this timing. Good flashes coming through. Is XQQ going to be able to reposition himself? His teammates are starting to make the rotate through. Look at that low ground. He does find the one only. But now YZK close into the site. I don't know if Stallions are going to be aware of that. That might be a little bit of a peekaboo, but now they do. The suspicions are true. And look at this, Lloyd just absolutely popping off now, leaving it to ZAY, and Stallions very much a fire in the belly to still keep themselves in this game.
Tell you what, I'm really impressed with the way that they go through that bomb site because 2WW's got the kill. He's now running all the way around. You then got that disjointed spacing that is actually going to work out when you've got a lurk and a flank on from EP. It was a player in the site that I think wide swings way too much. YZK, if he just chilled for a little bit, all the contact was being taken elsewhere. He could have been that fly in the ointment. He could have been the ultimate disruptor there for EP. Instead, he overplays his hand and he gives Stallions all of the fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, you know, again, these split-second decisions can be so detrimental, right? Where we see some of these guys that are that one quick decision and it becomes problematic. And like you said, YZK, he was very lights out in the beginning, and now look at JJ. Look at JJ. He just goes on in. He's like, oh, okay, I don't want to do this. I don't want to have the right protocols. I just want to be loose and unorthodox. I want to be able to find something. So now they got themselves a plant.
And what does that mean? He wants to play like the way Stallions have been playing. And that's how they should. Like, I'm being serious. Like, it's really nice to see that JJ is just taking that initiative. Good finds, though. Remains QQ and 2WW. That was out of nowhere. So now you've got a significant player disadvantage. This has all crumbled. It's felt really good on the entries, and those are the only 2 kills that Stallions can find. EP, very much like sub-base, they don't allow Stallions to snowball a lead.
Yeah, the positionings from EP was great because, again, you could see that Stallions were trying to get an aggressive post-plant positions. They were just trying to take some control, but EP were just kind of sitting back. They're already ready, expecting that to happen, and they read them like a book. So it's just a bit of a misplay from Stallions. I mean, it's a tough one because we give a lot of criticism for teams that just kind of like hunker in the site. It's not going to be easy, but it seems like everybody just tried to spread out as much as possible, but it just felt like a bit too much all at one shot.
It feels like a common criticism, especially here at EWC. It's just that players make individual moves when they should be thinking about the team identity and moving together and being tradable. Like, I feel like a lot of these rounds go typically awry because you're giving over individual gunfights when you really don't need to.
Yeah.
That's something that AGAL was really good at, and that is why they're the defending champions, because the way they set themselves up, especially in post-plants and retakes, they're always together. King Zero the same.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I think it's the best way you described it. It's just the protocols, right? Those protocols are just like top notch, like A+. So that's where some of these teams, we get to start seeing these, like, you know, the Achilles heel where they're starting to make these little mistakes, but it can have such a big impact in the game. So, and that's what it is, right? We talk about the split-second decisions that can be just so detrimental in a game.
This is scary here. 2WW just on his own, essentially, and he was just jiggling just to get information. Has got the info, and it's going to be a rude awakening. Those nades straight into Hotel, they're going to get rid of him.
It's a good clearing because, again, what Stallions are doing well is they're finding a duel. They're not just rushing to it. They're taking their time. They're just going to, again, regroup. So now you can see that EP, look at that duel. That is leaned on the GR side. That is leaned on that B side. Now EP are going, you know what? They're not actually going to go here. They're starting to get a little bit of a read. This is a good call from the IGL right now.
You just got to set up, though. Like, you have to be in good positions, and YZK certainly is. Maybe that's a second shot for the sniper. Instead, it is the rifles that do all the heavy lifting. And out of nowhere, EP arrive on the A-bomb site, and they dismantle this aggression out of Stallions. Loy can't hold on, surely. This 1v3 is going to be tricky. And they're just waiting. They're biding their time. They're making it excruciatingly painful for Loy. EP win back-to-back rounds for the first time in Ankara.
It kind of feels like, again, like, you know, we both, I think, said the same expression. We were saying that Stallions are kind of feeling a bit tunnel vision, right? Like, they get that duel. I was giving them some praise, but at the same breath, it's like, look, you cannot just be doing the same thing over and over again. Like, you're finding that kill, it's great, but take more opportunity. Like, take the map control. Like, take advantage of Hotel. That is a lot of map presence you can have, especially being on the blacklist side.
The biggest issue for me in that one is I like the idea to instantly rotate, but then they wanted to go pure contact.
Yeah.
And because they went pure contact, EP have already rotated over. So it's the timing of when they go, and then in that moment, because they took an extra 20 seconds to get to this site, I know the rotations are a little bit long-winded, but you just need to throw a flash over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they would have went for a bit more of an execute or just like some decent nade work, it could have gone a long way, right? So they tried to just do it a little bit dry. So now they're trying to get something through underpass. They're trying to see if they can be able to find somebody. Good kills from Loy. Now look at that double entry. And now he's been able to create some kind of space for these guys. Smoke should be able to block off this corridor, so that's going to make it problematic here for EP. You still have YH, though. He's the guy that's kind of on the back lines. He might be able to find something through Hotel.
Potentially. But the KLP is just locking down this angle. A lot of nades, a lot of pressure over towards the bomb site. I like this back from KLP. And he's just completely icing out this choke point. EP, they're now going to group together, jump over the sniper scope. JJ, now he's in a little bit of a predicament because he gets isolated by everyone from EP. It's a concentrated effort. It's Loy that can only find kills here for Stallions. EP can do no wrong in these retakes.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of ice in the veins right now. These guys are just not being able to get the same shots and not winning the same engagements that we've been able to see before. Like, it felt like there was two different instances there that I felt Stallions should have been able to find those kills. And you can even see for the sniper of Stallions, as soon as he misses that shot in underpass, he gets overwhelmed by utility. He gets taken out immediately. His teammate can't even get that kill in Hotel.
It's just the biggest issue you have there is that reliance, that setup relies so much on you actually hitting the shot, especially on the sniper, because JJ's then just completely by himself. Hello.
Whoa, hello.
That's an easy one. That's 2WW overextending and no punishing, but we've seen no get openers in towards Hotel before, and Stallions not capitalizing off the back of it.
Double rotate coming through on the GR side, and I think that's still XQQ. Yeah, he's just posted up on underpass. He's just kind of spawning things out. But again, EP really have a bit of a read on this. They're like, yeah, I think Stallions just want to avoid A. It hasn't really been good to them. So this is good calling. They've actually vacated the site, so they are rolling the dice. Like, they are putting all the chips down, and they're like, yep, who cares? We're going to see if we can win this gamble, and I don't even mind this at all. Because they've proven they can actually do a retake, even if Stallions decide to commit to A.
Good angle by ZAY as well. Just tucking in, playing off this deeper contact that's going to be acquired here by the sniper. No, he's now going to reposition the bomb, and actually all the Stallions are going to reposition. So it won't be this final commitment, at least not at the moment, towards the B-bomb site. They can reset the situation. But for now, their clear focus, it's A.
It is, and that's the thing. They have the opening site. So again, this is where they have themselves in a great position to be able to get this bomb down, but then it's all about the post plan, right? That's where a lot of our criticism was, is saying like, okay, don't overextend yourselves. Like, how can you just play the perfect lineups? How can you play the trades? That's going to be the biggest piece. EP are absolutely rolling this dice. Like I said, they're going to still commit to it. Now they realize, okay, now we got to get a move on. Now we got to get the laces done, and we got to go for a run.
Yeah, KLP is now locked in and has to hold for XQQ. And yet again, EP, they're going to group. They're going to all be together here. You've even got ZAY going all the way around the world to actually consider this sniper. But this gets really interesting now because you're wasting a lot of time trying to get in towards these extremities. You're trying to just get rid of these players. KLP will deal with more. KLB will then follow through as well. ZAY, sure, he can maybe even find a kill, but that is a little bit long-winded. They just took way too long to deal with the extremity plays there rather than actually getting on the site.
Yeah, that was really done, or nicely done here from Stallions, being able to just lock things down. And like you said, EP took a little bit too long for me. Like, again, we knew what they were doing. We knew that they were just kind of posting up at B, but it felt like they were just taking a little bit too long on that one. And it was tough, right? Like, when you play these retakes, you got to be careful about that. And that is a variable you still have to solve, is that timer of the C4. So, nonetheless, EP do give up one round here to make this a little bit closer. XQQ does miss the shot, but his HP fully intact, doesn't take any speck of damage. Another full attempt on this, and Stallions very hesitant to go back for a reduel on this. It just seems like, again, like they're being hypercritical on themselves, and they're really hesitating on these duels, right? Like, they don't even win that engagement. They're like, nope, we're done. We don't even want to go again.
It's interesting because EP are actually giving them a lot of space. They're giving them a lot of opportunities to actually make these flanks happen. And it feels very gambly in the nature of the rotates here for EP. Like, a third guy has just joined A without much reason. I like the pop flash to set up YH as he peeks with the pistol. 2WW needs to get out of there. Otherwise, No is going to find another opening pick for Stallions.
Yeah, that's a good kill. And again, Stallions being able to find these opening engagements is being very beneficial for them because that gives them that big advantage. All the HP's intact here. This is a strong position for them, but how do you capitalize on it? How do you utilize that extra body? So this is where they have to just, again, play the numbers. You cannot spread too thin here because that's what EP want. That's what EP are begging for. And you can see with the minute remaining, there's still this positioning from EP seems to be a bit hesitant. You can see double player and GR were like, do we want to go A? Do we want to go B? And look at this. Oh, they are banking on the wrong side here, B-Log. This could be really bad.
This is very detrimental, but it relies a lot. Oh, from KLB getting that frag. That's massive.
You got to go.
You do have to. YZK, is he going to be ready for the player on the corner? He can. He is somewhat, but he misses the mark. Somehow jumps out the window, and he akimbo's in with a pistol. No can now throw a smoke up. Bomb can get committed in by Loy, and somehow, some way, GR are ready to defend B.
Yeah, this is huge because now, again, this utility is dwindling a little bit here. The good flash comes in, double player flash, and this might be bad for Stallions, but no, thankfully, not all heroes have to wear a cape because he's been able to find all three, and he cleans the slate, and now we're right back to a tie game.
And that's exactly what the desk was saying. They highlighted No's performance on sub-base yesterday, 26 kills. Somehow ends the sub-base game with 19. Although it didn't really feel as impactful. This feels a lot better. This feels a lot more fruitful here for the Stallions, as they've been able to stop the mayhem of EP, especially on this defensive half. Now they're looking to build a little bit of steam of their own. You see the The lights flashing at the top of the HUD. They've been winning round after round after round, all thanks to No.
YCK really needs to get this kill, but he doesn't get the kill, but he does a ton of damage. So KLP actually takes so much of it. Gets caught in the kneecap. So he's still in this game, but man, that's not going to feel good.
This is a ridiculous timing, surely. Like, they've got a lot of room here, and I don't think EP really understand. YH has got to be careful on the edge of the vent. You're relying a lot on ZAY as well to follow through with the rifle. The good news is that 2WW is also rotating over here. Those nades inconsequential, but guess what? That's not the commitment. It's auto drag rotates.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because we definitely see a lot of teams actually using the triple nade stack in the vent, right? Where somebody's playing that close quarter, so they actually decide to mix it. YZK gets a little bit too hungry. His eyes deceive him, and now he goes down. And again, giving Stallions another round where we see them winning the opening engagement, putting them in a power position right now in terms of players on the board.
That's a lot of info that's just been gathered. Really nice flash from YH to get 2WW on the scene. ZAY's here as well, so you've got this quick shuffle. XQQ will be communicating. He hasn't received pressure just yet, and JJ will finally answer the call. So now you're expecting one of the rifles to bail out the sniper.
Oh man, what is his positioning from XQQ? He wasn't expecting that at all, but thankfully 2WW will get it to work, absolutely. But now No, blind as a bat, still can be able to find double! Are you kidding me? No, once again, it seems like you put him in this B site. This is when he frags out. He's trying to make a little bit of a highlight reel for himself, looking for the last two if he can. He's sitting in at 12-4. He is hungry.
And I think he's going to be successful. Unless the pistols can do something. Make that rifles now for YH. Loy! No, that's a massive overcommitment. But YH is low. No goes around the corner, and it's all fine in the end. But does it need to get that close, Stallions? Does it need to get that scary?
Oh, I definitely think not, but apparently they wanted to, so they're just making me sweat here. Like, this is ridiculous. None of these rounds have been, again, we're seeing some really good performances. This is where the desk, like you said, they talked about No and like what the impact is he brings into the game. And now we're starting to see him elevate his game, him starting to play a lot better. He seems like he's evolved back into a little bit of his form, and that's what the Stallions need if they want to stay alive in this best of three.
Yep, he is carrying right now, at least. He was on BL, now here on GR. He's got to really put a lot of more reliance, especially on the sniper. Like KLP, yet again, it's got to be said, I think a subpar, sub-base, now needs a very awesome Ankara. Otherwise, it's going to be very tricky. There's that lean coming in from Stallions. 3 players reside on this A bomb site. Nades are now being lined up to try and get them off this stack, and it could work. KLB is a sitting duck.
Oh, he's going to dodge it, I think, though. Yeah, he's good, so he's able to get out of it, but doesn't matter. Bullets are going to do the damage. Look at ZAY. A statement made here with the double. JJ does something, though, in a position that he's fully exposed. But now for Stallions, you got 2 players on the rotate. They're close on by. They're going to just ignore this KLP. He's just going to run in. He expects someone close on by, but no, it's EP. They're just waiting on the stairwell, and they're able to take them out of this.
Good trades. And look, JJ does get a double kill, but the fact that you've got the opening fight going your way if you're EP is completely okay. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have enough resource to be able to win out the fights eventually. Stallions, that's desperate towards the end. They understand what they're doing. Potentially trying to rush down that bomb planter, try and get a kill back in the favor, catch EP off guard. The one thing that Stallions haven't been doing for the most part in this series is catching EP off guard. They're ready for everything. Remember how meticulous, systematic this BL side was from EP on sub-base. It's going to be exactly the same here on Ankara.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's a good point you bring up because they were trying to swing out a fence right away because they were pre-firing the green box. They were like, yep, somebody's tucked in the corner, but they were expecting EP to just be in the site. They thought they could just win those duels. And, for EP, they just kind of pull back a little bit. They play patience, and it absolutely pans out very well for them.
SQQ's got to be careful because as soon as they hear the nade go off, like you could swing the Ven if you're KLB. That doesn't happen, and instead No takes a lot of damage, gets chunked down by that grenade. Bomb not yet committed either which way. YZK's just here trying to back up his sniper as he looks for more opening picks. Meanwhile, on B for Stallions, it's so passive. I mean, there's a little bit of wiggle room over towards middle for EP, but but it feels like their sights are set on this A bomb site.
Yeah, it kind of feels like EP is really just, again, we talked a lot about tunnel vision, but they were like, look, we want to go here, but now they're finally realizing, look, hang on, like shake our heads a little bit. We can just mix things up. We got still a minute to work with, plenty of time to just find a kill. If they can find an engagement here quick, that could change something.
You got to be a little bit scared as well, I think, if you're EP, because where you've left this right side of the map vacant for so long, you're expecting Stallions to push into that. So you got to actually go back and clear Hotel. You got to be ready for these players, potentially just on these little devilish angles. And with 45 seconds left, it's actually Loy that's just jump spotting, and it's Loy that gets spotted. He needs to be careful, and he just walks straight into the Hotel angle. Now KLP is just left completely by himself. It's a great shot onto 2WW, but EP are in B.
Yeah, this is the same problem we saw from Stallions before, right? It just seems like their positioning gets a little bit disjointed and everybody seems to get clustered and then they're just fully exposed. They have no idea what to do or how to react to the situation. Now they're going to have to play the retake game. You have full utility, a full belt here for KLB. Everybody else has to be the gunfight. Pulp Flash comes in, but ZAY does go down. Doesn't even matter because his teammates, once again, they're going to be able to just throw the right-hand hook, and they got themselves right back into contention here for this lead.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I actually think outside of bomb site control, I think general map control, probably like the early to even like 70% of the round timer. Stallions, for me, especially on Ankara, feel like they're the ones that are going to do most of the damage. As soon as it gets into a retake or a post plant, that's where EP just come into their element.
Yeah, without a question. And now, ooh,
that's
nice
unlucky.
That is very unlucky, but gets some damage. Almost, I thought the clot was, almost felt like it was guaranteed there, but unfortunately not for XQQ. Good game from YH though, putting himself at 12-9. Haven't been able to see a single player here except for No putting up double digits, right? Like we talked about him just like performing now, but who's going to join him?
That's it. And if no one joins him, if no one is that second piece, I mean, the closest to it right now is Loy. But if the other couple of riflers don't step up, then you are in danger. If you're Stallions, this needs to be a concrete team effort from everyone. Otherwise, you are getting eliminated. You are not making it to the playoffs. That's the pressure you're under, especially with the score lead now escaping you straight back into this B bomb site. And sure, No's all the way deep in Hotel, but this is being considered by EP as they make inroads into B.
Yeah, this is great because now they're going to get this free plant. Now No's in a really bad position because he's going to have to either decide to retake this by himself. And he gets gifted where 2WW's not even looking at him, so he gets an easy one. And now XQQ, I was going to say how he should be able to find that, but he doesn't.
He's not scoped in. He's not holding it. And now this gets really dicey. No and Loy now look to relocate and group up together. Sure, bomb's down, but it isn't that far gone. 3 versus 5. This surely has to be a Stallions round.
Yeah, it must be, because again, that timer's halfway through. Look at how much they've been able to just push into this site. They're getting this control, but maybe not. And JJ, he's going to be able to find that kill. He knows exactly where the last one is, but where's YH? Where is he going to hide? And it's just going to be a stick, and there we go. Full face of lead, indeed. No's going to be able to find the nail to the coffin. And Stallions, once again, they're going to be able to find this round, equalize the game to a 6-6. And we haven't been able to see a timeout yet. I mean, this is where I'm starting to beg the question. These teams are... One of these teams is going to have to call it quickly.
They had the right read on the situation. EP walking through underpass to go back towards that B bomb site, but then 2WW is just by himself, like clearing Hotel. You have so much opportunity here, especially when you walk up on the bomb site and you see no one. Just have an extra player there. Guarantee that trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Hot dang, a 6-6 we go. Like we said, map up here for EP. If they can be able to find the win here, that means they continue on. They qualify for playoffs, and then that means for Stallions, they are done, and Key will be crushed. But don't want to get ahead of ourselves yet because, again, we were all talking about we'd love to see a 3-map series, and it absolutely could be the case. But it's a question of how well that defense is going to be able to hold on here for Stallions.
Last time they limit tested this A bomb site, they were able to get in pretty freely. They're going to try and do it again. YZK lining up the utility. They are really deep in towards the vent. JJ, I don't think he's ready for how close these players are. But remember, 3 defenders right here on A. But the opening pick goes the way of EP. And again.
Yeah, that's great. Again, EP, these timings just seem to really just being a little bit of a ruse here for Stallions, right? This is where they're expecting them to be just swinging instantly. They're trying to find these engagements. And when they peek, they're not seeing a single person. And they're like, okay, where are they? We know they're here. Like, why are they not swinging? So I think they're getting a little bit frustrated, and I think EP's timing on these takes have been absolutely beautiful because, again, it's just catching these guys off guard. They're kind of, again, preparing themselves, but they're just swinging into nothing, and then when they re-swing, EP has like 2 players that are going against the one.
What's really nice as well is that there's been deliberate conditioning here, where we can speak about it just in a moment. Because, look, you're going to give this a look in, especially with no 17-16, a free KD for this man as he tries to make inroads in towards the site. It's a shot, first shot, trade immediate, KLP. It's a banger onto 2WW, but ZAY's there for the trade. Now this timeout gets taken. Now we can talk about the conditioning of EP because it has been nade after nade after nade in towards that bomb site. Where is it being put? Over towards the stairs. Then the minute EP wants to go in towards the A bomb site, they know the stairs is completely cordoned off. That means these players are just going to be in the corner holding the crossfire, or they're going to be at the top or on the other side of the map. That flashbang that they throw instead of the HE completely pops in the air and it makes everyone blinded, and it means that they've got all this space. It's really well worked from EP.
And I would love to see, like, for Stallions too, just being able to reposition themselves, right? We haven't really been able to see them position, you know, in the lower corridor of the stairway, or someone playing behind single blocks, right, like right near the vents. Like, we haven't really been able to see them utilize that lower level position. They've been just playing the high ground, and it's not working for them, right? Like, they're not throwing the right utility to counter flash. They're not doing the right things to kind of stop these guys in their tracks. So this is where their defense composition has to change now. This is where you need to make some kind of an adjustment. I'm not even just talking about them getting ultra aggressive. I think it's just positional changes that are absolutely needed here, because EP, I think you've already demonstrated it. Like, they're getting a good read on this. They know where to pre-nade. They know where to kind of just check for, because they've been just doing the same thing over and over.
Well, they need pre-nades as well, Stallions. You could argue that as soon as you've got a flashbang being primed to go over this A-bomb site, like, just chuck a nade in the close corridor at the vent. Like, that's going to do a significant amount of damage. It's going to slow them down a little bit as well when it comes to the scaling.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a really important timeout. Obviously, the one and done here for Stallions, potentially. It could be their last timeout of the tournament. We'll have to see what they've been able to talk about. What's the coach been able to impart some wisdom or not? We will find out. KLB, JJ, going to be the players here into this A site.
Nice nade.
Great nade. Again, just a tiny little bit of a switch up, but look at the damage it inflicts. You got 3 players.
This isn't going to be the commitment towards A. We know that because the bomb is just on the stairs by BL. So this is, again, EP just sounding things out. And to be fair to them, like, this is actually still a nice little bit of information to gather, because you've got to remember utility is limited here in Crossfire. So the fact that there's been double nades already, you know that potentially later down the line, if you're able to squeeze out a smoke or 2 from the A defenders, you can just reset here, and they've got nothing to do with this. They can't contest it late.
This position from Loy could be really important too. Oh man, I was going to say, if he can find the timing, maybe he can get a decent little bit of a kill. But
that's
no,
a great one though. That's the bomb drop.
It is, and you're taking down one of the snipers here too, so that is impactful. So this is like removing a pretty big threat here.
Ooh.
But no, he needs to be able to find this. Oh, ZAY. He's going to be kicking himself. He can't be able to get the job done. But at least his team, AYZK, are going to be able to just put that sniper into action.
Oh, nice shot from KLP. A flick down on towards ZAY. And that sent EP scrambling. They've got the idea, right, the sniper is over towards B. Surely that means there's only one defender. YZK will then get further confirmation that KLP is still here, and now you can scale. You just got to smoke or flash him off.
And look at this, EP are just going to go right up the ramp.
Oh, they missed the smoke.
Oh, they did. Oh, dear, that is not good. That is so bad. And right now, KLP looks, he gets a gift because that little bit of a mistake. Now the smoke lands through, but are they going to go through it? Yes, they are. Look at KLP. Look at KLP. Oh, my. He's a firefighter. He just goes right through the smoke. He can see everything. Woo-wee.
That is a massive mistake for the lineup missing there for EP. They got confirmation not once but twice exactly where this sniper was, and they still couldn't handle him. Spoke about this for Stallions, spoke about the fact that they needed someone to step up alongside No, and I really called upon KLP. We got it. That flash in the pan, that glimmer of hope. Now for Stallions, they even up the scoreline. They still need to close. They still potentially need 3 more. And this. How aggressive is this?
Oh my goodness, this is a nice little bit of a change-up if I say so myself.
But now ZAY does kind of respond a little bit, but look at that, Stallions right back into fighting fashion. This is what we were waiting for. This is what we're talking about, and they get it done. They want to be able to close this map out quickly with the pace like that.
They're great. Like, they're so cool the way that they just immediately swap back. They get one round and it relies on like a hero moment. And they go, all right, we're just going to push now. We're just going to take all the space away from EP. And because you've not done that once all half long, like, why on earth would they ever expect it? The triple push, the extra spare man in Nobi and in the BL Sport. I mean, come on, man.
Whew, whew. What a time to do it. 20-9 for No. Man, he's having a game. He is starting to perform once again. Again, a little bit quiet on the beginning, right? We talked about map 1, not quite there, but now map 2, realizing everything at stake.
There's a crazy crunch right now. ZAY doesn't realize the imminent danger he is potentially in. YZK is only holding with a rifle and not the sniper, and that's going to be his downfall. No, JJ killing absolutely everyone. 2WW can't escape, and it feels like we are destined for that third map.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. This is the Stallions everybody loves to see. This is when they get that confidence, but it allows them to just absolutely go demon mode, and they're just taking down every single person in their path. We were talking about them playing slow. We're talking about them not doing the right setups. Now they're realizing, you know what? We can frag better than these guys. Let's put that to work. And now they put themselves on map point, and we have EP that are going to have to call this timeout because, again, they're going to have to find a way to pull up 2 to push this thing to another overtime, if that's even a possibility.
And this is going to be just such a mind game right now if you're EP, because your coach is going to be saying to you, look, they're going to push, they're going to really try and come for you. And if you're Stallions, you're going to be thinking, well, we know that they know that that's what they're going to be saying. So now you've got the mind game. Do you call the bluff? And do you actually go for it again? Or do you reset the situation? You play the most passive GR side to guarantee that round, and you effectively waste a lot of time off the clock, because for EP as well, when the time has run short, especially on BL, they've been struggling to get in towards the bomb sites. It's a really interesting decision tree that's about to be made here by both of these teams.
It really is, like, and I'm glad you bring that up, because this is where it's a mind game. Like, this is where EP, like, the constant guessing, the constant analysis of, like, okay, what do we do? Like, is Stallions really just going to keep doing the same thing? You would think not, but Stallions could easily just say, you know what? We're absolutely going to do this. Why not? Like, just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're just going to keep hammering this down as much as we need to. But that's where I feel like for EP, they're the ones on the, like, guessing game scratching their heads.
I'll put my neck on the line. I'd love to see EP just rush B. It feels like A is the obvious one. It feels like they've really been conditioning A. Just go through hotel and smash the B bomb site. That would be awesome.
Yeah, it would be. I actually would I do agree with you. I would like to see EP just kind of increase the tempo on this a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. It does look like A seems to be a little bit of a target on this. KLB switches the gun. He's got the Vepr, so now this is where this could be really big of an issue. Oh, man! What a slaughter! Finds the double. That might just be enough, possibly. JJ needs to stay alive. He needs to make sure his reinforcements can get here. Stallions spraying frantically. Loy hungry for it. And now it's all just down to 1, but no! The problem solver will be able to continue on for map number 3.
And we said it was going to be obvious. We said it was probably going to be a faster played round out of EP. And the fact that you've got that gun in the vents doing that much damage, Stallions ready for everything. And now you've got inside the head of EP both map choices going the way of the opposition. And this decider map of Eagle Eye 2.0 is going to be spicy.
I cannot believe it. I absolutely love this, though. That's what we were talking about here for this day number 3. As we said, this match is definitely one of the best matches we have lined up, just because there's so much history. There's so much at stake. It's, winner moves on, and the loser of the match will lose their key. But that's where, against Stallions, they have proven that they are a championship level team. That's where it qualifies to being one of those top contending teams where you can persevere and push through the barriers needed. But look, we're going to go to that break. We're going to let the desk take the rest away here as we prepare for map number 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
What an unbelievable series. We knew it wouldn't disappoint, and it absolutely has not. Look at the emotion on No's face. Stallions finally feeling like their old selves. The energy is palpable. Yes, they take a stumble on sub base as EP takes it 13-10, but they snap right back on Ankara 10-7. Kyle, we've got a series.
Absolutely, we do. Big credit, though, to Stallions in that final half. It's the first half we've seen in 4 halves they've played where it actually felt like Stallions had that confidence back. They were taking the fights aggressively, and that's the Stallions we know, and that's the Stallions I want to see going into map 3.
They remembered who they are. It was so impactful. We can see that. I mean, No obviously carrying throughout, but it was about round 14. He gets aggressive, kind of testing the waters. And from there on out, they're just like, no, you know what? We're just going to get up in their faces, disrupt them, stop playing EP's game against EP because they're the best at it. We play our game and it works.
That's right. You know, you got to admire Stallions to be able to snap back. They kind of look defeated after map 1's loss.
Yeah, they really did. You could see it on their faces coming out of map 1. They felt like that was their map to win. And even at the start of the second map, they were still kind of in that mindset. But you could see finally coming out of that tack pause, they were able to piece it together and really put No in a position where he could continue to capitalize. But not only that, he finally had his team around him as well.
Yeah, exactly right. I feel like it's a team that has there's a lot of emotions right there. There's a lot of fiery personalities. You know, there's a lot of momentum that comes from them. And if they can't get started, it can be really stally for them. But No was that kind of fire starter throughout. He really gave them the way through. But KLP, I want to give massive props to him as well, right? I think he had that one impactful round. There's a missed smoke over on A. He abuses that, gets a 3K from it. And that, again, was part of that moment where they started to push forward.
Yeah, KLP, one of the players we wanted to see step up, right? Really support the roster, and he's doing exactly that. Lucy made a great point, Kyle, about you can't play EP's game because they're the best at it because it's their game after all. What do Stallions do differently heading into game number 2? Well, clearly I can already see something. Kano comes back to his usual self, 24 kills.
Yeah, this is the No we've come to expect. My only worry going into map 3 is can he keep this level of performance up? Because we saw in map number 1, when he's not able to have a star-studded game, they do struggle a little bit, but at the very least, I hope they keep this aggressive play style as we look ahead to Eagle Eye.
2WW only picks up 8 eliminations. Game 1, he was instrumental. This time he's a little bit slower, but nonetheless, EP still put up a tremendous fight. After all, it ends 10-7.
Yeah, 2W got caught out a lot, I think, you know, on going for some of his lurk timings. Him and XQQ, who have been the heroes throughout this kind of run for them, were both absent here a little bit. But yeah, I want to give them props, especially when it came to the retakes on the GR side. You can see they were really expecting Stallions overextensions, very punishing. And there was multiple rounds in that first half that Stallions, I think, gave over and were really punished by the Evolution Power retakes.
Retakes are very good when it comes to EP's side, but Stallions are great with the aggression. They're known for that, in fact, and it worked last year. This year, they are a bit of a hybrid team. They can slow things down if they want, but heading into Eagle Eye, map number 3, how's this looking like for both teams, EP and Stallions?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tough one for Stallions. You look at the history between these two teams. EP historically the better team toe-to-toe on this specific map, though it usually does go to an overtime situation in a lot of these meetups. EP, this is one of their pocket picks, though. It's going to be a tough road to go ahead for Stallions.
Yeah, I think so. Just the way they've been playing so far, they've really warmed up into it. We spoke a lot about, Sneak brought up the way that they're kind of innovated, on this map a lot. And that said, I do think the kind of the play style of it does suit the side of Stallions, even if historically it's not been one they've got over the line against them. I think with the momentum that they come off that map too, I think they have a great chance now of reverse sweeping.
But I think at this point, it's all about emotions, and it's really, past aside. I think going into this, both teams are feeling the pressure. Equally, both teams are feeling the momentum. EP still has momentum from game number 1. They're going to be carrying that into game 3. It's a fun series after all. And what's at stake? A key will be crushed. A team will be eliminated. But if you win, you move forward to playoffs. You're now top 8, and you continue your run into quarterfinals later on today in our playoff round. There's a lot of coverage at EWC, and we love to give all the coverage we possibly can, and that includes Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
It's Stallions versus Evolution Power Gaming. The team huddle, Coach Tanks there. You gotta admit and you gotta appreciate how close this team is. I mean, most likely, really, you can kind of relate to a family. That's how much they've grown over the years, and they stuck together. For EP at their battle stations, ready to compete. They know the job's not done, and they want to move forward just as much as any other roster out there.
Yeah, I mean, look how composed they are. This is one thing that I've really admired about Evolution Power, just watching their run here, right? We saw it in the Vitality series where they were down and out in all of those maps, but the way they came back, I mean, sure, didn't close out the Eagle Eye, right? But it was the way they were able to continue to stay in the game. It never felt like the pressure got to them, even though they didn't get over the line. And that's been the case with this lower bracket run for them. Like, they've been composed throughout these series. They play like they can win any of these rounds, any of these maps. And that's why I still do believe in them here.
Yeah, you know what? Both teams, though, I could say, after battling as they have, deserved to be in the playoffs. Only one can make it for sure. Coach Tanks is instrumental to this roster and keeping them calm, poised, and composed. What do you think the advice he gave to them after that Game 1 loss, heading into Game 2, ultimately giving them the win?
I think you could see it in Game 2. It's just focus on what they're good at, not what the enemy team is trying to control you into doing, because that's why they were losing sub-base. They were playing into EP's hand constantly, and it's how EP was clawing their way into a potential win in this series. But you could see that final half of Ankara, they flipped the switch, they took all the fights aggressively to their opponent, and that's how Stallions is able to win these matches.
This is a matchup of epic proportions, a rematch from last year. It was EP who got the win, securing third place. For Stallions, they had to settle with fourth, but Stallions have improved since then, and they're not the same roster they once were. But EP doesn't care about that. They know they can win this, but they've got to take it now and now. For Team Stallions, Evolution Power Gaming, game number 3 to decide it all. Who moves forward? Who gets their key crush? Casters, let's find out.
Let's see who does it then, because whoever does is going to do it their own way and their own style. Brains versus Brawn here with Stallions and EP. And for XQQ is instant deletion over the top of Eagle Eye 2.0. And now there's only one remaining for the Stallions. It is Loy versus the world, and he's got to be careful, otherwise he's going to get swallowed up and chewed out whole.
Yeah, this position's good, though. He might be able to find that double kill, but not a chance. YZK pulls up, and now we see EP being able to find an opening round quickly. And I mean, again, let's not forget, that was what, a 1-on-4, 1-on-5 within 2 minutes? Like, the timer barely was going down, and EP just went in activation kill mode.
That was a concentrated effort towards that A-bomb site as well for Stallions, and they just get shut down immediately. Here we go then.
Oh, I'm so excited.
KLB taking a lot of ground and real estate towards the middle of the map. Doesn't see anything, but KLP will. YZK dropped, and now the opening kills go the other way.
Yeah, good kills coming in from Stallions, though, right? They've been able to find the 1-2 combination, taking down ZAY and also YZK. So now just leaving just for XQQ. Again, that's a strong threat still in the server. Here for the EP side, YH as well. Good timing here from Loy. This is a little bit of an improvement, though, from Stallions, right? This is where we were talking about some of their positions, some of their trades were a little bit sloppy in some regard. Starting to look a lot better here and now, though.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, I think that they've also got the lurks working for them, and the timing of them has actually been a lot more aggressive than we've seen in previous maps. And as a consequence, like that trade spacing is actually just grouped up a lot more for them. I like this idea as well. Stallions in this round where XQQ owns you in the previous. You just ignore him in this one. You go straight up B. You got the guts of the mapper as well, and you take that split. XQQ will try his best, and I think he's going to understand exactly where KLP is. It's just about whether he can handle him. First kill can't even belong to him. It's JJ to lock it in. And very much like we've had on all of the maps so far, these rounds will go back and forth.
Let's not forget, too, like, I mean, I made a brief comment about this in the very beginning where I said for a map like Eagle Eye, I don't know, for EP's sake, though, like, they just lost out in the golden round against Vitality. I mean, this is where I beg the question, but that was a very different looking EP group, right? Like, that's where I was saying I didn't think they were quite the same level that they are here and now. So I don't know if I want to use that as like a full example against them, but this is where Stallions, they have to make sure they're going to be able to get over the line here because, again, this is where they have the history, where they've lost to this team last year. So this is where it means even that much more to them. So we have to make sure they don't get blind by that kind of feelings and emotion.
Yeah, especially if they start winning rounds early and then not being able to hold on to it. It's interesting, the discussion point you raise here, because I think for EP, it's about them building into the competition, and for Stallions, it's always been about holding on, whether they can keep maintaining that same level. So a very interesting psychological warfare between these two teams, as we've just got the jump spots back and forth, and I've got the trader utility down in towards B when it comes to these smokes, and YZK putting that secondary sniper, can't get caught out in the open here.
Yeah, it's good repositions from him too. Again, just not trying to give up his life and making it problematic, so this is good. Now we're going to see for Stallions being able to fight for this hotel control. This could be good, because again, just get some real estate, work with something, because they have nothing. Like really, they have mid control. Yeah, that's pretty much a guarantee for the BL side most rounds, so this isn't a whole lot that they've been able to secure yet. They have to be able to find a duel though. They have to get these rotates in placement for the GR side. They have to kind of, disassemble it as much as they can just to find these timings.
They've got a very good timing right now. Like, it feels like if they go in towards B, like these rotations are very far away, at least for XQQ and YH. Lloyd's getting ready. And as soon as I say that, now the rotator are coming over, and this hold has got to be good, but also the entries from the Stallions have got to be better. They're being held back by all this util. They're so blind, they can't see anything, and that's going to open the door up for EP to try and shut them out. The wallbang's good. No, and you know that he's going to try and deliver. Can't find anything else. ZAY will close the door on the B bomb site, and EP will continue to build momentum.
Yeah, it kind of feels again like we're just seeing this Stallions group where they're just kind of again laser focused on one spot. They're like, okay, we're just going to go to this. We're not going to make a peep on the other side of the map. We're not going to make any sort of distraction. And you can see how fast, right before all this chaos in the battle, EP were already rotating. Like they were well underway, so that positioning was already problematic.
I like the idea here for KLP to hold for a hotel push, but the reality is that EP aren't going to overextend it in these rounds. Already seen it so much on the GR side, like they're just going to chill. Their best, I think, suit is when they are playing for retake, when they are playing in these crossfires. Like they do a very good job, I think, compared to most teams, about not giving over kills early.
And I like the idea that they're going to try to go through this mid corridor, but again, you have to be able to get that smoke on the left-hand side here. You just cannot take this drive because you have 3 players that are in A tower. Like this is an obvious thing, right? This is where EP could easily be able to hit some target practice on this if they choose to, but Stallions instead, they're going to mix things up, add a couple different ingredients onto this recipe. They're going to try to spice it up maybe a little bit differently. Paul Flash is getting ready to go. B-Dog, they're just going for it.
But they're all here. They're all here, but maybe the timing is still going to be okay for Stallions. Never mind. XQQ will get the opening pick immediately, but KLB is trying his best alongside Loy, but they get shut down as they try and scale further forward. It's nice out of XQQ. He keeps repositioning. KLP now throws it into a clutch. I think he's got a good idea of where YZK is. And for KLP, he backs out, he disengages, he now resets. And wants to go all the way around the world, maybe not towards B directly, but he will.
Yeah, this is great. This is a perfect reposition. Again, just using that late round decision making. He's like, look, he's probably just going to be hyper-focused here, so I can take the full advantage of getting the plant that I want. And YZK now still, again, I don't blame him. He's probably expecting him just sitting there, waiting things out. He's just trying to look for a timing. KLP, though, this is where he has to either decide to plant... No, don't overcook, don't overcook, don't overcook.
Okay, that's fine. Woo! He took the deep space, but you're right. And now it comes to another one. Do you overcook again? Where on earth do you take this after plant? And it feels like you've got a really good understanding of where YZK is.
Oh my goodness, okay. Perfectly repositioned, yeah, and I like it because, again, you were just making a good point. Like, he can check out mid really quickly. He did the deep investigating. He's like, okay, he's not here. I can just make sure he's not just sitting in this mid crossing. And then, again, he was allowed to be able to get that free duel, so... Back was turned, but really good work from Stallions. I love, again, just taking that decision-making from KLP. This was so smart. And just not just rushing into the site and just trying to win a 1v1. He took his time, took his pace, and ZAY, patience is a virtue, gets gifted here a double kill.
Oh, hello. Loy has just found the way in, and he's seen the nade. He knows the trajectory. 2WW here, but not overwhelmed. So player advantage still maintained here for EP. As KLP, it's a crazy one.
Oh, man. Caught the shoulder of XQQ and gets him down.
Got the flank. This is really quick. 2WW just needs to stay alive, but you can't against shots like that.
What is that?
So YH, is now scaling very fast. KLP seems to be aware this timing has to go in favor of YH, and it will, and no, will hit the instant headshot back. That round is pandemonium, but it's Stallions that thrive in the chaos.
I don't know if we're going to be able to get the replay that quickly, but I really hope we can, because that was an absolutely filthy entry. What a way to get yourself into that bomb site. Just a nice little bit of a bunny hop, the one tap to get it there. But like you said, KLP, hyper aware. He was ready to go. He knew that there might have been a player on the flank. Even though he doesn't get the kill, no instantly reacts to it. So it's a really good situation, really good communication. So seems like, again, both these teams still got the gas in the tank. It doesn't look like anybody's deflated or running on fumes yet.
Got to give a lot of credit to Loy as well in this round, because you see the advanced setup in Hotel being put forward by EP, and as a consequence, there's a gap in middle, so that's crazy. That is actually just so disgusting.
Oh, that's so filthy.
But because they've got this forward push in Hotel, Loy just takes the advanced flank, and he's just right behind them immediately, so it's really good heads-up play.
Yeah, big, deep conversation here for EP. So the fact that they're going to call their last tactical timeout here for this series, right here now, the scoreline, it kind of begs the question, is there a lot of, I don't want to say turmoil, but is there a lot of like disagreements? Is there a lot of things that they're just not fully on the same page of yet? So clearly the coach has a lot to say in this, but it kind of again begs the question about, is it good to be burning it this early, or should you have kept it kind of in your back pocket just for the later stage?
The issue you've got is it's always going to go the other way, right? It's always a double-edged sword, especially when you've only got one timeout, because if it starts snowballing out of control, we'd be sat here 10 minutes later going, well, why didn't they call it earlier? That's the thing, right? So it's really tough. I actually quite like this timeout for them right now. We'll see if they start winning rounds off the back of it, but you're trying to nip things in the bud. You're trying to get this to a point where EP, especially in these series, they've not allowed Stallions to get so many rounds in a row. They've never had to properly come back into a map.
And instead EP, they're not going to go for the triple player A. They're actually going to, again, put this a little bit of a double mid. And just leaving for YZK, again, just kind of floating on the back side of the stairs. Actually, he's going to reposition entirely, so okay. Now we're going back to the regular setup. This is where EP like to put the 3 players onto that A site. And they're going to make me eat my own words here, B-Dog. They're going to just keep running around. A little unsure what they want to do.
And that doesn't actually fill me with too much confidence, especially off the back of a timeout, right? Like, it feels like they're really apprehensive of what's going on. It feels very jumpy from EP. Stallions now dropping the fake smokes all the way over towards A, the flashbangs, the nades, and no, they're not, but they might have to force to buy it or bend the knee. 2WW able to get the trays. That's sharp at KLB. What on earth is that? Walking up from the Stallions, and XQQ is now left completely alone in the 1v2. Bomb only just being committed, somehow still alive. The pistol's out, but Loy's in towards this crossfire, and Stallions are going to be able to hold their nerve.
Hot damn, that was really nice. Again, I was like worried because again, like the positioning from EP, we were both going like, look, this is a little bit concerning. These guys are just running around. They can't make a decision where they want to go. But then even for the fact that they had the stack correctly, Stallions, they put a great amount of execution into this, and everybody just hits the right shots. They're playing the trades, they're playing the system, and now they're just going to run on into this A site, and it's a free site. But you do have EP running hot on the heels right now for these guys, so Stallions have to be aware of this now.
You do, and look, they're considering it. KLB, brother in arms as well with JJ, and I like this out of KLP. Doesn't need to overextend, he's just holding the line. JJ will now take the contact. That means that KLB can come around the corner and backstab so efficiently. YZK now left completely to his own devices. Can't do a lot here with the sniper, but will still give it a look anyway. But it's no through the smoke, and he denies EP once more.
That is honestly going to be one of the best rounds I feel like we have seen from Stallions this entire series in this best of 3, because again, let's not forget, the biggest mistakes we were seeing, they weren't playing together. They were just going for these individual fights. They weren't playing the trades. Look at that coordination between KLB and just his teammate JJ. Like JJ said, swing. You have to go now. They're putting their attention on me, and they're just fragging out. The monster's off the leash, and now they're just doing everything. They're doing all the damage in the world.
And now they're galloping. Now finally we get to see it. The power up for the Stallions. And this is them in flow state. And this is the worst case situation for EP, because they could just be completely destroyed and dismantled 2WW. It's a nice kill, sure, but now he's the only one left, and not for very long either. Sent back to the spectator screen with the rest of his teammates. It's Stallions now just charging forward here on this BL side, and it's EP to watch on as their key is getting closer and closer to getting crushed.
Well, remember we were talking a lot about the fact that, like, you know, EP went for the early timeout, and we were talking about the double-edged sword, and man, that sword is deep in the chest now because, again, 6-2, EP are probably going, okay, I wish we could sit and talk about what do we do now, because look at Stallions. They are just magnificent. It's like a unicorn. They have come out of nowhere, a mystical creature that's been able to just prevail and making the statement, EP have no answer whatsoever.
And the worst bit about this is the worst bit about this for Evolution Power Gaming is what is your reaction when things aren't working? Oh, that means we've got to go fast. Stallions say, bring it on. We're the team that created that. We're the team that love to fight and get in your face. And we'll do it again and again and again. 7-2 on the BL side. They are running away with this decider match.
Oh, man, can they continue this mayhem? And
yes,
it seems
they
like
can.
They can absolutely do it. Now 2WW is starting to do something. He's been able to find all four. The new addition says, okay, fine. I need to get myself ready back in fighting form. I need to be the one that gets off the boards. But man, EP needed a lifeline, and I guess it has to be him.
I guess so, but the issue you've got for EP is they are now playing Stallions' game. They are now being dragged down right into the mud and wrestling with them. And I'll tell you what, you're not going to have many chances to get that as a success story if you're EP. Stallions are still 3 rounds away from taking this and putting themselves in playoffs.
Oh, man, 2WW. Is this going to be, you know, a bit of a kicking that he needs to just get into this, like, fighting, you know, crazy fashion that we have been able to see him pull up in this tournament so far, right? I mean, we talked a lot about him in this new roster where he's been, you know, the highlighted player. And that's where it just begs the question, can he really just continue that? I mean, that's a lot to rely on one player to be in, you know, the driving seat, in the hot seat, but we'll see how Stallions want to react to it. They get a little bit humbled for that one round. And how do EP want to work with this? They're just slowly looking for a pick. They're hoping that XQQ might be able to find some kind of a small opening. But Stallions, thankfully, they're staying disciplined on this one.
They are and they aren't.
They are and they aren't. Well, for them.
We'll see. We'll see if JJ and No go around the corner. JJ takes the advanced peek. There's that trade instantaneously out of No. And sure, you've got this frag back, but you've got to be thinking to yourselves, if you're EP, there might be room here. KLP and Loy now trying to set themselves up. But I like this out of KLP because he can take the contact. Loy's now on a really weird angle, but he's only able to go 1-for-1. 3 versus 2, and now the player advantage not quite maintained. That's until KLP comes back in with the sniper. YZK wises up and goes from B to A and tries to set himself up for a clutch.
That's fine. I mean, even if he gets his bomb down, that's okay. Stallions can sacrifice this. They don't care. As long as they can play together, they cannot let any sort of an opening, especially for someone like YZK. He's had himself a magnificent performance so far in this series. A lot of smiles, a lot of grins. Gonna play together. He has to be lights out. He has to hit the best shots in the world, and that's a good start. And now KLP, do you have it in you to get it done? He can! He absolutely can!
It just really felt like that was going to be the moment. That was going to be the round for YZK to step up and put this back into a conversation here for Evolution Power Gaming. The first shot is instantaneous. The second one, that's where the nerves get to him. That's where the pressure starts to mount. But Stallions, they are right on the cusp of playoffs. 2 rounds, and look at the fight. Look at the brawl in towards middle, and it's all coming up Stallions. Hold your horses no longer. XQQ will hit the deck, and Stallions have got 7 chances to close.
Oh my goodness, what a way. What a round to put yourself in match and series point. And now Stallions, a team that's been able to make, you know, grand finals, a team that's been able to go very heavy in tournaments, might be able to just do that. They keep their key intact, but they have to just get one singular round done. But EP, like you said, they need to pull up a miracle run now to just staying alive.
Look at the flank. Look at the flank already.
Oh, no.
The backstab out of No is doing the damage, but at least it's traded effectively.
They're crunching him. They're absolutely crunching him, but EP respond back. They swing, they connect everything they need, so they do find a round. They do find something to still be in this best of 3. What a way to respond back. And now, Stallions, do you want to keep aggressing, or do you want to stay a little bit more passive on this? And it seems like they will just go back to a default setup.
XQQ now looking to potentially just find this opening. And you're right, look, I feel like they've done their craziness, they've done these rounds to try and catch their opponent off guard, and now you can just go back to basics. Now you know that you have one chance to just get this done. It doesn't have to be too chaotic, it doesn't have to be too crazy. They've called the timeout just in case they lose this round. They might not even need it, and we've seen this combo already, we've seen this push out of No and JJ so many times, and ZAY has got to be the guy to hold on, but he might not be ready for it.
Yeah, JJ tries to attempt this again, and now ZAY should be able to find this kill, and he does. Yeah, okay, I was going to say, that double long A push again, they've tried it before, it was somewhat successful, but honestly, I don't love it. I don't love the fact they're just trying to do this as a two-man push. I liked it when they were trying to crunch it from long A and also middle, but this time they just try to take, a little bit of matters into their hands alone, and it could backfire poorly here. And again, we've been proven, like, EP are a team that absolutely can make the climb. Like, we were talking a big lead, and that doesn't phase them.
Yep, Lucy said it, right, against Vitality. Sure, they lost the maps, but they were down, but they certainly weren't out. And this is clean. This potentially is just every single player staying alive now for EP. Pressure not quite there for Stallions. They'll take a timeout just to reconvene and reset the situation. That they'll try and have that momentum break going forward on EP. But you can't be stressed yet, but you know that somewhere in the locker, EP have got this potential in them.
Yeah, and it's a good timeout. I think Tanks being able to call this now is probably good. You lost, 2 rounds in a row. This is where you can just have some time to just allow him to kind of give some advice on what he's noticing. Because the thing is we've seen them do some strategies where they're pushing down long A. They tried this like long A mid crunch. They've tried, we haven't really seen that banana push yet, or really like full hotel control yet. I mean, the thing is like, I'm not totally against them trying one more aggressive round somewhere. Like, I think it wouldn't be unreasonable, but I'm almost wondering maybe you tackle it a little bit of a different way, where you do maybe like down long B or like banana there, and then you do a mid or something like that. You don't just leave long A, like give it up, like, right? That, because it's been predictable now. You know that JJ, you know that KLB are the two players that do like to contest for that.
Unless you think that they think, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this again.
No, not again, B-Dog.
I agree with you. I agree with you, lads. Like, look, they need to like stop doing that. They need to deviate away from it. And Tanks, it feels like he's got the perfect call, or at least he's got the perfect rally cry to kind of get this team just over the line. They've got this game exactly where they want it. Worst case scenario is that it spirals out of control. It doesn't matter how many rounds it takes, just make sure that it only takes the one and not OT.
Exactly, because that would be such a kick to the gut, right? I mean, if you get this all the way to overtime, like, what a big lead for you to lose, and then EP are just going to be loving it. They're going to be just on that full momentum swing. The wind is still in the sails here for Stallions, but we'll see if EP can throw some kind of holes or something to stop it.
Different setup now, so No's got a secondary sniper, so this really indicates to me that they're not going to push.
Yeah, this is a good indication. And how often do we get to see him on the sniper, right? I mean, he's a very strong rifler. Not to say he can't snipe, obviously, but it is just like you said, that's a big change up. So they're going to try to use a little bit of range on this one for this round at least.
Oh, I like this. If EP just go, I like the idea of this. Oh, but no, on the sniper, there he is. That's why he uses it. And this change up is insane.
Oh my, I was talking about we don't get to see it on the sniper very often, but man, why don't we get to see it more often?
Do it more. How about that? How about that from No? He denies EP the right to playoffs, and their key is going to get crushed all in the hands of one man and one sniper.
Absolutely phenomenal series, and Stallions will survive, so that guarantees them the qualification now into the playoffs. Evolution Power have been eliminated. They've been able to cause some ruckus. They've been able to cause some upsets in this tournament, but Today is just not the day.
Wow. I did not think that game was going to end that way, with a timeout being called, with no bringing out the sniper, and then just killing everyone. For EP, that's sad. That the journey at EWC hasn't been the easiest. It's been probably one of the most long-winded out of every team attending here. They've shown up a lot, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough today.
It just wasn't enough, and that's the thing where I feel like, you know, for EP's sake, like when you have a team that starts really slow in the tournament and then you're kind of getting better and better as games go on, yes, that's exciting, but it felt like maybe it was just a bit, they needed to go a little bit quicker, right? That's where I wasn't convinced in the beginning. I was like, what is going on? Like, this EP is not the EP that I've known for years, and now they started to look like it. But Stallions, again, that is a championship level team. That's why we're praising them so much. That's why we talk a lot about what they've been able to bring to the table.
That's why the bar's been set in that way, and that's a shame for EP, but unfortunately you're just going up against Stallions.
Yeah.
Stallions looked a little bit off kilter in that first map, definitely came back in the second. Third one was no contest. That was the most dominant of the lot.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing that I love about this too is, like, I mean, there's so much criticism that, you know, I think we both were saying, is the fact that, you know, for Stallions, they weren't playing together well. Like, it felt like they were formating as a team, but then they weren't really trading as a team. They weren't like really working off of each other, right? So that's where I think the biggest gap was, but thankfully they got it done in here and now.
Absolutely. And now we have to see and say goodbye to Evolution Power Gaming. We can go down to the stage to get their key crushed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and no, the big dog getting it done, only 16 years old, and clutching up like that at the Esports World Cup when it matters the most, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is what it's all about. And he is trying to show that even before getting the chip, that he already has that dog in him, that championship pedigree, maybe just innate in young No. No, you can walk this way as we have our first key crush for the day. Salvatore, I know you're feeling proud right now too, brother. My goodness. That boy representing that Philippines, man. Yes, sir. Evolution Power fought extremely hard, but in the end, we see that this is the end of the road for them. No, if you could join me right here, brother. So, first and foremost, amazing performance on your end. How were you able to clutch it out when you guys were down?
Ang ganda ng laro mo kanina. Paano mo nagawang tapusin yung laban ng ganong kakaklatch?
Saan yung ano sa
dulo?
Wala, di ko alam. Pag timeout, sinabi ko lang na ako mag-arte kasi alam ko na maubos ko yun. Alam ko na sa sarili ko na maubos ko yun.
I honestly don't know. After the timeout, I said to myself, guys, I'll be handling sniping duty because I know they will be no match for it. And that's about it. That's why we got the game.
Okay, and you represent the Philippines, where China is looked at as the strongest region in CROSSFIRE. How important is it to you and your teammates to represent the Philippines on a stage this big and show that you're strong too?
Yung CFPL, yung tinataguri ang pinakamalakas na region. Ngayon, ikaw yung representative ng Philippines. Gaano ba kalaki para sa'yo to na i-represent mo yung buong Pilipinas dito sa EWC?
Sobrang laki saan kasi isipin mo ano yun eh. Pilipinas yun eh, buong bansa namin eh. Tapos proud na proud ako na i-represent ko yung country namin.
It means so much for me and the teammates to represent the Philippines because, you know, Philippines, despite being a wildcard region, it just means so much to me to carry the whole weight and the pressure of being the representative of the Philippine region.
Okay, and last question. You brought up that pressure, that weight. You just turned 16 years old, man. You're extremely young. How are you able to clutch out in these situations given how young you are? Are you nervous on this stage at all?
Kaka-16 mo lang ngayon taon, pre. Ano bang feeling na nagagawa mo ng lahat ng yun, yung mga kalaban mo, veterano, tas ikaw 16 ka lang?
Wala akong na-feel na kaba, tas nakaka-proud sa sarili ko, kahit bata ako, makakasabay ako sa kanila, lalo na sa mga Chinese. Yun lang.
I don't feel any pressure, man. When I go there, I just play like myself, and I just destroy whoever comes in front of me. So yeah, I don't feel any pressure at all.
Come on, man. Doesn't feel the pressure, and when it matters the most, my man pulled out the sniper and got busy. That is young No showing why he is a superstar representing the Philippines. Congratulations again on making it into the playoffs.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. lights, better get right, champion.
The Young Guns from Cebu move forward, now officially top 8. It got a little bit dicey, but no worries. They believed in themselves. Coach Tanks pulled them aside and said, do what you do best. And they did exactly that against Evolution Power Gaming, who have now had their key crushed. The Stallion story still continues. They move forward. How far can they go? I'm not so certain, but they believe they can go all the way, and that's exactly what they're wanting to do. Kyle, what a series. What an ending. First off, just to shout it out, Kano gets the team ace. He gets the ace with the sniper. Boom, 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 and then there was a long pause, but then eventually, boom.
Yeah, honestly, just an incredible way to end it, and he said it there in the quick interview. He just knew what he needed to do in that moment, and he rose to that occasion and made it happen. But not only that, you've got to shout out the rest of Stallions in this matchup as well. Just the raw aggression across the board, because up until that ace, no only had 9 kills on this map, it was really KLB stepping up and helping get this one across the line.
Yeah, it's so funny because I was going to come into this post-game being like, this wasn't the no-show, didn't rely on him, it was team effort, which it certainly was. I think KLP in particular. Hold up, no, let me just wait. Let's just watch this for a second. Because
Lucy, this is the no-show.
Is the no-show. And there was no show from Evolution Power on this map. It was a shut out. And it wasn't just that sniper. Obviously, KLP had that early clutch, that insane entry with the pistol. But I think No's moment at the end here, a deserved celebration as he puts a bookend to this run from Evolution Power.
No does get a lot of attention, obviously. But again, I go back to what I said as they were in that team huddle. They're a family. Like, they all support each other. They believe in each other. When time gets rough, they can always fall on each other for support and for some help and some love, man. They're just a great team all the way, even from the supporting staff of the Stallions, obviously uplifting them. A great story that will continue. But let's sober the mood a little bit. Evolution Power Gaming, what a series from them. That map number 1, taking arguably the best map off of Stallions, was sensational. They changed up the game plan. We knew yesterday they had struggles, right? Obviously, who's IGLing? What's the team going to be looking like going into the matchup against Stallions? I think they look great, right? It just wasn't enough to close it out.
Yeah, a lot of it just came down to their Eagle Eye has been very shaky lately. We saw it against Vitality as well, where they closed out in regulation to push themselves a little bit further, but in the golden round, they let it slip. And here, you could see some of those same mistakes just kind of compound against them. But not only that, you saw the aggressive playstyle fully unlocked finally from Stallions as well. And that's what I was hoping to see on this final map, because you could see glimpses of it at the end of that second map, but they just went full stop here on map number 3.
Yeah, right. Evolution Power, like they were dictating the series for the first map and a half. It was kind of running at their pace, and you could tell a lot of effort went into that sub base in the preparation, but counted the other way. It really did feel like Stallions was like, we have an identity. We know who we are. We know the way we like to play CROSSFIRE, and we're just not going to let off the pedal off the gas. You could see that Evolution Power very early on in Eagle Eye 2.0, they had an idea of how to respond to it. They were throwing bodies at the problem at these site takes. They were keeping them at bay for a couple of rounds, but as soon as they weren't able to stop that aggression, they never found an answer.
Let's go to the scoreboard and take a look at what Stallions was cooking up. A dominant win on Eagle Eye, ends 10-5, and it was a good call out from you, Kyle. I mean, no at 9, but he finishes at 14 thanks to the team ace with the snipe. Unbelievable finish to close the door on EP's chances. I do want to shout out, though, and I continually will do so, to WW from EP. I think he's a phenomenal player. I really do, and I think he's a great pickup. And I want to see him continue on to this roster. I think for EP, they have a lot of potential moving forward, especially if you start talking about CFS 2026 over in Wuhan. I think they're going to be a great roster and a scary one indeed. Great pickup. Obviously, first here international event. I think he did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I feel like he's one of the best lurkers we've seen coming out of that region in a long time. And I feel like moving forward, this team with a little bit of practice is only going to get better.
Yeah, I think it's just about integrating him a little bit better. Obviously, they were rotating for such an extended period. They finally landed on him. He seems like a great addition, Mr. Consistent, right? But with the XQQ's style of lurk sniping as well, right? I feel like you need to find that balance. And maybe with that refinement, we'll see them bounce back across 5 stars.
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? That is going to be coming up at the end of the year. Now, have when it comes to Evolution Power Gaming. A great job throughout our tournament, and they really did fight tooth and nail in that map number 3, but they fall a little bit flat. They unfortunately had their key crushed. They're now out of the tournament. They will not see top 8. They will not have a chance at top 3 once again. However, I still want to hear from what they had to say, and Salvatore has them on site.
Evolution Power Gaming unfortunately had their keys crushed, and we'll be seeing them in the next iteration of Esports World Cup. Joined here is the star player to WW. Nice try for you and the team. So I'd like to ask you, so once the map 2 and map 3 commenced, it kind of felt like it was very close, but Team Stallions had the momentum. So can you talk us through as to what happened in the 2 remaining sets?
WW 就是很遗憾，你们止步于此，然后。尤其是图2和图3，当时其实感觉还是打得比较接近的，但是感觉气势可能 Stallions 战队更加强一点。能不能跟我们说一下，就是从你的这个角度，当时图2和图3到底发生一些什么事情呢？
其实更多的还是一些我们队伍自己的失误吧，然后也没有做好防压，然后相对的应对可能慢了一点吧。
I would say it's mostly mistakes on our part, and we didn't respond properly when it came to preventing some of their aggression. So some mistakes here, some mistakes there cost us a few clutch rounds, and things just snowballed out of control.
Well, humbling words here for 2WW. So may I ask right now, so the team emotion, the team environment right now, can you tell us what the team is going through after this loss against Stallions?
你这边失利之后，你们团队里面的这个情绪和氛围，能不能也跟我们形容一下呢？
毕竟输了比赛嘛，可能现在的每个人情绪都不是特别好吧，比较沮丧。然后这次没打好，下次争取干回来吧。
Well, after a loss, we're definitely feeling very down. The atmosphere is not exactly very happy, but you know, there will be a next time, there will be another tournament in the future, and so we have to reinvigorate ourselves and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, make no mistake, once Evolution Power does take center stage once again in an international event, you bet that Evolution Power will once become champions here again, possibly at EWC. So I'll be giving you the chance now to WW. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home, or is there anything that you'd like to say to the supporters of Evolution Power?
确实也相信你们肯定会重振回来，然后并且在下次 EWC 当中也能获得更好的成绩。那有没有什么话想跟在家里面在线上看的那些粉丝们说的吗？
很抱歉这次让你们失望了，然后但是我们会继续努力，然后下一次我们会赢回来的。
I'm very sorry for letting all of you down, but we will continue working harder and we'll get better results next time.
Well, that is it for 2WW. Nice try. This is Evolution Power Gaming. Unfortunately, will not be advancing to the playoffs, but hopefully when we do see them next time, it is going to be an amazing scenery here for Evolution Power. Back at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the exit interview. Clearly, very, very down is 2WW. Naturally so. I mean, it was just such a hard-fought series from the side of Evolution Power Gaming. And at one point, were the favorites. You look at their Game 1 performance. I mean, they were stellar. Game 2, still close. 10-7. They have a fighting chance, but Game 3 just fell apart. Once it was like 3-3, Stallion sort of W-king, and it was over from that point. But I would say still relatively hopeful about their future. For 2WW, first and foremost, to even do the interview is great. Being the new guy on the team, they trust in him to be able to deliver the message for Evolution Power Gaming. So clearly they got a lot of faith in him, not only just as public representation, but as a player as a whole.
Yeah, I don't think they can feel too bad about this one, especially when you look at the state of the scene right now. Just so many potential upsets across all of these teams, and it feels like other regions have done a great job of like leveling the playing field, I would say. Because I mean, if you would have asked me at the start of this event, would Q9 be the first team to go out? Now we have 2 CFPL teams not making it out of the group stage, potentially a third later today if Baisha isn't able to figure it out. It's very surprising results across the board, and for EP, I think it's just a good lesson to learn because these other regions, they've got a lot to offer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wake-up call, right, for the Chinese teams. But I think for Evolution Power, they can still hold their heads high because of the run they were on, right? Very close series of Vitality. Very likely they could have even gone through on day 2, you know, in the playoff match. So yeah, very close run from them. And I think the fortitude they showed through the lower bracket run speaks volumes to the potential and the mentality of this roster. And I think they will bounce back.
They're going to have to, right? They at least have a lot of time to prep for their next matchups in CFS. But when it comes to EWC, they are now done with. Now, Stream B had an excellent matchup too that actually went all the way to the golden round, and it was between GK and Vitality. Let's take a peek on how that ended because it was one that came down to the wire. You see here, tied 12-12. It's a 1v1. It's Vitality versus GK, and the final shots are hit, and Vitality takes the win 13-12 to move forward just in the nick of time. Kyle, look at the scoreline. Slayer and Snake, 26-23.
Yeah, just an insane overall performance from Vitality. Not only that, in that final moment, I think he had maybe half a second left on that bomb timer, so I would be so anxious if I'm Vitality in that situation, hoping Totson can pull it off, but thankfully they win that 1v1. But for your entire tournament life to come down to just a 1v1 moment, that's insane.
Hey, that's the way Vitality like to play, right? They love these golden rounds. They love keeping us on the edge of our seats, and I love the entertainment. I love the storyline of their run so far, and the fact that it comes down to the 1v1 with a half second left, that just adds to the excitement.
It does. You could tell how hard these teams are fighting to get to the playoffs. For GK, unfortunately, their run will end. Vitality will move forward, now officially top 8. Group A is concluded. We are done and dusted when it comes here. We still need to conclude Group B. Those matches will be coming up next. Team Liquid, AJL moved on yesterday. Today, though, Vitality and Stallions fought hard to move forward. Stallions beating Evolution Power Gaming, and Vitality just now taking down GK Esports over on the B stream. Phenomenal job as a whole. Our bracket is looking stacked already.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough playoffs ahead. I'm interested to see now who's going to make it out of Group B, because if you look at the A side of the bracket, they've got their work cut out for them, definitely.
That's right, definitely so. Hey, CFS, we've been talking about it. It's coming up quickly, and it's going to be in Wuhan. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you. Group A is done, but Group B still has unfinished business. We are going to be looking at our next matchup. It's Falcons versus Baisha. Falcons fought very hard to get here, beating out Team Nemesis, but Baisha are looking like the favorites, forcing Falcons to fight as hard as they possibly can to take down the Chinese powerhouse team. That's going to be coming up next. But when it comes to EWC, such an incredible product, 24 different games, millions of dollars in prize pool. None of that would be possible without our founding partners.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir au moment la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'en pas quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pensais pas j'allais. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
Oh, this is Alucard from Team Nemesis. I have with me Comics and Rafen, and we will be reviewing different kind of foods. So let's see if we're gonna enjoy it. I think I'll like this one. I know what it is, but I don't know the English name. بانو الشوكولا.
بعدين عارف انا دوقتها في الفطار الصبح. حلوه ولا حلوه؟ حلوه؟ حلوه.
Sô cô la nó có hơi chua một tí thì sao ạ?
Amargo. As comidas são muito boas.
Cafezinho. Isso aí fica top.
Meu Deus. Pode comer então, que eu tô de boa.
تحسها عجوه. عجوه ما بحبش العجوه برضه. بس هي حلوه. حلوه باين عليها. 5 يعني ولا فوق ولا تحت. هي عاديه 5 برضه. هي عاديه. Perfect.
Okay.
This is like my favorite from all the dishes I've tried today, and I think this is the only one I will finish.
Ngon.
Okay.
Yeah, very
món này
good.
nó cũng tạm không bằng món phở hồi nãy.
Đúng.
Ok.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We now head over to Group B. It's Falcons versus Baisha, and the king, the legend, is leading the charge for Baisha Gaming.
Yep, and 9, of course, after what happened yesterday, he is looking for some redemption for Baisha Gaming, and especially knowing that they're one of the tournament favorites, you know they want to get that win.
Baisha taking a loss to King 0-2-1, but it was an exciting series nonetheless. When we look at Falcons now entering the building, you got to give a lot of credit to the consistency of Shady.
Yeah, and the fact he's able to come back with this roster rebuild this year, right? And sure, it's been a bit of a dicey run now, just scraping past Nemesis, but hey, they're here.
They're here indeed to take on Baisha, powerhouse when it comes to the Chinese region. Can Falcons get the job done? A lot of regional pride on their shoulders. But when we're talking Baisha, when we're talking about legends and prestige when it comes to CROSSFIRE history, we would be remiss if we did not mention N9, a phenomenal player who's going to be leading his team. And Salvatore had a chance to catch up with N9 before he takes the stage.
Which number 1 seed will swing? Or which number 1 team will continue to swim in the playoffs? It's Baisha Gaming versus Team Falcons, and I'm joined here by one of the most winningest CFS World Champions, N9 of Baisha Gaming. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. So, do you have anything to say from the match of Team Falcons yesterday up against Team Nemesis? What are your thoughts from that matchup yesterday?
法尔孔这个队伍确实很强嘛，因为他们也是越南赛区的1号种子。昨天在比赛中，他们能看到他们枪法也非常准，现在他们势头也很足，所以说他们是个非常难对付的对手。
Definitely, Team Falcons. I mean, they are the number 1 seed in Vietnam, and yesterday, just from the victory, we can see like the firepower is absolutely online, and the fact that they have a lot of momentum going for them as well. So they are definitely going to be a very challenging opponent.
Well, you guys talked about firepower, and Baisha Gaming, I feel like, has a ton of those in this upcoming matchup. So I'd like to ask N9, what makes Baisha Gaming the stronger team against Team Falcons?
也许可能是因为去年在 EWC 上我们也是战胜过他们，然后也是挺进了最后的8强嘛，所以我觉得我们可能会有一点小小的优势吧。
Well, we have beaten them before on the EWC stage. Last year, we beat them to get into the top 8. So I think that in that sense, we might still have an advantage here.
Well, history does say a lot for Baisha Gaming up against Team Falcons. But Baisha Gaming, you guys had like quite a handful of moments that you will be in an elimination position. So what is the team mood right now? Are you guys pressured to be on the stage, or are you guys chill in Baisha?
情绪肯定是放松带点紧张吧，因为比赛确实很关键，但是我们也想让自己的心态变得更加平稳，因为比赛越重要，大家就需要更加的去平淡，保持一个好的状态嘛。
I'll say it's definitely a mix between tension and relaxation, because we had our backs against the wall for multiple times, so there's definitely a bit of tension there. But at the same time, you know, the more important match, the more important it is to be calm. So we're definitely trying to juggle or at least try to suppress this anxiety and this tension.
And not too much, not too less, just right here for N9 and the crew. So I'll be giving you the floor right now. And do you have anything to say to the fans at home, to your friends and families, or do you have anything to say as well to Team Falcons?
感谢广大 Silver 对我们的支持，我们会拼尽全力打好每一场比赛。然后和 Team Falcons 说的就是，希望比赛打得越精彩吧，因为我们两个队也是老对手了，私下关系也特别好，希望能打出精彩的比赛。
Well, to all our fans, I hope you guys will keep on supporting us, and we'll try to we'll do our best. We'll give our all in every single match. And for Team Falcons, I mean, we're all friends. We're all rivals. We have been playing against each other so much. So let's just do our best. Let's put on a good show and let's have fun.
It is going to be amazing crossfire here, but tournament life is on the line. One team will advance and one team will go home. Baisha Gaming versus Team Falcons. We will be sending to the analyst desk reflections and the company for a further discussion of the game.
Thank you, Salvatore, as well as Jen, for the great interview. Nice to hear from N9. Going into the flow state, Lucy, staying calm, and Falcons are a heavy favorite. Hold up a second. That's actually crazy. Baisha Gaming, 21%. The fans say the Falcons got this after yesterday's performance.
Yeah, that's really surprising, isn't it? But I guess a lot of hype from the town here. And yeah, really cool to see the Falcons have the supporters out here. Obviously, Nine mentioned, there's a history between these two teams. Beat them 2-0 twice last EWC. But, and again, massive but here, very different roster, right? We can see some of the players on the server here. Carrot, Danxi, weren't here last time, right? Carrot's been absolutely phenomenal. Top fragging for them across multiple of these maps. Been super impressive with him. Danxi, it's been a lot of conversation around the rookies this year, with players like Eyes, with players, that have come through. But Danxi, maybe not quite the same sort of performance that we saw, during the regular season, but I'm hoping this is sort of his time to shine.
Also, Dola has to be mentioned, 24-kill game on Ankara versus Nemesis. But did that series yesterday show you that Falcons is ready to take on Baisha?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of questions for me, especially for Falcons at the moment, especially considering that I would still love to give credit to Nemesis and the way that they played the games yesterday, but still, it kind of exposed a lot of the problems here for the side of Falcons, right? How they reliant on LDX to do most of the macro for their team, and at the same time, Danxi, we cannot ignore him kind of going down in terms of performance, especially going up against one of the more experienced teams. So hopefully we see him stepping up to the plate, especially in this one, because every single rookie we're seeing right now is stepping up except him.
Let's take a look at our vetoes. What maps are we going to get in this great series? First ban comes through from the side of Baisha. New Mexico's out of the way. Then Eagle Eye 2.0 from the Falcons, which leaves map number 1, Lucy, coming up. Going to be New Compound, and that's going to be Falcons.
I really expected this to go to a Black Widow or an Ankara coming in from Baisha. Like, the new compound is really surprising to me. In fact, I almost thought that this might be potentially a place Falcons would take it.
Yeah, I was thinking that this was going to be a map number 3, and there you go. There's the Black Widow that we were looking for. And yeah, just like what you said, new compound really wasn't ringing in my head when we were doing this veto. But I really feel like maybe Baisha is trying to avoid a map 3 new compound, especially knowing the experience that Falcons has on this team. Maybe they're looking for a 3-1, maybe a safety net. But look at this, Ankara for map number 3, Vietnam's favorite map, but Baisha also has a wealth of experience on that map.
That's true. And again, I mentioned Dola, 24-kill game on Ankara versus Nemesis. And you mentioned Vietnam, they love Ankara. But Lucy, can they even get there? Can they win either New Compound or Black Widow?
The Black Widow, that's been a rough map for Falcons so far, right? They've lost it twice, I think, throughout this. So I thought it was going to be a punish. I'm really surprised the veto plays out this way. But obviously, they've taken that experience from those 2 losses. And now I guess they've, really been looking at where they went wrong, and they've tried to improve for this series.
It's going to be a great series. Falcons representing Vietnam. We heard the regional pride in Shady's interview yesterday. They take on Baisha Gaming, a dominant Chinese team. This will not be easy for Falcons, but if they want to fly high and fly into playoffs top 8, they got to take down Baisha. Let's head to the stage to get our final series of Group B started.
Decider match on this stream before we move on to the playoffs. One match here, one match on stream B. 2 more teams can validate their ticket to the playoffs.
And this next match that we have right here is definitely two of the best of the best. Team Falcons, they dominate over there in their region in Vietnam. And on the other side of things, Baisha Gaming is the current champion, the reigning and defending CFPL champion. So this is not an easy one to call on paper.
Absolutely not. Looking forward to this one, of course. And of course, huge implications for Falcons, of course, as the club is on the run for that big club championship title. And you only get points if you reach playoffs, if you're in the top 8. So for the team, it's mighty important to at least grab a few points for the club.
Team Falcons, of course, yes, fighting for that $7 million first place overall. Of course, there's $2 million on the line here specifically at CROSSFIRE. Falcons, earlier on, they did have a loss to Na'Vi, which was unexpected, but they bounced back up against Team Nemesis and showed the grit that is required to maybe eventually lift up this trophy. On the other side of things, Baisha Gaming did lose to King Zero, but that is an even match.
Absolutely. They're just looking to at least do as good as last year, as they were in the grand finals last year. They're trying to get their hands on this trophy and on the big paper.
Hey, and there is only one way to do so, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to settle things right here, right now, on this stage and on the sticks. It is time for the next elimination match. It's going to be Team Falcons versus Baisha.
Thank you so much, guys. As we are ready, we're going to hop right into the action here. Our first map of new compounds. Definitely threw Sneaky for a little bit of a loop, but pretty interesting stuff to get it for map 1 of Baisha Gaming up against Team Falcons. I am joined by B-Dog. What do you think about this matchup here today?
I think that it should be a compelling one. I feel like Baisha should have the advantage, but you're right, that the veto threw me for a little bit of a loop as well. Certainly wasn't expecting new compound to come out the gate as one of the picks here, but Baisha seemingly feeling confident, and for Falcons, they're going to start on that GR side. They're going to make inroads in towards B, but it should be Baisha coming out on top here. You feel like you need Falcons just to kind of get new compound over the line, because Black Widow is such a good map for Baisha.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, this is going to be a fun watch for sure. I think it's really going to set the tone if Baisha can get things going in their favor. But Team Falcons, as Damascus was talking about there on the stage, they have so much to fight for in terms of the club championship. They need to get into the round of 8 to try to defend essentially against AGL, who's currently in second place, who has those points already locked in from top 8, but easily could push higher, especially with how good AGL is in CROSSFIRE. So Team Falcons, a lot of work to do. They got to move through Baisha and then through potentially more teams to try to hold on to that top spot. And we'll have to wait and see how that all does play out. As we're here in the first round, Baisha, they are on the blacklist side. And that was the choice from Falcons to go on GR, I believe. We do have a bit of a swing around here already from Dola. He is coming in pretty quickly, and this push is not here yet for Baisha.
Yeah, this is nice. Like, Falcons have got all of these players in the site. In fact, a 4th rotate over, so Dola's actually going to take the first contact. You assume the snipers will go back and forth. Carrot's able to get a double, but then somehow, some way, Baisha are just in the site. And just like that, everyone disappears.
That was very strange. I felt like, you know, Shady got the first kill. Dola had the perfect flank. How did it go to Baisha? Very interesting stuff, as it was definitely chaos as they pushed in, but really just the entry, very nice. As you see, N9, they got into the server so quickly that I think even the flank from Dola wasn't really that effective because he was just barely, you know, maybe a split second too late. At least that's my read based on what we just saw there. So Baisha, very nice execute on the B site.
Yeah, it felt like Falcons just had every player there, though. Like, that was such a good crossfire, and suddenly they don't get any kills. That one's a bit muddy for me, but I suppose the individual brilliance of Baisha, going back to what the desk was saying as well, like, firepower-wise, everyone is incredibly consistent. N9, one of the most coveted players we've got in CROSSFIRE. It makes sense that his individual output is going to be immaculate. And it's actually Zhao, the sniper typically for Baisha, that gets things done with the rifle. Carrot now just holding the line. Baisha, it looks like they want to go for exactly the same play again.
Yeah, not a bad idea. We talked about this a lot, Laz and I, yesterday, where it's like, okay, they seemed a bit weak. You know, Falcons had the setup there, and yet we were still able to easily bowl them over. Let's just press that button again and see if we can get it done once again. Now, there are 4 people in the B side, so there's not even going to be a flank this time. Not yet, at least. and it might just be a straight-up 5v5 by the time we get to it.
Is this just a gentleman's agreement between Baisha and Falcons? Are we just going to have a brawl on B every single round? That indicates to me that these flashbangs, I mean limited flashbangs that Baisha have got to be effective when they burst onto the scene here.
They are going to make their way in as the nades clear out the one corner. 577 going to get that first kill. Carrot gets a couple, but still it is advantage here to Baisha. As YDSS is going to get down into the servers, trying to find Carrot. Going to see the elbow, but Carrot is big as he does pick that one up. And now it's the two snipers going head-to-head, and Xiao doesn't respect it. Carrot holds the angle, and he goes big in this round.
You're just expecting Carrot not to be peeking at it. If you're Zhao, he's dropped the nade deep to the back right-hand side of the server, just hoping to blow him up and catch him in transition as he's trying to rotate and pivot away. But no, Carrot just stands his ground. Massive round for the Falcons as they never say die on that B bomb site. And they're saying to Baisha, look, you can't bully us over here. We understand that's exactly what your game plan is going to be. It does get a little bit scary with YDSS being in that bomb site, but Carrot does brilliantly. That close quarters shot with that sniper, enough just to set him up for Zhao. And now you look at this, it's still going to be B, don't get me wrong, but it feels like the fight is going to be maybe taken a little bit further forward rather than in the site itself.
Yeah, let's see what Baisha want to do this time around. And yeah, to me, Carrot, very clutch. I mean, he always pulls up when they need him most. I think that in terms of consistency, you might look to other names such as Shady, who already has the 3 kills. Actually, the other 3 members outside of those 2 don't even have a kill yet. They're just all 0-2. So Shady and Carrot once again leading the charge here for the squad as they did over the last couple of days, as that's the lineup from Xiao.
Nice shot.
Gets that shot onto Shady.
It's been a complicated, I think, storyline for Falcons as well, right? Because they had to play with their sub too, and now they come into this one. And okay, Dola, that works too. Immediate flanks, LDX is just below the scope of Zhao. And as we're speaking about the problems for Falcons, maybe we should be talking about the problems for Baisha. At least they won't have any getting onto this bomb site. It's just about holding on in this 4 versus 2. 577 can't go around this corner, otherwise LDX will find him. He needs to plant, that should be the priority.
Yeah, he's going to get a nice plant down here, but as you mentioned, 4v2. And 9 going to play a bit forward here and look for Dola, who has seen the gun, I believe, with that one tap. And LDX is going to be coming in the main door, so just looking for the 4v2 retake here. Our Falcons shouldn't be too difficult, but let's see what the execution looks like, as N9 can be very scary in these positions. LDX going to do a nice amount of damage already. N9 only gets 1. And now it's 577 against 3, and he gets isolated in the back corner in the 2v1, and Falcons with a nice win.
Yeah, they play that really well, Falcons. Like, they don't overextend. You got the double layer in when they're fighting N9, and then they all group up together and they isolate the kill, that they make sure that it's not easy. It's really difficult for these kills to actually spin up and take greater meaning here for Baisha. So the fact that you get the bomb down, cool, that's something I guess you can consider if you're Baisha, but Falcons, I think, already being really invasive. Like, I really like the idea that Dola in 3 rounds has gone for 2 different flanks. Like, you're making it really uncomfortable for Baisha, even if they get an opening pick, because remember, Zhao did have that lineup.
Yeah, now you see Carrot's able to get some information that they're going into pillars once again. This has kind of just been the default, though, from the side of Baisha, so might not tell you a whole lot, but they're still able to get that information for what it is worth. And coming into this one, you know, we're definitely painting Baisha as the favorites, but based on what we're seeing so far, Falcons doing quite well for themselves. They look very prepared and poised. And the thing is, you know, Baisha last year in CFS, they actually fell down in group stage, just like Falcons did actually as well, so anything can happen, even if, you know, we have certain expectations. It really does come down to how the teams are going to play it out here in the actual match. And it's an elimination match, so you got to play your best. There's a lot of pressure.
These are wild rotates right now from Falcons. It just feels like they're jumping on everything, but currently it's the correct move. I mean, 4 players just sit in this A bomb site. The C4 not committed, that's the most important thing. You kind of want Baisha on the right-hand side of the map to have a little poke and a prod to see if you can find out any information, but instead they're going to keep smoking off choke points on the A-bomb site. This time the read is completely correct here for the BL squad.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice. They get those 2 smokes down in mid, which really cuts off a lot of the information throughout the middle of the map. And so Falcons, though, they have read that this is a rotation back, so they've gone back into a more default setup as they are on the B site here. Sly going to push the envelope. He does finally take out Shady, but they're holding down the site pretty well until YDSS comes down here, picks up 2. That's 3, actually, in total for YDSS, and they do finally get into the site. Now the bomb is back here.
And that's going to be very tricky. Oh, maybe not. I was ready for it. I was ready for him just to hit the instant headshot, but no, Zhao will deny him immediately. No, C4, no problem. And that was, look, I like it out of Falcons. I like Carrot's movement in particular there because he completely disrespects the smoke that's being thrown onto that B-bomb site. He makes it safe for his teammates to come through. And I love the fact that the riflers are backing up that sniper there. Like, it can be so easy just to leave Carrot there. But Falcons, I think, for the most part, making the right moves that they just get caught off guard by, again, individual brilliance from Baisha. That's what it's coming down to right now. That was very similar to our first best of 3 as well, where you had the Evolution Power gaming team understanding what was happening, but they couldn't deal with the firepower. Here, Falcons knowing what's going on 80% of the time, but they can't hold on.
Yeah, and big committals to sites from the side of Falcons as well. They're not doing a whole lot of poking and prodding outside of like the one guy that they send on flanks sometimes, but it does feel like they're still getting a pretty good read somehow and are able to get into position to just swarm the sites, as that is a lot of needs. Straight into LDX. He's not going to get the kill.
How?
But Carrot does trade one back. 577 pretty low. And he is forward here. Maybe just not expecting him to be that close. But he is going to back off eventually.
He will leave, and now, again, good backup. Zhao's going to get on the angle with the sniper. You can go pick up the bomb. Maybe you can make inroads elsewhere. If your Baisha still got plenty of time to work with here, they're dropping further utility in towards safe bombs. Like, very similar to the previous round, except they didn't really commit as far in towards that A-bomb site as they have in this. And in fact, they're going to go through a different direction. They're going to head further forward. N9 surely spotted by Shady, but the adjustment is immaculate. Shady now looking to hold on. He's doing so perfectly. It's up to Lyra and Zhao. And now it all falls on Carrot. He was over here, but I don't think they know exactly how close he is. Will drop off the ramp, will try and creep further forward, has to walk through a smoke, taking a daring move. It's Carrot, and the shot on the pistol is brilliant. It's down to him and Zhao. Can he hit the instant shot on the sniper? Not quite. So it goes back to the side of Zhao's in the open, but Carrot can do it for Falcons.
How did Zhao not get the kill? Carrot was given so many opportunities. He kept missing and missing and missing. Even had to reload at one point, and Zhao was like, all right, now's my opportunity. I can push him. Loses the fight anyway, and Carrot in the 1v2 just goes huge. And this is what I'm saying about this player. He's so clutch. 7 kills so far here in the 5 rounds we've had of play of this map.
He is clutch, but I felt like that shouldn't have been his clutch, you know?
Yeah.
But fair, hey, you won it. That's the most important thing. And it's good for Falcons that they aren't allowing Baisha to actually have this control, especially after disgusting shots like N9, like the flick he pulls out as he's rotating into that bomb site. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do about that if you're Falcons, so good recovery. For Baisha, it's about sticking the landing, because it feels like we've had a lot of clutch moments now from Falcons, and that is normally not happening in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty close one so far. I think Falcons, again, they've really come out here swinging pretty early on. Even after that first round went heavily to the side of Baisha, they haven't backed down at all. And they've been able to hold on here to a slight lead. We've had so much incredibly close crossfire already today. It just feels like once things really get down to the nitty-gritty, we get to elimination matches, qualification matches, all these teams step up, and it just becomes an incredibly close affair between pretty much everybody. As we had it here on the A stream, the B stream, same thing. Went to a golden round. Vitality barely got across the line. And now Baisha taking their time once again. It looks like they do want to go towards the B site, maybe just trying to poke in here.
Ooh. Good flash. Oh, an even better result. N9 able to get the first trade immediate. And N9 is still there again. And that is a wild push through that smoke. But Baisha are covering for it. And they're holding for the flank. Carrot, we know he's clutch. But can he do it with 40 seconds left? And all these players, first kill collected, but no. Traded immediately by Zhao. That's more like it from Baisha.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, Xiao is almost questioning in terms of his facial expression there. Not sure exactly what the question was or what it was about, but they did win the round. And yeah, it was a very aggressive push from the side of Baisha. They were able to get into spawn and take that down. N9 has just been very calm and collected. He's hitting all those shots on the entries, which has been his job here. And he's been looking very strong, backed up by Xiao, who has 11 kills and only 3 deaths. So those are definitely the two guys in my mind that are stepping up here for Baisha so far. Pushing through the smoke is Baisha. And they're going to try to push pretty aggressively. That's already the spam kill from LDX onto Xiao. So that's a big member already down.
They're just running the same round back, but just this time a little bit faster. LDX caught off, and Shady certainly isn't. This is much better out the Falcons. They are holding their ground here over towards the A bomb site. It's comprehensive. When it comes to the shutdown here, get your fist bumps in, boys, because you're not letting Baisha run away with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see that when they were pushing into that spawn area, they looked up, you saw the one guy got cover, but then Shady was also up here in the rafters, and they're like, wait, what? Not a very common position to have 2 guys standing there on that ramp, but Shady, he finds a way, I suppose, and goes pretty large there at the end of that round. And once again, it's just back and forth here. Falcons in the lead. Now, they feel pretty comfortable with the GR side. I am curious to see what it is going to look like afterwards, because we've seen sometimes where it can be close all the way, but sometimes you go for the swap and Baisha go over to GR of new compound, and it's like, oh, okay. I see why they, yeah. Now I know why they picked this map.
So the fact that this is quite competitive in the first half actually feels pretty good for Baisha, despite Falcons having very good bomb site holds. Is that what you're saying?
Potentially. I mean, it doesn't always go that way. And I'm sure Falcons will be able to get something going on Blacklist. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. And maybe even they get the upper hand.
The good news is you can be really confident in this broadcast and say things, and then if it comes back to be wrong, you can say, oh no, Brandon said that, not Brendan. So
yeah,
it's fine.
We are the same person, kind of. Not really. Very similar names, that is for sure. And once again, it's Baisha who's going for a execution here onto the B site.
Nice flash.
And Xiao already takes down Dola. We do have a guy here in servers. Danksy gonna go down. And just like that, one flash, one entry, they get into the B bomb site. And now we got a couple of guys in mid, but Xiao is waiting here in the corner for this.
Yeah, this feels really nice for Xiao. I mean, again, 12 and 4, just reading everything. Carrot can't hold on. At least LDX will get the kill, but cool. LDX has got the kill, but he's now left alone in the 1v5 at effective. Really easy for YDSS. And the flashbangs were brilliant out of Baisha, but I was watching the ones float in from Falcons, because that's the first time we've actually seen only 2 players on a bomb site, but you've actually got backup utility. You're trying to counter Baisha on the way in. It felt really good, but then unfortunately it just wasn't. Baisha able to overwhelm, and that's why Falcons, you could argue, have been gamble stacking and having more players over on bomb sites, because they need all the manpower to stop Baisha.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing for any team to pull off, really, stopping these engages that they do have. And Baisha, they've been, I feel like, a little bit easy to read from their Blacklist side. They've been playing very just kind of by the book. There hasn't been anything too crazy. It's been a lot of B hits, a lot of, okay, we're going to push it, 1 minute left on the timer. This is when we go for it. Some initial pressure at like 1:40.
This is a bit faster.
Yeah.
But it looks like Falcons are ready for this. YDSS elevated up, ready to drop utility. N9. Oh, he loves going for those peaks. N9, how about that then? A change of pace. Dola at least able to hold on for a double back, but it's still the advantage as Baisha double back straight in towards this A bomb site. And now it's Shady versus 3, and he's got no position to retake in.
You see, he goes pretty fast here before the second set of smokes come down, but they know where he is. The flash is there, and he still has to go 1v3. Looking to tap on Leah's head. It's not going to happen as YDSS gets the kill. And Baisha, couple rounds in a row to end the half here ahead.
That felt a lot more comprehensive from Baisha as well. Like those rounds felt like they were a lot more in control. They knew exactly what they wanted to do off of spawner, and the fact that you've got such a player in N9 and the caliber he is, where he can say, guys, look, let's go mid. I can just get a double entry. It'll be no problem. And from there, you've always maintained that player advantage. It's exceptional work. And now you've really hyped up this GR side from Baisha. So I'm excited to see it. And I wonder if they just completely run riot now over Falcons.
I'd say especially with the momentum of the last couple of rounds where it felt like Falcons had a good read and a good hold on Baisha and stopping their pushes, but the fact that that kind of collapsed at the end of the half makes me worried for Falcons for sure. And again, Baisha are still the favorites. It is a close map so far, but yeah, I'm expecting a pretty big GR side from them. So let's see if they have it in the tank this time as Falcons pushing into mid here. They are going to clear this part of the map out first.
That's a drawn utility at least. Baisha now dropping smokes. A redeployment of one as well for Falcons is going to keep Baisha iced out with no info towards A. That's going to make YDSS feel a little bit uncomfortable, and these flashbangs are really nice. And I was going to say maybe they're going to push off the back of it, but no, they're just keeping Falcons contained.
Yeah, just kind of holding them up here in the middle of the map, which can be effective. You see a smoke straight into spawn.
That's nice.
Right at the door, but N9 is ahead of it. He's actually out the door already, so just waiting for this push. As the flash comes in, and they have not cleared him out, as together with YDSS, they're just getting so much damage done. This push is not happening. They're just having their heads cut off immediately before they even get in there. And that is going to be that push stopped with flying colors.
Really nice smokes being put down by Baisha at the same time as Falcons executes. N9 gets off his, and then their gray screener as they're running through. So he can stand a lot more in the open. He can actually then have that loose crossfire with the players on the B bomb site in the same breath before Baisha rotate over. They are still blocking the exact sight line that Falcons wanted to try and exploit and deny. And there we go. This is what it's all been fighting for. The club championship points. AGAL already locked their spot in playoffs here at CROSSFIRE. If Falcons get eliminated by Baisha, they won't get any points.
Yeah, it's not an easy spot for them. They desperately need top 8. They can't fall behind AGAL, but I have an inkling that AGL will go farther than round of 8, so they really have to get across the line here for the club championship. 7 million for that first place prize, and Falcon have been met with so many strong teams already. So let's see if they can get it done, as we do have a similar kind of initial setup where they have guys guarding on the left and right wings of the map, if you will, and then a little bit of a contingency up here in front. Just kind of hoping that Baisha are going to peek them. But it has not, well, it happens immediately as I say that. As N9 comes in, gets the kill, gets out, as he is pretty low. 577 low himself. But that kill is going to be more valuable here for the side of Baisha.
Absolutely. Look, I thought he was going to get caught off guard because the way they dropped that smoke, they didn't expect Falcons to be already beyond it. N9 still considers. That's going to send Falcons scrambling. Not quite into a tailspin, but instead in towards this A bomb site. It actually looks like the Reaper Baisha's pretty good. I mean, N9, incredibly low. It's going to be 1 HP territory. YDSS is now thinking about rotating over 2. This is still very achievable. YDSS will fall. Remember, 2 players still low for Baisha, but the bomb's been dropped. And so too of all of Falcons. Carrot clutch, as always. But he needs to have the sidearm out rather than the sniper. We'll swap to it. Zhao, a sitting duck. But Carrot, more so. It's the end of the stick for Baisha as they look to now close things out here on this GR side, just as Brendan predicted.
Yeah, this is a good time for a tack pause. And I think they have gone for it, if I'm not mistaken, because that... I mean, this is 4 rounds in a row now to Baisha. 2 on Blacklist, 2 here on Global Risk. So really just running away with the tempo in this first map. And yeah, I mean... I think this is a good time to stop as well for the coach, because you can say, okay, we've seen 2 rounds. What have we learned? You know, what have I learned from watching you guys? And just try to go over everything and turn the tides early before Baisha get too much momentum.
It's interesting because I'm wondering what he's saying here, because you've been able to get ample space in middle. But as a consequence of that, you don't know what the extremities have been looking like for Baisha. Have they been pushing it? Well, not really. They've been rooted on these bomb sites and then wanting to take the fight straight to you. So what's your counter if you're Falcons? Do you just take things a little bit faster to catch Baisha off guard, or do you actually start exploiting more of the map? The issue with going wider and spreading yourself too thin is that you give isolated fights over to Baisha, but in addition to that, you still don't know what the setups look like because you've never ventured that far wide of new compound.
Yeah, I mean, I do think those two first rounds were a bit similar. So I think mixing it up and trying something new is definitely going to be in the cards here for the side of Falcons. As, you know, they had Dola in the front here, gets the one kill, and he's been pretty good, but it can't be a one-man army. It can't be Dola sometimes, Carrot sometimes, Shady sometimes. It has to be the whole squad coming together if they are going to beat Baisha here.
But also it can't be Carrot only in clutch moments too. I feel like we need a little bit more out of Carrot in the early openings of rounds rather than mid to late. We've seen this set up quite a few times here from Baisha. You've got Zhao taking the lead with the sniper, 577 on the boost. And Falcons, though, it looks like we still want mid again.
Yeah, and I mean, that's okay to start off with, you know, just take control of the middle of the map. I think Baisha absolutely, to start, could have gone a bit aggressive and, you know, just try to say, okay, I don't care what you talked about in your tac pause. Let's really just kind of throw a wrench into things and be aggro. Baisha have not done that. I feel like they've played this map just very default. I haven't seen a lot of mix-ups from Baisha at all, from Blacklist, from Global Risk, and generally when the CFPL teams do this, it's because they think they're better and they don't want to show too much, and they're like, we can beat you straight up, we don't have to do anything crazy. And Leonel on the sniper picks up two. Looks for Shady, he's not going to get him. Shady kind of a different pay grade at the moment, but still already did the work.
I was going to say, look, you've still done the damage. You still have got a player advantage here. If you're Baisha, you still haven't shown too many players over this B-bomb site either. You're going to make Falcons probably back out and reassess the situation. And coming back to the fundamental point, look, this team in Baisha, they have just got better fundamentals. Like, it's very clear to see, as you're saying. So I actually like the decision that they're just playing default because they don't have to then just overexert themselves. They know that their principles are going to be best. N9. In the open, every time I've seen him here, I've been scared, and then he gets a multi-kill. So I'm not worried right now. I'd love it if Falcons flash, but with 25 seconds left, instead they don't, and N9 actually doesn't get the multi. It's going to be 577 instead, who goes with the pistol. Shady's able to get the trade, and then YDSS is right there. Quick rotates the name of the game. Baisha within 2 rounds of closing.
Yeah, and you could see that they were kind of expecting N9 to be pushed up there. That's really the only weird thing that they're doing, and it's hard to even call it weird, is like, he's just kind of doing his own thing, especially from GR. He's pushing out a little bit, he's getting information, he's in these weird angles. As that shot first comes out from LDX, and then Leah is able to get the snipe, and he gets a second one on top of it, so... Yeah, they throw in the flashes. They try to take out N9. It felt like Falcons were prepared for something like that, a position from N9 like that, and yet still, they were not able to take him down. And that is worrying, to say the least, because now you've only got 2 rounds left for Baisha to win this map, and they have not been stopped in the last 6 rounds or something.
Well, we're just going to do this again, guys. I like this idea of it, though. Like, it's a different variant out of Falcons, even though it looks very similar. But they've just been naded, so maybe we don't like it as much. At least Zhao's been pushed back by a HE. That does a lot of damage onto his position. But the issue is that Falcons are getting picked apart, and they can't progress any further. Shady and LDX will at least find kills back, 3 versus 3, but they haven't got any bomb site control. And 577 make sure that doesn't happen. Danksy left alone. 577 has certainly seen him on the jump peak. You can wait. You know you've got the bomb, and that'll do nicely.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Baisha really rolling them now, and we definitely had a lot of us on the talent side of things that were like, yeah, Baisha's big favorite. You know, this might be a quick 2-0 today, and I was hoping it wasn't going to happen. For Falcon's sake and also for the sake of the entertainment of the series, we've had so many back and forth crazy series that have been so fun to watch. But Baisha are just that good, and sometimes that's the way it goes. I mean, Falcons are a great team. I think Falcons can play better than what we're seeing right now, and maybe it's maybe it's just a little bit too much from Baisha here.
That's nice. Like you are punishing this setup. Finally, we get Falcons going B and not mid off the start.
Better late than never, I guess.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah. I'm reaching.
Yeah,
Shady
so
gets the kill, though.
There we go. At least they've got something out of this. And now you can maybe deviate and just go straight into this B bomb site. They're going to definitely try it, but utility very good out of Baisha. Not only the flashbangs, but also the nades. They're going to keep Falcons at bay for now. The good news is we've only over 90 seconds left on the clock, and still with the player favorable on the BL squad, you don't have to immediately walk this and commit this into B.
Yeah, still have a lot of time. I mean, Baisha weren't really doing much until there was like 1 minute left on the clock when they were on the blacklist side. So you've already got some work done. Try to regroup, look to go somewhere else, force Baisha out of position. Don't just let them sit back and play default and win against you, because that's what's been going on. And yeah, the timing of that 5-7-7 does get kind of out of dodge. And now they are grouping up here in mid. This looks like a B hit to me with the two guys in main. But let's see what they commit to.
Please let it be a B hit. there's no one on B. The red carpet can be rolled out. And it feels like they have to go this direction. All right, flashbangs in towards the site. Zhao is able to find LDX, able to find anyone here on this cross. The bomb ready to be escorted in. Missed shot, an opportunity. And in fact, the trades are brilliant. Carrot does really well with the sidearm. 5-7-7 now left alone, and it does get a little bit scary because he could have denied Danksy and that would have been the bomb, but no, we're all okay. Can be planted and should be, bar any ridiculous clutches a Falcons round. They're first here on BL.
Yeah, it's not looking very likely for 5-7-7. We'll see if he does even go for this. Sometimes we see players just sit back, but honestly, I don't think there's too much to discuss for Baisha, so I would like to see him try to go for it. As I say that, though, he is backing away behind the pillars, and it looks like he's just going to hold on to his KD for now. And that's fine. I think that this time around it looked much better for the side of Falcons. I think that they read that pressure of kind of the odd man of N9 who's going to go for his solo pushes. They get that pick off. They get a bunch of damage into Xiao, understanding where he's been playing over outside of A main. And, from there, they're able to get a snowball rolling, a nice push on a B. And they finally get on the scoreboard again. It's not over until they actually get that 10th round, so let's see if Falcons have a miracle up their sleeves.
They did still drop the conditioning smokes in towards mid as well. They did sprinkle in a little bit of that middle as well. I was scared when the bomb made it over and Danksy nearly died. That was scary, but okay, it's fine. In the end, Zhao's now pushed all the way back. He's now taken a much more passive line rather than this deep one over towards A. And for Falcons, they're going through the motions yet again. But the difference you've got is YDSS is in a much more forward position towards B.
Yeah, he's got a pretty nice angle here. We'll see if it does work out for him. As three people sitting right next to him. YDSS is just going to hide behind the box and wait until the push comes through. As he pops out, gets one, picks up a second with the spray, looks for Shady, has to reload as he has the reload off, and he's able to get a bunch of damage into Shady too. That took way too long as, the timing there from 5-7-7, not the best. And all of a sudden, it's Xiao in the 1v3. So Falcons are getting some stuff rolling now. Better late than never, he said.
Oh, that nade looks so good. That nade looks so good. And he doesn't finish off Shady. Zhao punished for having good lineups. And now he needs to try and reset the situation. Flashbang forward. That's going to keep him just anchored over towards this side. A quick scope onto LDX, but nothing really connecting. Zhao will try his best. But Falcons are now spinning into this thing.
They're getting something going. They string a couple of rounds together. And maybe the pressure.
For his keyboard?
Yeah. He's got like a separate little pink mouse pad there for his keyboard. That's pretty cool. I like the setup there. But yeah, we got something going here for Falcons. I was very worried when it looked like Baisha were just going to run away with the map for free.
Look at this disparity as well between the kills for Falcons. The fact that this game is so close, like Shady, you already mentioned him, just keeps on delivering, but Danksy's on 2 kills. Danksy was the guy that was top fragging. Yeah. 5-7-7 now trapped in the corner. Has to get out of here, can't do it. And now Zhao will drop even more utility, trying to keep Falcons back. But they're looking to burst on the scene, or at least they were. Zhao around the corner still doesn't know about LDX, and Zhao will eventually get overwhelmed.
Yeah, that was actually a great setup there from Falcons. I mean, they spotted 577, they root him out with a bunch of aggressive play, and there was nobody actually backing him up from the side of Baisha. And Xiao tried to go for the snipe to get that follow-up kill, but it was LDX just hiding in the corner waiting for that exact play. So all of a sudden, 5 versus 3. And Falcons, they have not moved all too much. You know, generally you'll see a play like that and they'll back away and maybe regroup in mid and look for a push somewhere else. But they might just try to push the envelope here on A long.
I don't mind this out of N9 as well, because he's not actually overextending and over-pushing, which I think Falcons are holding for. Instead, he's just sort of holding the line just in case they pivot back. So he's got a really important job right now that does N9. And YDSS will drop the smoke as soon as the contact comes in. N9 now just poking and prodding around the edge of this, and Dola will look and find him. That's a massive kill, and that should be the round over now for Falcons, locking it in, and absolutely it is. No resistance from Baisha over towards A.
Yeah, they are going to go for the tack pause now after losing 3 rounds in a row to Falcons, who are hanging on by a thread in this map number 1 of New Compound, the choice of Baisha. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty interesting now. Again, I thought this was just a done deal, but maybe Baisha thought that as well. Maybe they just assumed, hey, we are just better than these guys. We can win very simply. We don't have to show anything. And then Falcons, all of a sudden, they took a little pause themselves and they were able to figure some stuff out. So yeah, Baisha going to have to figure it out themselves, go back to the drawing board and try to stop this aggression from the side of Falcons. We saw essentially 3 different types of aggressive maneuvers from Falcons in a row. So I like the mix-ups, and it's certainly throwing Baisha for a loop.
It's really interesting because actually you can just see, because of the cameras, like Zemo's not talking for Baisha. Like everyone else is having their input.
Yeah.
But I actually think this is a cool idea. Like you're actually just taking the pause, you say, look, figure it out yourselves. Like it doesn't actually need input in this because the game, it's close, but for the wrong reasons. Like Baisha had such an extensive lead. This isn't really a tactical tweak. This is more of a mentality tweak.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it makes sense as well when you've got a team like Baisha with some Giga veterans on that roster with N9 and Xiao especially. So, and there you have it. You know, Coach eventually does chime in, and they will get back into the game. So let's see if that helped out, as here was how they finished the round off. Just some good shots from Shady, and Dola got that kill on N9 in mid. And that did eventuate into a victory for Falcons.
There's now another aggressive setup for Baisha, but you're sort of half in, half out. Because rather than playing up close to the box, rather than now playing deep in sight, you're having a little look to see if you can get further info. Remember that this was also a round prior where YDSS got so much work done by just being in that little off angle. And Baisha just still can't close the map as a consequence. Carrot now holding. They're really anticipating that something's got to give here for Baisha and their defense, whether they're going to overextend. But instead it is just a massive trade of utility. I mean, obviously Falcons have got more, but that's the opener. Zhao just takes an aggressive fight in mid. Fair enough. There was a timing that was trying to be hit there by Shady, and that's a massive player to remove.
Yeah, the timing, I feel like it was pretty good, but Xiao had the better timing, and he had backup too. It wasn't even just him. He had his buddy there just poking out with him, and the shot rings true, and that's a big kill to get onto Shady especially, as he has been the MVP of this squad so far. Because now YDSS, it feels like they have a pretty good idea of why Shady was in mid and what the rest of the strategy looks like. So they're playing a little passive on A, and then the rest of the squad is over by B or in spawn, as N9 is kind of the flex guy in mid. And now the push is going to come in. They drop straight onto the heads of YDSS, and that that's just 3 kills. They just get in and it works.
I didn't really like that setup from Baisha, I'm going to be honest. Like, I like the idea of YDSS being close in that corner, but with the sniper taking contact, you need N9 to be a little bit more further forward, or at least in the sight. For me, it feels like you're putting too much reliance on the sniper, and as soon as he misses, like, the only thing they're going to clear at that moment is right below them. Nice shot back from 577, but Zhao can't really do this. That's really well handled from Falcons, but that setup is a little bit of a mess for me.
Yeah, and clearly it did not work. As we saw, Carrot hits the shots and the entry comes in. And whenever Shady goes down, Carrot's right there to hop in and get the work done. Stanksy picks up his 5th kill to get it done. And Shady's like, all right, guys, we can do this. We've worked our way up from 4 to 9. It is now 8 to 9. And again, the pressure is just immense. Like, we keep on talking about how much Team Falcons need to make it into quarterfinals and at least challenge AGAL for that club championship spot. But also how much it's going to mean to this individual team of CROSSFIRE from Falcons, where it's like, if we take down Baisha, that's just huge for us. Especially when, you know, the Falcons and the Vietnamese region as a whole hasn't had the most luck over the last couple of years.
That will give them a lot of confidence moving forward if they are able to get it. Still a long way off. They still need to force overtime first. YDSS will get out of the way. And for Falcons, they're just trying to push the issue. They've got to clear their corners. They've got to overlook the angle, and thankfully they do. Dola considers it. Zhao then follows through with another over towards this A-bomb site. 4 versus 3, Dola low, and they're stuck in no man's land. They can't go out to B, they have to go forward in towards this A-bomb site. Carrot holding the angle, Xiao just takes a swing with the pistol. Falcons are trapped.
Yeah, I like that from Xiao. He pushes forward, he's just hopping past the doorway, gets a couple of pot shots and doesn't fully commit, and also gets information that, hell, yeah, they're just still there. There's nowhere they can go. We already knew that, as he goes over, supports his buddy, gets the kill. And, man, Xiao is really just stepping up here. He says, I have been the guy. I have been him for this one. As Shady has been the guy for his team, has more kills than Xiao even. And with that one, they do make their way onto the A site.
I really thought that double scope was maybe going to betray him if Carrot takes a peek, but Carrot holds his nerve. Shady has got the HP. He's got the bomb planted as well. N9 actually leading the charge with the pistol. Will finally get his rifle out, and Shady, is he going to consider this? Yes, he is, and he will able to find M9. Trade immediate out of Zhao on the sniper, up and over towards Carrot, and that'll do it for Baisha. It takes them way too long to close, but hey, at least they did.
Yeah, and Xiao's like, come on, guys. Like, what else do I have to do? As he picks up, I think it was a 4K, it was at least like 3.5 on that round. And yeah, I mean, he just went so big in this map, 21 kills, and see, he's saying it right there. He's like, come on, guys, what's going on? These two have been having a conversation the whole map. They're like, what is happening? I don't know, but they get across the line. 10-8 it's still a win in a map. It counts the same as a 10-0, so you'll take it. But I'm sure that Baisha as well feel like they absolutely have more work to do if they want to win this series. But guys, we'll be back after a bit to bring you the desk and game number 2.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
You got to give credit where credit is due. Falcons fought back really hard to bring it 10-8. Ultimately, it wasn't enough as Baisha takes the win. Irregardless, though, it makes Black Widow coming up, map number 2, that much more interesting as Falcons are looking incredibly strong and sneaky. I got to say, arguably stronger than I expected.
Yeah, for sure. I think I really was just thinking that Falcons was just going to get run over in this first map, especially considering how it started. But, you know, the power of Shady, the man that refuses to give up this spot, the man who refuses to give up this map. But it really is just unfortunate that, you know, Shady didn't get as much help as we expected, especially considering how good of a start Doda had and the other players as well. But we already know what happened, of course. Baisha Gaming, they greeted every single step of the way. Xiao Xiao is absolutely on point, and the rest of the players are as well.
It was that 7 rounds in a row, I think, to get themselves towards 9. It really felt like Baisha were just going to run them over after that 4-2 start, right? But Falcons really grinded back into it. Love what I saw from Shady. We were starting to get some signs from young Carrot. Had a 1v2 with the pistol at the very start. I thought, okay, we've got a match in our hands. We did, in the end, get that, especially from that 4-on-5 they converted after they lost Shady. That was showing the signs that, yeah, this is going overtime for sure, but it's that final moment where they can't get it done. And as they mentioned on the cast, I think just the fundamentals from Baisha were just on point here. It felt like during that 7-round run, there was just no way for Falcons to get in.
Xiao Xiao is a large reason for that. His sniper lane control is phenomenal, and he was definitely doing his best against opposite of Carrot, who was going to be the sniper for the side of Falcons, who also had a good game for sure. But I gotta say, LDX definitely had a struggle this game. He was subbed out from for Fast just last night against Team Nemesis. Then he comes back in map number 2. He was the biggest difference maker for the roster. I do believe the IGL, if I'm not mistaken, or at least team captain. But when it comes to LDX, though, big struggles, especially early game.
Yeah, and especially in the big 2026, right? Even the IGL, when it comes to the fragging, really does matter in this one. I mean, we take a look at the scoreline, N9, 15, and 13, and we are going to see LDX 6 and 14, and you can really see the massive difference in this one, especially on impact.
It's really interesting, right? Because it's basically a 3-on-3 when you look at the kind of the kills, right? Because we can talk about Danxi and we talk about LDX and some of the expectations there, but 577 Lai, they were also pretty absent. Lai had like 1 highlight round with the secondary sniper, but it did really look like this was carried by 3 players on each team. And I don't want to put too much emphasis on Danxi because we do have to remember, for him, this is his international debut.
True. Then, you know, you got to give a lot of credit where credit is due for Falcons to already be where they're currently at and win their series yesterday. Again, what happens? Their prize pool goes from $25,000 earned up to $40,000. So first international event, you're already banking $40K. That's a big deal. But there's big implications for Falcons here to come back in this series, much like Stallions did earlier against EP. Falcons for the club championship race, with this being the final week, if they can somehow, some way get top 8, that might close the door on AGA, or at least better the chances of Falcons going back-to-back years, 3 in a row. That'd be, what, $21 million earned in the past 3 years, which is just incredible. For Baisha, though, are we ringing alarm bells? I know they get the win, but it definitely was a struggle to get it done in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see the struggle still to kind of try and see if they can contain the fully grouped Falcons, of course. But at the same time, I really did think that Shady was just hitting some unreal shots, as well as some of the other players like Carrot as well. But, you know, as soon as Shady dies, you can really see the impact, or rather the lack of impact that the map does have when it is only 4 players left alive. With the exception of that one round where they actually took the B side very well, but right after that, it didn't really go too well.
You can really see like the veto decision here, right? We were a bit like shocked with the way it played out, right? And I think new compound, I was concerned very early on, but you could see the Baisha have obviously put a lot of work into this, and it did feel like they're trying to counter Falcons with this veto. We could just see their setups were so comfortable on that GR side. The question is, going into this map too, whether it's going to be a reverse, well, you know, a push through to this third map, just because of the way it's been playing out for these two teams.
Yeah, great series overall. Will we go to game 3? It's up to Falcons to decide. They've got to answer back. Will they do it? We'll find out in just a second. Lucy was concerned about map 1 being new compound. I think you were concerned about Black Widow. The question is, can we get to game 3? Baisha's feeling good. They closed it out. They probably wanted to do a little bit better, be more dominant, especially given the fact that if they do go to quarterfinals, which is coming up next, man, a lot of teams are going to be looking at this first map, number 1, and thinking there might be an opportunity to take them on new compound.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that is one of the ways to kind of neutralize any team that is playing a bit too fast, right? I mean, new compound is really fundamentals at its core. So if your fundamentals aren't on point, then you're probably just going to lose every single duel.
But what about Black Widow, though? Map number 2, again, you had concerns. Do you still have them?
Honestly, in my opinion, I feel like Baisha's Black Widow is still definitely going to be on point, especially knowing that Xiao Xiao is fragging and N9 is also doing his thing. So I'm pretty confident with Baisha's Black Widow.
Yeah, I think the individuals you want to be fragging are fragging. And for Falcons, sure, they pick into the Black Widow, but it's the history of it at this event that has me concerned, right? And why I was so surprised when it came through the veto. 8 rounds versus Liquid, 7 rounds versus Nemesis. You know, you expect to be doing a little bit better on your map pick, and then you pick it into Baisha of all teams, and you're expect to do better than those outcomes.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. I mean, it was already going to be hard for Falcons, but the fact that they made it this far is incredible. And also bringing it back 10-8, potentially going into overtime map 1, gives me good faith. They're not out of gas just yet. They still have their foot on the pedal, and they are going full speed ahead. But for Baisha, they're looking to close the door 2-0, no drama. They want a bit of a break before they head potentially into the playoff brackets and, of course, await their opponents. Either way, for Falcons, can they fly high or will the wings be clipped? It's up to them to decide as we head to the stage in just a moment. Can we get some Falcons fans getting loud out there in the chat? Please. They need your energy. Shady's been playing absolutely out of his mind. He's been highly consistent, but can he remain consistent where it matters most to send it to a map number 3? We head into Black Widow. It's Baisha leading the charge, but Falcons need to come back. Let's find out with the casters if they can do it.
Thank you so much, guys, for that breakdown. As yes, it is Brendan Valdez and Brandon coming back here for this one. And this is going to be an interesting Black Widow. I think I kind of side with our analysts on this. I do think that Baisha, with Xiao playing well, with N9 doing his thing, it's hard to beat this team on this map. It's a pretty straightforward one, and if you're not ready for it, you are just going to be blown out. And Falcons, again, so much pressure on them. They got so close. And sometimes that can be worse than just, you know, losing quick and resetting and getting ready for the next map.
Potentially. I think it's one of these for Baisha as well, where you're expected to win this, so let's actually win it convincingly. Like, don't let the rounds slip away and pass you by like they did on New Compound, because it was gearing up to be a very dominant victory. That GR prediction that you said, Valdez, was really accurate, and then they just sort of let it slip towards the end. The good news is they got it over the line here on Black Widow. This is their bread and butter, is what they're more than happy to go into. They wanted to start on Blacklist. They've now got an opportunity to do this as they head towards the A bomb site. Shady, the only one here now spotted by N9, but N9 can't do anything about it.
Yeah, kind of an interesting way to play that one. Shady in a rough spot here. He backs away, Did not expect the second guy, and the pressure from Catwalk was too much. And now Karen has already shown himself, so he's going to have to back off of the window. And some util to come through. They already have the smoke here underneath, so they should be able to get this free plant. And the onus will be on Falcons to come in and get the retake.
You got a big flank that's being considered by Lyre. That's a nice shot. And then again from Zhao. That's what Lucy was saying. You got the right players performing at the right time here for Baisha. And they just get completely decimated, the Falcons. And now this long lurk has now got to turn into a pivot in towards Catwalk. Zhao is just searching and finding every single kill. That's unbelievable. Can he get the ace for the cherry on top? Yes, he can. That's unreal crazy from Zhao.
The ace, the 5K comes through here for Xiao. And that's a way to start off the map and really make a nice little statement. He comes in, he's like, yeah, I'm, new map, same me. I don't really care where I'm playing. I do think that Falcons could have played that better. I'm not sure how much utility they had left, but they kind of just pushed through smoke blind and ran straight into Xiao, who was waiting for them. And they did it one at a time and just allowed him to essentially pick them off one by one. So not the cleanest retake, I'd say, but Baisha, they get in on the 4v5 and they do take down the A site with them. And this is going to be up to the Falcons to really prove to us that they can roll with these guys on Black Widow.
Yeah, it more felt like they wanted to burst through the smokes just to overwhelm Baisha before they planted. And as you say, the issue is they've just given so much equity over to Zhao. Like, it just makes his life so much easier. It's going to be exactly the same round. It's in fact like same pieces pushing the same positions here for Baisha.
Yep.
As Shady's just completely on his own again.
Yeah, this time at least we do have a bit of a lean from the guys, and Shady is playing behind the truck, so a bit safer. Danksy is going to get that 1 kill, but immediately traded out, and they find Shady as well. Leah looking good on the push, and now Carrot just gonna pop his head out here of the window by himself. He goes down, and the trade backs from the side of Falcons are not looking great. Dola goes down too, and it's only N9 who died on the round. And you can see Dola is frustrated, to say the least.
Yeah, I'd be frustrated too, because this is a Falcons map pick, but it looks like they're all over the place. And I'd actually argue that these first 2 rounds that we've seen on Black Widow have been probably the most comprehensive of the entire series so far. They're in so much control here, Baisha. Every kill was going their favor. Falcons haven't really been able to wrestle back the control. It's just felt very standardized. It's felt like a scrim so far, to be honest. And that's not meant to be an insult to the Falcons. That's just how comfortable Baisha have looked.
Yeah, they're comfortable. They're playing by the book again, as you've mentioned. Once again, I do think that really is the memo. That's been the plan for Baisha, really, is just don't have to mix it up. This time, though, they will mix it up a bit as they're going aggressive in onto the B site. Danksy is going to get that first kill. Catches Leah just jumping out of the window. Carrot also gets 1 from his window. And that is going to be a nice stop here as Dola comes in, and they pick off 2, and they stop that B push with flying colors. Now, they had already called the timeout before taking that round, so unfortunate timing for them.
That's a nice round for Danksy as well, who had a really rough go of it on new compound, so gets tested early on his bomb site, passes with flying colors. The supportive flashbang as well that comes in from Falcons. I'm not sure who threw that. It might have even been Carrot before he peaked, but that was fantastic. That gave Danksy all the room to breathe, able to find that multi, and then Carrot's sharp shot by the window, enough just to push Baisha away. And as you say, timeout being called, but hey, that's fine, to be honest. I mean, I can't imagine they would have predicted to have lost that round. The fact that Danksy and Carrot hold on, it is really nice. For Falcons, they look to stem the bleed in early on Black Widow.
Yeah, my worry is, it's very early. We haven't seen all that much of this map. Baisha's only shown essentially 2 executes onto the sites, and you just handled one really well. So, you just had a lot of time in between the match, or rather the maps, to discuss what went wrong on the first one, how you're going to approach this one. So I'm not sure how much more, content there is really to talk about during this pause. But again, might just be a way to calm down and essentially prepare for the rest of the map, because they already looked frustrated, even though it was still very early on. And so a way to just kind of get your head back on straight and get ready to go once again. As I always say this, but you're going to need it against a team like Baisha Gaming, who is looking to potentially pick up the 2-0. As this was Danksy on the site, got the support from the flash, gets tucked in the corner, hits the shots, and does stop the push.
Yeah, the reality is you can't get frustrated 3 rounds into a game. Like, that is not the correct mentality to book your spot into playoffs. So you know that Baisha are never going to have that problem. So it'll be interesting to see how it looks for the Falcons as we dive deeper into this game, as you say, especially with no timeout later down the line, if things get a little bit tense. And 9 jump in, trying to get at least an semblance of control. He's trying to figure out what this setup looks like. This setup feels very good for Falcons if N9 pushes around the corner. Like, he's a dead man walking.
Yeah, absolutely. He is not going to push that angle, which is definitely good for his sake, and might just be another wraparound here towards A. It is what has worked so far. The 1B push they did, it didn't work, and it got shut down really easily. It looked like Falcons were very nicely prepared for that kind of a push. So I'd say not a bad idea to try to go for A, but Falcons are already on the rotate here towards the A site. Let's see if Baisha read this.
What was the tell here for Baisha? Well, it looks like they are reading it. Looks like that they've got an idea of what's going on. Dola. Oh, look at the timing.
You just saw him.
Yeah, you did. Okay, Zhao will find him. And now you imagine with that move being made, B should be open for business.
And B is open for business. That is for sure. And LDX here is coming out long. He's going to say, well, nobody's here. And they are pushing B. they're already in the site. I'm not sure if they have that information yet as the smokes are in. And now Leah on the back here, just waiting for the rotation to come in. We do have LADX going the long way around through the blacklist spawn and to come all the way from there. And let's see if they are ready for it. Looks like Xiao will be first contact for him. And 577 over there. LADX does get the 1 kill, but N9 on the site is going to take down Danksy. And now it's just LDX, and they know exactly where he is. So it should be easy pickings for them to just swarm in as 3 members. Really not enough time for him to get all the kills and the bomb. He is going to get 1. And the 2 of them, yeah, N9 smartly just backs away. I think he knew playing the time. He's like, oh, we don't both need to be here. Because if we both die and he gets in and somehow squeaks out of the fuse, that's going to feel real bad. But Baisha do get that round pretty easily.
Yeah, that they make the mid-round decision to swap back from A to B. In the same breath, Falcons rotated from B to A, and there was a little bit of a traffic jam in middle. And Zhao is now plugging the gap in towards middle. Really simple kill onto Shady, who's just trying to take initiative through mid. Well, he's been punished now, and that means that Baisha can work further forward. Falcons have got to try and figure out which bomb site is going to be that final destination for Baisha.
Yeah, at this point, the Black Widow is their oyster, and they've, you know, now they have a round under their belt where they have been able to get some pressure into B, just kind of reading the situation from Dola pushing up mid and able to get essentially a free plant and setup for themselves. They get another pick in mid, and it does look like they are leaning towards the B side, especially with Leah picking up the bomb and maneuvering over to his teammates. Now Falcons do have a couple of guys, and we also have Dola pushing once again down the middle, so he's getting some information, and he actually takes out 577 and gets away for now.
Does this force you back? Does this force you in? Oh. I guess it's in, especially with that entry. Danksy now needs to hold on. He's been so good for the multi previously. They know he's just tucked underneath the windowsill. Lion not going to go immediately, wants to wait for the rest of his team. Danksy now trying to reposition, try to take one of these angles round the corner. How about that? Initiative from Danksy, looking for more onto Zhao Zhao, knows about YDSS2, and everyone comes into collapse on Baisha towards B. Well held by Danksy.
And that is not an easy round for Falcons to figure out, right? Like, they were behind the 8 ball, they lost Shady very early on, and it starts off with Dola getting a pick in mid. Well, from mid over towards water. So he kind of knew that this B push was going to come in, or at least there was a high potential for it. And then, of course, the rotation comes in, and Danksy goes pretty large on the defense there. Now, it is still advantage Baisha, but you need rounds like that where it's a feel-good comeback round. You feel like you have a good idea of where Baisha are attacking you. You handle it very nicely. You're hitting your shots. Stuff like that is what gives you the confidence to potentially win this map.
Dola's lurk worked as well. So it feels like your timings are now good as well here for Falcons. So yeah, you've got to be feeling a lot more confident with that round. For Baisha, it's a lot slower. N9 has got very deep space in towards middle, but he's not investigating further beyond the doors. Hoping for a chance later. Meanwhile, you've got YDSS also poking and prodding a little bit outside B. And in fact, because of N9's position, Baisha are now going to group in towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for a little peek as a team as they try to double up on a Shady, but instead it's 577 who dies and the bomb is down. So, kind of an awkward spot here now for Baisha. At least N9 did get that 1 kill, but...
You need Liar to kill Carrot here, because that gives space for you to maybe get the bomb on the way around. Oh, the timing. The timing's not great here for Carrot, and yeah, he gets backstabbed. Now you're getting the pressure being applied, and that's why YDSS is just holding. That's so clever out of Baisha. That pressure in long is a massive domino effect.
Yeah, they just get so much out of this. They say, the hell with the bomb. We don't need that. We're just going to take you down. We're going to pick you apart from so many different angles. And they were just waiting for the counter rotates to come in as well, and it's just like free pickings everywhere on the map. So immediately Falcons go from one great round where they come back into that, where it's like we had everything. We had control of the bomb, and we just kind of got outplayed. As N9 finishes off with a kill on a Shady there. Baisha are in full control of this map, and unless Falcons get some kind of momentum like we saw from map 1, I think they will be in big danger here.
LDX needed to rotate to middle, not push B. Like that. The reality is you've got players making individual moments, trying to like, oh, maybe I can be tricky with it and get the backstabber and win the round. You just got to play the bomb there. Like that's the only way to lose that round is if you keep making individual missteps and you give Baisha the opportunity. Falcons gave Baisha every opportunity in that round, especially with the position of where the C4 was placed. This one, again, a lot more reserved. Out of Baisha, N9's just jumping for info, just across the doorway. Doesn't see anything right now. And for Falcons, it is a little look in towards B. It's a lot of nades being dropped. And yes, one does land on N9, but you feel like you haven't actually got that much service out of all the grenades you've thrown.
Yeah, it almost feels like a bit of spam early on and, you know, just Baisha waiting it out. This is why we do see a lot of teams in Crossfire on the Blacklist side just kind of wait it out and hope that they can draw a lot of utility before they eventually go for the push. We do have Carrot, who is watching this angle right here as the flash is going to push him off the angle for a moment. He doesn't hit the shot, and now the push comes in from multiple members. Dola's underneath, but he just gets spotted. N9 takes him down as Danks is here as well, but it's just too little too late. They try to swarm the site, but Baisha are already there.
Did he shoot him through the...
I believe so, yes.
No way. You've got all of that going on, and yet you've got the accountability to actually look through the slits of the bridge? I mean, come on now.
N9 is just, he is that kind of player. Attention to detail is certainly his thing.
Yeah, I can't believe it either, mate. Like, it was ridiculous.
That wasn't a good look as well. I mean, obviously, Carrot's not happy with the way things are going. He's not having as good of a map as he had in map 1. And you essentially just got slaughtered on the A site. Like, that was not even close.
How did Dola die? What happened there? The sniper pick him off? I'm imagining so, because
yeah,
Xiao's still holding the line.
I believe so.
LDX is now going searching. In fact, everyone from Falcons is now going searching. This doesn't feel great. This feels, dare I say it, desperate.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to go for a stack here on short. And we do see this from time to time, but yeah, based on the timing of it, it does feel like it's almost a reaction. Like we're not getting enough done, so let's just push forward and try to like control, like get more control of this map, this round. And I don't see it really working here, but we'll have to wait and see as we do have, okay, they are gonna make it work for now, and that's going to miss from Xiao, but actually he gets the 2K. I believe maybe a collat there on short. And they just push through mid. So now B-side is wide open as Carrot is going to get the one headshot from behind and now puts himself in a 1v2, gives himself a better shot here.
Right, come on, Carrot, it's clutch time. Need this. YDSS actually just searching for him, trying to find him and will adjust. I've really got to be critical of LDX now because this is now multiple rounds in which LDX has pushed out of B just for no reason and has had his head ripped off. Like, you can't be doing that. You really can't. You've got 3 players leaning over, and sure, you've got Xiao hitting incredible shots here in towards the middle of the map and taking down your teammates. That doesn't give you license to push. You're just really hurting yourself. And now on this Blacklist side, Baisha are running riot. It's so dominant. It feels like Falcons, as you say, are just all over the place. I'm just ready for Baisha to crush the key. I'm being honest. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly heading in that way, B-Dog. I do see where you're coming from, and I do hope that Falcons can get something going here to make this a closer Black Widow. But as of right now, it is not so much. 577 going to jump in, gets the kill. Actually, it's N9 who does finish that off. They're just charging in with pistols and getting it done the old-fashioned way. Now, Shady, nice swing out here, but there's 3 people looking at that angle, so it doesn't quite work out for you. Oh, Jesus. This guy cannot be stopped. He's just incredible right now at 3 KD with the 12 and 4. As LDX does rotate over here, and it doesn't matter because he runs into Xiao. That's the wrong person to find, but unfortunately they had to deal with him eventually. So 7-2, and Baisha are 3 rounds away from making it through in the 2-0 score.
That's how you trade. That is how you trade out of Baisha. That is fantastic. They're all grouped together. They're all ready to go at the same time over towards that bomb site. And of course, LDX is in the back lines. Unfortunately for him, he just doesn't get the timing because the rest of his team has all fallen in the meanwhile. Triple setup. Trying to push the issue down range, and it's going to work. Baisha able to get the first kill, and then all the rest. 5-7-7 with a triple kill. Or 7-7 with a triple kill. I tried something, it didn't work. That's fine. Bomb dropped. Baisha, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, Baisha just showing that they have the confidence, they have the control.
Look at that off angle. That's filthy as well.
That's N9. He's gonna get you. Some of these rounds you're like, wait, how does he even, what? Like, he just does stuff like that. And N9, fantastic play there. And Falcons, you know, they move over the half. Carrot has to try to do it in the 1v5. Not a very enviable position for him. And Xiao goes big. That time it's actually 5-7-7. Not sure why I mentioned Xiao. I guess because he came on the camera there. And he has been playing very well here, as that is the final kill. It goes also over to 5-7-7. And they're just like bouncing around in their seats. I think they can feel the excitement of already potentially winning this 2-0.
This feels so much more different to New Compound as well. Like I hate to be that guy, Falcons, but it's like I can't see you building back into this like you did on New Compound. These rounds feel a lot more dominant. These rounds feel a lot more assertive, dare I say it, from Baisha as well. I mean, in that previous round, your first round on Global Risk, and you have 3 players pushing down deep, taking the fight immediately. It's one guy getting all the kills, but the idea is still sound.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really been the name of the game for them. Just try to minimize mistakes, not really do anything crazy. Don't show too much and win anyway. Just play solid crossfire. It's what we always see from the best CFPL teams like the Baishas, the All Gamers, AGL in this case. And that's why AGL has already booked their ticket into the quarterfinals, because they are that team that can consistently get those kind of rankings here in Crossfire. So now trying to put some pressure in on a B. But there is smoke in the face from both teams, actually. They have thrown a smoke here in the storage. And 5-7-7. He wasn't putting up big numbers before that last round. I think he got 4 kills on the round.
He did.
So he was 1-6. Now he's 5-6.
And now it looks a little bit more respectable.
Yeah.
So much utility's been dropped here, by the way, from Baisha over towards B, to the point where Falcons think, oh, actually, hang on, like your stash has been depleted. Maybe we can make our way in. But that means you've got to clear YDSS. They are able to, but maybe not 5-7-7. Trades go back and forth. Xiao thinking about going for another peek. It's N9 on the doorway, and Falcons don't have a smoke to block off these players. It's a firing line for Baisha, and now plenty of chances to win this series.
They didn't have a smoke, I guess, for the door or a flash or anything. They just try to hop forward, and what they're met with is 2 guys on Baisha just staring at them. They're like, oh, well, we're not going to win that one, especially with the pressure from Xiao in the window. And that's 9-2 to Baisha already. They are 1 round away from pushing Team Falcons out of Crossfire and making their chances at the Club Championship get so much worse. We'll see if they can actually finish it off here in the 10-2 scoreline. We're expecting Baisha to be the big favorites in this best-of-3 series, and they are certainly showing it here on Black Widow.
They're just fighting them now. Like they're just really trying to just go up another gear here. Make sure that this map is dominant compared to New Compound. YDSS so on the corner. Shady considers it. And in fact, maybe have a chance here with the wall bang. There we go. Danksy able to find. I will leave. And okay, Falcons. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's something to be said here. LDX spotted and dealt with by the sniper. That's a sharp shot. Straight into the chest. Lionel backs up. Has another go. And Carrot just straight into the open. You're giving him too many chances. You're giving them too many opportunities. It wasn't Carrot. The silhouette eluded me. And now it's him by himself to try and clutch. And we know how good he can be in this situation. But a 1v3, I don't think so.
I think it's too much to ask. He's been put in so many situations like this. Carrot, you got to go so big right now. And Leah has been given shot after shot after shot, one after the other. He lines them up and he has not missed. The jump peaks are coming through and Carrot's trying to pick him off. He wants to start with Leah and go from there. Will it actually happen is the question. He's gone all the way up on the boxes. He's trying to pick up the bomb. He only has 40 seconds left. It's all up to Carrot. He gets the one. There's still a chance, but no. Leah sits him down and knocks the Falcons out of Crossfire. Baisha will move on as they qualify here with a 10-2 scoreline on Black Widow.
That's not fair. The shot demanded so much more of the clutch. He really was piecing that together. That's unlucky for Carrot. That's unlucky for Shady. It feels like those two players from the Falcons were definitely chiming in, but no, it's Baisha that knocked them off their perch. They have the spot in the playoffs, as we almost expected them to have. But fair play to Falcons. It's been a tough journey for them through the groups of Crossfire. Their journey ends here, and as you say, they miss out on valuable club championship points.
Yeah, they're just going to be hoping and praying that AGAL do not go any further. Otherwise, they will be toppled, I believe. But I'm sure we'll get more of a breakdown on that in the future as the next couple of days do come forward. But yeah, Falcons stopped here and Baisha Gaming move on. It was our expectation, and it does become a reality on Black Widow. New compound, a little bit scary, 10-8, but it's still a win. And then, of course, we had the 10-2, where I think really Baisha began to show what they are really made of. This play here, one by one, they try to peek Leah, and he just allows them to, and he sits them down, and not much that Shady could do at this point. It was already too far gone on Black Widow.
How does this, I think, expectations-wise, do for Baisha now? Because we said coming into Black Widow, right? Like, they needed to win comprehensively compared to New Compound. Like, it had to be a little bit better. Now it is. They've got a bit more of a break before the quarterfinals. Surely, mentality-wise, they've reset effectively.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rough match against King Zero, right? I feel like they absolutely could have made that work, but they were forced down to the lower bracket by their brethren from CFPL. And I was fully expecting them to just make a lower bracket run. I do think that a win like this, 10-2, is more of what I was expecting. The only question marks are from that first map, but I think that can be attributed to Falcons having a bit of momentum and Baisha maybe not trying to show all too much, eventually being pressured into doing so and even take an attack pause. So shout out to Falcons for making them sweat a little bit, but it was just like one little sweat drop that came down. I think Baisha not really challenged all too much today.
Absolutely. I mean, on the B stream as well, Na'Vi have taken a map off the Vicious. That one, again, we expect that a little bit more, right? I mean, have the Vicious got any fight in that one?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I personally, I rate Na'Vi, and I think that they should be able to take that one down. So that's what I'm expecting, but you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens over there, as we've had many back and forth matches already. I think that so many of the teams are just desperate to get farther and farther along here in EWC, and really just comes down to who's got more fight in them at the end of the day, on the day. So anything can happen, but I'm favoring Na'Vi in that one, and yeah, Baisha will move on to the next round. Certainly one of the, I don't know if I can call them the favorites, but I did have them as one of my top 3 teams when I did have that discussion in the content with Laz. So certainly expecting them to go pretty far. Can they actually get as far as the expectations? I'm not sure. As I mentioned before on the cast, you know, during CFS last year, they actually fell short in group stage. Not sure what happens with that, but hopefully they can meet expectations this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think for Baisha as well, just going back to that Falcon games really quickly. In fact, I don't want to deal with that anymore. Let's toss to Damascus because they've got to go crush a key.
And another big match this time for Team Falcons to give up their key to the rightful victor, Baisha Gaming, validating their ticket into the playoffs of Esports World Cup. And of course, it is time, as per tradition, to head over to the Key Crusher and crush the opponent's dreams. Team Falcons is no more. No points will be grabbed by Team Falcons over here, and you know that Team AGAL must be rubbing their hands happily on this one. It is time to get the players ready, and now we can go for the Key Crush, as Baisha Gaming is now officially qualified to top 8 of EWC 2026. Simple and smooth, clean, little one. Baisha confirming the one. Baisha, congratulations. Let's have a very quick chat with our player. Very quick one for you guys. You can come next to me, of course. Very quick one. You've had a difficult start. You came in here from being in the grand finals last year, second. A very difficult start, but you made it now to top 8. How does the team feel after being forced to run the lower brackets?
那你们从去年的总决赛到这里边，然后你们先是落进了败者组，然后一路再杀回来，现在成功晋级了。那你们现在队内的氛围、队内的感受是什么样的呢？
因为今天比赛很关键嘛，所以说赢完菲尔孔那一刻，我们感觉我们的压力都被释放出来了。
I mean, today was an absolutely critical match. So after the win, after the moment where we seized the victory against Team Falcons, it was like a huge pressure just got released from our chest.
Relieved from the pressure, but of course we will have the knockout reveal really soon to know who Baisha will play in these playoffs. Congratulations again to Baisha. We will be back soon with the EWC knockout reveal. Let's throw it to the studio to review the match.
And just like that, our final series for our Group B has concluded, and it's going to be Baisha moving forward. Falcons gave it their all, and they did have a couple of shining moments throughout each and every map, not only on New Compound, but also on Black Widow, but Baisha was just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to...
Sorry about that, everybody. We are back. Group B, we take a look at it, and we see who has officially advanced to playoffs. Yesterday, King Zero Esports, Rock Esports made it through. Today, it is Na'Vi and Baisha Gaming. Na'Vi taking down the Vicious just moments ago on Stream B. They will be the last team to round out our top 8 moving into playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, with Na'Vi now finally coming in, I mean, this is probably one of the best playoffs when it comes to sniper talent, right? We finally have 1-1, we have MG, I mean, we have Xiao Xiao, who really recently just qualified as of now. So it's going to be a very exciting playoffs, especially for the sniper fans.
Yeah, and especially for Brazilian fans. We had all 3 Brazilian teams coming through and making it through to playoffs. I don't think anyone would have anticipated that. Obviously, no disrespect, but, so many strong teams here, and it's just incredible that we get this showing from Brazil.
Yeah, it definitely is. Not only from Brazil, but now we get potentially Stallions versus AGAL in the grand finals. Some newcomers looking to go all the way. Plenty of regions represented in our top 8. I mean, come on, would we have it any other way? The reality is, though, we started with 16 teams. We're now down to our top 8. Now, the question is, who plays each other next? Well, that's going to be coming up next in our EWC knockout reveal. But as far as Baisha goes, a tremendous performance. Sneaky, how good are they looking heading into the top 8 run?
Well, they really fixed whatever issue they had in map number 1, right? I mean, this Black Widow was crisp, clean, some might say. I mean, Xiao Xiao absolutely hitting every shot that he can. And it's not just Xiao Xiao this time. He's getting help from Lie, he's getting help from YDSS, he's getting help from 577 as well. It really does feel like Baisha is now fully in form going into playoffs. And this is the scariest form that they can be, because when all 5 members are working, the proof was already in the pudding. They won a trophy in Season 28. This team is capable of winning big.
Yeah, they look so good on the Blacklist side as well, right? You could tell that Falcons really wanted to try and disrupt them. I think maybe that's part of the decision-making picking into this map, maybe thinking, okay, we're going to try and play a game that maybe Baisha's not ready for. A lot of these aggro pushes, a lot of up through mid, in through short, outside B a few rounds, and it just felt like Baisha were just ready for them constantly. Falcons were never able to find that opening they were searching for.
Not at all. And Falcons, again, I give them so much credit for making it as far as they did. It's a disappointing loss. I'm sure they're not happy with it, but they came back, with Shady, Dola, and, I think they did better than they did last year because they lost both of their opening matches last year. This year, they at least got some W's. We take a look at the summary, 10-2. Not a lot to take away from Falcons. Danksy obviously doing a good job, but what else do you see?
Yeah, finally we get Danksy actually showing up. We had this conversation about the youngster in his debut international game. Unfortunately, he shows up and the rest don't, which is a little bit of a sad situation.
It is, but it is what it is, right? It's EWC. It's a brutal format, and keys must be crushed. That's the way of the competition. For N9, though, exciting for him. The veteran that he is, he wants to lift this trophy. The list of accomplishments that he has, well, EWC is one that's missing from his trophy collection.
And for sure, he needs to get an EWC in order for him to really get that GOAT status that is undisputed, because there is still some conversation, of course, with 18 also winning so many trophies. Emzin was also in the conversation. An EWC would really solidify N9 as the greatest CROSSFIRE player of all time.
Yeah, and especially after coming second, right? Last time you were the runners-up and you felt like you were so close to that moment. That would have been a great capstone. So now's another opportunity. Sure, slow start into the event, but it really does feel like they're building.
Team captain LDX for Team Falcons. He gave it his all, and he was instrumental in the victory versus Team Nemesis yesterday. Unfortunately, today against Baisha was just too strong. But Salvatore had a chance to catch up with LDX after their unfortunate loss.
Unfortunately, Team Falcons' wings have been cut down by Baisha Gaming, therefore their key has been crushed. Joining with me here is the captain of Team Falcons, LDX. Pleasure doing this interview with you, my friend. So I just want to ask LDX, how's the team feeling or dealing with the situation right now?
Hiện tại là đội của mình đối diện với lại cái việc thua cuộc này như thế nào?
Thì bọn mình cũng nói chung là cũng buồn, rất là buồn vì đã thua cuộc và phải dừng chân tại EWC. Nhưng mà nói chung là sẽ cố gắng cải thiện để hành trình sắp tới.
Of course, we are really sad that we had to stop our journey in the EWC this year, but we will try our best. We will improve for the next tournament.
Yeah, well, it's just the beginning of the year, and we do hope that Team Falcons does regain their strength. So we saw the potential comeback in map number 1 inside of New Compound, but it still ended in the favor of Baisha Gaming. Talk us through on the process of trying to pull that comeback, but in the end, it just didn't pull through.
Thì ở trận đầu mình đã có suýt soát là mình đã dẫn trước được, mình đã cân bằng được tỷ số, nhưng mà sau đó mình lại không thắng được trận thì mình cảm thấy cái việc đó như thế nào?
Mình cảm thấy việc đó cũng nói chung là cũng khá là buồn vì mình đã có thời điểm mình đã dẫn trước họ, nhưng mà sau đấy thì mình lại phải bám đuổi tỷ số và cũng suýt chút nữa thì vào được hiệp đấu hiệp phụ ấy. Thì thành ra là cũng khá là tiếc.
Yeah, of course we're really sad. We are really sorry that it happened that way. We almost like be ahead of them, and then we didn't make it through. So we're really sad, really sorry about that.
Sadly, that is the case. But LDX, I'll be giving you the freedom right now to express any message that you would want to say to the fans of Team Falcons or to your friends and families at home.
Thì bây giờ mình sẽ tự do, mình có thể nói lại người hâm mộ của mình muốn gửi gắm gì với họ hay không?
Thì mình cũng cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã xem và ủng hộ cho mình cũng như Team Falcon của mình. Thì mình chỉ muốn nói là cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều. Thì hãy đợi sắp tới đội hình này của mình sẽ cố gắng để tiến tới CFS Grand Final.
So I would just want to say thank you for have been supporting me and my team Falcon. We will try our best and we will go through our journey to the CFS Grand Final.
Thank you so much, LDX, for your time. We will be sending it back to the analyst desk for more information about the match. This has been the pre-game interview for the match of Team Falcons and Team Baisha. Guys, take it away.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Nice to hear from LDX, and I can't wait to see him in the future, maybe even going over towards CFS over in Wuhan. Hey, Falcons are out. They're going to be missing out on club championship points here. However, over at the STC Arena, it's a much different story. Let's get a club championship update with Trav, powered by Aramco.
Big news here in the STC Arena in CS2 as Team Falcons take down the Mongols and reclaim their big 300-point lead once more. AGL managed to close it down with a big win in CROSSFIRE, securing themselves the quarterfinals, but this win here in CS2 puts them back 300 points ahead. Up next is Team Vitality, the hometown heroes against FaZe, and we know they need a big performance in the Esports World Cup this week with 3 big wins to keep their club championship dreams alive. That's all for now. I'll keep you updated as things progress. Back to you guys.
Thank you for the update, as always, when it comes to the club championship. Trav, it's good to hear Falcons are flying high in the STC Arena. Let's see how far they can go there. I'm sure we'll be updating you all in just a moment's time as the at least the days go along. Now, coming up next, top 8. We know who's there, but we don't know who's playing each other. And it's time to move into our EWC knockout reveal. Now, before we do, I got some rules to read out so you can all be informed as to how it's about to go down on the stage just behind me. Rule number 1, the advancing teams are split into 2 groups. The 4 teams advancing from the upper bracket and the 4 from the lower bracket. Number 2, the upper bracket teams are drawn into the order in which they will play their matches. Number 3, the highest seeded team from each group will then get to pick their opponent, but they can't pick opponents from their own group. And rule number 4, the 2 remaining upper bracket teams will then be attributed games based on whoever wasn't picked by the higher seed and played in the opposite group during the group stage. Now that the rules are out of the way, let's theorycraft a little bit of what we could potentially be seeing. Now, on one side, you've got Team Liquid and AGAL. They moved in to the playoffs from the upper bracket, which means randomly they're going to be assigned seeds, and then they get to pick who they would like to play. Either that's going to be Na'Vi or Baisha. On the opposite side, King Zero or Rock Esports, who are also the top seeds in their respective group, can then choose from Vitality or Stallions, depending on the ball that is picked by Hollywood Rob TV as well as Damascus. Now, if we are theory crafting, let's start where I started. Team Liquid, AGAL, okay? Na'Vi or Baisha. Let's just theory craft. If you had to see Team Liquid or AGAL play one of them, who would you want to see them play?
I feel like the choice that makes the most sense, right, is for AG and Na'Vi to actually meet up because, I mean, AG Baisha, I mean, come on, guys. Like, we can't have another EP versus Q9 where Q9 had to face 2 Chinese teams just to qualify. Let's have a bit more variety. And at the same time, I feel like the matchup really does make sense because it could be a very big test for DOO specifically, especially knowing how fast 1-1 can be as a sniper. But at the same time, the rest of the matchups look really good for them. So in my opinion, I feel like AG's best pick here could be Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's the most logical pick, but I'd love to get that AGL Baisha game just straight into the quarterfinals. Like, how spicy is that? It avoids the rematch in the grand finals, means we definitely get a different grand finalist, which I think is a fun storyline and I think could really set up an interesting bracket.
But then again, there was a point brought up for Stallions, right? Let's say AGAL did have a pick of Stallions. Maybe we were thinking they would want to play them in a best of 3 versus a best of 5. Would a best of 3 be better just to get it out of the way against Baisha if you're AGAL?
Yeah, I think if you're AGAL, I think you really want to get that at least the strongest team out of the way in a best of 3 because best of 5s really do have a lot of time to really, study the team, maybe try and gauge what kind of mental they're going into in the next few games. So yeah, this makes sense.
But also, it could be your undoing. You could be picking the opponent that takes you down. You don't move forward. That's always the risk. Now, on the other side, King Zero, Rock Esports, they'll have a pick depending on what Destiny chooses from them from the balls in the jar just behind us. They get the pick of Vitality or Stallions. Now, one of those seems easier than the other.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality is the most logical pick here, right? Like, that's who you want to be picking into if you get the opportunity to, just because they have had such a very close run in the games they've had. Like, nothing has looked super comfortable, but hey, I mean, they've got a lot of resilience. The fact they have managed to get through the playoffs is a fantastic story for them, but I don't know. The quarterfinals, I think, might be where, sadly, Vitality fall, whichever team picks them.
Snicky, why are you laughing? What are you giggling about?
Because like I really feel bad for the team that has to pick second in that one, because
True.
you're
Yeah.
like, man, we gotta play Stallions in the quarters, and they look really good in that in the last game that they did just have up against EP. Granted, the sub base did look a bit shady, no pun intended, but I feel like they're still rolling with the punches, and especially knowing that Stallions, their form in playoffs could be very scary.
Yeah, I think they look a lot more beatable, though, than Baisha, I would say. So I think even if you are the second seed in the picking there, you could have been worse. You could have had to have picked Baisha, and I think you'd take Stallions over them.
But King Zero, though, give them credit. King Zero's been playing incredibly well. They did lose a couple of maps in their series, but irregardless, King Zero looks scary. If we get a King Zero Stallions to start the day, yeah, see, now you're making the right faces, because that one gets interesting. We've seen Stallions obviously win before, but against King Zero, uncharted territory, that would be the gauntlet.
Yeah, for sure, and especially for us, like CROSSFIRE enthusiasts, as we do like to call it, an ice versus no matchup would really feed generations here. I mean, two of the best entry fraggers that we have seen for the past few years, and especially knowing how young they are, it really will prove that who has the better youth program. Maybe it is Stallions, maybe it is KZ.
I think KZ are the most impressive team we've had here. I think they're the team that have looked the best in all the games we've seen. So I kind of have them making the run to the grand final, no matter which opponent they have, just because of the form that they're in at the moment. And I just love what I've seen out of Ice.
Now, we haven't done this yet for this show, but it's one of my favorite times. Hey, we get to take a look at some of the comments from chat. Now, I know it gets a bit weird out there sometimes, so hopefully they picked and choose correctly. Feels like Team Liquid will pick Na'Vi on this. Why would that be the case? Baron's asking the question, what do you think?
I mean, it already happened in the, CFBL. I mean, there's already, just like what I said, proof in the pudding that Team Liquid has beat Na'Vi. But at the same time, I really can't be so sure that Liquid is through and through going to win this series. I think I would still give Na'Vi a little bit of an edge, maybe like a 30% chance of winning, considering you have old teammates from the side of Team Liquid with the Lucam trade that we saw from earlier, and of course Na'Vi is looking really good in form. The only concern that I have for Na'Vi right now is actually Lucausen. If Lucausen cannot step up to the plate, then there's going to be a 4 versus 5 going on, and obviously when you're up against Liquid, you don't want that to happen.
But it's scary. Team Liquid, Na'Vi, two great organizations. We're now in the final week for the club championship race. Scary implications for both clubs.
Yeah, especially for Na'Vi. I think they're maybe losing their CS game. I've been keeping a close eye on what's going on over there, so that looks a bit dicey for them against its legacy. So yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if you'd want to pick another Brazilian team as well. You might want to be trying some different territory, even just for the reps, but also because I think the playstyle matchup might be a bit more favorable. So we'll see if that ends up playing out.
Well, Baron, either way, ball. We appreciate you. AG, I was like, is this a code? I was like, what are we
Enter this one to redeem your skin. Yeah.
Okay, AG, Stallions, KZ, Baisha, I like. So basically giving us our favor, or his favorites. Atoria, thank you so much for that one. Yeah, AG, Stallions, King Zero, Baisha. I mean, 4 incredible teams.
Those are semi-final games, if I ever had to say it. Like, I would love it if that's what we could get into those moments. Like, these are 4 I think these may be the 4 best teams, although we've not had a chance to see the Brazilians on the main stage yet, so I don't want to maybe undersell them, but I like these matchups.
Yeah, I like it too. If that is the case, that's going to be scary for sure. We get another one, AG versus Baisha in the quarterfinals. Yes, please.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, AG Baisha would be just, man, I don't even know if we can handle it today. I mean, we've already had some great series, some good comebacks, but AG Baisha would just be deadly to start off the playoff bracket.
Yeah, especially off rip, right? I mean, AG versus Baisha, there's no prepared or preparation, especially they're going straight into quarterfinals. It's going to be very scary for either team, considering they're both looking very, very good, and they really cannot gauge what the level is right now for both of them, but it could be interesting.
I want AG versus Team Liquid. Well, I hate to say it, it's not going to happen because they're not going to be able to pick each other given the fact that they come from upper bracket. But maybe depending on where they do fall, whether it's upper upper or lower bracket, maybe they run into each other a little bit later on.
Yeah, it could be a semi-final. So you can still hold out hope for that matchup potentially coming through, especially because obviously AG are a favorite here. And Team Liquid, I mean, it's a shame we haven't had to see them on the A stream because they've been playing such good CROSSFIRE.
That's right. Well, we theory crafted and we did a little bit with you too. Thank you for your comments. Keep the comments coming in. We're going to be pulling them up from time to time whenever we can. But now it's time to get serious. Our playoff bracket, we know the 18s, but who's choosing who? Let's head to the stage for the EWC knockout reveal.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the EWC knockout reveal. We officially know which 8 teams have qualified for the playoffs, but now it is time to figure out who will play against who.
Absolutely. It is time to first draw the teams that made it through the upper bracket to be spread out onto that bracket, and then the top seeds of this will be able to come in and select their opponent from the opposing group. Rob, will you please do me the honor of drawing the first team?
I like how you say opponent. It sounds like open it. Oh, open it. Okay, and that is exactly what I'm about to do, Damascus. Let's see.
All right, let's go for the first one. First team on the board from Rob TV. We've got Team Liquid taking on that first spot on the brackets.
Okay.
We will of course draw all of the teams before we go throughout the selection process. Rob, get me the second team as we populate this bracket, please. Co-group and the running champ AGAL takes the other side of the bracket. So these two can only meet in grand finals if they happen to continue and go all the way. Number 3, Rob, King Zero Esports in there. And of course, there is one remaining that we must show to show that nothing's rigged, Rob. Everything is fair and honest. Rock Esports coming in. Now, we have our first part of the bracket done. We know how spread out are the teams. But now, teams get to select their opponents.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it. It is time to welcome our first team to the stage, Team Liquid.
All right, Team Liquid will get the luxury of choosing their opponent between the two gentlemen that are on my left. It is going to be a choice between Navi and Baisha. And we welcome Team Liquid onto the stage. Taking a moment, will you take the fellow countrymen? Will you take last year's runner-up? Little hesitation as you get to pick the key that you want. Whoever you want to face, that is the luxury that you get. One key is taken and shown to the camera, and it is Team Navi indeed that is picked for this one. So please, could I please get the players right there? It's time to talk. I want to know, Rob, why would they pick Team Navi against them? Can I please have the players in there along with you, mister? Let's go. Let's have the players in. You join me? All right. Very simple question. You came in, you pick Navi. Why Navi?
Pergunta simples, né? Por que vocês pegaram a Navi? Porque nós já se conhecemos e acho que quando você já conhece o oponente, a partida fica menos difícil.
So we know ourselves for a very long time, so sometimes when you know your opponent, the match can be easier.
All right, so you know what? I'm just asking you for an answer, right? He said the match can be easier when you know each other. How do you feel that they picked you over Baisha?
O que você tem pra falar pra ele, né? Depois que escolheu vocês, falou que pode ser uma partida mais fácil.
Eu não acho isso. Acho que agora a gente tá jogando em LAN e é de igual para igual pra todo mundo. Não é na internet.
So I think it's not like this. We're gonna play equal because we're not playing online.
Oh, you know what? That's what I want. Listen, players, can I have you face off and shake each other hand? This is the first quarterfinals, guys. Team Navi versus Team Liquid. The Brazil special will happen, which means AJL will get to face Baisha. Thank you, guys. You can go out of the stage and get ready for your match as Rob. It is time to check the other side of that bracket now.
Okay, we're starting to fill this bracket up, ladies and gentlemen, and I love that the players actually have to pick themselves as they're pretty much making a statement. I know that I can take you down. Our next competitors are some of the best on planet Earth. Please welcome to the stage, King Zero.
Ooh, and the question, who do they pick between Vitality and Stallions? They get the luxury of choice, and they get to choose the key they want to crush at the end of the day.
Okay, and they ended up deciding to go with Team Vitality. We've got to figure out exactly why that is. Now, I did talk to my mans a little bit just now off camera to see what he was thinking. Please join us right here. Oh, yeah, we already got the handshake to start things off. First and foremost, why did you decide to go with Team Vitality? Do you feel like they're an easy win?
第一个问题，为什么选 Team Vitality 呢？是因为觉得他们能拿下他们比较轻松吗？
也不是吧，主要是他们第一场赢了EP嘛，然后作为同在中国赛区的队伍，就是我们更想跟他们请教一下嘛，然后就是尽可能的能再帮EP复仇一下。
Well, in the group stages, they took down our fellow compatriots, Evolution Power. So we kind of want to learn from them, see exactly what they did, or see the final magic, and if possible, avenge EP.
Hold on, let's talk about getting some vengeance. Huh? You gonna stand for that? What's going on?
Nothing actually to say. We already had a good really warm up, like the match we played before. So we are ready for whoever we are playing to play against. So nothing more to say, and nothing more to say. You will see everything on the screen.
Okay, it's going to be handled on the sticks. If we get one more handshake, a little bit of sportsmanship, because tomorrow, actually today, that is all going to be over with. You guys can go ahead and exit the stage. We officially have our top 8 or playoffs bracket fully set.
Bro, region rivalry, avenging region, or defining who's the best region as well. This is absolutely beautiful. The playoffs are ready. We are going to play the first round of these playoffs today. So let's go with the studio to take a look at this bracket and get ready for our first playoff match of the day.
Hollywood Rob TV in Damascus, thank you so much. What a wonderful EWC knockout reveal we just had. Playoffs are now set, and this is the bracket we're going to be watching until the trophy is lifted. Ha! Let's go to the bottom. Let's go right to the bottom. AGAL versus Baisha Gaming.
Oh my goodness me, already a replay on the grand finals from last year, but at the same time, one of the oldest rivalries in CROSSFIRE history. Obviously, even before we had every single rivalry that we've seen, the literal first one is ZY versus N9. I think I already told Lucy this, right? I mean, they're literally born to be rivals of each other. One day, just separate on their birthday, October 17 and 18, 1999. I mean, the story writes itself, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I'm really glad we get that game as a quarterfinal. I think some people might be a bit disappointed, kind of hoping we get that rematch, with the two teams on our side of the bracket. I know some people will be very happy that Stallions avoids that fate, but the fact we get all 3 of the Chinese teams on that same side as well is very spicy, and I feel a little bit bad for Vitality.
Yeah, but what about Team Liquid Na'Vi? That's another matchup that people were calling for, and well, they get it.
I mean, it is a matchup that makes the most sense, right? For Team Liquid, obviously, they've already had prior experience going up against Na'Vi in CFBL, and, you really want to take the safe route, and I feel like the Animals is always the type of guy to really take the most optimal route going towards the grand finals, and why not, right? I mean, this is your one shot in the whole year to take an EWC trophy, and if a Brazilian team takes it, that's going to be history.
Yeah, I mean, 3 on one side, the odds look pretty good for them to make it through, right? In fact, 3 out of 4. Do Stallions really have a chance against all these Brazilians? I don't know. I guess you'll probably have some thoughts on that. But I think much like when we saw the groups, I think if you're a Stallions fan, you're looking at this and you're thinking this is a very good run to the grand final.
Yeah, for sure. Against Rock Esports, it should be Stallions the favorite. But then again, we don't know. There's been some upsets already throughout groups. In playoffs, I'm sure there will be some more coming. But last one, King Zero, Vitality. Vitality is a team that has been playing incredibly well. And again, they've already got some big wins in our bracket. So when we think about Vitality and King Zero, it's going to be a tough one. KZ has to be the favorite. But Vitality, if they can win and achieve top 4 for the club championship race, that's tremendous.
Oh yeah, for sure. Vitality especially, I mean, the one thing that they have over King Zero is the teamwork. I mean, they have been together for such a long time. They have been there ever since 3BL as they enter Team Vitality, and obviously they're going to know each other and how they play. Problem is, with King Zero, they are the new up-and-coming team, and especially that they have youth and firepower on their side. I'm really thinking is, how is Vitality going to try and stop the train that is coming at them in the name of King Zero?
It's going to be really difficult, right? I mean, at least one thing for Vitality is they've shown this tenacity just throughout. I've just really enjoyed watching this never say die attitude from them, the energy coming from that camp. But I also like the words chats from King Zero. You know, a bit of avenging, their colleagues in Evolution Power. Obviously, that was a very tight series versus Vitality, and I think King Zero would love to get that avenging blow.
But just to go a bit deeper with it, despite who might be the favorite in the matchup, Stallions and Rock. Rock has made it this far, which is a tremendous accomplishment, but they're going to have to dig deep to beat Stallions.
Yeah, especially this matchup already happened in last year's tournament, right? And Team Stallions also eliminated Rock from CFS Grand Finals, which you were there as well, right? And you saw how one-sided that affair was. And granted, I am, Stallions through and through. I really want to see Feifei get some vengeance, get some revenge for his and his team. And if they can do it, I wouldn't be too mad, because I feel like Rock Esports, they deserve to go on a deep run, especially knowing how hard they worked in CFBL.
Yeah, specifically for Feifei as well. Like, his story throughout CROSSFIRE competitive is really amazing. So for him to potentially take down Stallions and move forward, I mean, a trophy, lifting EWC trophy would be such a big accomplishment and honor for him.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like if Feifei can finally get that trophy, especially knowing that my first international CROSSFIRE event, right, he got second place, and then he got so close to getting top 4, and then once again in grand finals. I feel like it's finally time for Feifei to possibly get a trophy, because he knows how to consistently get into playoffs. He knows how to consistently play at the level that can get you into playoffs. He just needs the rest of his team to step up to the plate, especially when it comes to top 4, because I feel like the top 4 competition, especially in this EWC, is a lot higher compared to the past years.
Yeah, I think that same conversation can apply across the board. Right? I think that's one of the most exciting things about this playoff bracket, is that you do have a lot of these teams that I think would be in a brilliant storyline where they've had plenty of second places, plenty of close calls, but haven't actually got over the line. We talk about Stallions in that same breath, Baisha last year. There's a lot of these moments where each of these teams wants to finally claim that glory.
Well, we take a look at our schedule. This is going to be happening today, not tomorrow, today. We just finished groups, already doing playoffs. Come on. CROSSFIRE is the best. AG going against Baisha for A stream, but simultaneously on B stream, Rock will be playing the Stallions. Then we'll have KZ King Zero against Vitality, and then we'll finish today on B stream with Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. All best of 3s. Tomorrow will be all best of 5s, but AG Baisha to start the playoffs. Previous year champion, CFS 2025 Grand Finals champion as well, taking on Baisha, who's trying to rise back up to the top. They're going to have to take down the champions to be the champion. That matchup coming after this.
One more side, one side, left side. Nice! Nice!
二楼狙，楼梯。
怼他两位！加油 ！Plan. One more. Plan.
Big together. 3, 2, 1.
Plan. Let's go! Hey!
ZQ, also known as the God's Favorite, entered the CROSSFIRE scene with a blaze of glory, showed strong performances, and established himself as the game's most notable player.
我就是在上初中的时候接触了这款穿越火线，是因为因为当时打游戏很多人觉得我是外挂，然后刚好那会儿在打百城联赛，然后我就去参加了，然后刚好打得还不错，被 AG 俱乐部看中了，然后就去打了 TGA， 成为了职业选手。
He achieved many awards across multiple tournaments, 13-time CFPL champion, multiple CFPL Grand Final MVPs, and the list goes on. But at what seemed to be the height of his career, he stepped away.
23年年底退役是因为我当时身体不太好，所以当时去调理自己身体去了。
The scene was ringed empty. Many players clobbered to fill the spot, but to no avail. But after 500 days, he came back.
可能付出了更多的努力吧，找回自己曾经的状态。因为我刚回来的时候，可能因为我们队伍磨合的不是特别好，因为时间比较短，后面大家就磨合的越来越好了。后面到裸装以后
，With AGAL by his side, he went on to secure the top 3 positions in the following tournaments, and of course, their eventual championship in EWC last year. As the defending champion, it is prime time for ZQ to show that he's still the greatest of all time in CROSSFIRE.
以卫冕冠军的身份回到赛场上，我的目标就是赢下每一场比赛。
EWC is all about breaking records with the best of the best. That's why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
hello.
What is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
So, yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Break.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now, usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop. It's good.
This is good? Okay.
You can upshift for the one.
All right,
and
I'm
you can go.
upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent?
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right, one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Where's the cup holder?
No, don't have.
Okay, you're my
take
cup
it?
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I could feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice. Good job. Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice.
We did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner. Loser winner. Someone will be proud of you, right? We're here at the Sony manga booth for the One Piece experience, and as you can see, it is absolutely massive. One Piece fans, you need to come check this out because you do not want to miss this. Now there is a special secret that we can activate here. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I could figure out how to do just that. Kaki Atsume, Sagashimono, Sagashi One Piece. You can feel all of the emotion coming from each of these individual panels. Oh wait, we got a color. Quick, we have 2 minutes. Well, don't just stand there holding a light. Help me. Time's up. Did I do it? I did it! Yeah! And of course, you have to make your final stop at the One Piece photo booth so you can figure out what your bounty is. Oh, that's adorable! Okay, just under 3 mil. You know what? We take that. Look how freaking cute. Oh my god! So please come out and experience One Piece as it has not been experienced before. I mean, come on!
Croissant. Em Brasília we have croissant too.
E croissant, a gente tá em casa.
Tranquilo. Bonjour.
Recheado?
Bom. Não, não é recheado. Very good.
Em thấy hơi nhạt.
Đúng, anh thấy hơi nhạt. Em ăn thử
nhưng mà giòn.
Nhưng mà giòn. Công nhận giòn.
شبه اللي عندنا عادي جدا بس هو حلو يعني. I think it tastes good. It's one of the French classics and yeah, I liked it.
I think it's good. Muito bom. Muito bom. Leve.
Ai, pior que tá crocante nesse fio, tá?
Eu tô com fome, eu vou comer tudo. Pode comer tudo? Nó giòn, nó rất giòn. Nhưng mà nó nhạt.
Eu dou 9 porque não tá quente.
9.
9.
10 pra mim.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next CROSSFIRE champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs will be a brutal single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5 matches for the semifinals, third place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between right here at EWC 2026.
It's time to start the playoffs, and we've got 2 Titans about to throw down. AGAL versus Baisha Gaming. As AGAL comes into the stage, comes into the venue, they are the returning champions, but will they be leaving as champions? Baisha is looking to change that narrative.
Yeah, I mean, all gamers as they walk in, a lot of confidence here, but I'm sure they weren't fully ready for this to be their matchup, hoping maybe to get that first pick. It could have gone a different way, but of course now we have a rematch of last year's grand final, and this one went the full distance. It was a 5-map series.
Yeah, not only a rematch of the grand final, right, but 2 teams that have so much experience playing against each other, and I think Baisha coming into this, so many reasons that they want to get that revenge, but it's an AGAL who are champions for a reason.
Baisha had a bye in their quarterfinals. They moved forward to play against King Zero, but they ended up losing 2-1. Then they dropped down and they played the Falcons just a moment ago, winning 2-0. Couple of shaky moments in map 1, but they still got the job done. Now, I was reading chat a little bit. I know that's a dangerous thing, but I love seeing what you guys have to say. Stamina. Potentially a real issue here, right? Because AJL, they're rested. They just walked into the venue. They've been watching all day, kicking up their feet, relaxing. They didn't have to play the grueling lower bracket. With that being said, though, Baisha did. And Baisha just finished a best-of-3 series. Granted, they won it 2-0. Do you think they're going to come into this with full energy or potentially just warmed up?
I think it's more of a warm-up for them, and as we've seen, I mean, Shao has looked incredible today, so I feel like this is actually a good head start for them because AG, they haven't had that chance, that opportunity to jump into any action today, whereas Baisha, they looked so good in this first match they played today.
Yeah, and we heard actually from Vitality during the knockout reveal thing that, basically that they're actually happy they get to play immediately after because of that warm-up, right? So I think Baisha should be feeling kind of in that same sort of camp, and I think New Compound was a little bit shaky in that series earlier, but I mean, Black Widow was lights out, and I think they'll be feeling very good they had that series going into this.
AGL currently undefeated in their groups. Obviously, playoffs a different story. They still need to remain undefeated here. If they do so, they'll be the champions. But they beat Q9. That was the first test. They also beat Vitality as well. Now, when we think about, first off, Vitality's run has been insane. We'll talk about that more whenever we get to it. They've had to go through the gauntlet to get to the playoff bracket. Q9 was the first test, however. There's a lot of questions being raised about AGAL. Are they still the AGAL that was champions last year EWC, last year's CFS 2025 Grand Finals? They beat Q9. The questions are answered, but are they truly the AGAL that is needed to beat this Baisha Gaming roster?
I feel like a best-of-3 is a better opportunity for Baisha to maybe squeak out a win here. A best-of-5, I would probably give it pretty handedly to AG. But Baisha knows how to play the veto game very well. They've done it historically and been able to take down AG before. And I feel like this could be a good opportunity for an upset for them.
Yeah, I know AGL looked a little bit shaky versus Q9 and kind of said at the time, this is maybe them at 80% of their strength, but against Vitality, it was full form AGAL, and I think that that's going to show up here today. I do think the best of 3, you're absolutely spot on, right? Because all these losses that Baisha have had to AGL in the last 12 months have been in best of 5 format. So going into a best of 3, yeah, I actually am kind of leaning towards Baisha.
Ooh, interesting. Baisha already getting some favoritism here on the desk. Chat, what are you thinking? I'm thinking AGL is still the top dogs here until they're defeated. But talking Baisha, it is an exciting prospect if they're able to beat AGL, because quite literally that could be a direct run into the grand finals, because AGL, arguably, you beat them, you should be in the finals as far as I'm concerned. For N9, the biggest talking point there, his long lineage, his long history that you've been watching for quite literally a decade at this point. He's never lifted the trophy at EWC. This is only year 2. This is the one missing from the trophy cabinet.
I feel like it's needed to keep this rivalry going. AG and Baisha are always looked at as the top 2 of the region, but in the last year, Baisha has kind of fallen off a bit. You look at their results at EWC last year, they did squeak through to the grand final and lose, but at CFS, they were relatively not present. So I'm hoping we can see a bit of a reinvigorated team here, but we've already even seen in EWC, they did have some shakiness in their opening couple of games, and they showed some exposure there.
Yeah, it's a great point, and extrapolate on that. I mean, Lucy, when we think Baisha Gaming, at one point, they were the most dominant team in CROSSFIRE competitive until AGL took that torch away from them. Well, AGL is looking to do it once again, but how poetic would it be if Baisha returns to form at the top level of CROSSFIRE competitive by taking down the very team that took it away from them?
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like they've been building up as well in the last 6 months. We look at the most recent season of CROSSFIRE back domestically, and they actually performed exceptionally well there, and AGL didn't. They actually had a bit of a fall off, right? And then we come into this event, I think Baisha have been warming up into it, and I think for them, if you beat AGL here, you feel like you've got that part 3. You feel like you've already gotten to the grand final, and I mean, that'd be an amazing storyline just to beat them, even if it's not Baisha that makes that grand final. No matter what, it's a new team lifting the trophy.
Who are we looking at? Who versus who, especially when it comes to the sniper category? Because whenever we were watching the draw, we were watching the top 8 teams solidified in playoffs, Sneaky was pumped up about the sniper battles throughout the entirety of all the 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao versus Du has to be the key matchup here just because Du was the finals MVP last year, but Xiao, he's that hungry energy you need in the server. I mean, we saw it even earlier today. He's come to play. He's come to win.
Yeah, it feels like history versus form at the moment, right? Yeah, sure. Du, best year of his life last year, best player probably last year, right, in terms of output. But then we come into this event and it does feel like those tables are turning. Didn't feel like he was having the star role, star performances on the wins that AGL had, whereas Zhao definitely was. Every single map, it feels like he is popping off, and he steamrolled earlier today.
Xiao versus DOO. Now, as far as the riflers are concerned, who's going to be those middle-of-the-pack players that need to step up in order to get the win, whether it's for AGL or Baisha?
I mean, for AG, it's got to be the historic duo, ZQ and ZY. If they can show up in full form today, it's going to be really hard to deal with because I feel like N9 hasn't shown his peak yet at this event, whereas ZQ and ZY have looked really flawless so far.
Yeah, it's been moments from N9, right, where he's been able to dominate a round with just like a big multi-kill, but it isn't like that sort of consistent output. I think YDSS as well, another name I want to throw into the ring and like to see a bit from. We called upon him the last, 2 series ago, and he definitely stepped up. But yeah, you need those players around your superstar as well.
Glad you brought up YDSS because he was the biggest talking point, especially during day one when Baisha was playing. I was like, N9 gets all the attention being the legend he is, but who else are we looking out for? YDSS was the first name set after that. But let's talk numbers. For AGAL, they've already won CFS, not even counting that. Just last year, they took home $750,000. They're looking to do it again. If that is the case, that's $1.5 million earned for these players across 2 years.
Yeah, honestly, just an impressive feat if they can pull it off. But this is the team that keeps on giving. I mean, every time someone doubts them, they're right there to show what they're made of. And they could go on a bit of a tear here. They win here. That's 3 major championships in a row for this team.
Yeah, at what point do you start to call it an error, right? Like, I mean, there's been so many times when AGL have been at the top, but if you win 3 international titles in a row, I think that has solidified an era.
Kyle, you the history major when it comes to CROSSFIRE. AGAL, if they win this event, are they considered the most dominant team in CROSSFIRE history?
I think they would have to be. Their only rivals historically would be the SV roster that went on basically a 3 CFS run with only 1 roster change really in that mix. So I would say this is definitely a dynasty team at this point if they can pull off this event, because not only would they be looking like even with the best team of all time, they'd be a fan favorite to maybe even do it 4 times at CFS.
Which would be insane. Now, 4 times at CFS, would that be the first time in history?
Yeah, 4 in a row has never been done before. It's always been broken at some point or another. So 4 in a row would be absolutely insane.
Because I think Baisha's done it at least, 2 times, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 3?
Yeah, so their core has had a 3-peat technically, but they did have some roster changes throughout. But AG, they've carried this roster for quite a while now, and I think if they can stick to this roster for a while, they could develop into probably the best team of all time.
Yeah, especially when we had that storyline, right, last year with Kieran, and whether that, team was going to continue as a 5, right? And obviously it has and continues to dominate. And I hope that this, resurgence, this era definitely solidifies and allows that to continue.
It's such a crazy matchup, though, to start the quarterfinals. I expected it to be a little bit easier for our top seeds out there, but AGL did not get any breaks whatsoever. Baisha was talking to a player in the backstage. I'm not going to say who it was or what team. I'm not going to give that away, but I said, who do you not want to play? And the first name that came out was Baisha. We do not want to play Baisha. It's just going to be way too hard. But the reality is for AGL, that's who they get.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough draw, but you have to face them eventually. You could have thought this was the grand final on paper, but I think it's better for both teams they get it out of the way, because whoever wins this is going to be the clear front runner going into the rest of the bracket.
AGAL, a storied history, a dynasty in the making, or already a dynasty completed. For Baisha, they want to get back into the conversation as the most dominant CROSSFIRE team. They were once there, but AGAL took that away from them many years ago, but Baisha's now in the driver's seat to control their destiny. It's a matchup of epic proportions. Let's head to the stage for AGL versus Baisha.
It is time for our first playoff match of the event, and this is about to be special.
Absolutely, every single match is tournament life on the line. There is no more lower bracket, single elimination gaming it is right now, and all you need to do is win 3 matches in a row to be lifting this trophy. It is time to kick off our first match, and man, what a banger match.
Win or go home, and our first team, all they know is victory. please welcome to the stage the defending champions, AGAL. They are the gold standard, the dream crushers, the roadblock between every team here and immortality. They have yet to taste their own blood in this event. And of course, they have one of the GOATs of CROSSFIRE representing them in ZY. This team pulled up with the exact same roster for the last couple of years overall, and it is with good reason.
One of the absolute titans to take down the title defenders themselves, but they will take on an opponent that they know because they met that opponent last year in the grand finals. It is time to welcome onto the stage Baisha Gaming! Last year they were the runner-up and they're coming here full of hope after an absolutely incredible season. First in the Porte standing, they won the recent season of the Chinese Pro League, and even though they got second last year, they are led this year by an absolutely incredible Xiao. Last year Porte took their fate, sealed the fate and gave the trophy. This year they come with a revenge. Baisha Gaming coming for the run back of last year's grand finals.
Okay, and now we will have a word from our defending champions. Last year, you played against Baisha in the grand finals of the event and you were victorious. Are you confident that you can take them down again?
那你们这场比赛相当于是去年的总决赛的一场重演。去年你们战胜了白沙战队，今年你们是否有信心能再次战胜他们呢？
信心肯定是有的，但是我希望我们就可以发挥好我们自己的水平就可以了。
Definitely, we are confident, but I do hope that we just, perform to the best of our abilities here.
Is the pressure different this time around since you came into this as the defending champion? Do you have more pressure this year?
那你感觉这次作为卫冕冠军是否比去年压力更大呢？
压力还好吧，因为就是打好每场比赛吧，就是。
I'll say the pressure is about the same. Again, we're just focused on playing to the best of our abilities every single match.
Okay, one match at a time, and so far that formula has led to them tasting gold.
Absolutely. Listen, it's time to talk to Baisha Gaming as well. Listen, that was grand finals last year. AJL took it, but you're coming out from a great, very strong season right now. So how confident the team in winning that revenge today?
去年虽然 AGL 是冠军，但是你们今年你们的这一整年下来，这一整个赛季，你们的水平、你们的发挥、你们状态可以算是最好的战队了。那在这场比赛当中，你感觉你有信心拿下他们吗？
有信心，但是还是更多的要稳住自己的心态吧，因为我们最近这个 EWC 的赛事，确实我们整体状态不好，所以说尽量能打出自己的东西，放平心态，就打好每一回合。
Confidence, we definitely have that in spades, but the main thing is our own mentality, our own mental state, our own condition, and that is what we're focused on. We just want to surpass our own selves to be able to perform to the best.
Listen, one more question as well. China took the win. China is always the favorite, so this is the battle between two of the big powerhouses of China. How important is it that this trophy is taken by China at the end of the day?
虽然这是一场中国战队跟中国战队之间的一场内战，但是这个冠军还是肯定是希望是能留在中国的。那想问你，作为一个中国战队来说，在这次比赛当中能夺冠，对你们来说意义有多大呢？
意义肯定非常重大，因为我们就是去年也是中国队拿到冠军嘛，所以说这场比赛不管谁赢谁输，希望赢的这支队伍带着我们的信念一起走下去。
It absolutely mean everything to us, even though we came in short the last year. But whoever goes all the way, whoever becomes the grand champion, inherits the entire legacy of the EWC Championship. So we just hope that the best team will be able to take it all the way.
And that is exactly what it's about. That's why we have keys. That's why we crush keys. But it's time to get ready for our match. Please, can we have the teams lining up for the pre-match face-off? Rob, it is time. It is the run back from last year's grand finals. It is the first quarterfinals of the day. Tournament life on the line. Will the champion continue in their quest to back-to-back, or with Baisha Gaming get their revenge? It is time for Baisha Gaming versus AGAL.
The stage is now set. The two Titans are ready to face off. It's AGAL versus Baisha. We heard from them of what the mission was, and it was just play good CROSSFIRE and get the job done. They're not concerned with the history they have. They're just concerned about the task that's ahead of them.
Yeah, honestly, everything's going to come down here to the veto, I think. Honestly, these teams know each other so well. They've got to be very smart about the decisions they make here. But looking at the prediction, I mean, Lucy, 80 or 70% there for AGAL.
That's pretty decisive, I would say. I mean, AGAL certainly are the favorites on paper, and obviously from the history, you know, even though you don't want to focus on that, you know in the back of your mind, this team has beaten you again and again and again.
Although I will say that's not as heavily one-sided as I thought it would be. Baisha's gained a lot of respect from winning previously.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of fans, especially from their region here. They know what this team can do under pressure, but Baisha coming out strong with a Porte ban as well. Interesting here to see how this one might play out. And of course, All Gamers taking sub base, one of Baisha's favorite maps, off the table.
Yeah, no ability to punish there, so both those maps go out, and I wonder how Ankara and Black Widow will factor into this. I imagine they'll be mainstays throughout this video, or maybe there'll be some surprises. You know, mentioned that there's that potential new compound. We did see Baisha play this earlier. They picked into it, and it wasn't the most decisive win over Falcons, but there was that great run arounds, right? It was only they sort of slipped towards the end.
Yeah, this is also one of the maps they were able to take down Aegeon in the previous year's grand final as well. They won Compound in that series, and they won Ankara in that series. Funny enough, though, domestically, AG is looked at as one of the best Ankara teams in the region, and they picked into it last year and lost it 10-1, but they're going to risk it again here.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting, exactly for that reason. I thought it might get floated as the decider. It felt to me like the most logical decider here, and Black Widow would have been the picked. If I'm Baisha, I wonder if I get rid of the Black Widow here, or whether you do still feel comfortable putting that as the decider, given how it's going. But no, they decide to get rid of it. Don't give AG that sort of comfort.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because these are the two maps they're going to start on, and it's the two maps Baisha won in last year's grand final against them. So this is actually a pretty good pick and ban phase from Baisha so far, but as we know, AG does have tricks up their sleeve, and we go to Eagle Eyes the decider.
Yeah, okay. This is, I think, exactly for the reason you bring up, right? This is, again, we come back to the idea, this is a best of 3, not a best of 5. And for that reason, you do give Baisha a little bit of an advantage in this veto. It does feel like it has edged slightly in their favor.
Interesting picks for sure. New compound, Ankara and Eagle Eye. That's going to be the 3 to decide who moves forward and who ultimately gets their key crush. Neither team, Kyle, is going to be satisfied with just top 8. They want to go all the way. They want to be the ones to lift the trophy.
Yeah, this first map's going to be very decisive from both teams as to how this series might actually play out. And you can tell, even in the interviews leading up to it, both teams seem kind of anxious about this one. Neither one looking super confident because they know the history. They know how back and forth this matchup has been historically.
Yeah, we heard it's going to be a game of mentality, right? That's such a key factor here, especially because of the history between the two teams. The new compound, I mean, I really liked what we saw from Baisha on that GR side. I feel like their fundamentals were really on lock, but I think that was against the team that they were able to punish by playing that very fundamental CROSSFIRE. I think against AGAL, it might be a little bit trickier, unless they're sleepy, of course, but got to get those yawns out of the way early. I don't think there'll be any reason to nap during this game. It's going to be a blockbuster.
Yeah, that's right. They have plenty of time to rest after all, pretty much all day. It's now, almost 4 o'clock here in Paris. So now you got to say, though, they are gamers after all. They stay up late, sometimes gaming all through the night, and the Players Lounge is phenomenal. So maybe they were getting some additional scrims. Either way, now that they're there, I'm sure they're going to be wide awake come first shot. But for AGL, staring down Baisha a little bit earlier, that's always fun to see. I felt AGL were giving a couple of smiles. You know, for them, you can tell how relaxed they are. After all, this is their home turf.
Yeah, they also haven't had the pressure of having to play today, so I think that'll be nice for them to just come in fresh with a good mindset. Nothing they have to think about from a first match on the day. And for Baisha, I'm concerned they might overthink this one a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, for AGL, they haven't had the pressure at all, right? Like, they've been on such a great run through here. They haven't had to battle through the lower bracket like Baisha have. And so for them, actually, it is a bit of a different circumstance because Baisha have already felt what it feels like to have your life on the line.
True, that is the case. You know, I mean, seriously, the earth would shake if AJL loses this series against Baisha, just given the history. It's not that Baisha can't beat AJL, it's just what is at stake and what has already happened just last year in the run AJL is currently on. ZQ came back from retirement 8 months before EWC announced CROSSFIRE was there. He's now back to this stage where it all began, where AJL started cementing their dynasty, at least conversation. But for Baisha, they want to shut that down. Two Titans face off. This has big implications. What key is going to be crushed? Will it be Baisha? Will it be AGL? This is the one that chat wanted, and this is the matchup they get. Let's head into map number 1. New compound, AGL versus Baisha with Valdez and Laz.
Thank you very much, guys. We're getting ready for map number 1. We're back on new compound. Baisha just played this against Falcons, and they took them down in a 10-8. It was close at the end, but Baisha were leading for a long time. So they pick it again up against AGAL, and we'll have to see how it goes. How are you feeling, Laz, about this matchup?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Look, I mean, there's been so much talk about this and everything at stake. And I mean, again, you have the two heaviest hitters that are going head-to-head now. And I mean, it feels like a grand final, but this is only quarterfinals. And that's the exciting part of this all, right? And a lot of history, a lot at stake here. We have been able to see Baisha, have been able to beat this team on this map. But again, that's, what, like a year ago? So, like, things are different. And it does kind of beg the question for me of how AG are going to be feeling, where they've been kind of sitting around all day, where Baisha, they've been active.
Yeah, I mean, the desk definitely gave their opinions on who they think is going to win this one. And we will as well in just a moment, as that need not great from Dre, but now they are going to be pushing in. DOO is good on the first kill to stop this push. It looks like an A swarm at the moment, but not overcommitting to it. They have a guy in spawn right now who is actually Xiao, who is pushed all the way up and is going into the window, gets that kill on a DOO, and they're like, wait, how did he get up there? The push comes in, and this is looking good for Baisha on the start. ZQ gets taken down. It's all up to 1-2-2 as he has to make his way in on the 1v2. And I thought he got the spot on that member there in the corner. Looks like not. Or perhaps is going to save that for later, as the bomb has not been planted just yet. So he's going to wait until that does get planted and try to go for the quick retake.
Oh, this is smart. I was thinking actually he was going to be able to go for that fight on the left-hand side. I thought he was going to just try to contest it since that guy was planting. So instead, he doesn't. And now All Eyes actually going to go for the swing. That's going to be a triple kill round for him too. So not bad at all here. So Baisha, I don't know if they can hear it through our mics, but man, they are loud. They are very excited, and rightfully so. I mean, like you said, the desk has been able to just capitalize again. So much history. AG kind of on this, path of, arguably being the best team in the world or one of the greatest teams of all time. And I mean, Baisha, they want to create a bit of a statement and, kind of remove that piece of the conversation.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, regional rivals, in a sense, they keep butting heads on so many different stages, not just in the CFPL, but also internationally. So once again, they do have to go head-to-head. And, I think Baisha should come out stronger to begin with. It's their choice of new compound. I think they are definitely going to be warmer than AG. But for me, I do think AG are the favorites, and I think they will take it in what should be a close best of 3. I think it should go the distance of 3 maps. I would be very surprised if this ends up as a 2-0. But again, we'll have to come down to how it's actually played out. And we do see that Baisha is playing this very much like they did up against Falcons, at least to begin with, taking their time with some of these earlier rounds. Obviously, we didn't see a push like that on the A when they were playing against Falcons, so that's already been a mix-up in round number 1.
I still can't believe this is a quarterfinal game. Like, I'm still just like baffled. I saw the groups and everything happening. I'm like, man, this is legitimately a grand final. Like, we talk, like you said, a lot about these two teams. Like, they play each other so many different times in their region, but now they're here, the international stage, once again, going head to head. And it's just, again, so much riding on this. But good kills coming in from AG. And look at that. Quick and easy, done and dusted. And they respond back in great AG fashion.
Yeah, it looks like they were very ready for that B push. I'm not sure if they had information on it coming in, as it was pretty nicely hid by the side of Baisha. And the hit was pretty good from Baisha, too. They came in from main and also from mid at the same time. Like, the timing was great. And yet still just 3 guys in servers. Well, it looks like 2 guys down in the servers, and then 1 was up and doing a good job of saving them and having their back. So, yeah, good stuff to start off here from AG on the Global Risk side in round number 2.
Very interesting to see this map being the first one too. I think there was a lot of good conversation about the vetoes and everything like that. So it was a little bit surprising to me. I don't know how you felt about it, but it did seem like it wasn't like completely ridiculous. But I also kind of felt like some of the maps were going a little bit differently than I thought they would have in the order, if that makes any sense. So
yeah. I think maybe I would not have predicted exactly for it to come out this way, but after I see it play out fully, I'm like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. You know, like we can make sense of what the picks end up being. So again, I don't think I would have predicted it perfectly, but I should go back to new compounds. You know, it worked for them. Kind of a confusing position there for 162. He gets isolated and cut off by smoke, and he tries to retreat into the smoke, but I think that's the exact timing where they're going to peek you. So maybe should have just held the corner and tried to hold it down from that position. Instead, he just takes a death at the moment, and Vice are going to rotate out and go elsewhere.
yeah, I don't even mind this too. Again, you still have plenty of time. You can work with this. I mean, the one smoke does block things off a little bit of mid, but they could easily cross through. So they're going to actually just, again, avoid it. Now they're just going to try to put pressure onto the vet here of ZQ. He's able to find himself a really great shot. I mean, if he can find any more, that's going to be even more magnificent, and it is. Okay, hang on. So now, I mean, he's still alive here with 52 HP. He's just burning the time, and these guys are just running into a bit of a blender, and they finally get him down. But now it's all just down to one remaining player here, and it's a 1v2. But you have 25 seconds. You have to get a move on. Good kill. Not a peep coming out of DOO yet. Oh my gosh, he's going to jump right over him. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, what a beautiful way for that to happen. Even he's probably like, wait, why is he there? Like, what's he doing?
That was crazy. Dio was just like, yeah, no, I don't exist. You don't know where I am. I'm going to hide and blend into the wall. And it does work out. So Xiao, he's been super clutch. He's been just great across all portions of the rounds and the maps and stuff. He has been the MVP, the star player of this Baisha lineup, as he generally is. And, you know, not able to quite pull it off there at the very end, but made it interesting. Really started off with ZQ, who you did a little voiceover for him and his content video, and how, you know, he is considered to be one of the greatest of all time. Made his retirement and then made his comeback. And, you know, he's right back into the action. Certainly doing a great job of holding it down in that moment. And this time it's actually a bit of a stack for its B main, as they're going to try to swing this. This is not looking good for AG.
Oh, no.
And ZQ, now he's being swarmed as they come in from both angles. And the attack is good from Baisha.
Yeah, that's really great because, again, it's not even just, you know, one player, it's three. So the fact that I was actually kind of wondering, you know, I think it was ZQ that went down the last, I was wondering if he was just going to try to hug that railing and just, like, wait to see if he might be able to time somebody. But I think he thought they knew he was there, so he's like, okay, I got to go for a swing. I got to try something. But really nice from Baisha. Very clean round already. This is a powerful position to be in right now. I mean, now you're talking about Jouet and also DOO to put up a massive amount of lifting here. Like, let alone we already know, like, this is going to be a tough match, but you're talking a 2-on-5, so he's going to have to be lights out. Not going to happen. The lights actually go out on the side here for AG, so we're right back into this, and I honestly feel like this is probably going to this game is going to go back this way. It's just going to go back and forth because these guys know how each other play, and that's where, you know, we talk about these teams that play regionally against each other all the time. It's like, you kind of know the tendencies. You start to know these things, but you have to find these, like, split moments of just capitalization, really.
Yeah, it's not easy for either team to win in this situation. I do like how AG, they appeared to be, you know, pretty much on the ball right from the get-go. We're not really seeing any sluggishness right from the start of the match. You know, they come in and they're fresh, as our desk was talking about, but yeah, they get right into the action. They look like they're ready to play right from the get-go. Whereas Baisha, they did have to play that match earlier, and they did win it, but now immediately have to play once again as the first match, so they stay warm. As now Dio on the back of the site just gets tapped out by 577, and that's going to be Xiao as well, who does push in, and the push into the spawn actually works out really well here for YDSS as well. He takes out ZY.
Yeah, and this is now the second time we've seen that Baisha have actually been able to have like essentially all 5 players alive. They have, you know, a really strong position in terms of the numbers, and then you're putting again a clutch factor here for AG. So this has been really great. Like their BL side this is a good presentation of it, because it just seems like it's very efficient, very clean, no mistakes that they're making. Like, you're winning these rounds confidently, right? Like, we know the scoreline is a 2-2, but like the fact that now we're going to be having a conversation about 2 rounds in a row here for Baisha, like the fact that they're winning it just the way they are, and like AG haven't been able to really respond, it paints a different picture for me.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think that, you know, I was just casting the match between Baisha and Falcons. We just saw this map. And to me, Baisha are playing a totally different Blacklist. Like,
yeah.
They did a really good job of hiding what they wanted to play on this map, because a bunch of times now we've seen fast aggression into the A site without much delay. You know, take over mid and just essentially go straight into A. And generally, the A site on this map, it can be held down by just a sniper and maybe like a wild card guy if you do want to lean towards the B side, the B site rather. And you know, generally that works out for a lot of teams, but if Baisha are going to put this much pressure on, then they have to mix it up. And you see that Dway has pushed out here into A main. They're still going to keep 3 guys on B, which generally is a scarier site to retake, so it kind of makes sense that you want to hold that down.
Yeah, and this is now where we've actually seen, again, just a player from AG just kind of pushing all the way through long, too, so playing very aggressive as well. So this has been a few times I've seen in a row. And then you kind of just having DOO just to kind of anchor again just for the crossover. And then you just put that heavy lean on B, which, again, I think we talked a lot about that yesterday, right, for some of the teams that are playing on this map, where B can be very difficult. So I like the fact that AG are putting a lot of focus on this, realizing, look, like, let's just put our heavier amount of players onto this, like to make sure that like that equation is going to be removed here for Baisha's game plan, if possible. But now Zhui's going to have to pull up something big, because again, he has 2 players that are looking for this fight. He's got a close quarter a little bit on this, a decent gun for it, but again, this is going to be tough. He has to be able to land this first duel. That could like really solidify him, but no, my goodness, N9, what an entry.
Yeah, just making a little bit of noise in mid, and then N9 sits him down. Not really having much trouble with that. As now they're pushing in, they isolate DO, and he is just gone. And just like that, Baisha, excellent execute into the A site once again. They push in, they pressure the guys in spawn, immediately rotate to A after winning in A main with N9. And wow, they're just fluid, they're fast, they're getting it done so quickly. I think that Baisha really have brought out a new gear here for AG. And wanted to do trying to get it done, but ZY also is going to hit the floor. And N9 with a lot of screams now, as things are looking fantastic for Baisha.
Yeah, honestly, I just feel like it's a great point you bring up, too, is just considering that we saw Baisha playing, you know, Team Falcons and everything, and it's looking like a very different team, right? And this is the thing that's always been excited for me as, like, watching Baisha gaming, like, at all these international events, is just how much their BL side can just get better and better, and it elevates, it feels like. I feel like when N9 gets himself some time just to kind of, like, have a conversation with the guys, and he's like, okay, this is the game plan. And, like, you can just see, like, sheets on sheets of things that he's written down, and you're just like, man, like, how much information do you have? And, like, I feel like he's just one of those guys that's, like, sitting in the lab, he's just putting in the late hours, like, he's just trying to find every single little, like, minute detail of, like, what his opponents can do, just so that he can win, you know, any sort of advantage in these rounds. And, I mean, you even saw it there where he had a pretty good feeling. He's like, hey, there's going to be a player behind this box. I'm just going to go for the quick pre-fire, and it was easy, right? I mean, it was just like he didn't even break a sweat on it. I thought he was dead, but no. Again, he just kind of proves again why he's, to me, one of the great IGLs in my opinion so far in CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, he is. He's just heads above many a player, and it's hard to compete with him, especially when, you know, you get into such a critical match where there should be a lot of pressure. We have so many veterans on the stage. N9 is one of them, and it's hard to compete with that, like I said before, as coach here is really getting to work on pretty much everyone as, you know, he didn't know exactly where Zhui would be, but he does pick the correct spot. Dio has been having a really rough time of it. Not necessarily his fault. It just feels like they're specifically isolating him and trying to charge into where he's trying to set up a turret. And it has not been fun times as a sniper player dealing with all of this aggression, as he is just back there in the same spot on the A site, but now he's got another player as ZQ has moved over here to the door of A in the middle of the map. We'll see if that extra bit of defense helps out.
Yeah, and you know, it was always an interesting conversation where, again, like our team that's been sitting around all day, like if that's a good thing or a bad thing, it does beg the question. But like you said, it feels like AG don't even look like they're really, like, you know, asleep at the wheel. It seems like they are still prepared. I know the scoreline is kind of escaping from them slowly, but I can't take anything away from Baisha. Like, I think there's a huge difference. If you watched the last game in the lower bracket semis for them to get here, like, it is a very different bit of a tale. And look at this, they're just winning fights. So now, I mean, DOO is going to have to do something big here. He's got himself ready for the snipe, but now he's been spotted, and 577 looks like he wants to go for this bit of a flick, but no, he can't. But look at this. This is just awkward. I mean, again, just some engagements back and forth, but I don't even get it right now, and they're just still even contesting. Zhui's going to have to do something big with a pistol, and he will be successful.
Yeah, it's nicely done to clear out. Very awkward spot, as you're kind of talking about. Xiao not able to get it done. ZY does the chip into the pistol hit, and it looks like they were much more ready for that push once again. I mean, if Baisha continuously goes for setup in mid into, you know, these A pushes or otherwise, you know, ZQ able to play point man in mid and get that pick off and back away safely means that it's totally going to change the flow of the round. And I do like this the change-up that they go for here after the timeout was called. And now it's really, the onus is on Baisha to make a change. And we'll see what they go for. For now, it looks like some pillars pressure. A little bit different from some of the rounds where they've won recently, but we have seen some of this before.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is where, you know, AG, they were the ones that did the 3-player stack right in this area, right? So this is where they're actually going to play a little bit differently, a little bit more passive on this one, but 577 just clearing a ton of information already. Double swinging to come through on that B door. But it is going to be ZY being able to find that. But look at that, man. Just, again, blink of a second, and there it is. Double kill for them. Now they just pounce into the site. AG have to go for full retake onto this. I don't know. This is going to be tough. Again, you do have a little bit of utility available. Zhuita is fully equipped, so that's going to be a good thing. But they have to find the right placements to this nade work. Otherwise, I just don't see them getting in.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot here for AG on the retake. The flash is good. It's going to push Xiao off the point. Do they actually get into that corner? Yes, they do, but Xiao's still going to take down DOO, and I think that Zhui and ZQ, they don't want to have anywhere to run to, so eventually Xiao takes down 2, and there's only ZQ left. There's really just not that much time, though, to try to go for the defuse, and you can see that N9's he's just dancing. He doesn't even need to get the kill, but he will anyway, as ZQ frustrated with the position. And yeah, that was really nicely played, actually, by the side of Baisha on that entry there, because the way it was played on the defense was ZY was going to peek first. He gets the snipe, and then, of course, they have to peek ZY, right? But the second they peek ZY, 1-2-2 swings the corner on the off angle, but N9 was ready for it.
Yeah.
You know, right as 577 peeked ZY, N9 was peeking 1-2-2, and he was ready the second he swung out and took him down. So it ended up being a 2-for-1, and you know, from there, the B site was essentially free.
And that's just the thing. Like, I mean, I love that AG have been trying to be a little bit creative where they've done the 3-player stacks and then they tried to just do that little bit of a nice crossfire together. But like you said, as soon as 1-2-2-2 just kind of went for that swing and he was gone, it was like, okay, that's all she wrote. Like, it kind of felt like everything was done. It was, the tale was already kind of written and everything in the stone, so it was not going to be easy. But now Baisha, they're just going to push on through A main. They're just going to try to see if they can barrel this down. But DOO does find himself that kill. But now Zhui is going to get a little bit overwhelmed by the numbers, and DOO, again, his head is going to get removed. And now for Baisha, it is back to a 3-3. C4 is going to go down, so this is still an opportunity for AG.
Yeah, it's not going to be too easy, but at least, you know, it's better than some of the other rounds we've seen, absolutely. And you see with the bomb planted already, they're struggling to get in and get in on time. As we have the wraparound actually in mid, N9 is behind them. They have no idea. He just taps on the 2 heads. It's just free. They're just not ready for it, and N9 is just outthinking the enemies, and Baisha are rolling them.
Oh man, that camera view is perfect. You could just see the look on his face. He's like, what just happened? Like, how on earth did that even occur? So, I don't know. I feel like Baisha are doing a great job. I mean, now we're going to be able to switch sides, but that was a magnificent BL side, right? Very tactical, just clean, precise. N9 just, again, like I keep pumping up his tires, but there's a reason. The guy, again, arguably one of the best IGLs. Like, he just proves that he can frag out, he can call the right game, and he gets himself in the right, positions that he needs to for his team.
Yeah, he's really been the difference maker for so many a squad. And for this Baisha side, as now it's AG's turn on the blacklist. It's definitely, this is always the opportunity, the moment where it's like, okay, you get to swap after the half, and now AG can maybe say, okay, we're going to do better here on the blacklist side. Let's show what we have prepared. Generally, it is the blacklist team that, controls the flow of the play and the pace. And so far, it's been all Baisha's control. Like, AG have been responding, and they've won some rounds, but even the ones they win, I'm like, I don't know. It was still Baisha that were really controlling the majority of it. So it feels very one-sided.
It does.
And it is based on the scoreline, especially on this map. But yeah, let's see if AG have something in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, a 6-3 going into the second half is great. I mean, again, that's where we were talking a lot about the BL side was just so strong from Baisha. So now the question is, do you kind of build off that momentum into the GR side? I mean, that's the biggest question. AG, though, again, this is where they're going to have to showcase something big, and the strat calling's going to have to be good, which way does get the opener. But okay, look at that. They don't even clear this corner, and now this should be easy, fruitful picking. But hang on. 1-2-2-2 is still able to find himself this double kill. So all of a sudden, that advantage which was there now turns into just back to a 1v1. I don't even understand. And it's just the snipers, and it's DOO to put the nail to the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they were able to win the fights against everybody else that wasn't N9, and then N9 was alone, and he's like, guys, I just flanked two of them. Like, they didn't clear me out. And eventually he went down, and it kind of led to this awkward 2v2 situation where 577 and Xiao had to retake quickly before the plant. It was the right call, but unfortunately not able to win the 1v1 was Xiao. So a little bit of life into the side of AG. Hasn't been all good feels here on this map, but rounds like that can instantly turn the tides and the momentum and the whole vibe of it. So let's see if they can continue with this pressure. As we have ZY also grabbing a sniper here from the blacklist side. Pretty interesting. Well, we'll see if it works out for them, as they do seem to want to poke their heads into the middle of the map.
Yeah, a lot of nades are going to get thrown as well from Baisha, so they're going to try to get that deep smoke, but it actually will be ZY that's going to be able to find that opener. So double snipers here for AG's side. DOO not going to be the sole one anymore. And now for Baisha, it's like, again, do you want to react to this, or do you want to just kind of stay put? And it does seem like they're not going to move too much of a muscle here. And I don't even necessarily disagree with this. I mean, again, you have the flow of Zhao just kind of, again, playing in GR spawn. You can easily rotate A or B, and then you're just doubling up in the B. So I do like this. But again, it is a little bit risky if you want to argue for 577, but AGG not really putting a lot of attention into this yet. This could be the misread potentially.
Yeah, they do have this three-man contingency coming forward first. A couple of guys, it looks like 577 did peek in a mid. As nades are being thrown on the minimap as we speak. We do have this fight. He actually pushed through the smoke behind them. They actually don't know that 577 is behind them. They're about to be sandwiched, as that's a free kill, and that's two. And now Baisha are like, all right, well, the rest of them are coming in for main, obviously. 1-2-2-2 gets in, and actually they sweep the site. Very, very nicely done. As Leah's alone here on the back of the site, they're going to take him down, and somehow, AG, it was disastrous until they just outfought them.
I don't even understand that. Like, I was thinking, again, like, Baisha were in the best position. You had a huge flank, and then I was thinking, okay, this is a bit of a, Baisha sandwich. And I mean, AG were just going to get, ripped apart, but they just pull up this bit of a clutch factor. They just win a lot of duels. And now that lead, it is diminished. Like, we were talking, a 6-3 is turned into the 6-5. So now AG are still well within the grasp here to be in this game. And Baisha, I mean, again, still a very strong GR side. Like, they're making it close. They're making these rounds competitive, but they just can't seem to get across the finish line. It's AG that just seem to kind of pull the rug under them, and then they just do something, you know, just kind of random, if it honestly feels like that, and react to a situation that you think most teams wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah. And it's really important for AGAL that they get these first 2 rounds quickly. Baisha, they got so far ahead of Falcons, it was like 9-4, and we almost had a big comeback. But it's just so much difficult. There's way too much pressure to actually make comebacks like that happen consistently. So better to just, you know, get into the game, start winning some rounds right from the get-go, prove that you've got some good calls for the beginning of your blacklist side. But let's see if Baisha downloaded them a little bit and has a bit of information about how to handle AG's blacklist pushes from here. It's been a lot more B pressure. This is kind of what we would normally expect. And it has been working last couple of rounds. Certainly taking their time with this one, though.
Yeah, we're down to that last minute. So AG going to have to kind of work with something here a little bit. Again, throwing a little bit of nades, just throwing a good pop here for ZQ to just clear off into long, just making sure he can get some information, get some, you know, control of the map, which is not too bad. So AG are being somewhat active. Now he can pull back a little bit. But this is where now for YDSS, he's going to have to do something big. He's got the rifle, but he's actually just going to get on out of there. Good flash, and now look at these shots from N9. My goodness, just tapping away. Good marksmanship here from the side of Baisha. And now they're just picking them all apart. They're just getting picked up like a bag of leaves. And now it's just down to DOO by himself for the clutch. Finds himself another kill, though. But again, he's taking a significant amount of damage. But you're talking about a massive clutch he's needed here. He's going to have to pick the C4 up. He's only got 10 seconds to work with. And now YDSS is just kind of playing with his food. And Baisha will be able to keep a lead.
Yeah, that looked a lot better for the side of Baisha. They read the pressure very nicely. I like the way that YDSS played it, where he's playing point, sees a couple of guys come right through the door, throws a flash, and allows his teammate actually to get a bunch of the kills behind him, and for him to just get a little bit of protection behind the servers and wait for the rest of the teammates to come over. So that's a good way to handle some of that quick B pressure that we oftentimes do see, especially from AGAL in this case. As once again, AGAL just hanging around the middle of the map. For the side of Baisha, it does look a little bit like, you know, what we've seen in the last round, where they have that 1 point guy looking through the doors on B main, throwing some smokes, but it's very much playing back and waiting rather than pushing out and trying to make big plays.
Yeah, look at this defense composition too. Like, again, I like that Baisha, once again, they're kind of mixing things up, right? Like, again, they're sole anchoring A, essentially. I mean, they do have like 5-7-7 kind of floating. Now they're going to double up on this, as I'm obviously going to eat my own words for this, but they were kind of just putting like double GR spawn, double B, solo A, which again, I like, because again, with the GR side, it's decent, quick rotates on this map. It's actually going to be the BL side that struggles a bit more on this, but you can see that Baisha are really just playing a lot of good mind games here, switching up their positions constantly. AG now going to fight for this mid control. It will be theirs, but this is the problem. You have double player at GR spawn. I don't even know if, Jouet's not even going to be prepared for it. He gets annihilated, and now these guys are going to try to just take over this A site if they can. 5-7-7 gets spotted, but he still has his life intact. His teammates are able to just secure him. Extra backup, extra reinforcements, and look at that. A little bit of reply here from AG, but I don't even know how we're here right now, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, just brute force, right? They tried to throw a fake in the spawn. They try to flash Jouet in, and he doesn't win, obviously, but they get into A, but there's two people there, and the rotate came in so quickly from spawn. So Baisha were perfectly set up to defend this push, and yet we do get the plant down, and they do have the man advantage, and yeah, well, that's just going to be 2 kills there, as the gun fire from the side of Baisha is good enough to clean it up. No shenanigans, no time wasted, and Baisha move up to 8.
You know, it's so funny because I just want to go back to that point you brought up right when we started. It was like, you know, we were looking at the veto and we were talking about, you know, for Baisha, and it's interesting because you brought up the point that I was watching the game in the green room where I was watching Baisha taking on Falcons on this map. and they got a 10-8 victory. But if I'm going to be honest, Falcons did not really look that great. So that's where I was like, oh man, like this, if this is going to be Baisha playing on this map again, I was like, and you barely squeak through a win against a team like Falcons in their current form, I was thinking like AG's going to have this dead to rights. But that's the thing that I love that you brought up. You're just like, look at how different they're playing. Like their play style is different. The way they're just composed is different. Like Baisha look like, I feel like they look like a very different team than what we saw against, Falcons, which is so interesting. And then it kind of just goes back to my last point about where I said N9 just probably had like a whole different, book of like different strategies and notes, just given that he knew he was most likely going to be playing AG.
Yeah, certainly looking very prepared for this matchup. And that's really the big difference. I mean, as a team, Baisha look more prepared, whereas AG not really able to look quite as solid here from the Blacklist side especially. And so let's see what they're going to go for here. Looks like a bit more of the same. They haven't really tested A long. It's not really a common thing to test, but they tried to go for that quick A hit with the fake and the spawn, which is Baisha-esque, honestly. A little bit of what we saw from them on their Blacklist side. And just not having the success, unfortunately, that they would like. As they're waiting until about 50 seconds left. And they're going to go for a play here. It's actually 5-2-2 who's in B main. The rest of them going from mid. And you can see that Baisha aren't moving. They don't have anyone in spawn. They have 3 guys in B. They're going to try to flash their way in, but 9 is right there, and he just locks up 2 kills, and he stops the push immediately. In the corner here is YDSS. I mean, you can't check everything as 1-2-2 tries to come in late, and they're just not hitting any shots, and 9 is just on a tear right now. And ZQ alone in the 1v4, not going to happen. Baisha go to 9.
Man, this is great. Like, this is just some, like, really textbook like, Crossfire, really. It just, again, feels like Baisha just doing all the right things. They're playing tactically better. They're hitting their shots better. They're reacting to moments better. So they are giving AG a run for their money right now. I mean, we're talking 9-5. We're on the map point now. Last round potentially could be here. But this is where AG need 4. We push this thing to an OT. And now you can see they're going to play ultra passive. They're just kind of spotting things out. They're just trying to make sure Baisha's not doing anything uncharacteristic where they're just going aggressive and trying to get this, round over with. So it's great, but AG, it's a tough task right now for DOO to be able to call this. Like, I mean, I don't even feel like his calling's been that bad or anything. It's just Baisha seemed to just be that extra little bit of a step better and, more ahead of what AG are doing. It's just mind games.
Yeah. Well, a lot of it does come down to this, especially when a lot of these teams, especially these 2 teams, are very evenly matched when it comes to the firepower. Like, I feel like AG, AL haven't done a great job of showcasing that. Like, they've had some moments, but at the end of the day, it just feels like they've been left in some positions where they, unless you get like these insane flicks or these insane plays, it's very difficult to actually look very strong in that facet. As the second set of smokes are going to come out here from Baisha, and actually one from AG over in B main. And this time they actually do want to pressure long, but also this time Xiao is watching it. So I don't know if you actually want to go for that. Still no pressure through that mid smoke. And Baisha's buying quite a lot of time with all their utility. Another smoke in the A door and in the B door. So looks like they want to keep their tracks hidden for now.
Yeah, absolutely. 50 seconds remaining, and now AG looking like they might just go for this 3-2 like you talked about. A lot of nades throwing towards GR and B, but that's just a bit of a ruse. That's just a little bit of a decoy, if you will. And now they're going to try to split into this, but 1-2-2-2 does get that opening duel. Zhao's going to go down. This is great from AG. Now they've been able to secure themselves a site, but a good little bit of a reply here with the sniper. Not a bad shot. Gets caught with a flash, but it's fine. And now 9's going to have to do something huge. Spots away a little bit in this, but AG, they just have to hold on. They have to wait for this timer to go through as much as they can, but 9, look at this. He's just getting free control. He's just running around. This is his playground now, and it seems like Baisha cannot be able to handle this playground, and AG finally get themselves something to work with.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty nice play there. You could tell that Xiao just had no idea that they were actually going to push that long spot, and he was watching it, but not 100% ready. The peak that he went for when he went down was, just a little bit delayed in terms of his ability to actually respond to the push. And a nice shot from 1-2-2-2 to take him down. And from there, they got the ball rolling in onto A. Still, Baisha made it interesting at the end, even down members and able to nearly make a comeback there on the retake, but not meant to be. And they still have a nice 3-round cushion behind them. So I'm sure they're not shaking in their boots just yet.
No, I don't think they're any sort of a stress. I agree. Like, I mean, again, when you're at a 9-6 like this for Baisha, like, this is still fine. Like, they've been just so dominant so far. So, and I think they still have their timeout, if I'm not mistaken, too, right? I think AG were the only ones that burned theirs. So, if things get a little bit more problems arising, then they can decide to slow it down, but they're not going to have to yet. AG now, mid-control is the name of the game. Going to be able to get a player across into GR, and I think that's actually ZY it is, and wow, that's a beautiful shot. So now he gets that opener. Now this is where they're going to try to pinch onto 577. Needs to stay alive, but unfortunately, it can only find the one. So now AG have seemed to be able to figure out this puzzle piece just a little bit more, but look at ZY. Activation here with the sniper, leaving it just for 9. And his comrade to be able to hold things down. This might be difficult unless 9 does something like this. I mean, not again, Valdez, really.
He's actually going to rotate all the way around. This is an interesting time. It's going to take him quite a long time, but you can tell that 1222 is like, yeah, he's definitely coming in from mid, unless he rotates all the way around, but that's going to take forever. As now they're going to try to pinch at the same time, but now he's not hitting his shots now. He hits so many, and then he just doesn't hit them at the very end. Unfortunate for him, as he'll get the kill, but there's no time on the clock, so just going to go for the... Yeah. Well, he gets them both, at least. So a nice little...
It's just, you feel bad for him. Because it was a great play. Like, honestly, that smoke is blocking it off. Like, he actually did make the timing. And, like, all he had to do was get that first kill. That player that was going up onto the tower or onto heaven there, like, all he had to do was get that kill. Could have been their round easily, right? It's one of those moments you just kick yourself. You're like, man, I've been hitting shots all this game, and I don't hit that. It's like kind of those, like, easy shots that you should hit. You're like, oh, okay, like, I don't know how I missed it.
Especially when they're facing the other way, it's a little bit more difficult to hit the quick headshot. And this time, Baisha, they actually push into pillars. We haven't seen any of this from them. They have kept their cool. They haven't really moved outside of their sights. And finally now in round 17, they're like, all right, it's time. Like, they're getting too much of an advantage. They're getting too much room in mid. Let's pressure them. And it works out with a nice shot to begin with.
Yeah. Just gives them an easy position right now, right? I mean, just putting them the man up, and now they can just kind of reformate themselves a little bit, or reformat their positioning, I should say. So that's good. And AG were never going to expect that, because why would you? Because Baisha has, not, like you said, not made any sort of an indication they're going to do aggressive plays like that. They've been playing a lot more respectful than that. So I love it. Good call from 9 to be able to just say, yeah, you know what? Like you said, let's just figure out something here. Let's find a duel, and they do. Joey's actually taken some big damage. So now, I mean, again, the cost of life here from AG is becoming a little bit negative right now because you only have 3 alive. And yes, I know that 577 is low, but it is still having an extra player available. And AG now, backs are on the boards. They are wounded. They've been getting hit. Can they be able to swing back to maintain themselves here in round 17?
Look at Xiao right now.
Oh, man.
He's like, these guys have been playing slow all day. If I come out here...
Oh, he's going all the way around? Oh.
Well, this, I think, is a little bit much.
That's an overcook if I've heard it, yeah.
Like, if he just peeks out the window, but I understand, like, the timing, it has to be perfect, and unfortunately, he's a little bit behind, but it's okay. He's going to get in there quickly on the rotate, and I like this from 9. He says, I'll just try to survive for as long as possible. I'll delay the plant and allow you to come in. And there it is. Xiao gets up in a tower, hits the shot, and now it's only ZY by himself against 3 to try to keep AGAL alive in this map.
Yeah, it's all down to one player only, and all Baisha have to do is just find him. So again, if they can be able to utilize the double player along swinging this, it should be a done deal. ZY is going to have to hit the best shots possible. That timer's already halfway through. Diffuse is coming in. Diffuse is coming in. And okay, he realizes he has to get a move on. Baisha get it done. They lock themselves into the first map. And that's going to be an interesting little bit of a set now, because now things get even more problematic as AGAL, they're going to have to dig very deep, and they're going to have to figure out a way to find a reverse sweep. Otherwise, their tournament lives are over.
Yeah, 1 best of 3 against Baisha. It is harsh, but got to step up to the plate and make it happen, AGL. You got to bring us to a map 3 if it's going to happen. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen for them on new compound. The choice of Baisha, who take it down 1-0, and we'll be back for map number 2.
We knew it was going to be a great matchup as two Titans face off against each other, but Baisha has struck first, winning new compound 10-7, putting AGAL on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit with the veto here. I feel like Baisha has their best set of maps to win this series. They come out strong, but I mean, we got to talk about N9. What a performance. I think he heard us say AG is trying to make a dynasty because he came out here like a brick wall.
Yeah, this is a guy that really, really wants that trophy. You know, I was thinking at the start, well, they're actually not being that reliant on him. I thought it was quite a good team effort. The snipers are doing a lot of work in that first half, and then in that second half, he just took over. He was completely undeniable. And I feel like there was just no say coming in from that AG side. It was very reminiscent of the Falcons game, right, where Baisha on this incredible run, they get up to 9. Did slow down there. Looks like they took the pedal off for a second, but once they get to 9, they inevitably close.
Yeah, the question from chat was stamina. Is that going to be an issue? Obviously, we just witnessed Baisha play against Falcons. They win it 2-0, and I asked you, Kyle, said, was that, going to be an issue stamina-wise, or was it kind of a warm-up? And you said warm-up, and clearly it was the case. AJL was coming in yawning, kind of looking a little bit tired, maybe just waking up. I'm sure they're going to wake up in map number 2, but the wide-awake Baisha refused to falter.
Yeah, I mean, this is Baisha saying, we've been awake, we're here to win this thing, and on top of that, you've got some of the best individual performances we've seen all tournament long from this team as well on top of it. It's going to be a tough one for AG to bounce back from, just knowing as well, the next map on the horizon last time they met at EWC, this was a 10-1 win map for Baisha on the way.
Yeah, it's not a great veto here. I'm so surprised that it played out the way it did, because new compound has been the territory of Baisha, consistently have beat it against them every time it comes out, and Ankara hasn't been that much different. You mentioned the EWC record during the regular season as well domestically. 10-2 was the most recent outing. That was only a month and a half ago. 10-6 before that. Ankara has been Baisha's win condition in a lot of these series. So I'm very, very concerned for AGAL.
Well, they picked it for a reason, and AGAL might have a game plan. After all, that was last year. This year is this year, right? Potentially we'll be seeing a totally different game plan, and actually could play into the factor of AGAL. You think about it, Baisha's going to go into this remembering that historical data, right? They're going to remember we won this 10-1. We're going to go in it the same way. We've already beat you one way, we're going to do it again, but AJL is going to be anticipating that, and they're looking to counter everything that happened last year.
Yeah, I think the big thing we're missing from AG at the moment, and in this first map you could see it almost felt like they were playing too safe as a team. Baisha, I think the reason they're so strong right now is they're the team taking risks. And we saw earlier in the day, that's why Stallions was able to come back and win that series as well. So I feel like if you're AG, you've got to play a little bit more confident, because they're almost playing too much like the book here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we need to see a few more out of some of those individuals as well. I think DRO is definitely that guy that I want to see more out of. Spoke about it coming into this. Hasn't been a standout event for him, but it has been a brilliant season. Last year was absolutely phenomenal for him, and it just felt like his presence was sorely lacking there.
Well, I gotta say, EWC, it's well underway. Being the final week, there's so much that has happened. After all, it's 24 different games. We provide as much coverage as we possibly can, but there's another little video that is helping us out. It's called Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Level Up is great, so is CFS 2026 Grand Finals happening in Wuhan. We hope to see each and every one of you there. But we got something special for all of you at home. We did this a couple of days ago. We're bringing it back. Kyle, what do we got?
Oh, it's going to be an awesome TRG skin. The code there on your screen. Pick it up and show us what you can do with it. We've seen a lot of TRG action today in the server, most notably in this last one from Xiao. So have fun with this skin, and honestly, I'm going to grab one myself.
Absolutely. I know Sneaky's already back there claiming the code.
Yeah, Sneaky's definitely, I was about to say, he's already taking a screenshot. He's scanning the QR code, just like you should be at home and get advantage of that skin on offer.
Yeah, it's free 99, best price out there after all. Make sure you get the code, scan the QR code if you haven't already. It's free, baby, and we'd love to give you all some love out there in the chat. Now, speaking of love lost, AGAL now down 1-0 in the series. They could potentially be in trouble. We knew how meteoric this matchup was going to be. Anytime you see Baisha play against AGAL, you know it's going to be a good one. Maybe not awake in game one. They need to wake up in game number two. We go to Ankara, and again, bringing that conversation back. You mentioned last year it was Baisha who won on this very map in EWC 10-1. I'm thinking there's going to be some new things pulled out from AGAL's side. They've done their homework. But my concern more so than that is the players themselves. Their numbers were incredibly low, DOO included, right? You would expect him to be hitting more shots than he did in game one.
Yeah, I mean, the individual performance severely lacking from all gamers so far on the day. I'm hoping they've got a little bit more left in the tank, because we've seen what this team can do when they hit that peak potential, and we already know Baisha is at that level. Now the concern is, will AG rise up and meet them there?
Yeah, I feel like ZQ is the only one that's really fighting back in a lot of that. But this is where, if you're a team like AGAL, you know what it takes to win trophies. You've done it so many times before. We talked about the potential for an era. We talk about the championship mentality, the pedigree of these players. This is where you show what has made you those players.
That's right. And just a reminder, guys, at home, this is Stream A. We also have Stream B currently live, and another quarterfinal matchup is taking place between Stallions and Rock. Stallion leading 1-0, and that was such a fantastic ending. If you missed it, go back and watch it, but make sure not to close out on Stream A, because we've got map number 2 coming your way. It's Ankara, AGAL's pick, despite them losing last year. Now for Baisha, will they close this out 2-0? That would be a tremendous accomplishment and put them that much closer to lifting the trophy in grand finals. It's Baisha versus AGAL. Who's taking map 2? Chat, get loud, because this one is going to be an explosive one. We head to Ankara with Valdez and Laz.
Thank you very much, guys. We are so ready to jump back into the action. Baisha Gaming looking super strong, and I love the call out from our wonderful analysts, where it's like, AGAL, you're better than this. Like, we have really high standards for both of these teams. Baisha Gaming has met them. AGAL has not. Can they do it on Ankara? This is always super fiery for both of these teams when they go head-to-head on this map, so I'm excited for this one, Laz.
Oh, me too. And I mean, the thing that, I think Lucy brought this up too, is the fact about, last time these guys played each other, it was at 10-1, right? So, I mean, that was last year. Baisha were able to make an absolute statement, probably more than a statement on this map. So that's where I think for AG, like, yes, things have probably changed, but just considering how well Baisha played on that first map, it does kind of make me wonder if these guys are shaking in their boots a little bit, considering of, like, again, how dominant that, scoreline really was.
Yeah, I'd say probably a little bit, but I know the mentality. We've heard it so many times from interviews from these players where it's like, we don't care who we're playing against, we just got to play our game. And I'm sure they feel like they haven't played their game just yet, and hopefully they get to show it in this map here, number 2. Otherwise, you're going home, right? So they better show it, they better show up, and give us the match we were hoping for. As it's been fun so far, but certainly dominant to the side of Baisha. And ZY up here by himself, checking. You could see just in the corner of his screen, he can see the door. So he does see one of those members pop out, and he will back up to safety onto the B site.
Yeah, it just adds a lot more flavor to this, right? I mean, again, this is where now we talk about for AG, like if they can be able to find even the reverse sweep, that's where, you know, I think, again, just would solidify a lot of that conversation about them being one of the strongest teams and, you know, worldwide, you know, one of the known greatest, you know, so that's one of those things. But that's where this is now, we're at the quarterfinals. This is where champions are born. This is how, you know, the stories are created. So I don't want to take that away from Baisha, though, too, because, again, like, it feels like their first map was a lot of preparation, but we have to see how this map goes, because if Baisha can be able to find themselves a 2-0, like, man, oh, man, I mean, just what a way to be able to get back on that redemption arc as a group.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see Ankara in the match against Falcons. This is a very nice flank from ZY. He's just been hanging out in hotel the whole time. They never really dealt with him, and now ZQ is surviving for quite a long time. Pushes forward, and only Xiao's going to get the 1 kill. Nice swing from him, just trying to play the clock a little bit maybe, but now they're going to go for the double swing, and they do take him down. ZY and ZQ, the deadly duo. We always see them pairing up together, and that's a good start here for AGAL.
Much needed. They needed it, right? I mean, like, I feel like there's a conversation we always have about, like, getting the first round and just kind of getting something built and just try to get momentum kind of, you know, in motion. And I think this is very much needed for AGAL. Like, again, they were in the position where, yeah, the scoreline on that last map was, you know, 10-7, but I do feel like Baisha played, you know, the way better game. Now we're starting to see a little bit of action back and forth, and ZY actually does win that engagement. So now AGAL seem to have a bit of a wake-up call here, but maybe YDSS might have something in store. It's just a back and forth affair. Blow after blow here from both these teams, and they're just swinging for the fences, really. But it is still favorable for AGAL. Oh yeah, now it's really looking good.
Yeah, Dio should know where the bomb is planted. And we are going to have a timeout, actually. And by Dio, I meant YDSS, of course. That's
all right.
That's how it works with these names. But he's going to go all the way around. And we'll see exactly how he's going to attack this bomb, because obviously AGAL have all sights on this. They are playing around it. He's going to get a pretty nice angle here, but again, as long as they just stick 3 people on that bomb and react to wherever he comes from, it should not matter. And Baisha have taken that timeout, so curious to see if it's going to help them. It is a very early one, which we don't always see.
Yeah, this would have to be a bit of a slip-up too, right? For DOO, if he misses this first fight, then it does, like right now, the way this is set up is it almost kind of creates a bit of a 1v1, but you do have ZY that was kind of, again, floating on bridge. He's kind of spotting it, but if he can find the split timing on it, could be decent. That nade's not going to help. I mean, that landed right on his feet, so he takes a ton of damage against him. Good little bit of a prediction here from AG. Now a swing, but ZY just goes for the nice little bit of a target practice and gets it. So not bad here at all. And I think there was that timeout called from Baisha, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so they're going to use this early on. I mean, B-Dog and I had that conversation a little bit earlier today where we were like, oh, okay, interesting that a team calls it pretty quick. But that's where I was saying, like, you know, if a team like AG can find the first round, find a second round, you don't want to build that momentum, especially a group like them. Like, this is the defending champs of EWC. You want to slow this down. You got to figure out a way to just, like, shut down the valve, and you're like, okay, we got to figure out how, you know, we just kind of slow any sort of, you know, win getting picked up for these guys.
Yeah, and I'm sure from the coach's point of view, he's probably seeing a lot of stuff he doesn't like, and he's like, okay, we have to have a discussion about how we're handling this right now, because definitely feels like Baisha are being stopped at kind of every corner, even though that first round was a bit closer. The second round was absolutely not. And coach is probably just saying, yeah, we got to have a discussion about this. And, you know, the choice here in the veto was actually to the side of AGAL. They did go ahead and pick Ankara after Baisha took new compound for the first map. But Baisha actually won on this map against King Zero in their 1-2 loss in the upper bracket semis. And it was a 10-5. So, you know, Baisha already had a pretty good performance on this map, as by the way, this was a really nice little swing around quick reaction that came in there very nicely. And ZY himself now sitting at 5-0 on the scoreboard.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, he'll be curious to see what Baisha want to do a little bit differently. Like you said, the coach probably have a lot of conversation and just obviously noticing some big holes. And actually, they're going to fight for A main. Okay, interesting. And it seems like AG, the same thing they want to do too. DOO does find that opening duel. Ooh, and Sweet might actually try to go for this a little bit more. I would like to see the pullback on this. Okay, I like this. This is good. You still have allow DOO to kind of just, again, play that little bit of an off angle. But now you've taken control part of the map. Now you can kind of refight for more control if you want. So look at Baisha. Like, they're kind of like one option really only. And AG now fully know.
Yep, ZY got that spot on this pressure that is coming in from all the way up in the tower. He's going to drop down, and there are 4 guys on B. So they know that you're here. And also DO is able to hold down on the opposite side of the map and just say, well, they're not rotating back, not yet. So just more smokes, more utility to buy some time. And that's exactly what we're going to see. We do see a couple of smokes thrown forward here from the side of Baisha. And at this point, I mean, you still do have time if you want to rotate all the way back, but I think at this point they're somewhat committed, especially as they're here. As the flash comes down, as they try to push in, there's a lot of smoke in the face of ZQ, but the spam is getting some work done already. As 577 and Leah come in, and they do get a couple of kills already. Looking now for ZY. Nade over the top, but ZY is just too good right now. He's 8-0, picks up 3 kills, and they will not be stopped on Ankara.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, again, this is where, you know, you always kind of ask the question about when you're down a map, it's like, who is going to step it up? Who is going to be able to serve the hot meal? And right now, it seems like it's ZY. Like you said, putting himself in an 8-0, he's just picking up a lot of impactful kills, whether it's 1 round, double round. Like, we're talking, we're in 4 rounds, and he's sitting at an 8-0 already. DOO being able to find himself that opener. This is now where AG looking a lot different, a little bit more revitalized, a more of a comfort for them, right? Like it felt like New Compound, they were still trying to figure things out a little bit. Now clearly they're just driving this thing. And it's just a one expressway, it seems like right now. But Baisha are going to have to do something different. And now Zhao being removed from this, that's tough. I mean, he was impactful this last map.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising that they still don't have a round here in what could be 4 rounds down a member now, as we were just talking about. And, I mean, this is Ankara. From the Blacklist side, generally we see these teams have a lot of success pushing some of these sites, especially A. Ooh. They haven't done a lot of that. Leah gets the 1 snipe on a 1-2-2. And, ooh, oh, that's a big one. Gets another one. As we do have DOO trying to re-peek him, essentially. ZY at least going to hold down B. 9-0 now.
Let's just see how much he can go more, eh? Like, you know, I don't mind this. Ooh, good flash on the 9. Oh, wow, he actually did try to commit to that. He was really feeling it. I mean, he did a lot of damage, but just not the kill. And now his teammate for ZQ, the legend himself, he's able to find that double, maybe make it a triple. Yes, he will. Wow. Damn. They are lights out right now, man. They are looking good.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible what these two are able to do, and the rest of the squad just supporting them. ZY and ZQ. You remember round 1, it was those two who held it down on B. Round 3, round 4, and that's going to be 4-0 with a lot of weight pulled by those 2 guys. And we do have a lot of action outside of A. As DO is pushed up here, he's not going to get the flick on a 5-7-7, misses again. And now he's flashed, but he lives, importantly, as he goes for the wide swing, and 3rd time's a charm, as he is being pressured, but he does live again. They're just not able to really punish that at all, which is pretty surprising. But I suppose a little bit of help from Dre and the vents is going to keep him alive for a little bit. And then he does go down. He survived for so long.
It's true. No, I mean, he did. Honestly, he played his role perfectly. I mean, even with the couple shots missed, he stayed alive for as long as he needed to, and Baisha just, it took a lot of labor to get that done. So it's just, I mean, yeah, the fact you get the trade-off of the 1-1, sure, but man, it was a lot of work to make that happen. But 3 players committed here from AGAL, and then just leaving it for ZY to be able to lock this down here. Again, why not? You've been able to just put yourself at a 9-1 scoreline, be the anchor. Like, you've been solidifying that clearly so far on Ankara. But Baisha, do have the utility available they need if they want to get the execute, but just wait, man, that timing is ridiculous. And now Nine's kind of like, okay, well, I'm late on the swing. He wasn't expecting he had to do this, right? Like he was hoping his teammates were going to be able to stay alive, and now he gets caught a little bit. So now AG, they might just be thieves here because they're just going to be able to take this round away too, and it looks like they might be able to have themselves ready to go on a 5-0. I mean, that timeout, like, man, this has just not really been doing too much. And AG, whew, they are just making it just a clean sheet. This is just A+ work.
Yeah, they really can't do any wrong. Like, whether it's close or not, they're just, it's like they have plot armor. They're just going to win regardless of what happens. And it's really impressive stuff already from AG. You can see Jay is just like, go, 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 keep going, keep putting on the pressure. And he hit 3 snap headshots in that last round. I was just talking about how, you know, it's kind of the ZYZQ show, but supported heavily by the rest of the squad, obviously. And that time it was Dway's turn to get the lockdown and hit some big headshots, especially that swing on a Xiao. Like, I don't think that should ever happen. Like, Xiao should be able to hold that angle and should win against a rifler from that range, but if he doesn't, the whole round falls apart.
Exactly. And let's not forget, like, this is the map that, you know, all of us were kind of like, huh, Ankara made it through the picks and the Vito's, and AG are the ones that did pick this map, so I'm starting to get why. I'm starting to see why they wanted to play this map again and get a little bit of revenge. And now the information spotted. 1222's got all the intel, but now can he be able to use that information to his benefit? DOO will be able to solve that puzzle first. He does go for the swing, at least finds the 1. But Baisha do have themselves in the site, but that C4 is dropped. They have to still pick it up. Still with a minute and 20. Flash is going to get thrown. Nade's going to get thrown. So Joue's actually just going to try to contest. Oh, man, that counter flash. Ooh, that's bad. That popped really nicely. And look at that. Zhao's going to be able to find this. Just low picking of the fruit. And Baisha finally get rid of that goose egg. And they can have some sort of a meal, and they get themselves around.
Yeah, I said it before, better late than never. For Falcons when they were very far behind, but yeah, that's pretty interesting that they do get in there. It was a nice push underneath into B. They get in, they get some huge flashes over the top and essentially just make that B site theirs. I think especially, you know, ZY wasn't on the defense that time. He was going for the flank. ZY is going to pop out the window with the pistol and get a headshot kill on a 5.77 and get away. So talk about clutch. ZY doesn't want to go home yet. He's just like, no, this is not happening, guys. We're not just going to lose to Baisha in a best of 3. I will not allow it.
Especially a 2-0, right? I mean, like, yeah, this is the thing I love about AG, and that's what I was kind of saying before. I'm like, this is, you know, if they can be able to find themselves in a 3-map conversation, that's where we talk about why they're the champs, why they're the defending champs in this, you know, EWC. So we'll see if they can hold on. Now AG going to get tested. Bomb's going to get dropped, but it is CQ. Oh, no, that's awkward. He doesn't land a shot, and now you can tell he is mad about it. He missed every opportunity to find a kill here. So AGAL, they have to put themselves on a retake. Everybody is here on fence. They're going to have to find a way to slip through this. This is not going to be easy. This is a choke point.
Yeah, this is really where a lot of teams get stuck trying to retake A if they don't have any presence on the opposite side of the site. Either you try to like get some flashes in and hope that they don't hold all the angles, but that rarely happens. So they're going to still try to go for it. They're not going to rotate around. There's really not that much time, and behind the box, they play it so well as Nine tries to stick it too from the back corner. He's not going to do it, though, and now Xiao just waiting for the defuse pop, and he's going to round the corner, gets the headshot on a DOO, and I don't think there was enough time for the defuse anyway, as Xiao played it very well, even though his teammates couldn't quite hold on to it. A little bit rickety for Baisha, but, you know, 2 round wins is 2 round wins, and they're in this map.
They're going to take it, right? I mean, that's the thing. They have to take anything they can at this point, so it is not the cleanest, right? We were praising a lot about them on New Compound. We're like, man, these rounds look good. Like, everything's just textbook. Yeah, now things are getting a little bit shaky, let's be honest. But look, they'll take it. A round win is going to be the round win at the end of the day. And Zhao did definitely play that very, very well. Again, just playing a lot of patience into it. Didn't really, you know, go for the aggression. Just tried to burn the time as much as possible. And DOO just like, yeah, I don't think I got a chance for this defuse, but nonetheless, still a couple more rounds to go here for the first half. And look at 1222. Oh, man, he is going for a run. He is going to be getting tons of information. He might get the timing on this. Oh, we need to go to him right now because he might just be able to go for the ultimate flank if he decides to move forward, but he has to do it momentarily.
He's actually taking his time with this, interestingly enough, but they're already in onto the A side. Dwayne just isolated. He's down, and look at that from 577. He doesn't miss as they are on it. And finally, 1-2-2 comes in at a timing where Baisha do not expect it. So, yes, the value is there, but there were two guys on that flank. And unfortunately, the three people from AG that were on the A site were not able to hold it by themselves. So, got to go back to the reinforcements here. It's 577 behind the box. Leah, the spam comes through, but the trade should have been there. Leah just trying to back up now, goes down with the pistol, and that's not going to work as the shots ring true this time for AG, and they get the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was so sad to see that 1-2-2 didn't go for that, like, you know, immediate swing in the mid like that. I mean, again, I get it because there is usually a player on the BL side that is trying to spot that. But there was that just kind of like second or two where he could have just gotten extra footing. He could have been able to probably find a double kill, if not a triple, a little bit faster. But look, I think he even found a triple kill at the end of the day. So it's kind of like a moot point. But nonetheless, I mean, AG react to the chaos very well. Simmer the flame a little bit here. And Baisha now, last remaining round here. If they could be able to find this would be great. But DOO, man, he is starting to perform like we saw last year. Let's not forget, he was the MVP. And he is starting to put himself in a decent conversation here. I know his scoreline's not really painting that full picture, but he has been able to find these duels. He has been able to create some kind of space, and that really does go a long way when we're talking about two heavy hitters like this.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get DO online, ZY's already online. Dway's having a big map so far. And you might just have enough pieces to get across the line against a team like Baisha. And it does look like Baisha for their final round, maybe finally some pressure into the middle of the map. We have not seen this. But they are going to go for it. Ooh. That's a missed shot, and DOO wins against Xiao. And that's, you know, Xiao's not been having a good half, to be quite frank, as now the timing from Dre is good. But he does go down. It's traded back here. Nate comes forward. He tries to jump in. And that is just not going to work, as Baisha are left floundering around. And now Nine is like, where did my team go? At least he got the bomb.
Yeah, and if he can find this kill on 1-2-2-2, like, again, he's deep in mid. That would be interesting. But again, he's going to go, oh, he's not going all the way around. Oh, he's trying to make me guess. Like, I'm trying to help you out here, man. But look, he's just undecided. Is he going to clear this? Oh, he's not going to clear it. Oh, he's not going to clear it. Oh, he does clear it. Okay, just kidding. Okay, Nine is just going to be able to do some mastermind stuff. Apparently, I have no idea. I'm just going to let him cook. Clearly, he is the chef.
Let's see where he goes. He nearly got him there. ZY nearly died from that shot. And B-site's being left open right now. So Nine could just go ahead and plant, but instead, he is challenging DOL on the back of the A site. He's being charged at the same time. There's one headshot. And Nine's making it real interesting. The timing here for ZY is so important, but he doesn't get it. And now ZQ's coming through, and there's just really not enough time to get this plant down. As up the stairs comes ZQ, and he does get the kill. So 7 rounds for AG. Even though N9 tried to make it cool and interesting, it is still a 7-2 half. It is still AG in total control of this this map.
Yeah, and that just kind of gives you, like, you know, I think if 9 would have been able to have, like, an extra 20 seconds, like, he wouldn't have probably forced that plant. He would have cleared the site. He would have checked things out. Could have been different, right? And like you said, he almost took down, you know, ZY in middle like that. He actually took a ton of damage against him, so he just narrowly missed that shot. But good efforts, but not going to be able to pan out for them. Now a 7-2, like you said. We switch things over. AG just needing to find the 3 to close this thing out, and now we move to Eagle Eye if necessary. What a statement, though, made on that first half. Like, that's a big scoreline. Like, that is not something I would have predicted. If, like, you're going to ask me, I thought, no, not a chance. But I love it. It's good to see that, you know, AG is still showing a ton of life into this game.
Yeah, and Bice were able to do that on their map pick of new compounds. They looked great in that first half. They brought in a lot of new stuff, a lot of, well, new from the earlier in the day, I should say. Not new to new compound. And now 577 going to get that kill on a DOO. And all of a sudden, that pressure that you had onto A feels a little bit less good. So they're just rotating away. As we can see, Baisha actually only had 2 guys on the A side, so it could have been a a good try to go for that execute anyway, but not gonna go for it. Instead, just hanging around the middle of the map. And also you can see 162 on the map is going for a trade underneath into B as YDSS not looking the right way, but N9 in the window, and he's gonna do his job. ZQ, he got that kill on a YDSS, making it pretty interesting. It is a 3-on-3, but many injured members of AG at the moment.
Did he see that C4 dropped? I was wondering that too, because I was thinking 9 might have been able to spot that, but then again, it gets kind of irrelevant now. They're able to get the kill against him, now get the plant down. So you just leave it at 5-7-7. And now it's just, this is going to be not easy at all. 1 versus 2. HP is low.
Just defuse.
Just defuse. Just stick it.
Just stick it.
Pros don't fake. Just do it.
Oh, okay. That's better. I like that better.
Okay, now you stick it.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
He's so low, though. 122 is playing this well. He's just waiting. He's not being fooled, but he's holding it now as he peeks around and barely gets that one, but the timing is perfect from 122. That brings AG to 8. And this map is looking good for them.
Yeah, wow, this was unexpected, to be honest. Like, I mean, we talked about them picking it. We were like, okay, well, clearly they've done some homework, but I didn't know if maybe just the way the first map went, if that was going to be a little bit against them. But no, I mean, they didn't even seem fazed by it. They're playing so well. So now we're talking about 2 rounds needed. Eagle Eye will be the determiner, which does kind of... Eagle Eye's been played a lot at this tournament, which has been like cool to see, right? Like, it's great to see. Like, I feel like that map getting in the rotation more often. It actually does excite me, to be honest. I like the way it plays.
Yeah, I think Eagle Eye 2.0 specifically.
Yeah, 2.0. Yeah, just to be clear.
Yeah, the original Eagle Eye wasn't that bad, but I do think that the changes have made it into a much better map and one that the pros are more willing to play, at least. And now we got 3 guys here from Baisha. First kill goes to Lie. And now the hold here on A is fantastic. Flying colors so far. And 9 is just hitting the shots, man. He's just on something today.
Oh, man. DOO, I thought he was going to almost be able to find that on the corner. Ooh, okay. Captain, oh my captain, but he can't be able to find it, but good efforts nonetheless. Baisha scraped through another round. And that was a really great hold. And I like that AG, again, just mix it up. Nothing too crazy. They're just like, look, let's just go for a little bit of an A-pop. Unfortunately, they fall into the little bit of a trap, a little bit of a situation. And now we get to see that defense for Baisha. They try to just go a little bit of an aggression in the mid, just finding a duel. Doesn't seem to find anything. Now they reset. 4 players committed at this A site. Holy. Pop flashes galore. 9 might try to go for a bit of a swing on this. And he's going to have an easy duel. I think he might be able to find the second, and he does. He's just getting away with this. What is going on? How is he single-handedly being able to find 3 kills like that? And now Baisha should be able to just get this done here with ZQ. He gets spotted, but okay, nice shot from DOO, and we're back to an equal playing field.
Yeah, all of a sudden, definitely a weird one where N9 was just allowed to do whatever he wanted. A lot of flashes over the top. Maybe they just weren't ready for that fast of a push. And that is a leg into Xiao. He is going to have to back off, but Dio wants to punish maybe. Thought about it, certainly, but he did not push through the smoke. Now he's going to find himself head-to-head with Lie. That is a fast one from Dio. And all of a sudden, the B site looking pretty juicy for them.
Yeah, and just going to go all the way around, too. Okay, I don't mind this. Might be able to find it. Oh, DOO's by that box. Okay. I was like, man, okay, is he going to spot this? No, but if he goes hotel. Oh, no, he's not even going to go. Oh, my goodness. Valdez, this could be good. Oh, my goodness. What is going? Okay. I was thinking if he was going to go towards bridge, like he could try to fight that. But again, you'd have to clear a lot of angles, but they shouldn't expect him here this quickly.
Yeah, he's gotten over so quickly. ZQ, though, behind the box, just gets the jump on him as, of course, Xiao also didn't know where he was going to be playing. And now at 9-3, this is looking like we will be having a third map. Almost certainly. And remember that Baisha took that very early timeout in this one as well, going down 0-2.
Yeah.
They were like, we need to talk about this, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. Whatever they discussed, it It was not enough to get them back on this map. So a bit of a one-sided affair here, 9-3.
Yeah, and that's where we talk about those timeouts being utilized really early on. Right now, this would have been great for them to be able to have that conversation late in the game, but cannot happen. Trades galore. Zhao going down early. That's problematic because, again, now you've lost your sniper here for Baisha. Dio still alive. Oh, are they really just going to commit to the stair play? I mean, why not? They haven't really done this yet at all. Oh, Leah's not going to expect this. Surely not. Okay, gets a little bit of a spotting. Nade comes in, trying to just create some kind of space. Goes for a swing, drops the bomb. Ooh, my goodness, almost makes that interesting with a double. AG now on the brink to getting this done.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. They got a lot of utility as well as they came in here pretty dry, and now...
It's a 1v1.
Yeah, that all of a sudden, N9, 577 get a couple of kills. But still, bomb is planted. Good position here for 1-2-2-2. And N9 has taken his time with this one, unfortunately for him. You know, 1-2-2-2 could easily be playing up, you know, trying to get the jump on N9, so he has to be a bit careful. But now he can just try to go for the tap on the bomb. There's just really not that much time. I don't think there's enough. As nobody peeks,
no.
1-2-2-2 does it again. There's just not enough time as he comes down. He finds him, but that's not going to matter as AL will take that final round and take down Ankara and bring us to an eagle eye.
Not bad at all. Yeah, AGAL looking really good, and what a great rebound from that, right? We were kind of worried to see, like, you know, is this really going to be at the end of the storyline for these guys? But no, they definitely have to take it to the full distance. That's what we all kind of expected, but I did have my doubts. I'm going to be honest. I did kind of question, you know, just again, the performance that we got to see from them in map 1. I thought it was all over, but clearly it's not.
It is not over, and we are going to head over to map number 3 in just a moment.
If you're worried about AGAL, put those worries aside. They're going to a game 3 after dominating Ankara 10-3. Kyle, I must say, watching me and Lucy were out there in the stands with the fans watching AGAL, and I think I saw probably some of the best CROSSFIRE play that I've ever seen before. The way that they were maneuvering the map, the way that they were taking fights, and most importantly, disengaging with their life after engaging on Baisha was so truly impressive. After all, they went, 5-0 up before Baisha even had a response.
Yeah, really rough start from Baisha, but you have to give credit to the IGLing of AG on this one. Like you said, very fluid gameplay. On top of that, the star players are back in the server as well. ZY notably starting off with 9 kills and only 1 death in this match.
Yeah, I think he ended that first half 13-3 or something along those lines. But that GRSI, which is, as you say, fluid. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing, and you could really tell that they were, experts on the map. You can very easily fall back and play sides. You can play very defensive because obviously you can stall out quite well on Ankara. But no, they were taking the fight to them, taking so much mid space, pushing out through, making it so uncomfortable for Baisha.
Definitely so. Again, it was just so impressive to go from game 1 where they look lackluster, they're yawning on stage, they're not even awake, to what they do to turn it around in game number 2. It's so impressive. But after all, they are the returning champions, and that was a championship performance.
It really was. I mean, most notably, I would say DOO stepping up to the plate big time in this one. He was very quiet in the first map of the series, but on top of that, you've got the duo of ZQ and ZY really helping lock things down as well, right in those key moments where they needed to shine.
Yeah, Duo really did step up, right? Because it felt like he was, as we said, was really absent in a lot of their series. Had some great openers in the first half. Felt like he wasn't needed for the multi-kills. The riflers were doing so much of the work. But that second half on the BL side, it felt like he was exactly the sort of player that we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, Yeah, the Vince plays too was pretty impressive. Again, just the aggression from AGAL was something that I'm just not accustomed to seeing. I know they can turn it up a notch, but they're okay with playing slow. They typically do. But I felt night and day difference from game 1 to game 2. They were pushing fights. They were engaging early on, and Baisha simply did not have an answer. We take a look at the summary. 10-3 overall. You all mentioned DOO 14, ZY 14 as well when it comes to kills. But on the other side, Xiao Xiao, who had a great game 1, falls to the wayside with only 4. YDSS only 5.
273 damage as well from Xiao Xiao. That's not quite what we've come to expect from him just across the performances so far, but that part of that comes from DOO having such a great performance. Also want to give a shout out to 12222, who had a bit of a quiet pop off there, actually the most damage I think in the server, and he's the player that on day 1 was actually really missing. It was quite noticeable in that series, but in the last couple he's actually looked really solid, and in those clutches to close out in the post plants he's looked very cool under the pressure.
Yeah, it's great you point him out because 1222, we don't talk about him too often, even though he's on one of the most monumental rosters in CROSSFIRE history.
Yeah, he's just one of those key support players that isn't always present on the scoreboards, but when he's needed in those key moments, he steps up. You saw it there in that key 1v1, just playing out the clock, making the right decisions in those key moments.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want, right, from all your pieces, because obviously you do rely on the superstars there. You're expecting to see them up the top, right, and you've got the players that pull that through, but what makes you a superstar roster, what makes you champions is having everyone best in role, and if you're getting this sort of performance here in the quarterfinals, you can just see how that's going to progress throughout the playoffs.
Lucy, the roles are important. We realize that, and they're playing the roles perfectly, but at game 3, it comes down to that. One key will be crushed. One team will be moving forward to semifinals. Who's it going to be? Well, before we get our answer, we need a club championship update. I'm hearing it. It's loud over at the Qiddiya City grid, and Trav took a travel over there to give us a club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over at the Qiddiya City grid where Fortnite is now into its Group B. We played out Group A yesterday, and there were some relevant CC teams. So what's going on in Group B? What teams, what storylines have we got going on, Lauren?
Okay, well, yesterday we were keeping our eyes on Falcons, Aurora Gaming, Vitality. Today is the story of AGAL. However, I know it's early on in, Group B. However, they're at the bottom. It's not looking so great for them, but this is the same situation we saw with Falcons in Group A. They started off the day really slow. They were one of our top contenders, and then they exploded towards the end, redeemed themselves, put themselves in 4th place overall, enough to qualify through to finals. We're looking for AGAL to do the exact same thing here. They are one of the top teams coming into it. Even at the beginning of the show, our casters were saying that they could win this entire group, so there are very high expectations of them. We'll have to see if they're able to bounce back. But if we're talking about just other CC relevant teams, they might not be at the top of our leaderboard, but right now, at the top of this leaderboard, we see Twisted Minds and Furia. And so even if they're not going to take home the trophy at the end of this, a win here or a strong performance here could also net them some more money from the CC side of things.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Looks like AGL need to pick it up if they want to get going and continue their run through Fortnite. We'll see how things play out and keep you updated as we go.
Thank you, Trav and Glitter, for the update. Glitter, loving the shirt. She's got a dog and a porcupine all on the same shirt. What's going on? It's chaos. But for AGAL here, they're performing well. But will they stay alive? That's my big question. Over on the B stream, however, we had a great series go down from Team Stallions and Rock. And Salvatore is going to let us know who took the victory.
The Stampede lives on, and the Rock has been crushed. Team Stallions advances to the next round of the playoffs to send the Rock Esports #1 team from Brazil back home. It was a 13-9 overtime victory by Team Stallions with a 26-kill performance from Action. It was not enough because 25 from Loy and the 23-kill performance from No was all good for Team Stallions to take the series 1-0. Next set was Ankara, and Team Stallions did not look back. What an amazing performance once again from Loy, 2-0 to close out the series and to crush the key of Rock Esports. Coming up next, it's another Brazilian derby. Team Liquid versus Navi, only here at EWC CROSSFIRE Stream B.
Thank you, Salvatore, for the update. Stallions move on. Rock gets their key, crush the first victim of quarterfinals. Coming up is Map 3 Eagle Eye, AGAL versus Baisha.
Yeah, and Eagle Eye, this has been for AGAL a very reliable map in the head-to-head. They have the better of Baisha in this. But on day 1, first Q9, it wasn't the most comprehensive victory, so I still give Baisha a shot here.
Yeah, I mean, backs against the wall for both teams, and we've seen what they can do under the high-stakes pressure that they're under right now. Baisha, they look strong in the first, but AG, they look so much stronger in the second, so I'm actually going to go ahead and say it's AG now.
Only one can move forward. We're split on the desk. What about you, chat? Who do you think is going to move on? Who do you think will have their key crushed? There can only be but one. Will it be AGAL or will it be Baisha? Valdez, Laz, let's close out this story.
Thank you so much, guys. The story will be closed here for one of the teams, as they will have their key crushed after a loss, but another will have the glory and the greatness and the honor to move on in the rest of EWC and get a chance to fight for that top prize. I kind of agree with Kyle here. I think that AGAL, my original feeling was that they were going to take it. I think Baisha came out really strong on the first map, kind of caught them by surprise, but that second map, that's more of what I expected. That's the AGAL I know.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it was a bit of a shaker. We were all thinking, okay, hang on, like maybe Baisha have been cooking, right? I mean, they're making some good meals, but unfortunately it just wasn't going to be able to be served hot here on Ankara, so it does need to go to the distance of Eagle Eye, and I do now think that AG getting that recent victory now puts them in a great position. I feel like the wind is going to be behind them. This might be maybe not the smoothest sailing, but I mean, it might be decent sailing, but we'll have to see. This is where the teams did have a couple minutes just to, again, figure out whatever they needed to get into, you know, final round contention here, as this is pretty much do or die for both these teams.
You said it before, Laz. Eagle Eye has been very fun so far at this tournament. We've had a lot of aggression, a lot of great plays on this one as they are pushing in down a long, but up from the top. Lee comes down behind them, and they just do not expect that. Bomb on the ground, DO against 3. Not looking good for him, as this first play of aggression towards the A sites does fall a little bit flat for the side of AGAL. I do think that they will have to be a little bit crisp, more crisp, to get those plays actually going if they are going to handle Baisha.
Ooh, and he gets spin then. Ooh, that's a great shot. My goodness. Man, like, I love how composed he is. He doesn't even, like, react. He's just like, nope, I'm dialed in. And like you said, if he can hit some shots, this is possible, because you still have Zhao that's kind of on the big flank here, but he's just kind of hovering. This is the right thing that he should be doing, because if he kind of pushes through, DOO has a world where he could be able to take him out. So now Leah, shots. Oh! Oh, man. Okay, this is why he was the MVP, but man, Zhao will get the better of him. But one more second, if he makes that across, that could have been up at all for a coin toss.
Yeah, they're very pumped on the side of Xiao, or on the side of Baisha, rather, after Xiao's performance at the very end of that round, is able to get this quick scope in the sniper duel. And that's really what's been highlighted so often, especially in Crossfire, is the sniper duel between many a team.
Yeah, both these guys have just been giants, and now ZY just brings a pistol to it. Don't even need a sniper, don't even need a rifle. And now DOO gets himself a nice, interesting kill. As 577 was like, all right, I don't want to wait any longer. I'm going to go for aggression. And look at how fast that AGAL are able to bounce back into this. One player has taken damage, and they have just been loading the kill feed. And Baisha do find something with 9 here, but it's short-lived. Right back into this game. They put matters back into their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. That's more of what I'm expecting from the side of AGAL. A quick hit that does come through the hotel into that B site. They weren't able to handle that much pressure. And that's what you got to do, you know, AGAL, I think, especially from the Blacklist side of Eagle Eye, you got to mix it up. It can't just be some of these plain hits that we have seen, these executions onto the site. You have to have a lot up your sleeve on this one, as we are going to have a faster hit once again. Flashes come forward, and DOO's good for it. Helps out his teammate up there, but 9. And 9 just not going to be rooted out. Lie picks up one there. It makes this defense much, much better. They did not expect another guy over here on the left.
Well, here we go again. DOO on a clutch. Yep, easy one. Okay, so now he's been able to find 1, but now he has to find 2. So he still has to pick up that C4-9. Ooh, 999. Oh, my. DOO, what are you doing? Oh, he's just not ready for it.
Yeah, I think he didn't see him. Gets ahead of the flash, but N9 very smartly backs off of that, because he knows that DO is going to, like, based on his position, is going to try to push that.
Yeah.
So he backs away and says, all right, buddy. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, you can have it. It's fine. It's fine. Well, again, a minute and 24, so this does allow him time. Again, he could try to go for the plant here, but again, this is where he could even just reposition. He could even try to go through the side hall towards B if he chooses. But again, he has no idea where people are. He only knows that 9 was kind of sitting around in that, like, you know, long position, but he could be anywhere now, right? So this is a complete bit of a guess. You're playing a little bit of where's Waldo, but Baisha or Waldo. So this is where he has no idea, but he is going to commit to the plant. Do you stay in this high position, or do you want to drop down? Oh, he will. Okay. Well, I'm not even against this, but if he misses his shots, that's where this might be disastrous.
Yeah, he's going to try to make it maybe all the way to the long angle, but Xiao was waiting, and it didn't matter. Xiao goes down, and now all of a sudden, he's going to swap over to the rifle, finds N9, and N9 doesn't have that much time, but he's just going to stick it.
He's got it.
Yeah, he's just got it.
What? Oh.
He's just got it. No, he just sticks it. And bro's so fake. He just sticks. He goes up the stairs. No util. He holds his button on the bomb.
Oh, yeah, and it's tough, right? Because, like, now it's easy for us to argue, like, oh, well, DOO could have easily planted on the side of the pillar. He could have been able to put that a little bit more open, but he didn't. Again, he had no idea where those players were, so there's not a chance that he could have done that without putting a lot of risk into it. But like we said, he goes for that duel, he misses any shot. N9, it was pretty much an easy little bit of a defuse, but tough pill for AG to be able to swallow, because they pretty much had that one, and I feel like DOO really did have himself in the best position in the world, but unfortunately just missing that shot with the rifle just allowed that extra space needed.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him. He almost gets the clutch. He almost got the clutch earlier in the previous round, and then he tries to go for a play up against Xiao, and he loses that one too. So all of a sudden, it feels like DOO is kind of in an awkward and frustrating spot. And maybe that's enough momentum to get Baisha some more of these early rounds in the map. And, you know, we can all have our favorites and think about, you know, where the momentum's going. But at the end of the day, we got to see how it's actually going to play out. And maybe Baisha can just get enough momentum going to actually take this map down and take down EGAL. A big mid push actually coming in here from all 4 members. They're just going to flash their way in. Ooh. And force this, but YDSS has the angle. Doesn't matter. ZY also going to take down Xiao on the back of that B site, and all of a sudden, B is wide open.
Yeah, this is nice. I mean, again, that was a good way for them just to be able to put like a bit of a brute force on that, right? Like they just play as a full unit. They just go for those quick little bit of trades. I like that a lot. Baisha were not expecting this at all. And look at this aggression even from ZQ, but it doesn't benefit, but at least he got a bit of intel saying, look, there's for sure a player in Hotel. Keep your eyesight. And I was going to say, I think N9's about to run past somebody, but the trades are still happening and everybody's down. So unfortunately for AGAL, they weren't really in the best post plants. Like it seemed like one player's going really far away, then everybody's kind of extending a little bit. So I think there was a little bit of maybe a misunderstanding of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, not the best post-plant setup from them, and I think that they just kind of got caught trying to get into a weird spot that was a bit uncontested or unexpected. And unfortunately, they just got ran right into by N9 and the rest of the guys. So things look pretty good for the side of Baisha so far. And AGL going fast once again. I mean, this is definitely a fast pace that they are playing with. They're not sitting back, looking for picks, doing all this and that, and hoping that Baisha get aggressive. They are just the ones on the side of the blacklist that are just trying to put on the pressure themselves. We haven't seen another hit onto A just yet in the last couple of rounds, maybe because of some of their lack of success earlier on. And I think at a certain point, I'd actually consider a timeout soon, but we'll see as they're going to force their way in. The flash is very good. They isolate one. The entry from the side of 1-2-2 is pretty good as they try to swarm onto the stairs, but they just use the stairs for protection. ZQ stays alive until the very end, but he's alone now up against a full health 577 who is already wrapped around.
Yeah, but does he actually expect this though? It seems like he has the full read, and he was kind of, again, just like checking his 6 like every single time. He's like, I think he's going to be here. And now you can see that he's just trying to play the mind game, making it seem like he ran all the way to the other site and making 577 kind of, again, recollect his thoughts and kind of, you know, second guess himself maybe, and he can catch something on a bit of a rotate. He has the time. Why not? You need to do something. This is now where the 1v1's becoming a big, you know, puzzle, a bit of a mind game. This is where you just try to find any sort of an opening, and now he finally gets his footing into this. And he realizes he can't find the rotator, so 577 is going to get the Q. Okay, so here we go again with the same plant spot. This time for ZQ's sake. Hopefully he took a quick lesson from his IGL not to play maybe that far deep. And this time he's going to post up in window.
Yeah, definitely a better spot, especially when you're holding the rifle. And not sure if he got the info there. Now he's going to get it, and 577 just locks it down and sits him down. A lot of big cheers from the side of Baisha.
Yeah, they're loud.
They're getting really excited. I mean, you could just feel it. It's in the air. Like, they have so much momentum right now. So many of these early pushes. I'm sure a lot of the stuff that AGL have prepped coming into this match for Eagle Eye just going astray and not really finding much value. Very nice shot here from 577. That's his mouse hand. Like,
yeah, it's like,
be careful with that one. I don't know.
You gotta let him diffuse first, man. Like, I get it. Like, look, there was a lot of time, but I'm like, still, like, just let him do his thing and then get pumped up a little bit. I get it. Oh man, but yeah, this has been tough because I think out of the 4 rounds that we see for Baisha, like 2 of those have been clutches. So like it is, those scrappy rounds that could go either way. So. But nonetheless, I mean, we talk about it. A round win is going to be a round win here for the quarterfinals. And Baisha now with a really nice lead. And it's kind of, frustrating, I'm sure, for DOO too, because considering he's playing so well and like he's calling and he's also hitting his shots, he's doing all the right things he needs. But they just need a little bit of that extra 10% just to get something moving in their favor.
Yeah, you can see him talking right now. He's trying to figure out exactly how he wants to play this one. And, I was saying that AGL, they were playing very fast and loose, going for pretty quick hits onto a lot of the different sites. Well, the 2 that are available. And now they've really slowed it down. Just trying to back off a little bit. That need is going to be some nice damage on a DOO. And we do have 4 members looking to push A, it looks like. With DOO just going to flash over the top and maybe join up a little bit later or catch the flanker. As Lie gets the first kill, but they are pushing him pretty nicely. Going to isolate the guy in the corner. Dre able to get it. And even Chow in mid going to go down. And do they know where N9 is? I mean, he's behind them. That's 2 kills. And it looks like he knows where DOO is as well. As the plant comes in, N9 trying to get an angle here to take some 1v1s. And DOO is actually pushed all the way through mid, as it's not going to go this time for N9. And AGL are back on the board.
Yeah, I was thinking, for N9, he's going to be able to have himself a bit of a field day on that. I'm like, he was like right there in the lines, and he's just like posted up, and I was like, okay, like he might be able to find himself a triple kill. But like you said, he knew where DOO was, and the fact that it was just that duel against CQ is the more challenging one. But good work from him, being able to react to it. So AG do survive. A bit of a threat here from Baisha once again. So that position of taking this half is still actually open, right? I mean, there is a world we can see AG being able to find, the last couple rounds here and then making this a 5-4. Which honestly, if that did happen, like, that'd be more than impressive considering how this game's been going. And Baisha, kind of a bit of an awkward fight through such a tight corridor. They back off on it. They realize not worth it. 577 has taken way too much damage from this attack. And look at that reposition one more time at 1-1-3, essentially, what they've done. But they keep, I think that's YDSS. He's kind of the one that's playing very aggressive on bridge. So a lot of interesting movement here from the defense of Baisha.
Yeah, he actually jumped off the bridge. I thought, is he really going to push that smoke? But he actually just goes up into the hotel. Dio wins the sniper duel. Very long angle there. Looks like he hopped up onto the boxes, onto the wall potentially, and just went for that aggressive angle and takes him down. So that's pretty nice. You can tell he's really on his game here for map number 3. Map 2 was a lot about ZY, and then eventually some of the other guys began to follow up. Dio also had a pretty good map 2. And now he's just putting up the numbers, essentially, on this one. They peek into N9 immediately, who does not have any support here in mid, of course, as the smoke is good, actually, for the follow-up. They're just going to push through it, though, as YDSS gets taken down, and they should be able to get this easy plant in on the B site.
Yeah, nicely done. And I agree with you. Like, I think it was the desk, that talked about this with, DOO, and the thing that was so impressive, and I mean, I actually, it's kind of like burned in my brain, is like watching AGAL winning last year and like just watching DOO winning the MVP, and like there was so much emotion because you could tell like all the work he put into it. The team was going through a ton of stuff. He was going through a ton of stuff. So the fact that we're seeing him now stepping up when they really need him is such a beautiful sight to see, right? I mean, for any AGAL fans, like that's where you're just like, look, like, again, why he was MVP last year, again, why he's like one of those top players that we talk about, you know, worldwide. And now he's finally just, you know, outdueling everybody, which is something a team needs, especially when your captain's the one doing it.
Yeah. I feel like he was always good, but after last year, he kind of reached a new level of greatness. And
yeah.
It's a really cool story to follow with DOL. And, you know, maybe he can push his team across the line. Like, I was getting worried when it was just Baisha 4-1, but now we got a game on our hands as they see YDSS. That's free pickings right behind the wall. Just one flash, and they do make their way in. They're isolating some of these picks. They kind of know where they're playing as N9 gets one, and the swarm comes in from Baisha. But Lie is going to go down, and Duke came in from mid and actually gets that one kill onto Lie, as now that's going to be the cleanup here. AGL 3 rounds in a row, and we've got ourselves a map.
Man, we got ourselves a map indeed, and that's where I was saying, like, you know, for Baisha not being able to find that clutch, you know, a little bit earlier on, like, not being able to solidify that 5th round, and, like, this position for the first half is still open for both these teams now. So if AGAL can be able to, you know, close this last round out, move things over onto the GR side, that is going to feel very good. But at least for Baisha's sake, they're able to respond back a little bit here. They find something, but it's short-lived. A 4-4 still will be on the playing cards here. And now for AGAL, they're going to have to pull back a little bit. They're going to just make sure nobody's, you know, being a bit of a pest. Nobody's going for these big flanks or anything like that. And it's good work from Zhao. Just, again, there's no need for him to do that. That would just be, again, really risky. I don't even want to say careless, but maybe borderline could get there. But they're going to switch up this composition, the 1-2-1. And how do AG want to approach this? We saw them do this mid-corridor before, where they just all 4 of them, you know, just took it with a lot of grace. But that's why I think Baisha are kind of double propped up on it, or were at least.
You see Dio spots Lee, and he just gives that information over to his team, essentially, and says, okay, how do we want to go for this? Because if he's up top on the sniper, it's usually just him and maybe one more. But as we know, based on the minimap, it is just him. So maybe you just wait a little bit and hit A once again, especially with the long angles. Or you just peek Xiao in the window of Hotel and take him down. He is just unstoppable right now, and he spots N9 too, so, yeah. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of people on A.
No, that's the thing. Like,
just go A.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows that. So now it puts YDSS in a bit of a bind here because he has to be able to get this kill. But look at that. They just read him easily. They find him, and now Lie is going to have to do something big. Does find himself that double kill. Okay, things get a little bit interesting, but DOO once again finding himself another kill, sitting at 13-3. 9, though, quick on the heels. And now he's ready to fight. The IGL here, a 1-on-1 duel. ZQ just taking tons of damage. And it's all about just hitting one last shot here for Baisha, and they can have themselves secured in this first half. But 9, he hasn't been able to be the clutch factor fully yet. Can he do it here and now? And indeed he will.
Oh, that was beautiful from N9. He got the jump on a 1, and the second he makes it into a 1v1, he just controls it so well. Like, the areas he was checking to just get information on, okay, it was like an elimination game for him. He's like, okay, well, I've checked left. He's not up the stairs. He's not under the stairs. And then he goes up the box, and he's like, well, he's not on top, so he has to be behind on the right. And he like checks all the boxes. It's a masterpiece from N9, and that's why he's one of the best. And just makes it look so easy in the 1v2. So that's going to be advantage here to Baisha, but still a very close map after AGAL's come back in the last bunch of rounds.
Yeah, still open for anybody here. But now it's going to be a little bit of a pinch, and YDSS trying to get something done through this mid door. White or 1-2-2-2, I should say, actually. It's a lot of Ys because you can't really be able to find more than that one. And now it leaves for Baisha to be able to have this site control for the time being. And now leaving AGAL for a long little bit of a retake on this one. They are actually going to double up, though, thankfully, and they do have ZY with a lot of utility. But I feel like once you burn that util, like they're going to know you're there. But there is that little bit of a shot. Presence is somewhat aware. Suspicion, the cautions is now being raised.
Yeah, and still no plant, taking them quite a while to get this bomb on the ground. And they're not even going to go for it. It might be something that N9 is calling, and okay, they're going to go for it now. They said, okay, no push is going to come in early from ZQ and ZY, and you always got to be careful with these two, as they are going to group up quite a little bit. I say that, though, and ZQ pushes forward. ZY gets that first kill, but N9 immediately is going to go down. They knew he was there, but they can't get the kill. As now ZQ's got to get a move on. Ooh. He gets that shot through the box. Makes this a 1v1. Jumps up the top, but no, Xiao. Only his 4th kill so far in round 10, but it's a very important one.
Oh, man, I was just going to say, like, for ZQ, I was thinking this is going to be, like, just him just popping off and, again, just showcasing why we were talking so much about him and being one of the best players and so close to being able to find that clutch. And he did everything, honestly, really, really well. But like you said, Zhao's just able to get himself in a slightly better position and just winning that duel. So, okay. Now, Bai should get themselves 2 rounds in a row. That comfort slowly getting a little bit bigger now, and they're just going to try to push through Hotel. ZY, I don't know if you'll expect it. He will not. And now, I think this one player in Hotel has definitely made a lot of noise, so everybody knows. Do you want to, flush this player out, or do you want to just kind of ignore them? It seems like they want to just take this from both angles. I don't blame them. Just remove that threat as much as possible. There we go, and it's clean. Not even losing a single player in this approach. They don't even have to commit to this if they don't want, but they are going to commit to it now.
Yeah, I mean, they're already on the site. This is just a beautiful play from the side of Baisha. I love how quickly they hit this, and they got in before it looked like AGL were even set up, and they're going to have a timeout after this, after a round that we just saw, and I think that's a good idea. As N9's right there for the one. 577's playing the wall. He waits until the last moment, although this is getting pretty interesting. Dio now in the 1v2, and he has some time. Gets the drop, and he misses the shot, but he gets the pistol. Half the timer is down. Is he? No, he's just going to tap it. He has no idea where this player is, and YDSS drops down. Nicely played from him. Barely holds on. These rounds are crazy. That looks like a done deal for Baisha, but wow, it got interesting at the end.
It really, really did. And that's the thing, too. It's like really good clutch factor from Baisha right now, too. And I love that reposition because, again, DOO had no idea. But the fact that he just jumps over the wall, goes into the little train, and then just repositions himself, like that was perfect, right? And that's the thing. Like, I think Baisha had been getting away with some sneaky little bit of plays that's really just, again, kind of put them in this lead. But it's frustrating when you're AGAL because, again, these are grindy rounds. Like, this isn't just like Baisha like blowing them out of the water like map number 1 where we were like, man, they're just winning rounds, like all 5 players alive, like barely taking any damage. Like, these are right down to those nitty-gritty situations, and it's like those like fine details that we talk about. And that's where these teams, again, where we keep emphasizing the importance of it, just how many times they played each other and all these things that they know and all the tendencies. It's just crazy. That's what makes it so like technical to watch, and what I love about it too, right? It's just because there's like they just know. Like, it's just, I think you used the best analogy yesterday. It's kind of like, in chess when there's like grandmasters and they just like know all the single plays, but then there's these like little moves that can happen, and then you just get like, man, like that's so annoying because I know that can happen. I know that can be a thing, and that's what I was just thinking of there. I'm like, this is where AJL are probably just kicking themselves a little bit too.
Yeah, they definitely are. You can see how this got close because Dre got in and actually cleared out the site, and that allowed DOO to push in and get the drop on the Xiao. So, there was actually a chance for AGL to make that happen, even though they had lost 2 members. They had given up the entirety of the B site, and it didn't really matter. They got really close. They didn't win in the end, though, as Baisha do have a lot of momentum at this point. 3 rounds in a row. It's a good time to call that pause. And Baisha, though, their blacklist side, I think, it looked great on New Compound. And once again, to me, it's been very impressive here on this map. So, I think if you're going to be that good at this one side against AGL, who have not been able to stop them at all, on multiple different maps, it's going to feel great.
Yeah, and I was just even kind of reminiscing a little bit about last year too. Like, I mean, this is where Baisha were the team where they were winning so many different tournaments. Like we were talking about, they were able to get like ACL, they were able to get CFPL, they were able to get, second place at, last year's EWC, and then they're again able to just put themselves in another winning category for the CFPL. So this is a team that's just been a lot of that like top 2 conversation for a number of years. So it's a great thing to see. And that's where, again, like when they play AG, it seems to be just this very back and forth affair. And that's where we just talk about the history books so much. But now, good damage, and Baisha taking a ton of beating. My goodness, Wei's been very quiet this game, but now he starts to just pop alive, and now he's starting to make some action happen, and there we go. Okay, AG respond back in beautiful fashion, in a much-needed fashion.
Yeah, you were just saying how it's always such a back and forth affair between these two teams. I think you really just never know. Like, the only time I felt very confident that a map was going to go a certain way was when AG were up 9-3 on Ankara. That's when I was like, okay, I think we know they're going to win this one. It's going to happen. We've got it. But every other time, it's like you just never know. Like, Baisha will come back, AG will come back. It's crazy because they take one pause and then they just absolutely wipe them. Obviously, some really nice shots from Dway. And I think that his position was a bit more forward than they were expecting, and they kind of got a little panicked there, and they didn't really handle it very well. But still, it's a good look from Dway, and it gives AGAL a breath of fresh air after what has been some suffocation. So...
yeah, especially for a player like him too, like where I just feel like he's been pretty quiet. Like again, that puts him now at 12-10, but like it just feels like he wasn't really showing the impact that what he was doing on map 1 and 2. So it's just, and that's always the conversation you have too, right? Like these have been long days, a lot of long games. Like it's not easy. Like you definitely have to talk about the energy and exerting all that energy. So when you're having someone perform that well, it always begs a lot of questions. But now here again, I talk about his name. He seems to be the boogeyman or something, because now he's starting to get some good kills. There's ZY being able to find it as well. This kill feed is just back and forth and back and forth. And now Lie's the last one. And okay, AGAL seem to have found something. And I don't know what they whispered in his ear, but man, he is reformed. He's just turned into like he's evolved. Like I don't get it.
You say whispered in his ear. I mean, Coach Dono was yelling at him.
Yeah, I guess he was whispering.
He was like, guys, come on. This is not us. We are so much better than this. What are you doing? Like, that was my read on how he was talking to them, especially to 1222, by the way, who was kind of on the edge, taking a little bit of a, yeah, he was not having fun, let's just say. And it has worked. A little bit of a pep talk from the coach, and all of a sudden, we've got them right back on the board. It does feel like for, outside of Ankara, obviously, it has been the Baisha show. But AGAL, they're not going to go down without a fight. It means so much to this squad. Like, it would be so strange just to have either of these teams out in quarterfinals. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
But AGAL, like the former winners at EWC last year, just to go out and essentially, 5th to 8th place is going to feel rough. So there's that. There's a club championship for this entire organization. They've done so much work. They're trying desperately to fight with Falcons, and Falcons have dropped out. You really need to pull in some points from CROSSFIRE, let's just say. And they need to get across Baisha first. It's no easy feat. And you see that Baisha, after a couple of rounds that don't go their way, they're just kind of resetting right now. They're slowing things down, not allowing AG to feel the momentum pulling in their direction just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even just the fact that we talk about the club championships and everything right that, like that's where for AGAL, like there's just that extra little bit of pressure for these guys too, just being defending champs and just being able to build any sort of points goes a long way here. But now I was going to say it, for 9, I thought he was going to go for this fight. He does, and he actually finds the one. Can he be able to find the second? He's doing a ton of damage right now on his own. He's just trying to put all the matters into his own hands, and look at that. Clean bit of a sweep here. ZQ does go for the swing by himself, but it's going to be just short-lived of a dream, because now Baisha putting themselves on 8. So now this thing is getting closer and closer to the end point, and now the biggest question is, can AG be able to find something? Can they find the NOS? Can they find the turbo to get something back in this game?
Yeah, they're going to need it at this point to catch up, because it was a couple of rounds that looked good, but also a couple of rounds that ended very quickly, it felt like, where Baisha, they go for pushes, they get shut down, but there's not really a lot of development. And I really like how Baisha played that round tempo-wise. They just were kind of waiting for a minute and a half, and AG were like, well, we don't really have any idea where they're coming in. Not a lot of information was gathered, and the push that time was clean. So if I'm Baisha, I'd probably just stick to the same. It's getting late in the day. Both these teams have been around now for a while, and just trying to control the pace, I think, can earn you a lot here when it's such a important match.
Yeah, and for Baisha, I mean, this is where, again, burning that last minute and 33 here remaining on the timer. Good nade that gets caught a little bit against 9. Another nade going to get thrown here from AG. Nothing going to connect for this one, though. And this defense leaving it very lightly defended here on the B side. And now 9 should be able with a free kill. He gets away with it. He dances around some bullets. He does take some damage, don't get me wrong, but gets another life on this. So he can count his lucky stars a little bit on this one. And now he's going to go for the full rotate around. And Baisha have to do something big now. And that minute mark has been made. Look at AG. They're actually going to try to pop through mid. They're going to try to cause a little bit of a ruckus. They're going to try to ruffle some feathers if they can. But unfortunately for them, it ain't going to happen. It does go a little bit back and forth. Creates the 2-2 now. And now you can see Jouet's actually repositioned himself deep into long. Oh, he's tucked away in the corner. They might not clear it. Oh, that is so filthy. That is so cheeky. And now he can just run for the hills.
Yeah, Jouet has had a tumultuous round here. He was poking out of A-long, went all the way around, got the sniper, and then he gets that kill on the shout. Now Leah in the mid. He is going to be spotted here as an 8 even goes over the top. Has the bomb, though, so an angle here kind of spots Jouet. You can get a plant. He's just going to plant fast and try to get away with it, but here come the cavalry, and that is going to be AGAL coming in, picking up another round, making it close once again.
Yeah, that's a tough position for him to be in, too, because, again, he threw that smoke so deep on the stairway, and, I mean, you could argue he could have threw it behind him, but then how do you know that they're not going to swing on the front side of stairs like that, right? So really his options are very, very limited. But I like the fact that AG actually just put a lot of pressure on this. They don't, take any time to go for the retake. They're just like, nope, we have to go. He has limited time to plant. We're just going to fight for this right away. He's not going to have a strong position. So good work from them. And honestly, Jouet has just turned things around. I mean, again, like a guy that was in the hard negatives in the numbers, and now look at him. He's sitting at a 16-11. He's top fragging with his captain of DOO. Absolutely beautiful thing to see.
Yeah. And we have that little graphic you can see on the right where I was just talking about how much this means to AGAL. They are fighting tooth and nail just to get through Baisha, just to gather a little bit more points from CROSSFIRE. They really need to, though, because Team Falcons, even though they're out of CROSSFIRE, they have other teams in the other games here in the final week of EWC 2026 that are already doing quite well, as we've had some updates across the day. So AGAL need this. There's really no other way to put it. But Baisha aren't going to let them have it, as we've seen. And Baisha here from Blacklist, I mentioned, this has been the most impressive part to me. I think they've prepped really nicely for their Blacklist specifically today. And now coming on in, Jouet landing some big shots. That's a couple of kills all of a sudden, as he's going to swing big time and get taken down, but spots the last 2 members, so that gives some huge information. 1-2-2-2 comes in, and DO finishes it off. It's all tied up at 8. Anyone can win now.
Wow, this thing is just, again, just the tight little bit of a knot on this one. I was thinking it was looking a little bit loose originally, but AG figuring out the best way to get it done, and now we're back to a tie game scenario. And now they're going to use this here, Baisha. They're going to have the tactical timeout, and rightfully so. I mean, this is where you had that lead. That's where you kind of let it slip again. A little bit of slippery waters for these guys. So now this is, again, the biggest question. 2 rounds needed to close this thing out, or we push this thing to another overtime here for the final map. This is a tough one. And I mean, I don't even feel like Baisha are really calling anything wrong. I feel like, again, it just feels like AG are really reacting properly to these executions, and they're just finding some good kills that just kind of stuns them a little bit, if that makes sense. And then they're just kind of, again, trying to refight for some control. So it's not even like Baisha are making any drastic mistakes, in my opinion. Oh, he's Remember when I said whispering? I mean, well, that's not a thing.
Maybe you were being sarcastic, you know?
Yeah, I was being a little facetious. Yeah, just you know, being a little funny, you know. But it's good though, right? And this is where everything's so the tensions are so high. Like again, this is where the IGLs and the coaches are going to just be like absolutely getting as much information as you can in that minute and 30. You're just like, hey, look, we got a lot to talk about, you guys.
Even YDSS is like, they're doing this, they're doing that. We gotta be here and there, and like, it's a minute and a half that you have an attack pause. It's not a lot of time. Because you just know that after a match like this, win or lose, like you're going back to the clubhouse or the hotel or whatever, and you're watching the VODs and you're going, like, you could go over this for 4 hours. Like a minute and a half is not enough. But obviously that's all you have. So Bison, let's see if the attack pause helps them out. They, you know, it's been a bunch of rounds that AGL have slowly clawed back to make this anybody's map at this point. Even though they had an impressive blacklist, even though they had a lot of momentum, it's not going to matter if they lose from here.
And now you just leave it here for one player to anchor this here. That's going to be ZY. And again, ZQ is close, but not close enough maybe. And look at that. The trades go back and forth. Nine's going to be able to find himself that instant. So now for AG, they might just have to give this up. They might have to just go for the retakes. But again, they have to worry about Zhao. He's actually all the way back. He's going to go all the way through Banana. I thought he might have tried to cut through in mid, but instead he will play with his team this time around. The plant's going to come down. And does he want to leave Hotel? He's trying to just eliminate any sort of other options for any sort of a flank here. But now Nine's going to have to do something big. And he absolutely does. He finds himself the double. Why not make it a triple?
That is leading by example right there. He locks in when they need him most. And you can see him like he's leading an army. He's got his arms up in the air after a play like that. He does not want to go home just yet. He doesn't care about AGL's chances in the club championship. He cares about Bice's chances here at EWC as a CROSSFIRE team. And now they're just one round away. It's been such a close affair. And I would not be surprised if AGL tied this up or if Bice win. It could go either way. ZQ, he gets the info. He's been playing Hotel all day. What's he going to do? Looks like he's going to sit back there. He's got ZY helping him. And even 1222 has made his way over. It looks, you know, this has been a lot of what Bice is doing in the last 2 or 3 rounds or so, is just kind of hanging around outside a hotel. So I don't mind this at all, trying to get an extra guy over to deal with the pressure.
Oh, I thought the nade was going to... Wow, I can't believe that didn't even land. I was thinking that looked like it landed right on top of his head, but no. So he gets himself a saving grace here for the moment, and now a big swing, and now Baisha does find himself that opening duel, but there is still 1222 that's able to do something. A reposition, and now Baisha decides if they want to commit to this or not. Reconfigure the game plan maybe, and it seems like they may. But look at AG, they're just actually going to go for a full rotate back. They're thinking that Baisha have now made a decision just to go for the A-take. This could be an opening that Baisha needs. They're taking so much time on this, though. A minute remaining. They're going to need to get a move on if they want to get this free site.
Yeah, this is going to get pretty interesting. I do like how they've left ZQ back in spawn just in case, right? And the read is that, okay, they're going to rotate to A. It's been a lot of what Bice have been doing. Hits on one part of the map, rotating out. But a push up here from Jue, and there's only 38 seconds, so, you know, immediately a second guy goes over to B. And now they're ready for it. 1-2-2-2 does pick up the 1. Can he pick up the 2? It's actually a late rotate out here from Baisha. They're going A.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, they have time. They have time, but they got to go now. They cannot mess around. They have to just, again, hightail this. You have to just accelerate as fast as you can. It's a free site. This is a perfect little bit of a plan from them. They go through long. This is going to guarantee them the plant, but they have to get it done here and now. AG realizing, okay, I cannot believe they went all the way around with 5 seconds to spare. And now 9 being able to be a little bit cheeky, but ZQ finds the better of them. Now players are dropping like flies. Does AG have it in them?
I can't believe 9 wasn't able to get anything done there. As now the retake's coming in. Dio goes in by himself. The timing is off. YDSS gets 2. ZQ will go down, and Baisha knock AGL out. They take the best of 3. and they will move on to the semifinals.
Oh my goodness. Even gods can bleed here, and AGAL fall down, and history is now being rewritten in the stones, and Baisha Gaming caused the upset. The defending EWC champs cannot hold their record any longer. They are now removed from this tournament, and Baisha will move on. And then they have to just prepare themselves for the matchup of King Zero and versus Vitality in the semi-finals.
Pretty incredible stuff. I mean, that came down to the wire. I just can't believe. I thought we were going extra rounds at that point, but man, Baisha, they show up big. There was only so much that DO could do. And the rest of the squad, they had a decent map, but he put up the biggest numbers, and man, you can see the respect is there. A lot of pats on the shoulder from pretty much everybody. AGAL, they fought their hearts out, but I think Baisha were just slightly the better team today. And Lucy's gonna be laughing her way to the bank after her prediction. Just feeling the momentum of Baisha. It was just enough here tonight to get across the line.
Yeah, it honestly really just felt like, again, that, Baisha felt like that preparation was just a bit more, right? It felt like that's where we talk about N9 and what he brings to the tables and IGL and everything he did, all the plays he was making, and his teammates being able to step up when needed. And honestly, that's where we were going back and forth about like these two teams that could go either way, but Baisha look like they're in championship form. They're aging like fine wine, it feels like. They had to go through a lower bracket. Seems like that has benefited them in this situation. And AG, that pressure of just being the defending champs, they might have just been a little bit maybe overwhelming, and now they got themselves removed here from the tournament.
Yeah, just like that, they're out in quarters up against Baisha Gaming, and Baisha, maybe it's their time. I think the guys on the desk were talking about how whoever wins this one best of three in the quarters is the favorite. Maybe it was actually you last year.
I think it was me.
Yeah, but it's true, right? I think that, especially with how closely this was fought and how strong and the pedigree of both of these teams, and just what they're able to do under so much pressure. Like, they fought tooth and nail going back and forth, but Baisha were just slightly the better team, and you can see everybody cheering for them behind them as we are going to have that interview on the stage. Let's throw it over there right now.
And now it is officially time for AGAL to hand over their key to Baisha as our defending champions have officially fallen. Thank you so much, AGAL. Baisha, we have to get a word with one of our players. Jen, if you could please help me out here. What is it about AGAL that makes it so that you guys always have classic matches like this one?
AGL 作为你们的对手，为什么你们每次跟他们交手的时候都是如此经典、如此精彩的一个对决呢？
因为我们互相都很了解，其实，在比赛场上就是考验双方的心态，还有临场的战术嘛。我们今天做得很好。
It's because AGL has been long-time rivals for us. We know each other very, very well. So really, whenever we go on the arena, it boils down to our condition, our mental state, and all the little fine details. And every single match is extremely close. And I think today, we just came out slightly on top in terms of mental state.
Okay, and after that win, we saw a huge pop-off, all kind of yelling, and all of this. Love to see it. Please take us through your emotion that you felt winning this match.
当时你们获胜的时候，就看到全体所有人，你们整个战队每个人都在欢呼，每个人都在拥抱，每个人都在蹦跳了已经。能不能跟我们说一下，当时你们就是获得这个胜利的时候，你们当时心情是什么样？你们当时感受是什么样的？
首先的比赛过程特别精彩嘛，然后比赛程度这个很重要，然后我们也是成功复仇了他们。我们觉得赢他们很不容易，所以赢完之后特别开心，特别高兴。
Well, it was a very, very exciting, very close match, and being able to win against them on the EWC stage, getting our revenge here, it is an absolute achievement for our team, and everyone was extremely happy, absolutely stoked.
That revenge, I'm sure, tastes extremely sweet as AGAL officially has been eliminated from the tournament. Congratulations, Baisha Gaming as a whole, and you could go ahead and crush your opponent's key.
And it is time to crush another key, and man, how heavy this key is, because this key might be the one that puts the nail in the coffin of AGAL's Club Championship dreams, as we see a couple Team Falcons fans made the trip to see if it was happening, and indeed, it is happening. The running champion of CROSSFIRE and the team who is currently second on the Club Championship falls early to the guys they beat last year. It is time to hear the pop. And there it is, done and dusted. AGAL is no more. They were the favorites of this tournament, but it was without thinking about Baisha Gaming getting their revenge. Once again, sir, congratulations. Baisha Gaming, congratulations. You will be in semi-finals of the tournament. AGAL is no more. Club Championship up in the air and more semi-finals soon.
The casters said it best. Baisha shows even gods can bleed. AGAL, the champions of last year, are officially out of the way. Their key has been crushed, and Baisha returns to glory, returns to form, and N9 is leading the charge.
Yeah, I mean, talk about an amazing storyline here. You've got a 4-time CFS champion now looking to grab an EWC trophy for the first time, and he was really the key driver in this matchup. We talk about adaptive play calling. I mean, that final round alone, he was ready under the pressure to make that call.
Yeah, we talk about kind of the history of these organizations, history of these players. N9, the greatest to ever do it, but he doesn't have that EWC trophy, and now he's eliminated the major competition, gets revenge on last year, and now has that potential path through, and he played a fantastic game, as did the whole squad.
Unbelievable. Baisha came into it with a mission after beating Falcons just earlier today, surviving through the lower bracket, taking down Falcons 2-0. Chat was asking, stamina, is it going to be an issue? Clearly not. Baisha get the job done. Yeah, they stumbled in map 2, but maps 1 and 3, they were flawless. An incredible job. But for AGAL, what a run they've had from last year EWC champions, earning $750,000, going on to win CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu. They had their run, and unfortunately, their run has ended for now.
Yeah, but as history has shown us, Baisha is always lurking in the shadows and ready to strike, and it might be the start of their new era here. I mean, this is a team that's done it before, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it again.
Absolutely, and I'm really glad this series ended the way it did, right? That Eagle Eye 2.0 had everything you could possibly want. We had 2 back-to-back at 1v4 attempts coming in from DOO, and I thought, okay, right, this is AGAL, they're going to really give us this fight. Unfortunately, it didn't close out. I think in general, there was like 5 1v1s across that map. Almost every single one came through for Baisha. They really, really wanted it today.
Absolutely, and they got it. They absolutely did. They moved forward in the bracket. They are now officially top 4, but you know they have their eyes on the prize, and that is to lift the trophy. Again, for N9, that's GOAT status. That means he now moves into the conversation, if not already the conversation, of being the best CROSSFIRE has ever seen as an individual player. Baisha, they've been on the long road, the long come up to once again reclaiming glory. AGL took it from them, and now they have taken it back. You gotta love CROSSFIRE. You gotta love the Esports World Cup. The storylines have been phenomenal. Now, I'm not gonna get too deep into the weeds when it comes to the Club Championship talk, at least as of yet. But for AGL, currently in second place, they needed AGL to go all the way. Now, top 8 gives them some points, but not all the points that they were looking for.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer, but one of the big clubs still left. Vitality is going to be playing up next as well, so I am excited to see them take the stage. But unfortunately for AGAL, they were just expecting a lot more out of this situation, but I don't think anyone would have predicted a quarterfinals matchup between the two finalists from last year.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a pretty unlucky draw, I suppose. That's just the way the knockout draw plays out. And for AGAL, yeah, that unfortunately does, really put into jeopardy the chance of the club championship. Falcons, I know we had the Falcons fans, the audience cheering on Baisha because of that, and well, they'll be keeping their eyes across the competition. But for Vitality as well, yeah, there is that opportunity. And for Baisha, I mean, just because you've beaten out AGL doesn't mean that their run is, going to be that clean to the grand finals, because King Zero, potentially, you might have to go up against them again.
Yeah, King Zero Vitality about to throw down on stage. The fans are showing up to support Vitality. It's about to get loud in the venue, but it's going to be a fun time for sure. And King Zero, they're going to have to block all that noise, all the drums out if they want to try and take down Vitality on their home turf, their home ground here in Paris, France. What an event it's already been, and our semifinals is already looking stacked. We've got a matchup, by the way, taking place on the B stream. Make sure you have both of the streams up, because that one is going down currently, and it's Na'Vi playing. Now for Na'Vi, also trying to get the club championship points. Again, we'll get you caught up to speed in just a little bit, but it's the final week, and there's quite literally millions of dollars on the line for the clubs competing in each and every game. So it matters, your performance. Let's take a look at B-Stream and how it's starting to shape up, because again, that matchup was going down. I think I took a peek earlier. Yeah, and it was Na'Vi down. Team Liquid have had a tremendous come up when it comes to the club championship race on stage 1. Also Magnus Carlsen winning just last week. And now Team Liquid looking for a top 4 performance.
Yeah, I feel like they really have it in them as well. I mean, talk about a team that's on a wild run right now. I don't think we've even talked enough about the fact that they beat Stallions already. They're on a bit of a tear, and now, of course, they take the first map of this series as well, looking like a pretty good chance at the top 4.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see the closeout there. That was really exciting. I just completely zoned out whatever you were saying, because I was so locked in on the that final round there. I was thinking if that clutch is going to come through. But yeah, I mean, great start in the series, and really cool that we're going to have, a potential, well, we will 100% have a top 4 Brazilian team.
That definitely so, and that's been the biggest talking point for China. They're most likely going to have to go against somebody else from a different region in grand finals. At one point, we were talking about it. We're looking at China potentially 1, 2, 3, and 4. This time around, though, at least with the way that the EWC knockout draw ended up unfolding, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the top 4 teams from last year falling short. I mean, you had EP going out in the groups, Q9 from the CFPL going out in the groups, and of course, now AG out as well. It opens the door wide, though, for a potential newcomer to come through, because if you're on that other side of the bracket, you've got to be pretty happy not to see all gamers left in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And the fact that you get to avoid the other 2 Chinese teams as well, right? Because Baisha, obviously King Zero, who beat Baisha during the group stage, just not forget that, right? This is a team that you cannot underestimate when you look at this bracket. So yeah, I think the Stallions in particular, I think they're very happy, especially with such a convincing 2-0 to get things started in the quarterfinals. They're feeling like this is the best possible chance to get another grand finals appearance.
Isn't that crazy? We can have King Zero versus Baisha rematch, Stallions versus Team Liquid rematch in semifinals. The storylines are getting deep. But for AGAL, we must celebrate how far they have come. Top 8 is definitely not what they wanted. However, this isn't going to be the end of AGAL. We will be hearing from them in CFS 2026 Grand Finals over in Wuhan. But for 12-22, Salvatore had a chance to catch up with them after the very unfortunate loss.
We're here for the post-match interview. Joining here me is with 12-22. Thank you so much for your time. It was a nice try for all gamers, but no longer they are the defending champions of EWC. But let's talk about the second half, 12-22. So it was a back and forth actually between you and Baisha. So can you tell us what happened at the end of Eagle Eye?
非常遗憾 ，AGAL 这个冠军卫冕未能达成，然后但是刚才打的也确实非常的激进，非常的很可惜吧。能大概跟我们也说一下，就是当时图3鹰眼当时尤其是后半场，大概发生了一些什么事情呢？
就是怎么说呢？有可能阴差阳错了吧，就是因为我们那边也是拿到信息，然后刚好跟对面错开了，然后一直对面觉得对面是要进攻 B 区了，然后所以我们一直堵着没动，然后最后的回防就是失败了嘛，就是。
I'll say a lot of it just came down to like the smallest mistakes in decision and like maybe even a stroke of luck. There was one there was one round where we got the information. We thought that they were going to go for an attack on B side, so we gambled on that. We have defended it heavily, but they ended up going for A, and then we had to counterattack, and that made things very difficult, and we lost that round, which led us to losing the series.
And speaking of difficulty, and I feel like every team out there really is having a hard time dealing with Baisha Gaming, even the defending champion. So was there anything specific in the matchup that was so hard to deal with in your series against Baisha?
确实感觉现在比赛当中，每支战队都觉得白沙是一个非常棘手的一个战队，就是也都有点打不过吧。那能不能跟我们说，就是从你的角度来讲，白沙具体有哪一点是他们做的最好的、最难应付的一点？
我觉得战术上吧，然后就是每个人的状态，然后他们今天可能状态比我们好一点吧，就是。
I'll say in terms of strategy, they definitely have some of the most advanced and most like some of the strongest strategies out there. And also just in terms of mental state and mental condition, they have great mental strength, and I think they were in very much a better condition today.
Yeah, I see. So don't worry, 1222, I will not be wasting any more time. Do you have any messages to the All Gamers fans out there who's watching at home, or to your friends and families? Please feel free.
然后我们就最后一个问题，你有什么话想跟在线看的粉丝们、你的朋友、你的家人们想说的吗？
确实没打好吧，然后就是我没啥说的吧，确实没打好。
I don't know if I should say. I'll say it's just it was indeed a poor performance on my part today, so I'm sorry.
Make no mistake that all gamers will return to the stage and they will be dominant once again. Thank you so much, 1222, and nice drive for all gamers. Let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. 1222, you can tell he's heartbroken. AGAL wanted to win, but unfortunately they fall short. Top 8 is what they have to settle with. Key is crushed by their arch nemesis of Baisha Gaming. EWC, it's brutal. That's just the way the competition goes. Now, we got a special guest joined here live for the first time on our desk, Trav. Good to see you, man. Looking great. Check it out. AGAL, they're gone, right? They needed these points because the battle between themselves and Falcons has been well underway. We're in week 7. What does AGAL's exit mean for the club championship race?
I mean, it's absolutely brutal for AGL. This was the 1,000 points they were banking on when it came to this week in the club championship. We know they needed this. They were trying to go back-to-back. And I'm sure coming into this one, they were probably focusing on the other games, trying to get big wins in them, because this felt like a tied-on win. But it's absolutely not the case. And Baisha Gaming come in, take Falcons out, take AGL out, and they're barely even in the club championship.
So I'm hearing a lot of fans behind me. Now, what are the implications coming up, right? Vitality is about to take on King Zero Esports, a talented Chinese roster from one of the best regions in the world when it comes to CROSSFIRE. AGL still comfortably in second place, but is there a chance Vitality, if they could go all the way, potentially dethrone second place, earning an extra $1 million?
I mean, an extra $1 million is crazy, and it's huge for them to be able to do this. Vitality needs to go perfect in not only CROSSFIRE, but Trackmania, CS, Fortnite. They need to do incredible in all of them to be able to dethrone AGL. They're currently sitting about 2,000 points below them. So much still needs to be done, but with the fans on the side, with the crowd that they've managed to pull in here, they're going to have momentum with them.
Yeah, super fans have shown up in a big way. Now, another talking point, I know Navi's playing Team Liquid over on the side stream at B. What does that mean for Navi? Because they're only, I think, 150 points away from catching up to Vitality.
I mean, it's the same. It's a similar story for Navi as well. They had to come into this week and put on a performance of a lifetime in all the games they're participating in. And they're participating in less than Vitality this week as well. They're only in 3 out of the 4 games, so really had to be a great performance. They didn't have the best time in CS just now either. So a lot's banking on CROSSFIRE now to be able to get some points on the board, get that across the line, possibly move up into third or second.
That's crazy. Any other stories that we should know about for the club championship race as we head into our next series to determine who our top 4 will be.
I mean, you know as much as me, Taylor, with what we saw in chess last week, Magnus Carlsen getting some big points on the board. I don't think we can write off Team Liquid. They might have come into this competition, first 5 weeks or so, not had a great time, but here they are now. They get a win in chess, 1,000 points on the board, couple of 100 points from elsewhere. If they can do well in CROSSFIRE, what's stopping them from going higher?
That's true. Liquid, how are they looking? Let's go to the experts here, Kyle and Lucy, because right now, Team Liquid is leading. We saw them close out that first map. Kyle, we'll go to you first. Na'Vi, can they come back in the series, or will Team Liquid keep this miraculous run going?
I think Team Liquid's really going to sweep this one. I mean, they beat Stallions earlier, so I think they're on a pretty good track record to maybe even make the grand finals here.
And just to be clear, they beat Stallions in the group play, not in the playoff bracket, but we might see a rematch.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say, right? That Stallions victory in the group stage sets them up for a great rematch and already the confidence of having defeated that demon. So yeah, Liquid, there's a really high percentage they could get through to the grand final.
That's right, Trav. I don't know. You want to throw your hat in the ring? I don't know about necessarily
As a CROSSFIRE expert
but
myself, I'd love to see Team Liquid do well. I mean, obviously, Navi's going to mean more for the Club Championship storylines, but Team Liquid, after last week, if they can go back-to-back 2 weeks in a row, I won't say no.
That's right. Club Championship, a lot is up for grabs. We're talking millions of dollars. If Vitality can be absolutely flawless across all the stages at EWC, they will jump up to second. What does that mean? Their prize pool goes from $4 million up to $5 million. But for now, AGAL is currently holding on to second and Falcons in first place. CROSSFIRE here at EWC is phenomenal. But did you know we're heading to Wuhan coming up later this year?
النهارده هنجرب حاجات المفروض هنعرف هي ايه ويعني هنشوفها دلوقتي ومفروض ان احنا هندي راينا فيها. افتح يا باشا. عيش ده باجيت؟ باجيت ده باجيت. ده باجيت؟
Clássico, pai. Um pãozinho francês. Torrada, pô. Clássico, pai. Torradinha.
E não dá nota negativa, sai da garrafa.
Bánh mì rồi. Đây là có tí sữa, sẽ đặt anh thọ. Hả? Nó vừa ấy rồi anh à.
É que isso aqui tá testando o dente, tá, pai?
Aí a pegadinha chegou.
Pegadinha.
يلا 1 2 3. هو ناشف قوي يا اسطى. بس ده العادي صح؟ ما اعرفش بس ما عجبنيش.
Faltou só, tipo assim, a manteiguinha. No, I don't like it at all. It's hard and it's really hard to swallow. Not for me, this one.
Same. Very hard to eat.
Zero.
Zero.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for a marquee matchup to take the stage. Who's getting top 4, King Zero or Vitality? King Zero all smiles as they walk into the venue, but don't let the smiles deceive you. They're vicious on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, this team is eager and ready to go. One of the best CFPL teams we've seen in this event so far, and actually the only one to not yet drop a series as well, which is surprising considering they weren't the favorite coming into this, but they have played lights out all tournament long.
All tournament long indeed, but look at these guys. Vitality, they've already got some tremendous wins over in the group stage, but they continue to go further and further. They won their matchup earlier. They now step foot onto the mainstream stream to the very stage just behind me to face off against King Zero. And the implications are high, not only for themselves as a team, but also as an org.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, they also have they're chasing pretty high in the CC at the very moment in terms of the rankings, but at the same time, Vitality, there's a lot to prove just carrying the name Vitality itself, the greatness of the organization, and especially knowing you're representing, EU, you're the only one left, and I feel like Vitality doesn't want to disappoint.
Vitality, they were picked by KZ a little bit earlier. KZ said, this is the matchup we want.
Yeah, I think it's a good position for Vitality to be in because I feel like they're being underestimated very clearly in this moment. KZ, they haven't felt what it's like to lose in this tournament just yet, but Vitality, they've had to claw for every single opportunity.
For sure, a lot of legends on this roster, a lot of exciting names, Totson included.
Yeah, I mean, Totson especially, he's been quite a player for this team in Vitality, and it kind of seems like the entire team has kind of figured it out, especially after that GK series, and they just look a lot better, and especially knowing that compared to their online selves, their LAN performance is way better than expected, and I feel like that win up against EP really does prove that they can beat even the best of the best.
It's not even just Totson though, Snake, Horus, Snare, Slayer, the list goes on and on. These guys know how to slay out. I mentioned it for Baisha earlier. I'm going to mention it again for Vitality. They had the play earlier. Stamina, it's a real thing. Are they going to be affected by that?
I think it's only going to help them in this one. I mean, you had so many players stepping up. I remember looking at their final map, Snake, the IGL, 26 kills to help them close out that 13-12 win earlier today. And I feel like that's going to give them a lot of momentum to take into the series.
Sneaky, you've been bringing up a name from King Zero's side, and you're a big fan of him. Let's talk some Ice.
Yeah, I mean, Ice, of course, probably Rookie of the Year for 2026, and he has been nothing but impressive right there. I mean, for someone who is having his first split and his first international, his statistics are out of his world, and at the same time, like, it seems like he's not afraid of the moment. If anything, he embraces it.
Who's Ice being compared to when it comes to CROSSFIRE?
Of course, everybody knows he's baby N9 according to the Chinese community, and that, of course, what we saw from earlier in Baisha Gaming, that's going to be a big honor to have.
And guess what, Kyle? Baby N9, we might be seeing him face off against Big N9. Baisha is their next opponent if they move forward.
Yeah, I mean, the odds definitely seem in their favor going into this one. The way they've looked has been almost flawless throughout the tournament so far. And not only Ice has been a star for this team, it's really the whole roster coming together in a massive way. I mean, Tong as well, for me, very impressive across the board in his matches too.
I just bring up Tong, such a phenomenal player. We take the stage in about a minute's time. The players will walk out there. That's where things start to get real. Now, Sneaky, we got fans out there representing Vitality. They've got the banners, they've got the drums, they've got the chants. How's that gonna affect King Zero?
It's definitely gonna affect King Zero, considering some of these players are new to the international stage. Granted that they have been in the crowds of CFPL, but knowing the Yellow Hornets, they can get very loud. So that could be disturbing the psyche of King Zero a bit, and even boost actually Vitality on their side, because I feel like a little bit of a crowd can definitely get someone going.
Kyle, quick prediction, who you got?
You know what? I'm going to go 2-1 Vitality. I believed in them the other day. They had a bit of a setback, but with how they're looking, I believe they can pull it back here.
Sneaky, very quick. Who you got?
I'll break the monotony. I'll go 2-1 KZ.
All right, Vitality, KZ. What about you out there in the chat? It's a big matchup. Huge implications when it comes to Vitality for the club championship race. With AGAL out, now the opportunity to take second place is up for grabs. Let's head to the stage. Who's moving forward? KZ or Vitality?
One more match to run, and this one is going to be high prop. The champion is down. Everyone is looking at this trophy, looking to carry it at the end of the week. Right now, another banger match coming.
We are guaranteed to have a new champion for CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. And this next team that I'm about to bring out is one of the strongest candidates to win it all. Please welcome to the stage, King Zero Esports. King Zero is currently second in the Chinese point standings. This is easily one of the best teams on planet Earth. people think that it's amazing that Baisha was able to take down AGAL, but who defeated Baisha? You are looking at them right now. They have yet to lose a match. They have yet to taste their own blood, and right now they are looking to take things all the way.
Listen, right now the champion is off, but you can hear what I hear, Rob, because there is a group of supporters that is going to be loud and fierce for their team, as the team that is coming up is one of the most popular around, and they're always full of supporters. Please, it is time to welcome King Zero's opponents. Faites du bruit pour Vitality! Team Vitality, they were top 8 last year and they entered with a massive upset, sending Evolution Power to the losers bracket. They might have lost to AGAL, but they clutched against GK Esports in overtime. This roster is 5 Egyptian players who are looking to make a mark in history. They are dominant in EU MENA and they're looking to continue the same way. And with AGAL out, it means that Vitality has a shooting chance at getting second place of the Club Championship. Big and important match for Vitality.
Okay. There's a whole lot of commotion going on right now. Team Vitality fans are wilding out. Jen, I need your help with this translation. Do you have any words for all of the Vitality fans going crazy right now and booing you? Does that affect you in any way?
The Vitality 现在有很多粉丝在现场，大声给他们欢呼。你有什么话想跟他们的粉丝说的吗？
我打完之后会站起来送他们回家的。
After this match is over, I will personally stand up and send them home.
Okay, talk that talk then. Let it be known. They can be as hype as they want to, all that drumming and screaming, but the game has to be played.
All right, I'm just going to ask you for an answer. What he just said is, I'm going to send you home along with the supporters. What do you have to answer to this?
I just want to say, guys, don't underestimate us. We kicked already one Chinese team from the tournament, so watch out.
All right, I like to hear this. How does it feel for you guys to play here in France for the French team? You see all the supporters behind. How excited are you for this match?
Of course, the atmosphere is crazy. I'm excited from now, so let's see.
All right, well, listen, guys, it is time to get ready. Team Vitality, can I have you line up in front of me there, please, for the face-off before the match? Listen, Rob, it is loud and clear who the crowd wants, but this is a banger match coming.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you hear all the commotion. Officially, one of these teams is going to be sent home. It is time for our next match. Team Vitality versus King Zero.
The energy in the arena is palpable. Vitality fans have risen up, but King Zero, they're not scared. They're showing no fear, and they said if we win, I will personally brag in your face. The fans have voted. King Zero is the favorite, but if you were in the arena, you would think they got it all backwards. Vitality seem to be the favorites, at least here in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, as a West League fan myself, I would love to see these guys rise up and take this victory. Like they said in the interview just there on stage, they've already taken out one team from the CFPL, but now as we go into veto, this is the important part. Sneaky, I feel like they have to have a good veto today.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of overlap as well between Vitality and King Zero. We're probably going to see some priority maybe on Eagle Eye. Maybe we are going to see the Ankara in this one, but it's a very smart ban from the side of Vitality to put out Black Widow because, you know, for the past few times, the aggression of KZ has been a problem on some of the teams, but sub-base is going to be the pick, and that's really good because, you know, King Zero, they have been dominating in that map, especially back in China.
Yeah, this is a really, really good map for King Zero. Vitality, it is in their top 3, but the way KZ plays is almost unpredictable. But for Vitality, this is the pick I was hoping for. They were able to take down EP on this map, and Compound is one of the maps they're able to consistently upset some of the best teams on.
Yeah, and I feel like the best course of action for map number 3 here would be Ankara. Yeah, Porte would be a very good ban that kind of does disable Snare and his capability of popping off in that map. But yeah, all signs point to Ankara. No! We're gonna go Eagle Eye 2.0. That's a very, very brave ban from the side of Vitality, but maybe they have a surprise up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think this is a brilliant third map. They've actually started rolling the dice on it a lot in the CFWL, so they've got the experience and the reps now. This could be the recipe for them to pull it off.
Definitely could be. Our 3 maps are set, and you can see it, the spectacle right behind Team Vitality. The fans have shown up, and again, that's going to give them an extra boost. That's going to give them extra momentum to take down the powerhouse team, which is King Zero.
Yeah, King Zero, though, not to sell them short either. This team is not going to be an easy opponent to go against. You talk about players like Ice, Tong, 9U helping lead the charge as well. We saw what they were able to do earlier in this tournament already against Baisha and booking their ticket very early as one of the strongest teams to secure a spot in the playoffs. So I'm just curious to see what Vitality might change coming into this one.
Yeah, especially from what I've heard, right? King Zero, one of the best pipelines from amateur to pro. I mean, they've gotten every single player handpicked by the owner himself and saying, this is the team to win trophies. But Vitality, just as scary. 3 years together, that synergy cannot be beat.
Go back to week 2 in the Allianz Vault. It was Vitality lifting the trophy. Will they do it again? It's Vitality going against King Zero. Let's get the series started.
Thank you so much, guys. We are ready for a huge best of 3 as we are beginning between King Zero Esports and Team Vitality. The hometown favorites here hoping for a big win up against King Zero, who is a powerhouse from the CFPL. And that is an understatement, probably. These guys are really good. They were able to take down Baisha, I believe it was, in the bracket already. Yeah, it was a 2-1 over them, so looking fantastic for their run so far. And we'll have to wait and see what happens here in this best of 3. Starting off on sub base, I'm joined by B-Dog. How are you doing today, B-Dog?
I'm good. I'm trying to get my thoughts across and hear them in my head because it is so loud behind me. The Vitality fans have shown out in full force, and well, Vitality are looking to show up here. It was the golden round on sub-base for them that actually put their spot here in playoffs. And now we find themselves against a King Zero that did it the easy way. And that means going up against Tong and YF, the dual-wielding snipers on the Global Risk side. And for Tong, he's been my favorite player to watch all event. I've been so impressed with what we're getting out of him here at EWC.
Yeah, just individually, these guys are incredible in terms of what they get going in their gunplay and their ability to clutch certain rounds. And it will be a big treat, especially here on Subbase. You mentioned, you know, they barely got across the line, Vitality. They barely got here through GK Esports, a strong team from Vietnam. This is definitely the next step up. There were tears as they were winning that golden round from Vitality. Going to start off with a nice shot here from YF. Through the double doors, and it is Vitality playing that patient style that we know and love.
Yeah, look at Slayer. Slayer's actually got like quite a good angle right now and progression over towards this B-bomb site. You don't know about him yet, but no, well, XN and YF do immediately. I was concerned a little bit about the lack of utility for King Zero on the Global Risk side, but no, they're absolutely fine. This is now suddenly a 5-on-2. Vitality yet to get a kill in the round, and it just gets worse and worse. And that's where King Zero get loud, and Vitality, you've gone quiet.
Well, it is only the beginning, right? It is the first round, and King Zero, strong showing there. I think they get that first kill through the doors. YF doing some good work there, and then we saw that Vitality were trying to take a multi-pronged approach down a member, which can always lead to some risks. As once again, YF gonna show up with a big shot through the double doors. We haven't seen Snare go for the challenge there yet, but I guarantee you eventually he will. He's that kind of player. Now he does try to challenge in lockers, gets taken out by Ice. And here comes Morris, maybe to look to go down the stairs. It is just 9U down here, not able to hit that shot. And then the flank is coming in here. XN gets behind them. And the bomb is also in a wonky spot here for Slayer.
Yeah, that's actually a really difficult round because you got Horus that almost gets pop flashed down the stairs, but it just doesn't work out. He turns a little bit too quickly and gets blinded by his teammate's flash. At the same breath of that, as that contact's being taken, XN is making inroads down in towards middle. So a really nice round out of King Zero. Put a lot of pressure on early to Vitality. And this is the best way to actually silence the crowd. And it's just getting rounds in a row very consistently and very convincingly as well. That's exactly what King Zero are up to here. The desk said 2-1 this, 2-1 that. I genuinely think this is 2-0 King Zero all the way.
Well, I mean, so far, it's just the one kill for the side of Snake and Vitality. But again, you know, you got to come here on a big stage in front of a loud crowd. It's going to affect both teams, and you just know that Vitality just got to get in the groove. I think they have some stuff to show, but we haven't seen it yet. They're trying to get in here and challenge YF. Not a bad idea, as they're able to get him off the point and actually move Snake up pretty close to him. Just seeing what he can see here as 9U is going to check the lineup, but he just gets 2 over 1. And now the push is coming in towards Lock.
That's a crazy peak. Just to re-clear that, like, I thought they weren't ready for how far Snake had gotten off to, but no. Immediate attention to detail by 9U. Really impressive just to keep King Zero in control. Now here for Vitality, they look to reset the situation. They're going to group up in towards Woods, maybe go towards the stairs over at A, and that's where Tong lies in wait. Hasn't got his sniper out right now, but gets it out just in time. Tong is putting on a highlight reel.
Stands up, points across, and he says, get out of here. Tong sits them down. That is 4 kills in a row. And, you know, that's what can happen if you charge down the A stairs with basically no utility, right? And he doesn't miss these shots. You can't just challenge this player like that. Doesn't matter the man advantage. You have to get some utility in his face. Snare goes for the challenge. This time it's Tong who does get that shot.
That third kill is just ridiculous. And the fact he just keeps on going in the next round. The double sniper setup, feeling really good for King Zero. And the lack of kills is now starting to become a very big problem for Vitality. Has Snare found one? I don't think so. I think it is still just Snake.
Yeah, I do believe so. And as you mentioned, that is a problem. You do need to get some kills in order to actually win some rounds. They are going to get in the woods.
It's the quarterfinal.
Yeah. It's an early start. Let's see what happens. YF. They're finally throwing some smokes in his face. They're forcing him off of that point because he just seems to be such a powerhouse on that angle. Now, again, if you're going to challenge this guy, get some flashes in his face. There you go. Hey, you did it. Oh, he's still able to hit the... Oh, no. What is this guy doing? What is he on right now?
Come on.
3 kills to Tong. And it's just not going to work down those stairs, I guess.
Well, I guess we can't go A if we're Vitality. Absurd. Another flawless round.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Coming into this one, as you were talking about, expecting the 2-0, right? For King Zero, I do think that they are the heavy favorites in this one. Now, I was expecting Vitality to come in here and show us a bit more right from the get-go, try to mix things up, but unfortunately they haven't been able to, so they are going to go into attack pause.
Look, you can hear them. And look, the thing is, Valis, I really want to bring up a point you said, because it does go both ways. Especially when, look, you can be disorientated by this if you're King Zero, or in the same breath as that, if you're Vitality and you're not used to this on an international stage, and now you're getting all this support when it's been very hush-hush the last couple of days as well, that might throw you off as well, because suddenly you've got all these people to impress. It can really start to damage you, even if it feels like it might be helping you. It really is an interesting psychological moment here for Vitality. And it's nice that the crowd's getting behind them, but they need to shake this off immediately. Otherwise, this is going to get even more out of control.
Yeah, you can see Coach hyping him up there. He's got some words for the King Zero squad, as it has been pretty much flying colors from them. And that's what happens when you have these individuals who are just able to hit crazy shots and get big, 1v3s, 1v4s. Like, here, he's half flashed. He hits the shot anyway.
Is that jump in? That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's me. That's what I do.
Yeah, he didn't do the whole stand up and telling him to sit down, but he did kind of say, well, I'm not really impressed. And so far, neither are we. They need to show us more. Otherwise, this might be a quick one. And I am very worried for that. as you mentioned, it's a quarterfinal, right? This is supposed to be a close best of 3. We just had a crazy one between AGL and Baisha. Baisha running away with that one, 10-8 on the last map, barely. And so far, Vitality need to get one round to show us they're a contender.
Poor YF. I mean, he's the only one for King Zero that's died.
Yeah, I think he's okay with it, though, you know? Just,
it should be fine. Yeah.
I think that, especially how he controlled the first couple of rounds as well, getting multiple pickoffs and just not really allowing Vitality to get anything going, means that even if he does take that death, he's feeling good.
No, this is a broken record now, Vitality. We know this. We know what the outcome is going to be. How many times are you going to test Tong? Because it's going to be so detrimental. Another one, not quite. Hell yeah, how about that one? Only a tag, but Tong wants more. Tong is bloodthirsty, and Vitality scamper away.
You could see that the mix-up here is we're going to have Snare challenge him, right? We're not going to flash. We're not going to try to, you know, overpower him. We're actually just going to challenge in the 1v1. Now, that doesn't work either. So Vitality are really trying to try everything possible to deal with Tong, and they're still not finding answers.
Just dodge him. Just avoid him completely. This is now 4 rounds out of 5 that he's been over towards the A bomb site. I'm pretty sure we can just leave him. I'm pretty sure we can just go over towards B instead.
Yeah, I mean, in sub-base, there are a lot of ways to attack the different sites, and you see that they're trying to challenge in here. That's a second kill, so they get that. That's a good start. They have doubled their kills so far in the contest, have Vitality. Unfortunately, though, King Zero in a very comfortable spot here. The bomb is down in the hallway, and you can see that Snake and Totson aren't even really making big moves toward it. I think that at this point, you know, they're going to try to drop out of the vent, I suppose, and challenge this. But YF's right here. That's another kill. Snake does get it. But again, there's just not enough time to get the bomb and plant it. It's 5-0 for King Zero. I don't know what else to say. This is a stomp so far.
Has he broke his headset? It looked like he, in celebration, smashed his headset on the floor. I don't know. No, it's okay. Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, we're back in the game anyway.
No.
Never mind. No, we're not.
You ever celebrate too hard that you break your headset?
I don't even know how he managed to do that. Those things just
fell apart.
He's very strong, I guess. I don't know.
POV, a headset's Vitality.
Yeah. And he gives the okay to the ref. It seems like whatever happened, it's solved. So looks like we should be back into this in just a moment. But yeah, 5-0 to King Zero. They have taken out some big names already. That being, of course, Baisha Gaming, to qualify to this one. And now up against Vitality. Vitality have not been able to challenge them at all.
Here we go. The issue is that you're leaving Tong and you're going into Ice. So I don't know which one's worse. I guess we're going to find out in the next couple of seconds.
Well, they haven't really tested him yet.
Well, they have now.
Oh, no!
And now they're finding out the hard way. Ice has just found a triple, and no matter where you go, nowhere is safe for Vitality.
I mean, this has to be so frustrating for these guys. Ice is coming out here, and now he's just challenging them. It's going to take them down, and it's another flawless round. So far, we have 3 kills for Vitality in 6 rounds, and that is not enough. That is not enough. They have challenged Tong, they have challenged Ice, they have challenged YF. None of it has worked, and they're going to have to figure something out. They don't have any other tactical pauses, and apparently they don't have many other options. YF here gets challenged, and to be honest, I like this from Vitality. I think this has been where they found the most success. Unfortunately, you know, as we've really gone over, there hasn't been much success. So.
No, there hasn't.
But I do like trying to go for the one area where, you know, at least maybe you can challenge YF. Maybe you get something going there.
To be fair, like 9U hasn't really been here the whole time either. Like you have been able to sort of get this deep control in towards Woods sometimes. It's just, it's difficult when you're trying to look for positives right now, but they are spreading out. They are trying to take this space. This is nice utility to try and gather it back. You're also forcing utility out of King Zero too. And that has been a bright spark, I guess, for Vitality. Sure, the firepower's not been going your way, but you have been draining the pockets of utility for King Zero. So maybe if you can do that a little bit more, still with over 90 seconds on the clock, when you initially do execute, there won't be any resistance when it comes to flashes and smokes.
Yeah, definitely try to get King Zero moving around the map and try to just drag him out of position and not just run into one guy and kind of lose the plot from there. As Snare goes for another challenge here against Tong, but the rest of the team is not here at least, so you can see that King Zero, they're like, well, we don't need anyone else outside of Tong, so we can just stack the B site and be ready for this push anyway. As Ice is gonna swing the corner, he picks up 2, just like that. And all of a sudden, a lot of pressure taken away from this push. At least Slayer is able to get 1, but he is the only one left up, and they kill him through the big box. It is 7-0 on subbase.
Do they have a shotgun there? The Ice have a shotgun there? That's ridiculous. The fact that they are so confident we're in a quarterfinal, he's bringing out like a ridiculously close quarters weapon, and he's just ready just to take down Vitality. Just adding insult to injury right now. Biggest deficit here at EWC 2026 has been a 10-1. Wow. It could get worse, is all I'm saying.
That was a crazy shot by YF.
I mean, instantaneous. He's been doing that all map, though.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it from Horace's point of view, but I guarantee if we watched YF, like, that would have been insane. Just the reaction time was crazy. 9U gets into the action. He's like, guys,
my turn.
Leave some kills for me. Like, I want a little bit. XN's like, please notice me as well. Like, I only have 3. Okay, Snare's going to try to challenge Tong again. It's not going to work.
When will we learn, Vitality? When will we learn?
Well, at least he wasn't on the same box, so maybe a different vibe, perhaps. I don't know. I'm reaching. Ice here up against Totson and Snake. He is going to be pushed out. So, okay, there you go. All right. You can see the fans are not happy with the performance so far, and I don't blame them. This has not been a very close bout so far. And we do have a nade into Totson, but he moves ahead of it. YF here on the corner. We saw him hit one of these earlier of this round. He's not going to hit it this time, and he has to back off of it. Snake gets 1, all right. A little bit of momentum, potentially. There's still a 2v3 and make that a 1v3, but, you know, a closer round so far. And Snake with 4 kills, definitely the most on his team. And it looks like maybe he's going to rotate over towards A.
Everyone's playing Ring Around the Rosie over towards Machine Room. Like, there was so many like overlapping circles there, and yet the timing just works out. The King Zero, and an easy kill for Tong. I think Snake fired off his gun, so just gave all the info over. That's free and easy. That's 8-0. Not a single round here on Blacklist so far for Vitality on subbase.
Yeah, and Tong says, I don't have to destroy my headset this time. I think, you know, I've made the point clear enough. Although he still had some words, as you can see at the very end of that replay.
He's really giving it to him, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's 8-0, man. You might as well. Like, this is...
He's got 14-0. He's not died.
If you're going to give it to him at any point, I think this is a pretty good start. Yeah, 14-0. And, you know, Snare is that player where he will say, okay, no, let me challenge him. I will deal with it. And generally he does in his region and even at bigger internationals. But so far, he has not found the answer into Tong.
I feel like they need to set him up to do that, though. Like, it feels like we've seen a flashbang play towards Tong, sure, but that's been the rifler's lead in. Like, if you want to get your sniper on the line, like, maybe pop him in. Like, give him a chance, because it just feels like these dry contact plays, like, Tong will eat them up for breakfast all day long.
Yeah, they really seem on their game today. I mean, we knew they were really good coming into this one.
Yes, I mean, that's another statement at this point.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they're really not missing. Like, there's not really a lot of mistakes being made.
There we go.
I do like this. As they're making their way in, it is kind of red here as Ice is going to get the first one, make it 3. It's now YF. He's got buddies here in jail.
All right.
It's now Totson's on the side. He's going to pick up 1, but it's only the 1. And Tong doesn't die either, so keeping that pristine KD alive. And speaking of pristine, it is 9-0 for King Zero.
Could it happen?
10-0 on the way. I don't think I've ever commentated a 10-0 in CROSSFIRE. I think this might be my first one. if it happens. You can see that nobody on the side of Vitality's squad has much to say either. They're just going to have to probably think about map number 2 at this point.
Now I want to see it. Now I really want to see it. Let's get it. King Zero.
Just for the bit?
Yeah, just for the bit. But we know laughing matter for Vitality. YF thinking about pushing the issue towards the speed bomb site. There are nades drawn as well for Vitality, but YF doesn't care. He's already round the corner, just in this smoke. It's a lovely angle, and the trade onto Totsin is sublime. Can he find any more? Is he going to be ready for Snare? Not quite. This is better out of Vitality.
All right. They have more members than are alive on the side of King Zero. That's a good start. We do have now pushing into A, though.
Strong angle.
They're going to drop 2 nades. Snake right here going to maybe challenge Tong. We know how that goes. And actually, he's going to hold up here in the corner. Feels the pressure. Does not get the kill on accent, but he's got backup. Has 2 guys up in the computer room. As Tong is looking, he wants to hold on to that pristine KD. I don't know if he's going to do it this time.
All right, bomb committed by Tong. Ice hoping for an opportunity. Just seen a tiptoe of a head. A little pixel. Tong now trying to close the gap, and he'll be removed. It's all up to Ice, and there you go. There you have it, Vitality. You've got your round on the stage. Can it be more?
They did it. They took down the round. They got Tong as well. They have defeated the raid boss. And hey, you got to start somewhere. Late is better than never, as long as you can get something going.
Just feels patronizing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, nice round though, you know. Good defense. They were able to handle the pressure. I think Snake, even though he did die on the push, he immediately had backup. So that's good. You know, Vitality are playing well as a team. They're rotating quickly. And, you know, I'm not saying that they're going to win 8 rounds in a row, but at least it's signs of life, right? So maybe you can hope for something in map number 2.
Well, let's let it breathe a little bit. If it gets to like 9-4, 10-4, 10-5, and I think we have that conversation, that they're still sort of on their last legs, but this is back-to-back opening kills now for Totsin, and Totsin was really struggling. So this is much better now. Out of Vitality, trade out of YF is in though, 4 versus 4. And you got to think about it like this, King Zero are 4 kills away in this round from winning the first map.
Yeah, very close to closing it out here. I do like how YF's being kind of a nuisance by himself over in the locker room. It really makes you wonder, you know, does he have backup like we saw earlier on? Is he alone? And Snare is not over there this time. He's actually over by the double doors here. And it's actually Horus to hold down the A stairs this time around, and still no committal from the side of King Zero. Maybe looking for the follow-up into lockers, into B, as that's going to be a nice snipe from Snare. All of a sudden, you have a man advantage once again.
Surprised they want to keep committing into this. Oh, okay, but it does work. Low HP on Snake as well, something you have to consider, but he's all the way towards Wood. Tong holding the angle, getting the kill. That's immaculate from Tong. And now the player advantage swings the other way. It's King Zero with the better odds of it. And plant this C4. Ice ready to deal with Horus. Now it's Snake on low HP to try and clutch, try and keep Vitality's hopes alive here in sub-base. But Tong, he's already ready for this. He can scope in on the angle and claim another kill. You feel there's no chance for Vitality on sub-base. It's 10-1 for King Zero.
10-1, an absolute masterclass individually and as a team. Didn't even really have to show anything. They just shot them down and made it easy. Not spending more time on stage than they really needed to. Almost got the 10-0, but at least Vitality put in the 1 round, I suppose. And we'll have to see much, much better from them in map number 2. And the crowd's still behind them, of course. You gotta hope that that is enough to get them across the line in the future. But guys, we're done for now. Let's go back to the desk in a moment.
Well, there's no doubt King Zero dominate map number 1 over Vitality, winning 10-1. It took 9 rounds before Vitality was able to win 1. But the fans celebrated nonetheless, and they continue to cheer them on even after walking away. Coming back to map 2, Vitality should come in with even better energy. But man, map 1 was definitely a rough one, for sure, for Vitality. And I think at a certain point, they had 3 eliminations to the mini on King Zero. King Zero's a great roster, though. Coming from the best region, Kyle, it's always going to be a hard one. It was already going to be a hard one for Vitality as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they learned quickly, do not challenge Tong on that A bottom pyramid stack. I mean, time and time again, they thought they could find a way to at least trade him out, but he started this one off 14-0 from the bottom of the A bomb site. Not only that, you had Ice playing very well, the whole team really not having any difficulties on this first map. But on the other side, you had 2 players, 0 kills on that first half from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be heartbreaking for the side of Vitality, right? I mean, you're kind of expecting more of a fight going into sub-base, but I feel like, this is not going to be the full story of the series, of course. I feel like sub-base, of course, is a specialty map from the side of KZ, similar to STS, so maybe it is going to be slightly easier when it comes to new compound, because it is more of a fundamental map, and KZ just kind of out-macroed them in that last one, but man, what can you do, bro? Tong was frying absolutely everybody, and at the same time, you also have Ice fragging as well. And yeah, this is just a really good display of how good KZ is when it comes to the map of sub-base.
Well, you mentioned Tong. You're going to get some more of it. This is going to be our special Tong package. He's been sniping throughout the entirety of the 3 days of competition, and he is no different here, picking up 4 in just 1 round. This is when they're leading 3-0. You think Tong is done? Absolutely not. He hits 1. He comes in with the side piece and takes out yet another. Tong is a special player that just opens up opportunities for King Zero.
I mean, he really does. Just shutting down Snare alone, he kept him to 0 in 8. And this was the key player for Vitality in their series earlier, where they took down EP. Snare was the top of the leaderboards for Vitality every single map. But not only that, he's just such a mobile player as well. Even up close, he's just so deadly.
Yeah, and he's also incentivized to go for more of these aggressive peaks because, I mean, if Tong dies, there's also YF in the background, so the sniper presence never really goes away from the side of KZ. And yeah, they just can't seem to deal with the amount of pressure because, we kept talking about Ice, we kept talking about these rookies, man, but Tong is still doing it at the ripe old age of 30.
If you got a fire and you don't put it out, more fire just starts to come about. And when it comes to King Zero, it was nothing but firepower. They were pushing into Vitality. They were feeling strong. When they walked into the arena, the Vitality fans were loud. They were booing King Zero. King Zero, though, weren't phased at all. They said, hey, we've heard this before. No worries, we're going to sit you down. And that's what they did in game number 1. But Vitality fans are still ever relenting. They want them to obviously come back. But let's face it, that was a tough loss, Kyle, as they go back to their dugout. Vitality's got a lot to talk about. But more importantly, they're better than that. That 10-1, I know Vitality isn't a roster that drops a 10-1 map like that, at least normally. I think they need to get their feet underneath them, man, because the confidence is key, and they need confidence more than ever.
100%. I feel like a map like this, they just have to brush it off the shoulders, not think about it right now, and focus on the 2 maps ahead, because Compound is the next map in the series, and it was their best map against EP. They won it pretty handedly, looking very good on it, and historically, if they are going to pull off an upset, this is the map for them to do it.
It definitely is. It's a map that they picked after all, but will it be enough to flip the series around? Well, we're going to find out in just a bit. The players have left the dugouts. They're returning to the stage, and Vitality fans are once again erupting in the venue to support their team. They believe in the comeback, but does Vitality believe in the comeback themselves? That's the question they must answer. As we know, Subbase was always going to be a hard one. King Zero picked it, Sneaky. When we come to New Compound, Vitality said, this is our map. They believe in themselves. They're wanting to come back.
Oh, for sure. This is the map where KC cannot play that exact same way. They can't be too aggressive or else get punished by the more passive way of Vitality. And especially this map is a lot more fundamental. I think this is a possibility of a comeback by them.
100%. This is the perfect map for them to show us what they can do. We saw them dismantle EP earlier on it, and now they have a chance to catch these guys off guard because KZ, they're going to go into this one very overconfident, thinking Vitality doesn't have that fight left. But I think fight is going to be what Vitality has in store for us.
Sneaky, from Vitality, you got 5 talented members. Who's the one to pick everyone up on the team and says, we are good enough to take down King Zero?
It has to be Slayer, right? I mean, Slayer, obviously one of the harder fraggers on the side of Team Vitality. He really has to lead the charge when it comes to the frags, but at the same time, we have to look at the sniper snare. The confidence was still there, despite being 0 and 8. He was really trying to actively challenge Tong in this one, but we need him to hit.
Gotta hit, gotta take down Tong. We had a Tong highlight package. Vitality doesn't want that to happen again. They also need to shut down YF, who was running a dual sniper. But New Compound is a fresh start, a fresh opportunity for Vitality to come back in the series. And if they can force a map number 3, the confidence is gonna be at an all-time high, and Eagle Eye will be the decider map. But we're still far away from getting to that point. It's King Zero versus Vitality. Will they come back, or will King Zero crush Vitality's key? Let's find out as we head in to map number 2.
Thank you so much, guys. Let's see what we have in store for ourselves here on New Compound. King Zero Esports up against Team Vitality. Fresh slate. It's 0-0 for now. And let's see if they've got anything more in store. I'm not so sure, B-Dog.
The only thing I'm concerned about the most is the fact that King Zero did a lot of their work over on GR. And now they're straight back on GR, and it's Vitality that have to really control the tempo. Vitality can't really react to what King Zero are going to do. That's what gets me concerned. And sure, you can have a look at this and say, like, okay, well, Blacklist, that feels good, right? You can take deep space in towards mid on New Compound. You can then pivot back it into various strategies once you pull the rotations away. But I don't think there's going to be too much pushing and pulling when it comes to rotates fall in favor for King Zero. I think they're going to trust in themselves based on how good Subbase went. And YF as that secondary sniper was just tearing them apart. I know we speak a lot about Tong, but when it comes to YF and his openers, it just felt so consistent.
Yeah, he was kind of tasked with being the guy that, was going for the openers, whereas Tong was just the stairs A guy, and, he did a fantastic job at his job. But at the end of the day, as you mentioned, YF was the guy who had a lot more contact early on in these rounds. So Vitality going to take their time with this one. Looks like a flash in the face in the doorway of the A site. But as we can see, they are moving over towards B main at this moment. They're going to keep a couple of guys on the left side of this map. One in mid, one towards A. But with only 50 seconds left, will they commit to this B site? I do wonder. Now, we do have the bomb rotating out of there. So maybe looking to go A.
They have one smoke they've just dropped. So they're going to have no utility really coming into this site. It's going to be very tricky, I think. And well, Snare, he's going to find out the hard way. But Horus will find the opening kill. So in towards middle, Vitality finds success. But 25 seconds, they've got to make a move. That means getting by 9U.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be able to. They're not going to get by Tong, that's for sure. 9U here on the A site, just trying to buy some time. Horus does get that kill. As they make their way in, they're going to have to get this plant. You see Tong wants to go in fast. He wants to go in furious. That shot is insane, but Todson does sit him down. That's another kill for Slayer. And all of a sudden, it is a 1v2. Now, Ice, we know what he can do. Snare, though, is going to hit the shot and get Vitality ahead.
Very scary round for Vitality, really, because they had such low HP coming into that. That's why the pistols go forward. They really want to try and disrupt and stop Vitality getting into a decent after plant, but it's the reaction shots that come through from Vitality. The fact that Snare goes to that peak on such low HP, that's impressive more than anything. And that shows confidence. Still running through the veins of Vitality. That is exactly what they needed. Maybe a remedy to their series here against King Zero. A confident start. It needs to be consistent.
Well, you can see they were controlling the tempo, right? They were looking, they were waiting for King Zero to jump the gun first, and they absolutely did. It was XN that went into mid, trying to get information, which, I mean, is fair enough. There were like 30 seconds left, and he's like, where are they? He goes in and he gets picked off, and that's when Vitality's round began, so nicely done from Vitality. They get that first pick off and make that move into A. Would not be surprised to see more of this kind of play. It doesn't have to be on to A, but, you know, slow and steady, wait and see if King Zero are going to make a move and really keep them on their hind legs so that they don't really get information, and that allows you to actually go for the eventual push. And it does look like B this time.
Good flash. Pretty good flash, but the kills are coming forward for King Zero this time. Vitality, I rated the idea. You want to try and spin it up a little bit faster, just in towards B through middle once you got all the space, but you just could not find any of the kills. And that was the biggest detrimental factor on sub-base.
These guys are monsters. Like, these shots that they are hitting are just so incredible. They're so crisp with it. It's really difficult to challenge, and I think that Vitality will have to pull out all the stops and all the strats, all the brains, potentially, to try to pull apart King Zero, but they haven't been able to do that just yet. YF pushing forward into pillars, looking, just begging for a trade, begging for some kind of skirmish. But I would be surprised if Vitality make a faster move than what we saw in that last round.
I liked it, though. Like, they did actually gain a lot of space quite quickly. It's just a shame they sort of ran into a brick wall. But the idea is sound, and I suppose with the early time, you've noticed that you can get that much space. The issue is you're not going to be given that much space anymore. King Zero will adjust accordingly. They'll set up like deeper lines here on this global risk side. And actually, you've seen a little bit of pushing now coming in from Isa and YF. That secondary sniper's been left, and now the extra rifler starts to rotate over. They're going to be here in time.
Yeah, that they will. Nice support there for 9U, who is playing out. And Tong now, he might be the first contact, and we know how that goes. Let's see if they can deal with him. Nope, not going to happen. He gets the shot, but Snare does get the follow-up. That's going to be big for their chances on the A site. 9U in an awkward spot here. Doesn't get much support, but the lineup for Ice. He hits both of them in the head. As the flash is going to catch Snake, that's going to put him in a rough spot. As around the corner comes YF, and he will pick up that round.
I'll tell you what, I thought that was going to be a Vitality round for sure, because if you look at Snake's path in it as they come in, you've actually got to play it peeking very deep. Tong's attention was completely diverted, and Snare, hit an amazing timing on him. They were already in the site. That's just unlucky. They lined up for Ice. That's the biggest downfall for Vitality. And it's these mistakes that are inadvertent, but they can't be making them. Otherwise, their time in the competition is going to run out.
Yeah, it is pretty brutal when you put it like that, but it's very true. And they got to win 2 maps in a row. They got to start off by clearing up some of those mistakes. Snare, he is that kind of player where it doesn't matter what happened in game 1. He's like, where's Tong? Let me try to go for a 1v1 on this guy. I don't care what he did in map 1. Let me at him, is essentially what he's saying. Although he does go for a couple of peeks, isn't going to follow up with another. He actually moves over towards pillars for now, and Vitality will slow it down from here.
They're doing a good job at least keeping the snipers busy and distracted. And that's why I'm liking these proactive plays that King Zero are making with their riflers. Like XN right now just on the corner, dodging the flashbang. Is there an opportunity for him? Yes, there is, but only the first. Now they're going to start scaling. Tong misses a crucial shot, and now Tong is completely on his own, has to just stand and fight and deliver. 9U now comes around the corner, but can't hold on, neither can Tong. And this feels a lot better for Vitality. YF is out of there, but they need to go and get the bomb.
Yeah, they got to deal with the bomb, and YF is right there. And YF and Ice have been so good in these clutch positions. YF gets the first one. He doesn't hit the second. He's going to drop that shot. Slayer not able to finish him off, though. So a 2-on-2, and they still got to get the bomb. They got to push into here, and that is not going to be a good spot. And as Ice hits the headshot onto Slayer, and it's only Snare. I'm not really sure how you're going to find this angle. At least he does make his way out. So that's a start. Picks up the bomb.
Oh, going back.
And they know he's going back, and YF reads it perfectly. That will be a third round in a row now to King Zero.
There's two things here. Number one, let's praise King Zero because they group up when they're together. It's a really nice little bait and switch with the orb taking the contact out of YF. He backs out around the corner. Ice then steps in. You're never expecting the rifle to immediately be there. But if it's there, like, you've got the bomb. Like, you don't need to go back towards A. 30 seconds left. You know where both of them are. You could have won that foot race to B, in my opinion. But hey, he makes a decision. He tries to double back. He's hoping that King Zero second guess themselves. They don't. They're grouped together. They've got no reason to move, but that's a great shot out of Snare. There we go, making amends.
Yeah, I think this is good from Snare because he really struggled at the beginning of sub base, which I think that's a map where he can generally find a lot of success, but he went like 0-8 to start. So I think getting his confidence back, allowing him to hit some of those first kills and get his team in a good position builds that trust and confidence within the roster. We do have King Zero really stacking over here. Outside of YF, who is dead, of course. We do have the two guys now that are going to back into the servers for now.
Oh, good smoke. Really good block smoke coming in from King Zero. They just cut them out of middle. And now you're just expecting Snare to be there. Did Snare spot Ice on the jump? That's now my next question. I don't think so, but you certainly know about Ice now, who's up close. Flashbang round the corner, and Vitality will outpour into middle. That's brilliantly done. XN can only find a single kill, and now it's up to Tong completely by himself and completely misdirected.
Well, Snare knows where he's going to be playing because he was at A. So you just look at that, and he's able to get the drop on a Tong. This is so much better than what we saw earlier on, and that alone should be applauded. Again, still a lot of work to do, but at least they get back on the scoreboard here after 3 losses. It's 2-3 now. Vitality have shown some signs of life in this match.
They've got to keep it up. Like, these mid takes have been brilliant. Like, as soon as you spot the player, like, it's been really reactive out of Vitality. They're just trying to isolate players and find kills. Nice try out of Snare. Doesn't get punished either. YF needed to hopefully have Snare baited in that angle. It doesn't happen. And where Slayer's been holding the entire time down the A hallway, he's now going to call the rest of the squad over. And I love how dynamic Snare is being in this game. You're right, like, he's taking so much initiative. Like, he's not scared at all. And I love the fact he's gone from B, now he's in towards middle. He's the one that's actually taking the fights and leading with the scope. As Vitality set their sights on B, and it's another misdirection. And King Zero, they've read this one completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy in spawn already. I don't even think they know about him, but this push is going into A, as we can see. Now, there are 3 people over here. We'll see if they can handle this pressure as they make their way all into spawn, just kind of swarming there and trying to go B.
They do know about this now. They really know about it. YF, he'll hit the shot first and all. Nearly like shooting fish in a barrel. Instead, he's looking to not get stung by the Golden Hornet. Snake instead will remove his life. And that gives space for the bomb to be planted.
Yeah, nice little tricky play here from Vitality to gain access to the B site. Whatever works, I guess, is now Ice trying to swing in a 4. Didn't expect that many people there. As the double swing comes out, he still gets a kill. But at least they do root him out and gain control of B main. And you can see now that Tong is like, man, I got to rotate, but there's really not that much time. I mean, this bomb is planted already.
It's going to be really tricky. You're relying a lot on 9U to maybe get a shot back to at least divert attention. This double setup feels great, especially with Horus tucked in the corner. Tong trying to do his due diligence. Now she will snap back on Horus. That's where Totsin can step in and find every single frag. That's awesome out of Totsin. And Vitality are back in this quarterfinal.
Well, welcome back, Vitality. It's good to have you. I'm just glad they're making this a lot more interesting than what it could have been. 3-3, and all of a sudden we don't have as much shouting across the stage from King Zero. We do have a lot more drumming, though. I have noticed that. Big push out here from King Zero into pillars. They're going all the way around. This is actually a much quicker round from Vitality. They've already made their way into A.
And they're just going to go. Surely, yes, Snare, especially with that pick. Just going to head it in towards, say, bomb site. 9U feeling the pressure, feeling the burden, and he's just been blinded over and over again. And Vitality will swing and remove him. No stone unturned as they find their bomb site.
Oh, this is just an excellent idea from the side of Vitality. Ice is at least going to take down Snake, but you still have so much work to do. And once again, no time. XN makes his way in, though. Ice gets another, and all of a sudden, the site is being pulled apart. They're coming in through long. YF just right through the front door, just doesn't miss a headshot. And King Zero will not be denied.
Oh, it really just felt like Vitality were finding their rhythm there. As soon as the drums were beaten, they started up in the ante. They found really good space in towards that A-bomb site. But King Zero, it starts with that first pick on towards Vitality when Ice gets the kill rotating in, and suddenly they just keep going. They get all of that determination, and they don't give up. YF right through the gullet. And now for King Zero, they take the lead back yet again. No, it doesn't matter how quick you scale on towards the bomb site. It's the individuals that always seem to bail out King Zero, and they've done it again here in round 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicely done from them. I thought that was kind of a done deal once Vitality made their way onto A. They read the pressure very well. They changed up the tempo. They got onto the site. They double swing the individual members, the initial first pick off from Snare. Like, everything was going perfectly, but unfortunately just not able to hold the 5v3. And that's got to feel pretty rough, but still got a couple of rounds left in this half. And then you move over to GR. I mean, there's certainly an angle here for Vitality once they make the swap over to the other side to get some rounds under their belts where they should be a bit more comfortable. And now it does look like more action towards mid. This is definitely, you know, the main playbook, I'd say, for this map from the Blacklist side. So not too surprising. Trying to flash into A main, actually, and fake a lot of pressure over here. Most of the people are still in mid.
Yeah, that was a nice flash being thrown over the top of middle. That gives Slayer a little bit more room. It also pushes the sniper back. And for XN, he's a little bit paranoid about middle. Another smoke goes in towards that A bomb site. And that leaves Ice with a lot of responsibility. You're also looking towards YF, thinking he can't really move off that angle. And XN, that's brave. And yet somehow between him and 9U, they get a kill and an awful lot of damage. Vitality now scared off of A, and they've got to go back to B.
Yeah, I mean, that's just great teamwork once again. It's something you were talking about before. It's like XN went out there, he gets the vision essentially. He's like, okay, I see them right in mid, and 9U's right behind him just spraying into the smoke.
The health as well. Like,
yeah.
they are lucky. And now look at this crossfire as well. This is brilliant. YF's holding the spawn, Ice down low. It only gets scary if Ice gets removed first, and then YF can't find a kill, but that doesn't happen. Instead, he gets a collat.
Oh, no. Yeah, that was quick. And here comes Snare now. He's going to peek it, and YF says, nope, not this time. King Zero now left to be the only ones laughing and shouting at the end of the round. 5-3, as they have maintained control here from the GR side, which is definitely to be expected, but, you know, it does feel like a lot of momentum going their way, especially after a round like that. You can see it's not just their ability to shoot insane shots. It's like the setups they have, the ideas they have, playing as a team. A well-oiled machine is King Zero.
Yeah, fundamentals feel on point here. Like the way that they're rotating, you're right. The fact that they got the crossfire so established, deeply nestled into those sites as well, given the time pressure, given how much Vitality is straining middle and really trying to deviate away from it. Like that's really awesome to see out of King Zero, especially when 9U and XZ are really low, but all that damage unconfirmed by Vitality. It was just a random spray through the smoke. They knew nothing about it until their player fell. And now it's 9U getting aggro over towards A main instead. Slayer has been here the entire half, and he's not really had a gunfight.
Yeah, 9U once again to be first contact. Feels like it's always him or XN that have to deal with this. And it is Snake and Horus that pair up for a kill there on long. They're not going to commit to it, though. They just get that kill back away, and it's definitely the right call. Do see that XN's trying to get in there and get a trade back, but not quite able to do so. Does a lot of damage to Snake, at least.
That's fine, putting the smoke up as well, because you're just denying access. You got to be careful of snare in the window, but I feel like you're always going to be mindful of that if you're XN. Just playing so ahead of the smoke, and actually the spray goes back the other way. That wasn't Snake, that was Slayer. So XN not only gets out, basically scot-free, but he's done a lot of damage and he's found a confirmed kill. And puts it back into the player advantage now. Actually, it's even.
Just a really cute play from XN. Getting in there, you know, delaying the push. Even picks up the free kill through the smoke, seeing the gunfire. Just really good stuff as now the push comes in, but Ice is ready with open arms. He says, come to Ice, I will get you down. And now Tong able to push forward, YF to finish off the kill. And that ends the half at 6-3 with some big rounds in a row here for King Zero. It was 3-3 at one point. We thought it was anybody's map, but once again, maybe hit with reality.
However, as you said, this is a global risk favored map of New Compound. The fact that Vitality got free, like, is that the bare minimum we're looking for here, or do they desperately need that fourth, especially against a team like King Zero?
I'd say they probably needed the fourth, realistically, up against this team. In general, 3 is, as you said, the bare minimum. So at least they got that.
Okay.
And it's, you know, it's enough to get it started, and I think this team definitely has a lot more luck from this side, so let's see it, as that's a nice little leg into Snare. As Tong says, you know, I'm not scared of the challenge either. That's definitely the spot where the snipers love to meet up and throw down.
Okay, so 3 rounds, serviceable. The wheels haven't fallen off the bus yet for Vitality. We just need to make sure that the MOT is a lot more effective. And now for King Zero, they're going to group, they're going to go B, they're going to keep things very direct, very simple. Enjoying the lurk we're getting out of the ore. Oh, never mind. Tong will cancel with the sniper. Just has a little look forward. XN will come up and group with him, flash through the smoke, and yeah, that feels a little bit crazy. Tong with the trade, with the pistol, and now he's pushing even further forward. This B split, the contact works well, at least initially for King Zero, but look at Tong. He's all the way in spawn. Or he was.
He was. He is no longer there. As Snare is able to win that fight once again, and up the stairs goes Snake. As a big defensive round comes through, YF has been having obviously a huge map so far, but you can't expect him to do the 1v3 on the B site. Let's see if he's got it. There's the headshot.
He knows.
Into Snare. He knows Snake is there. He's looking for Horus. Tries to double swing. And Snake and Horus get it done together. Every single round that Vitality win is difficult. But they have 4-6 and they're on GR. I mean, this is not a bad spot as they do get that kill down. And Horus is trying to get the team pumped.
Scary. Very, very scary. Like the fact that that crossfire nearly breaks because you don't have a player swinging in. Like the fact that YF was just so ready for that tucked in player, I think is exceptional. They take space quickly down towards A Halls here, maybe having a little peek in towards Long. Horus is going to be under pressure potentially. Tong's just going for spam through the box. That is not going to work. No one is there, thankfully, for Vitality.
Yeah, very common spot we actually saw between Baish and AGL earlier. And Nine was like, yeah, I know he's going to be there. And Stway was quickly rooted out. Pretty common one. You can see guys tucked in with the shoddy and trying to make plays, but just spam the box. You don't have to deal with it. And now King Zero rather, moving in towards the pillars. And I mean, just trying to check what they could see, really trying to check all the boxes and push Vitality back before they make any big committals here. Especially after a round like the last one, which was very fast and loose and, you know, crazy swings. Like, Tong was pushing by himself with just the sniper through the spawn.
I keep seeing that at this event. Like, loads of snipers just pushing and lurking by themselves. And it feels very counterintuitive, to me at least. But hey, if it works, Tong, it works. We've got a 1-for-1 rifle trade. Meanwhile, as King Zero look to push into B. And currently there's only one defender here. It is that secondary sniper, though, of Totsin.
Yeah, and Totsin's been good. I mean, Vitality, they are behind on rounds, but he still has a positive KD. It's not something you see all the time. Has been very clutch for the squad as Now he's got to pull up big once again. He is ready, shoots him out of the sky, nearly gets another one. He's still alive here in the servers. That's really what matters most. He picks up a second one. Just staying alive, picks up a third, and that's another round on the board for Vitality, just like that.
They just completely lost him. They completely lost all sight of him, or it was miscommunication, what have you, for King Zero, but they completely did not look at Totsin, who is plucking players out of the sky, as you said, and he's just being a nuisance in the server room. Overloaded were King Zero, and now suddenly it's a one-round game.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I really wanted to see what Vitality had in store for the Global Risk side, because essentially, we talked about it, the bare minimum, but you get a couple rounds going and you're feeling good. That's a nice start in mid. Slayer takes down Ice, aggressive peek from him. This is the kind of player he is. I'm sure you know if you're new to the squad, you didn't get to really see any of that on sub-base, but now he has been set free here on New Compound. So many more rounds to play with, a much closer map. And you get to see some of these players have their moments.
What's Snake up to? Looks like he's very close to the other smoke, and it's YF on the other side with a sniper. So this is going to be a very difficult clear for YF. And yeah, overlooked, and Snake should confirm that kill. Sounded like it took way too long, but he at least does lock it in. Now in towards middle, go King Zero. They're running out of options. All they've got is just this cluster of players, and it's just not working out. Slayer will find one more. And now the dominoes are falling here for King Zero. It's about to be a tied-up game.
Yeah, and they're going to go for a tack pause after all of this, after all the domination. Doesn't matter. 9U gets in. Still a chance here, I suppose. Tong going to get one onto Horus, but Snake going to shut that down, and it's only Tong. 55 seconds. He says, I don't need the bomb. It's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and... okay, he goes back and picks up the bomb. I do think that if anyone's going to do it,
there
it would be Tong, but he's certainly having a more measured map number 2 compared to his... oh, wow, okay. Snare not ready for that. He was just waiting up on the boxes, hoping for the push to come through, but Tong went back up into the tower, gets the angle.
Does he win these?
I don't think so. Honestly, I think Vitality have enough momentum, and there's really not that much time. And Tong's crazy. We know what he can do, but...
Come on, let's build it up. But 15 seconds. He's got to get in towards the bomb site. Snake jumping, and Tong knows. Maybe he can get the kill. Full blinded. 10 seconds. Rotates need to come in quite quickly, and they will. Nearly for Tong, but not quite. Can't even find a kill in that 1v3.
Yeah, not going to happen. Didn't leave himself a lot of time. Had the opportunity to get the quick 1v1. If he immediately hits the shot, then he can take the second follow-up 1v1. With the rotating player, but he doesn't hit the first shot, so it's essentially a wash from there. So, nicely done, and you can see the King Zero coach is furious.
Yeah, he's not happy, is he? And I don't blame him. That they were in control again of this game. Now it's completely fallen out of their favor. I'll be honest, I could be speaking out of turn here, but it feels like for this Blacklist side here at King Zero, it's felt pretty uninspiring. I feel like I'm watching the same thing over and over for the first 45 seconds. It doesn't feel like there's a real purpose to take a space of map control. Even got the Vitality fans doing the Macarena. That's how confident and comfortable this has been, especially on the Global Risk side for Vitality.
They're having a great time now. This is what they signed up for. And, you know, I think you might be onto something, because I said it in our, a couple series ago, actually, with the team up against Falcons that it was Baisha, okay? Baisha up against Falcons, where they're just doing the same thing over and over because they're hiding strats. And they're like, we are better than you. We can take you down. But finally, Vitality are showing signs of life. So I think King Zero now are going to have to really pull out some of the stops, because, as you said, it's been uninspiring. It's been a lot of the same. It's been individual guys trying to make highlight reels, and that's not how you're going to win, especially against an awake Vitality. As we have seen, they have certainly come to play here. 3 rounds in a row on the Global Risk side after the half.
Do you have to hide strats in the quarterfinal? I suppose if you beat the team 10-1 on sub-base, maybe. You're nodding your heads very emphatically, okay.
The next team is Baisha Gaming, so yes.
I suppose you want to hide strats against Baisha Gaming.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's if you get through Vitality.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, the 10-1 certainly gave them a lot of confidence, perhaps overconfidence. And now the coach gives them a good yelling, and we'll see if King Zero change up their play. Smokes comes in, they're going to swing Slayer.
Nice.
That's a nice play. As they make their way in through mid. Horus comes out here.
Wow,
Gets a lot of work done, but kind of a crazy swing. And also Snare is behind them. So, yeah, he's got the angles.
No
Actually
way.
gets the drop shot out the window. But the bomb is on the site, and Snare did take a bunch of damage, so still advantage King Zero, I'd say.
True, but he does have the sniper, and he's already all the way around the world. And the best thing about this for King Zero is that they're contained, which is why you've seen YF now go on a little adventure on his own. He's already flanking. If he can get rid of Toxin, that's probably the remedy for King Zero and their success. Snare, oh, not caught or clipped by 9U. Snare has now got more time in this site, and the timing actually feels really good. He can't be too far, guys. He can't be too close. But thankfully, it's okay. Whew. That gets way too close for comfort for 9U.
Yeah, they lost track of him, and Snare played it so well where he knew it. Like, he got past the first guy, knew he wasn't spotted, jumps in the window, and like, just like this, he gets in, he knows. And as long, like, he knows, like, he had it. It's so close. And just not able to pull off the 1v2. A lot to ask, though.
How did he get in the King Zero sandwich? How did he get in that position?
Yeah, that's the type of player Snare is.
That's cool. Look at this from Slayer. Slayer's now gone on a walk, and they've cleared all of B. So they've basically got full info. What, YF? Okay, never mind. You might know that it's clear now with a quick trade. That's going to accelerate this play from King Zero into A.
Yeah, this is what you got to do. If you are King Zero, you say, okay, there's 3 people in pillars. We got to go in. As first man on the top, it is Snare who picks up 2. And wow, he peeks again. I thought after the second time, just let it go. But I guess he wanted to get information if they were actually pushing into A.
I'll do it.
Unfortunately, that does cost him his life.
Do it. Push it. Go through. Yes, Tong. This could be the round-winning play because now he can go all the way around the world, and it is being considered. Slayer. Oh. How much? They're now re-clearing mid. They're going to think that A's completely vacant, and it's fine. They're going to go B instead, and that's where Ice can just rendezvous over towards A. This timing is crazy because Tong's walked the smoking spawn with the sniper.
Yeah, this is just insane, and I guess that's the kind of player that Tong is. I wasn't too familiar with his game, but we're learning a lot about him in this series. So that's going to be bombed on an A, and they're like, wait.
What?
What? What direction did he even go in from? Yeah, just Tong pushing through the smoke. So now at least it's just going to be a straight up 2v2 on A. There's certainly a chance here for Vitality to go for the retake. But it is Tong and Ice. Zera going in through the window. Bit of damage in Ice already. As Tong is not going to hit the shot, but he does get the follow-up. And that's good enough. And so they move up to 8 and 6. King Zero can smell the victory already.
Because he pushed it in towards their spawn and then went all the way around the world. He then doesn't consider them going to B and being misdirected. That was nearly a disaster because Tong was out in the open there, but Ice takes the first contact. Ice does the due diligence. King Zero now start to pull ahead, now start to pull away. And I like this. They're now reinforcing pillars because this is what was pushed last round by Vitality.
Yeah, they say you want to push here, you want to try to get this much info. We're going to challenge you. We're going to secure it this time around. And that's why in the past we always used to see crazy pillar fights like that. That used to be a little bit more meta, not necessarily nowadays. And of course the map has changed since that era, I believe, but still same compound. And yeah, they're just going to play it a little bit slower here to start off, but still 4 members of King Zero over towards B.
The 3 defenders of Vitality, at least in close proximity. One of them is Toxin, who's been very good as a secondary sniper, especially on the GR side. It's interesting that King Zero drop a smoke here, just sort of in the doorway. You're hoping to try and isolate a fight or at least push players in, or to be honest, do this, get utility out of Vitality. And now they've got to reset. And I tell you what, the Vitality utility is dwindling right now with just over a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, not too much left in the tank. but potentially enough if we see a full-on push come through. Smoke in the A doorway, but this is going to be B pressure with all 4 members outside B. As they push their way, there's still a smoke in this doorway as well.
But this is fine, right? Because they want this space to line up the smoke on the box to drop deep.
Let's see if they've got it here. Totson just waiting for another flying member of King Zero. Gonna peek it. Snake does win on that one, but they know where he is. They try to double jump him, but Snare is right there, just shoots them both down. As I think he lined that up for a Clad, not sure. And now Tong on servers, not gonna happen. Snare shuts them down this time.
He did hit the collab. I'm pretty sure he hit the collateral as they're both jumping.
Yeah.
Snake also hits a crazy shot. He gives it a little jiggle, and as he strafes out to the right-hand side, he bangs them out. That's fantastic from Vitality. Quick rotate, quick first responders as well. That's much better. And now you've got, again, another somewhat aggressive push out in towards pillars that they are trying to take all this deep space, Vitality, and it has been working for them.
Yeah, it definitely has. And I feel like King Zero, what they got to do is they got to challenge mid. I think, you know, based on what we've seen a lot here from Vitality, it's been a lot of playing around the perimeter and essentially, you know, forcing them onto one site. But there's a lot of room in the middle of the map from the Blacklist side where you can just, you know, go for different pushes. You can get some utility into A, kind of trick them that you're going into A and just move full on into B and get the bomb down quick. There are a lot of ways to maneuver around the middle of the map, and I think they got to go there.
And they are. I wonder if they know about Snake, because they were spamming the box, but no damage was confirmed. There could just be a consideration later. That nade doesn't do as much damage as I feel like Vitality would have hoped for, and straight towards middle you go. And as you were saying, this is a lot more meta. This is a lot more by the book for King Zero. And looking to potentially overwhelm Vitality right in the thick of things, just on the edge of this smoke. YF, is he going for the fade? Just as it disappears, he starts to walk through, second guesses it, and now a wrap round in towards spawn. Horus holding, and you still got Totsin up close with the sniper. It is a firing line for Vitality as they try and mow them down. But what on earth is that from Ice? 17-8. Cool, that's a cucumber. And has now thrown this into a 1 versus 1. Has got time to plant. Slayer already on the move, and this would be such an awesome clutch for the young kid on the block to win on the quarterfinal stage, to put KZ one step further to closing this series, to progressing forward to the semi-final. It's all about timing. Ice clears all the angles. I think he jumped up and saw Slayer's head, and he certainly knows about him, but he can't deal with him. Vitality will even up the odds.
That was getting pretty scary, I'd say. Ice picks up 3, was it maybe 4 in the servers? You could see that they're getting stressed now on the side of Vitality, but still a lot of work done, and they've done so well here on New Compound. And they will take attack pause, and not a bad time to do so. Although obviously maybe wanted to play off of the big play from Slayer, but of course you don't know before that's called. So either way, gonna have some time to discuss the situation. It's all tied up at 8-8.
Either way, that's fine, right? Because you let the adrenaline just dump now out of Slayer, because you know how important that clutch was. You desperately needed that one. If Ice turns around, wins that 1v4, that's game over. That right there. Instead, Vitality, they keep themselves in the fight. The coach, again, for King Zero, not happy, not proud with what's going on. Barking instructions at them. They only need a couple more rounds to close. They were able to get them in consecutive manner, but here it feels a little bit more scrappy, more of a brawl. Look at him. Look at the body language. He is mad.
Yeah, I think I'd be mad. You know, not even just based on opponent, just based on the fact that they go 10-1 and absolutely roll them. And now it's an even set here on this map. All of a sudden, they're not playing as well as they did on the first one. And this is how Ice got everyone. He just 1, 2, 3, twirling around like a ballerina. And, I mean, he almost got the 1v4, like you said. Slayer's still cool. He's almost like, guys, come on. Like, really? I got to do this all by myself?
It's like you didn't see what happened to your team. They got owned. Oh, hello. Look at that. Little boost up for Snare. Trying to get the opening fight. Doesn't happen this time. It's a cute little trick that King Zero, to be honest, I don't think I've seen.
Yeah, not from this team. Snare definitely pulling out all the stops here after the tack pause, saying they're not going to expect this. But, well, doesn't really get anything off of that. I suppose XN took a little bit of damage, but not from him. And so now King Zero, after getting an earful from the coach, a very angry coach. And again, understandable. We'll see if it changes up the way that this one plays out. But for me, I think Vitality's got a pretty nice chokehold here from their GR side. I expected it to be strong. They got the bare minimum of 3 from Blacklist. And it's been much more their map after the half, of course, all tied up.
You got to go A.
Yeah.
Like, if you're King Zero, you have to go A. Like, I feel like B, you're right, it's just in complete lockdown. Nice nade onto Slayer, does a little bit of damage, and I also like the decision here that Horus was holding deep over at long, and now he's backed out, dropped a smoke, and is wasting more time. But I feel like A has been your best source of success if you're King Zero.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, mid to A. I do think that they really haven't... This has been underutilized. I feel like, they've done mid somewhat, but it's been a lot of B pressure, a lot of spawn pressure. But now with 2 guys over in A main, I think they're going to go for it this time straight through the smoke. YF lines it up, and they already got that kill on a long. Todson trying to challenge, but Tong very, very smart here. Does not go for the challenge, just backs off to his team, knows they have full control of A, and that's just a little bonus kill from YF. And now Tong can do that because he's alive, doesn't have to go for the challenge. Snake by himself, they know where he is, and he's getting flashes to the face. Not very likely he pulls off this 1v5, and I don't think he's even going to go for it.
No, give yourself time to talk. Like that's the most important thing for Vitality. You're right, mid to A, the remedy. I can't believe he just walked through the smoke like that. It's a very risky play that just worked. You also had your players ready to go off of that contact around the corner, so I guess it's a little bit more lenient. And to be fair, Vitality give up mid very easily, as you've been saying all along. Like, that is the space that King Zero should occupy. Coach knows it, and Coach knows best. That's King Zero up to semi-final point.
It's so close for them. Vitality's made it very difficult here on New Compound. But very difficult is not a map win. And they need to force extra rounds now. One more round and could make it pretty interesting going to extra rounds. We've had a lot of crazy back and forth series, especially with Vitality in it. Multiple golden rounds that they have had to deal with already in this one tournament, which is just unheard of. So maybe they do it again. Would not be surprised based on the team. And now it looks like they want to go for a bit of a retake here into Pillars, but a big setup from the side of Vitality over here.
I like this. A little jump spot, and then what you're going to have is one player swinging. It feels like either Slayer or Snake is going to be detrimental. So they both got at the same time. No! You had the setup. You had it right there, Vitality. And instead, it is Tots in the bait that is the only one that gets the kill.
And he picks up 2. He's keeping it alive. Todson's always this guy. I don't know why at this tournament. He's unchallenged, and at least XN is going to push in and take him down. Doesn't take any further damage for his life. And now 3v2. Does look like King Zero want to reset, go mid, but Horus has a nice little spot here. And Snare is actually distracting. I don't know if they're going to expect him here, and they absolutely do not. He's right there, but Tong jumps out, gets the kill in the 2v1. Nearly enough to take out Snare. And Snare is going to follow very quickly. He's not going to see them drop down, but, smokes are already thrown in, and he knows that he's got to hit 2 big snipes in a row.
Can he do it? He's going to be very quick on this flank. This is a high-pressure moment for Snare. Everyone is watching. The crowd holds their breath in anticipation, but 9U's angle. Surely this is going to lock it in. Surely it's going to put King Zero in the semi-finals here at EWC. Vitality's hopes, dreams, and keys all crushed.
Wow. And Ice stands up. He says bye-bye. I think everybody could have heard that one. At least Vitality made it interesting in Map 2, especially after it happened in Map 1. So we got to see a fun new compound, but not going to be too fun for Vitality, who unfortunately will have to go home. King Zero Esports are an incredible team. So the fact that Vitality were able to challenge them in this second map, props to them. And of course, Stray will give them a talking to. But unfortunately, you know, it's not enough to make it on to the next round. That will be King Zero, and definitely the expected victors in this matchup. A lot of respect being shown even after the trash talk, which is what you love to see. And I think absolutely deserves respect after the play on new compounds.
I think Vitality got to be happy with how this tournament has gone overall. I know you won't right now, but considering where they were in this group stage, considering, as you said, right up to that final round, how much adversity they had been through in this group stage, how many golden rounds that they potentially were going to go through in these sets. Like, it's fantastic to watch out of Vitality. I think they can say that they've done themselves justice here. They're always on top in West League. Here they find themselves with a top 8 performance, and it felt like earlier today they weren't even going to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just CROSSFIRE is it's esports where there are just so many incredible teams, and it's difficult to really push top 4, even top 8, as you were saying. Like, props to Vitality to making it there. Again, King Zero were the big favorites. You called it, like, after the desk. You're like, 2-1. I don't think so, guys. I think 2-0 if we're being real. But yeah, they do get across the line in the 2-0 fashion. King Zero, an interesting new compound as well. But now King Zero have to go up against their CFPL brethren in the semifinals in Baisha. And to be honest, I don't know. I mean, King Zero got the better of them in the upper bracket, but at the same time, Baisha looked very strong, taking out AGAL, so it should be a very close one.
It should be, and I think it's a rematch that is absolutely deserved, and I'm really excited to see that. But before we get to the semi-finals tomorrow, we have to crush Vitality's key with Damascus on stage.
An exciting match in the end, and Vitality has to bow out of the stage, and it is time to exchange your key. Can Vitality give up their key to the rightful winner, King Zero Esports, taking the win here? Listen, it is time to have a quick chat with our player. Let's have a quick one, of course. First off, your first map was very comfortable, and then the second map, way more pressure. How did you pull through the pressure that Vitality was putting on you?
首先恭喜你们成功的获胜，晋级到了半决赛。那当时图1非常的轻松，但是图2就接近很多。当时你们是如何克服对手所给你们的压力呢？
首先对手很强大吧，然后我们首先是卫星这张图可能准备的不够多，然后那个熟练度也不够高吧。
Well, first of all, Team Vitality is definitely a very, very strong team. And the second map, we were just not as familiar with it as them. And I don't think our strategies were as well baked as them. So we definitely were at a bit of a disadvantage in map 2.
All right, and of course there's been a bit of pre-match, but the Vitality fans, they put a lot of noise, they put a lot of atmosphere there. Do you have any words towards the Vitality fans who came, watched the entire match, you know, and you sent them home in the end?
那确实把 Vitality 战队送走之后，那他们现场有很多粉丝在那边一直给他们欢呼。你有什么话想跟对他们的粉丝们、对他们战队说的吗？
首先，我觉得有粉丝的支持是一件很幸福的事情吧。然后他们在现场也很激情，然后喊的我们也很亢奋吧，是一场很精彩的对决。
Well, to have fans here on the stage supporting you is something that is very lucky for any team to have. And, you know, even though they were cheering for the other team, but the cheers were contagious and it definitely hyped up the match for us as well. So we're just very happy to have delivered such a good show for everyone, and we hope that you guys will have a good journey.
You know, it is hype has no language. Once again, congratulations, King Zero. It is time for you to go to the Key Crusher and crush the key, validating your ticket to semifinals.
And King Zero is about to crush our final key of the day as they move on to the semifinals of the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. And they have looked absolutely phenomenal throughout all of their matches up to this point. But you could expect no less with how they perform in the CFPL. And as you guys can see, Team Vitality, even with all of the hype and the fanfare, is officially eliminated from the tournament. Once again, congratulations on moving on, and they are officially just 2 matches away from potentially lifting that trophy and etching their names in EWC history. We're gonna send things over to the studio to wrap things up.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
After an epic battle on New Compound, King Zero move forward and they crush the hopes and dreams of Vitality, who are now out of the tournament here at EWC for CROSSFIRE. However, not forgotten, Vitality put up a tremendous fight and they made it top 8, a big accomplishment, I must say so myself.
Yeah, honestly, they still have to look at this run as a pretty solid performance for them. And not only for them, for the West as a whole as well, showing more and more improvement each time they take the stage at events like this. Because a couple of years ago, every West team was just getting knocked out in the group stage. And now, at the very least, Vitality can consistently make it to these playoff appearances.
Yeah, and I love that they didn't get too down and out about that 10-1 loss on map 1. They come back even stronger. Made map 2 highly competitive and sneaky. Honestly, at one point, I thought they were going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, they had us all convinced, especially with that 1v1 that Slayer won right on the site. And I was like, hold on, we might be cooking for a game number 3 here, but obviously when it comes to just sheer mechanics, you cannot just go up against King Zero just like that. So it does suck for Vitality that this is the way that they went out, but this is more than what I expected, that's for sure. I was thinking that it was just going to be, a clean sweep, especially considering how map 1 went, but, there's actually a bit of a fight there, and there's some hope for Vitality, especially for the end of the year.
And the Vitality fans were incredible, having them in the venue, Kyle, like cheering them on, battle drums, chants. They gave everything they had.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. They motivated them, I think, to get back into this series, because if you don't have a crowd behind you, it's hard to come back from a 10-1 and feel like you have that fighting chance. And honestly, they went out swinging here.
Yeah, it's one of the beautiful things about the Allianz Vault. EWC as a whole, when it comes to Vitality, they love to send support to all of their players and their teams, and they did exactly that. But on the side of King Zero, tremendous victory. They move forward, and we now have a rematch from group play. Baisha versus King Zero.
Yeah, dude, Baisha versus King Zero, man. It's baby N9 versus big N9, just like what we said earlier. And I'm very excited because obviously you would want to play with your idol, the man that you've looked up to this entire time. And it just so happens that the man that Ice looks up to just so happens to be the greatest CROSSFIRE player of all time, at least in my opinion. So this could possibly be one of the best of 5s that we could actually watch for tomorrow's games.
Incredibly excited for it, but Tong, come on, Kyle. Like, Tong is out of this world.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people were uncertain coming into this event how he would perform, but ultimately, he was just stellar, top-notch all day long. I mean, he started off this series 14-0. I don't think we've seen that big of a run from a player from the kickoff of a match.
Especially whenever you think top 8, right? To do that, especially with the fans cheering for on the side of Vitality, getting loud. Tong, he did not waver in his faith to be able to shoot his sniper. An incredible player for sure. King Zero, very talented, coming from the toughest region, looking to take on Baisha tomorrow in a best of 5 semifinals. Overall, this series really showcased the strength that they have. A lot of talent for King Zero. They've been making big waves. Honestly, could very well be a favorite to win this entire thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if King Zero is also one of the teams that you consider, considering that, granted that their macro has been shoddy from time to time, especially that even Tong said that their new compound was a bit half-baked for them, so maybe they need to get back into the prac room and practice that new compound, especially considering the entire map pool matters for the best of 5. So they're still definitely the favorites, but there are more weak spots that they still have to work on.
Yeah, Vitality, a tremendous team. They tried to go all the way, but top 8 is what they're going to have to settle for. For Salvatore, he had a chance to talk to Horus upon his exit interview.
Unfortunately, Team Vitality is bowing out of the EWC CROSSFIRE 2026. Joining here with me is attacker Horus. Thank you so much for your time. Nice try for Team Vitality. So we saw that sub-base was really, really difficult for the team. Can you talk us through any insights on what went down inside of sub-base for Vitality?
Actually, until now, I didn't understand actually what happened in sub-base especially. But we will work on it. Stray, of course, got the mistakes, and we will see what we can do to not happen again.
All right, so of course the series did not end in your favor, Horus, but if you were given the opportunity to change a bit of what happened for the team, what would be the things that you would want to change?
You mean about this tournament?
Yeah.
Actually, it will be the bracket. It's unlucky that we have the three Chinese team, but it is what it is. It's fine for us because anyway, it's a good experience, and we will come back stronger in the CFS 2026.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be an exciting tournament, and I feel like Horus is anticipating that. But for now, we would like to give you the opportunity, Horus. Do you like anything to share for the fans at home watching, to your friends, families, and to the Vitality supporters that you heard them, right? They were like very, very into
yeah, they are the best. They are the best. Actually, I want to thank everyone who supports us, my family, my friends, even the fans. Sorry for the disappointing, but we will come back stronger, guys.
Yeah. One final question, actually. I want to follow up. I believe there was something that was handed out to you by Harlan from King Zero when he entered your area. So what was that?
It was a logo, I guess.
It was?
It's a pin by the logo.
Oh, it's a pin. What a gesture for King Zero, nonetheless. But yeah, that will be all, Horus. Thank you so much for your time. Still, congratulations for your performance. You were able to reach top 8, which is one of the pinnacle and respectable positions here at EWC. We'll see you guys next time for more action here at CROSSFIRE. But that is it. We'll be sending it to the analyst desk for a further breakdown of the game. So that'll be all. Take it away.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview, talking to Horus. And actually, just behind me, they exit the venue, and Vitality fans made a tunnel for them, cheering them on. Again, gone but not forgotten, and a tremendous accomplishment for the Western region to be able to get a top 8 finish needs to be celebrated. Kind of a funny question, though, asked from Salvatore, what would you change about this tournament if you had a choice? And he said the bracket. Man, they did have to go through the gauntlet, which honestly makes the top 8 even more impressive.
Yeah, honestly, the fact they even made it to the playoffs surprised me, and I think a lot of people in this entire event, because you look at a bracket like that, you don't expect Vitality to be one of the teams making it through to the playoffs, and I think a lot of people doubted them, and they were able to at least prove themselves and hold their own.
Yeah, if you kind of look at it from like another perspective, right, you're just going to say, Vitality just got bounced out into top 8. But if you were actually watching the matches, you can kind of see that, okay, Vitality is going up against the best of the best in competition. And if I was any other team in this tournament looking at the future for CFS 2026, they should be scared of Vitality.
That's right. Well, Group B was highly competitive. We take a look at Group A. And Vitality, man, they did have to go through the gauntlets against Evolution Power Gaming. That was a tremendous win, taking them down. But then they run into AGAL. They drop down, but never fear. They take on GK Esports and take them out 2-1 to push forward. Again, the fact that they had to go against EP, who had beat them in the previous year, and they overcame their boogeyman, then took on last year's champions, and they still made it top 8. Again, we celebrate that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think now the big question on everyone's mind is going to be who can come out on top in tomorrow's matchups, because honestly, it's a bit of a curveball and who made it through. So I think looking ahead, it's going to be really up to some of these teams to prove themselves. But not only that, AG being out of the picture, wide open for anyone else now.
Wide open. The crown is for the taking. B-Stream had a matchup earlier, and it was absolutely epic. Was it Team Liquid who got the win? Salvatore, fill me in.
The cavalry advances, but in order to do so, they have to crush the key of their own brothers in arms. Team Liquid defeats Na'Vi to advance to the semifinals of EWC CROSSFIRE. We were treated in set number 1 with an amazing 16-kill performance by Gokhan to close out Black Widow 10-5. To follow it up, we headed to sub-base, wherein WY scored an astonishing 19 kills to seal it 10-7 and close out the series 2-0. That has been the matches for Stream B. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Salvatore, as always, thank you for the updates, keeping us in line here on Stream A. Team Liquid, great victory overall. Again, as far as an organization goes, they've made great headway from last week to where they currently are now. We learned all that and more from Trav, who was up here earlier for the Club Championship update. The bracket tomorrow is absolutely stacked, and it is ready to go. Semifinals, now best of 5s, okay? You are now 1 series away from entering the grand finals. Team Liquid versus Stallions, King Zero Esports versus Baisha Gaming. Now, what's cool about this, Kyle, is both of them are rematches from group play.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this really exciting. Not only that, I feel like they're matches that a lot of people thought might have gone the other way in the first meetup. So I feel like everyone's going to come into this at the peak of their game, but both teams that lost before looking for that vengeance.
That's right. We take a look at our schedule. We'll start with King Zero versus Baisha. King Zero just left the stage. They will take it once again at 1 o'clock our time. Then Team Liquid versus the Stallions, both best of 5s. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah, I mean, Stallions finally on the later time slot, right? I mean, finally getting some sleep for some of the players here, because they have been playing the first best of 3s for the past few days, and hopefully that additional rest can actually help Stallions, especially knowing how they just destroyed Rock. I mean, there wasn't even a single shot for them to even, not even a single night for them to even get that series. So I feel like Stallions, they took their anger out on Rock, and now we might just see it up against Team Liquid. And what I've heard from Team Stallions as well is like during their series, it was actually closer than expected. There were really just some moments where, you know, there were some accidents on the side of Stallions, or some small mistakes, and it really does tumble into a bigger run. And especially knowing how good Team Liquid is at punishing small mistakes, maybe they're gonna make a lot less going into the semifinal.
2 great series happening tomorrow. It's semifinals. For those who remain, the top 4 from 16 now down to 4. They are 1 series away from entering grand finals. And what's up for grabs? Not only the trophy, not only etching your name into the history books of the Esports World Cup, but also $750,000 for first place. A tremendous prize for a tremendous occasion. It's the Esports World Cup. We've got 2 more days of competition, but as far as day 3 goes, it's done and dusted. Make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button wherever you're watching, because we return tomorrow with semifinals.
book Esports World Cup.